As I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a hellish landscape resembling molten lava. The roars of demons echoed in my ears. Holy Lord, do not attempt to deceive us again. Before I could comprehend my predicament, 7 formidable demons turned their gaze upon me. Looking down, I noticed I was clad in a crimson robe, adorned with 4 arms, my long hair defying gravity in a surreal manner. Had I truly transformed into the demon of the moon? Is this hell? My throat felt parched, and my voice emerged hoarse and unfamiliar. The last fragments of memory flashed before me, the jarring screech of brakes, a car emblem rapidly enlarging in my vision. It dawned on me, Jolan, a promising youth of the new era, had met my end by being crushed into a mere speed bump by a semi-truck? How absurdly ironic. This must indeed be hell. I managed a faint smile. Even the strength for self-deprecation eluded me. Ever since my father departed from this world, I had drifted aimlessly through life, never anticipating I would find myself in such a legendary realm. To my astonishment, hell truly exists. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a cold, emotionless voice erupted within my heart. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to this system. The traversal gift package has been dispatched. Identity determination successful. Mission, ascend to the moon. The voice came swiftly and departed even faster, like a lightning bolt cleaving through chaos. A system, a traversal gift package, a mission to ascend to the moon. The euphoria instantly dispelled the despair that hell had cast upon me. Oh, the system, the quintessential companion for traversers. Even though this system was as aloof as a mute bride, falling silent after delivering its message, it was more than sufficient. To live again, what a remarkable fortune. Just as my excitement surged, a piercing argument erupted, stabbing through the air like needles, shattering the eerie silence of hell. Holy Lord, I have endured enough. This time, do not think you could deceive us again. The sharp female voice reverberated with fury in the crimson void. Holy Lord, these 2 words acted as a key, swiftly unlocking the vault of my memories. Jackie Chan Adventures, the 8 great demons, the water demon, Barza, here lies. The hell that seals the 8 great demons. A true inferno of endless suffering. No, sister, trust me just once more. Following this was the raspy, cunning voice, now masked with a facade of genuine anguish. Holy Lord, trust you? A blinding flash of lightning abruptly tore through the crimson expanse, illuminating the colossal figure concealed within the distorted shadows. Robust, menacing, entwined with destructive arcs of electricity, the thunder demon, Zhong Su. The thunder struck with precision in a certain direction, accompanied by a chilling wail from the Holy Lord. The lightning shone like a spotlight on stage, momentarily revealing 6 grand stone platforms suspended in the void. Upon these platforms, figures of various forms loomed like ancient demonic statues, exuding an unsettling aura of malevolence. The mountain demon, Bo Gang, immense as a mountain. The wind demon, Xiao Feng, with winds howling around. The sky demon, Shimu, its bat-like wings fluttering slightly. And the earth demon, DK, the moon demon. And so forth. 6 stone platforms. Besides the translucent soul of the Holy Lord cowering below, one is still missing. A frigid chill crawled up my spine. I suddenly looked down at myself. An ancient robe of purple and crimson draped over my slender form, with 4 arms. 2 hung naturally, while the other 2 elegantly crossed over my chest. In my peripheral vision, my purplish black hair cascaded like the finest silk from my shoulders, yet at the tips, it defied the laws of physics, curling gracefully upwards, floating lightly at my feet, completely disregarding the molten lava below. The moon demon, Zulang, Zholan, had become the eldest among the 8 great demons, the ultimate entity wielding the power of gravity. Zholan. Ha ha ha. A deep, elegant laughter, seemingly steeped in the passage of millennia, erupted uncontrollably from my throat, striking a jarring note in this desolate hell. I observed that Zholan appeared to have lost his sanity. The despair of hell had extinguished his wisdom, starting with the eldest. Whispers from the other demons reached my ears, laced with skepticism and a hint of schadenfreude. As the laughter subsided, Ecstasy surged within me like molten lava. Du Lang. He was my favorite villain from Jackie Chan Adventures. Elegant, powerful, exuding an air of superiority. What a remarkable beginning the system has provided. What golden finger. This identity itself is the greatest golden finger. Moon landing. The mission became instantly clear. The moon demon, Zhou, the pinnacle of gravitational powers, can only be fully realized on the moon. This is my path to ascend as a villain, to overthrow the righteous and conquer the moon. My gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing downwards at the Holy Lord's soul. Sharp I see. The Holy Lord seemed to sense it, his soul flickering imperceptibly. The situation was evident. This Holy Lord, the traitor, had previously betrayed his brethren to escape alone, only to be defeated by Jackie Chan, leaving him a mere soul rolling back into hell. Now, he is once again weaving grand illusions, attempting to deceive the other demons into granting him yet another chance to escape and rescue everyone. Having witnessed the original play, we are all too aware. Once he is free, he will indeed release them, but immediately thereafter, the 7 archdemons will be summoned one by the protagonists and unceremoniously returned to the infernal abyss. I know the routine by heart. This cannot be allowed. Absolutely not. I, Jolan, have just arrived. My seat has yet to warm, and I have no desire to merely go through the motions only to return to captivity. That ghastly place called hell can truly drive a demon to madness if lingered in for too long. My youthful mind, barely in my 20s, cannot withstand the relentless erosion of despair over countless millennia. It is imperative to act swiftly. A new plan must be devised. As I observe the other demons, Basha, Zhongsu, Xiaofeng, Shimu, Bogang, and Dikue, swaying under the Holy Master's flowery rhetoric, their gazes turn once more towards me, awaiting the Elder's decree. I rise gracefully, my gravitational power silently activating, elevating the stone platform, my purple robes billowing. I descend slowly before the Holy Master's ethereal form, looking down upon him. Perhaps my voice, deep and melodious, carries an undeniable authority. It is time for a change in personnel. What does this mean? The demons murmur in confusion. Ignoring the Holy Master's suddenly terrified gaze, I proceed unhurriedly, my voice resonating clearly throughout the underworld. Holy Master, you have failed too many times. You have betrayed us, and, even in the realm of reality, have been repeatedly defeated by those humans who, a millennium ago, were only worthy of being our slaves. I let out a scornful laugh. How ridiculous. My disappointment in you has reached its zenith. No, brother, grant me one more chance. The Holy Master's ethereal form quivers violently, pleading desperately. I cast a calm glance his way, leaving the other demons with an elegant yet indifferent silhouette. Chances are reserved for those of worth. After a moment's pause, I deliver the verdict. It is abundantly clear that you do not qualify. The Lord of the Sacred grew anxious, grasping at the last vestige of hope. My brother, I am aware of your resentment towards me. Yet, I swear, this time I shall undoubtedly succeed. And his voice rose sharply, revealing the truth. Only in my current ethereal form can I traverse the seals set by the immortal deity and escape from hell. All of you, including you, Zhou, cannot possibly leave in your corporeal forms. Ethereal form. These 4 words cleaved through the fog like lightning. Indeed, the Lord can escape because he is but a spirit. But what of me? Forcing my spirit to exit, shedding my mortal shell, a name, a power, suddenly emerged in my mind, the sheep talisman. Among the 12 talismans of the Lord, it governs the ability to liberate the soul. The plan is set. I slowly turned, a profound smile gracing my face, my gaze towards the Lord brimming with an uncontainable excitement. It is not that I am unwilling to trust you, my Lord, but your credibility has long since been bankrupt. This time, you shall require a guardian. A guardian? All the demons, including the Lord, were taken aback. Indeed, I surveyed the assembly of demons, my voice imbued with a captivating power, a supervisor to ensure that you fulfill your promises and release all your brothers and sisters. And this supervisor shall depart from hell alongside you in the same ethereal form. What? The Lord gasped in disbelief. The power of the sheep talisman can achieve this. I unveiled the crux, seizing it to free my spirit. I, Jolan, shall personally oversee the Lord in his redemption. Hell fell into a brief silence. Basha's crimson eyes flickered. Zhongsu's thunder rumbled ominously, and the wind swirled. The 6 great demons exchanged glances. The Lord indeed cannot be relied upon. Trusting him is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Meanwhile, Jolan, as the eldest, seemed to possess some credibility, at least 1,000 times more than the Lord. Ultimately, under the Lord's desperate gaze, the 6 great demons nodded slowly. Very well, it shall be done. The water demon Basha was the first to voice agreement. Jolan, keep a watchful eye on him. The thunder demon Zhong Su rumbled in approval. We concur. The wind demon Xiaofeng summarized on behalf of the other demons. The soul of the Holy Lord writhed in torment, akin to the discomfort of consuming a fly. His unwavering gaze bore into me, as if to convey, Jolan, you have changed. You were never this sinister before. The despair of hell has not extinguished your wisdom. Rather, it has filled your heart with cunning. The tragic fate of the laboring dragon seemed all but sealed. The plan's core was locked, the goat talisman. In the realm of mortals, outside a bank in San Francisco, gunfire, explosions, and the wailing of sirens created a cacophony. Dragon explosion. Leisu bellowed with excitement. The dragon talisman in his hand erupting with a blazing red light, blasting a gaping hole in the bank's formidable alloy vault door. The intensity was palpable. Zhou refused to be outdone, his eyes emitting scorching rays from the pig talisman, instantly melting through an armored cash transport, greenbacks swirling like autumn leaves. Afu moved like a specter, weaving through the hail of bullets. Crows took flight. A whirlwind ravaged the parking lot. The names of their techniques echoed thunderously, their strikes resoundingly fierce. Walong, clad in a green suit with meticulously combed white hair, commanded with unwavering authority. Quick, stuff the money. Yet, Afu stood at the bank's entrance, a visage of despondency, clutching 3 talismans, watching his companions display their might while he felt like an outsider. The goat talisman, sole projection. The tiger talisman, balancing yin and yang. The rat talisman, transforming stillness into motion. Boss, why do I get these worthless scraps? Afu lamented. I want to blow up the vault too. Walong had no time for his complaints, for a man clad in a blue sweater had already arrived. Jackie Chan. The members of the Black Hand Gang exclaimed in unison, as if facing a formidable foe. Instinctively, Afu stepped back, clutching the talismans tightly to his chest. In the presence of Jackie Chan, the talismans in his hands felt less formidable than mere firewood. It was well known that Jackie possessed 2 formidable skills, disarming opponents with bare hands, talisman, and borrowing things, talisman, without ever returning them. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. The talismans flickered with light, bullets soared, and explosions resounded. Just as Afu sought cover, a blue shadow flashed before him. Bang! A classic Jackie Chan flying kick landed squarely in his abdomen. Afu screamed as he was hurled backward like a ragged sack, the talismans scattering like petals on the ground. Talisman. Jackie's eyes gleamed as he lunged for the nearest goat talisman adorned with a goat design. A mule's kick. At the critical moment, Afu's flying kick forced Jackie to defend himself. In that split second, useless. A raspy, sinister voice, etched into Afu's very DNA, echoed in his ear. Who? Afu gasped, glancing around in horror, fearing it was a hallucination. Of course, I am speaking of you. The voice dripped with disdain. Afu turned abruptly to the bank's polished glass facade. Reflected was not his own visage, but a grotesque, flame-wreathed dragon's head. Its crimson-slit pupils coldly fixated on him. Holy Lord! Afu's heart raced with terror, his tongue tangled. You are not dead? He reacted with astonishing swiftness, hastily gathering the 3 scattered talismans from the ground, cradling them in his hands with a humility that seemed to sink into the very dust. Your devoted offing has been safeguarding your power all along. The other potent talismans are with Leisu and the others. They have nothing to do with me. O Holy Lord! Those are inconsequential. The voice of the Holy Lord bore a hint of urgency, his gaze fixed intently on the inconspicuous sheep talisman resting in Offing's palm. "I am here for it." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sheep talisman seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, suddenly levitating from Offing's grasp, transforming into a soft, radiant white light that swiftly darted into the glass curtain wall, vanishing from sight. The reflection of the Holy Lord dissipated into nothingness. Affin collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gazing at his empty palms, utterly bewildered. The soul leaving the body? What purpose does he have for this? Hell. 7 stone platforms stood like silent thrones of judgment. The soul of the Lord hangs suspended in the center, enveloped by the gentle white light emanating from the sheep talisman, which gradually merges into his ethereal form. He raises his dragon-like head, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible pride and a sense of bitterness regarding his future endeavors. "I have vowed that this time I shall not deceive you, my brothers and sisters." He curls himself into a ball, striving to appear pitiable, asserting that only in his current soul form can he depart. "Each of you has the opportunity to return to the mortal realm through the hellish gate I have left behind." As he speaks, he deliberately casts his gaze toward the highest stone platform, where the elegant figure draped in a purple robe hovers silently. Jolan, floats gracefully, her 4 arms embraced, her purple-black hair undulating without a breeze. Yet, within her, a cold laughter brews. "How swift your actions are, Lord, it seems without long interference. Your efficiency is commendable." However, the Lord's tone shifts, his crimson dragon eyes locking onto Jolan with a hint of warning. "My demonic brother, you must consider carefully. In soul form, the power is exceedingly limited, utterly fragile." Jolan slowly shakes her head, her voice imbued with a tragic sense of collective sacrifice. "My sacrifice is for the freedom of my other brothers and sisters." This statement instantaneously elevates her favorability in the hearts of the other 6 demons. In the next moment, Jolan raises one hand, her fingertips coalescing into a sinister, luminescent green beam. The remaining 6 demons seem to receive a signal, unleashing torrents of water, thunderbolts, whirlwinds, razor-sharp claws, immense force, and rocky spikes. 6 beams imbued with terrifying demonic magic are unleashed nearly simultaneously. 7 beams, each of a different hue, yet equally malevolent and powerful, swiftly entwine around the Lord's soul. "No, what is this? What do you intend to do?" The Lord bellows in terror, his soul form writhing violently, yet firmly ensnared. "The binding spell." Jolan's voice resonates like a chilling decree. "Before you release all our kin, this will eternally confine you to the first being you possessed. This is insurance." The spell's radiance brands a mark deep within the Lord's soul. He ceases his struggles, a flicker of frustration and ruthlessness crossing his dragon-like eyes. Resigned, he bows his head, his crimson gaze piercing through the barriers of hell, locking onto a figure clad in a blue sweater in the mortal realm. "Very well." The Lord's voice is laden with a gritted-teeth sentiment. "Then I believe I have found my target. The gate to hell is about to open once more, heralded by the Lord's impending sacrifice. And this time, an elegant guardian shall follow closely behind. The first step on the path to ascendancy has been taken." Chapter 4. Possession. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dim golden hue, the armored trucks sped along the highway. Inside, the members of the Black Hand Gang wore grave expressions. "The Lord has resurrected. Why didn't you inform us sooner?" Valen chastised Afen. "How was I to know? He took the sheep charm and left." Afen replied, somewhat aggrieved. "Moreover, it is the Lord. What could I possibly do?" The fact that he even spoke is remarkable. What would he possibly want with the sheep charm? Valen pondered, a wave of doubt washing over him. It is well known that the 12 charms are manifestations of the Lord's power. If he truly had returned, he should have reclaimed his strength at once. Yet, this time seemed different, for the Lord had only taken the least significant sheep charm. Perhaps he simply wishes to abandon his duties and embark on a soul journey across Earth. Joe speculated. "Nonsense. We all know the Lord's malevolence." Valen retorted. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the shrill wail of sirens echoed from behind. Turning around, they spotted an old acquaintance, Jackie Chan, clinging to the armored truck. Upon being noticed, he flashed an awkward smile at the members of the Black Hand. In an instant, he dashed atop the speeding truck like a superhero, maintaining his pace effortlessly. Jackie, Afyu lunged forward, akin to a tiger pouncing on a trapped lamb. Jackie sidestepped, causing Afyu to tumble onto the truck's roof. And he turned back, exclaiming, "Monkey stealing peaches." Jackie was startled, exclaiming, "Cunning. Focus on the task at hand." Within the truck, Valen issued commands as A-Fin and Zhou readied the charms. Leisu continued to drive. "The little pig is about to unleash its fury," Zhou declared, adjusting his sunglasses, aiming his electric eye at the police car trailing behind. An explosion erupted, sending the police vehicle careening into the guardrail. Zhou's electric eye flared to life once more as he scanned for Jackie's presence. "Whoa, put on your glasses." Unexpectedly, Jackie's voice rang out beside him, and Zhou felt darkness envelop his vision as Jackie deftly placed the sunglasses back on his face. A laser explosion ensued, and Zhou clutched his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. In a swift motion, Jackie had already scaled the window, grappling with Leisu for control of the steering wheel. Unyielding as a mountain, yet aggressive as fire, he was nothing short of a superhero, his form twisting and evading as he faced four opponents. Leisu found himself unable to match Jackie's prowess. With a sudden jerk of the steering wheel, the armored truck tilted violently. Cough, cough. Valen brushed off the dust before him, as Jackie's head emerged from the truck, appearing somewhat dazed. "Jackie!" he bellowed in fury. Simultaneously, the ethereal presence of the Lord floated above, also calling out Jackie's name. Beside him, Zhou stood with arms crossed, quietly observing the scene. The sheep charm proved indeed effective. Due to the binding spell's existence, the Lord temporarily honored his promise. Zhou was able to return to the earthly realm in his soul form. It was evident that the soul of the Lord aimed to possess Jackie's body. Not to mention, Zhou, having retained memories from his previous life, recognized that the Lord would not succeed. And indeed, it was as he anticipated. At the moment the Holy Lord lunged towards Changlong, Valong exerted himself. After remaining inactive for so long, he suddenly surged forward, propelling himself towards the dazed Changlong with remarkable speed. A striking flying kick, akin to a projectile, sent Changlong sprawling. Valong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This time, victory is mine." In the next instant, Zhou heard the Holy Lord's desperate roar. "No. Valong, you fool." The Holy Lord plunged fiercely into Valong's body. A moment of distortion ensued, and Valong's eyes reflected the dragon form of the Holy Lord. Though it was difficult to bear, Zhou managed to suppress his discomfort. He rose gracefully, descending from the horizon towards the fallen Changlong. It appeared that this exceptional physical vessel was beyond the Holy Lord's reach and would be left for him instead. With this thought, a surge of excitement bubbled within Zhou. With the protagonist's aura empowering him, the success of his system mission was assured. Accelerating, Zhou glided towards Changlong with elegant finesse. What was that? Not far off, a short-haired girl, utilizing the latest flying apparatus developed by District 13, wobbled in midair. Xiaoyu had come to assist Changlong, a decision she made on her own. Suddenly, a purple figure streaked past her vision, heading straight for Changlong alarmed. She resolved, "Uncle Long, I'm coming to help you." The nitrogen boosters on her flying device activated instantaneously, and emulating the move, Xiaoyu delivered a flying kick towards the purple apparition. "Xiaoyu?" Changlong, swaying as he rose, thought he heard Xiaoyu's voice. In the next moment, Zhou felt himself receiving a kick, followed by a wave of comfort enveloping his soul. The possession was successful. He opened his eyes. Wait. Why was Changlong standing before him? What was he saying? "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Changlong looked at Zhou with a hint of displeasure. "Xiao, you?" Zulan Mumut. In an instant, thoughts flooded his mind. No. How could it be Xiaoyu? The possession was a mistake. Yes. It was indeed Xiaoyu. How fortuitous. Zhou felt a mix of shock and joy. By sheer happenstance, he had possessed Xiaoyu's body. Her combat prowess was nearly negligible compared to Changlong's. However, it was well known, in favorable circumstances, one relied on Changlong. In adversity, on Old Father. And in dire straits, one depended on Xiao Yu. Her protagonist's aura was nothing short of extraordinary. The fact that she could descend into hell and return unscathed was a testament to her luck and prowess. Zhou couldn't help but smile, choosing to remain concealed. "Uncle Long?" Xiao Yu shook her dazed head. "I'm here to help you. Just now, someone tried to ambush you, but I scared them off." "Xiao Yu? Who was there?" Shun Long replied in his usual authoritative tone. Soon, he astutely noticed that the other members of the Black Hand Gang were also regaining consciousness from the accident. Lei Sui Fin and Zhou held talismans, while a Fu rubbed his head as he rose. "This is critical." Chung Long swiftly tucked Xiao Yu under his arm and sprinted towards the center of the road. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly summoned a truck as if hitching a ride. The driver was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the identity of this extraordinary figure, who seemed to adhere to his vehicle at 60 miles per hour like a magnet. Then, with one hand clutching the small jade and the other displaying astonishing strength as he hung from the truck, Jackie Chan called out to him, "San Francisco, I will pay you." Meanwhile, Valen stood still, a silent sentinel by the roadside. His eyes glimmered with a crimson intensity, and his hoarse voice resonated with despair and ferocity. "Valen." The Lord gradually calmed, silently observing Jackie Chan's retreating silhouette, his gaze falling upon the small jade. "It seems that my brothers and I have all failed," he murmured to himself. "Boss." The members of the Black Hand Gang, regaining their senses, turned their attention to Valen, who was clearly unwell. "Your boss has already fallen asleep." The Lord's malevolent gaze shifted towards the Black Hand Gang. "I now take his place. It's the Lord. We're doomed." Chapter 5. The Resurrection of the Lord in San Francisco. Within the confines of an antique shop, a figure bustling with an air of purpose was diligently moving about. "Jackie, be careful with my vase," grumbled the elderly proprietor, peering over his reading glasses while engrossed in the newspaper. "I'll be cautious," Jackie responded, deftly catching a vase that was about to topple as he secured his backpack. "Xiao Yu, it's time for you to go to school," he called out to the little girl nestled comfortably on the sofa. "Uncle Long," Xiao Yu replied with a note of lament in her voice. "The dragon has robbed the bank, and Sheriff Blake has come to me. I must assist him. You stay here. This time, no wandering off," Jackie warned, extending a finger in admonition. "All right," Xiao Yu quickly acquiesced. With a creaking sound, Jackie stepped out the door. "Xiao Yu, you really must go to school," the old man reiterated. "Not at all, Grandpa. Uncle Long told me to stay here and not run around. So I don't need to go to school." Xiao Yu engaged in a playful word game. In the next moment, a flash of red light momentarily flickered in her eyes. "I'll just stay home and read." She surveyed the antique shop, her gaze consuming the sight of thousands of tomes. "Ah, I can sense the aura of dark magic." The old man suddenly rose, muttering to himself. Could it be that another demon has been unleashed? Yet, the Lord is already deceased. "True," moving crates and wiping sweat from his brow, replied, "that is precisely the issue." The old man gave him a light thump. "The 8 great demons, yearning to escape from hell, will certainly manifest a formidable demon in the void left by the Lord's demise. I must delve into this further. True. Keep an eye on Xiao Yu." With that, he closed the door, immersing himself in study. Just as True was about to advise Xiao Yu to behave, she obediently announced, "I'm going to read now, True. There's so much knowledge here." Her tone was intriguingly subtle. "Oh, well," True said, somewhat bemused, and continued to lift the cargo. Zhou regarded the bookshelves within the antique shop. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a promising beginning. Though startled by the old man moments earlier, he had feared being discovered. Xiao Yu's youth rendered her body and soul exceptionally innocent, allowing Zhou to seize the initiative without disturbing her. It was akin to shifting between 2 distinct personalities. Reading is what he mentioned. Unlike the playful Xiao Yu, Zhou recognized the significance of knowledge. In this realm, the adage "knowledge is power" held profound truth. The Lord's strength derived from 2 key elements: his demonic essence and the wisdom of the once mighty demon sorcerer. The same applied to Zhuolan. Demons possess an inherent advantage in learning magic. The moon demon Zhuolan was once a sorcerer of his kind. However, both he and the Lord had seen their wisdom eroded by millennia of stagnation in hell, leaving them bereft of their malevolent magic. It was precisely for this reason that the old man had repeatedly used magical energy to vanquish the Lord. Yet, the situation was now different. The Lord's next plan involved traveling to Tibet to acquire the Penga treasure box, aiming to unlock the gates of hell that bound the 8 great demons. At this moment, Zhou was supposed to possess someone to assist him in fulfilling the supervisory duties he had pledged in hell alongside the other 6 great demons. However, he was devoid of any binding spells. It is well known that demons are notoriously unreliable. Zhou chuckled softly, immersing himself in a sea of tomes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, time slipped by slowly, and Zhou arose from the towering stacks of magical books. He devoted an entire afternoon to assimilating the knowledge contained within the collection. Even with the physique of a demon, this feat astonished him. The knowledge of atmospheric magic lay before him, easily comprehensible with a mere glance, as if he were endowed with some extraordinary advantage. It was unfathomable to imagine the grandeur that once accompanied the reign of the 8 great demons. To them, the magical knowledge of later generations appeared as mere child's play, effortlessly mastered in its entirety. They could even reverse engineer the black atmospheric magic. During this time, Cheng Long returned, bringing with him grave news. The Holy Lord had resurrected. He had seized control of Along's body and was on a flight to Tibet, plotting unknown schemes. Cheng Long had already booked his ticket and once again warned Xiao Yu against wandering off. Zhou refrained from manipulating Xiao Yu to refuse. He knew she would decline on her own. Indeed, after Cheng Long and Old Father departed, Xiao Yu made a phone call. The shapely thief Little Snake, along with the boy Parker and his guardian, the Bull Warrior, knocked on the door of the antique shop. Additionally, True had also been swayed by Xiao Yu. Dragon Squad. Assemble. Xiao Yu exclaimed with great excitement. I believe it should be the Bull Squad. The Bull Warrior is the strongest. Parker interjected. Of course, it's Uncle Dragon. Meanwhile, in Tibet, the Black Hand Gang had indeed succumbed to the Holy Lord's oppressive might. In the inn, 11 talismans were respectfully presented. The Holy Lord Valong calmly dismissed the talismans, returning the sheep talisman he had taken with him. The talismans are of no consequence, he emphasized. Of no consequence? But this is yours. I have already stated, the talismans are unimportant. The Holy Lord bellowed. The members of the Black Hand Gang recoiled slightly, awaiting further instructions. I need you to assist me in locating the Penga treasure box, to open the gates of hell and welcome my brothers. You have brothers? Zhou whispered. Indeed, my brothers have been trapped in hell for millennia. It is time for their return. However, he shifted his tone. One of them has already returned to the mortal realm, much like myself. Hiss, the members of the Black Hand Gang gasped. They wondered which unfortunate soul had their body usurped. He will soon appear to aid us. Until then, take these talismans and stop Cheng Long. We will heed your command. No, my money. It's all gone. Valong suddenly seized back control of his body, roaring in frustration. Money is unimportant. The Holy Lord retorted, reclaiming dominance. Money is of utmost importance. Valong protested. Money is unimportant. Do you think I desire to cooperate with you? You wretched fool, open the gates of hell. Wealth shall flow abundantly, and until then, all shall heed my command. After a fierce quarrel, the Lord forcibly subdued Valen. Valen yielded. Having been overpowered by the Lord far too many times, this instance was no different. I sensed that my brother was near. Suddenly, the Lord spoke. His crimson gaze fixed upon the outside as a gust of wind flung the wooden door ajar. A timid figure appeared behind the door, scratching his head with an awkward smile. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It was Jackie Chan. Seize him. The Black Hand Gang sprang into action, preparing their spells. Only Ah Fu, a master of martial arts, lunged directly at Jackie Chan Cobra, Oyster Shell, and Black Mamba Elbow Strike. Ah Fu led the charge, seemingly armed with new techniques. In the next instant, the door was kicked open, revealing several figures. Dragon Squad, assemble. Chapter 6. This door is left for me. The once tranquil and suddenly erupted into chaos. 12 formidable talismans exchanged hands multiple times between the Dragon Team and the Black Hand Gang. The room, which had once been elegantly adorned, was now riddled with destruction. The innkeeper rushed over in a frenzy, hastily dropping to the ground as a searing beam of light swept past him. He gazed at the gaping hole in the ceiling, his face a portrait of despair. I took out a 30-year loan to buy this house. He lamented. Yet, no one paid heed to his plight. Chung Long had no time to ponder why Xiao Yu had brought the dragon team to Tibet amidst such turmoil. At least he had the bull warrior, Little Snake, and true by his side, and he wasn't yet at a disadvantage. The battle raged on, and the Lord arose from his bed, a blazing flame gathering in his mouth. My brother, you have finally arrived. To whom was he speaking? Chung Long dodged Ah Fu's flying kick, casting a bewildered glance behind him. Xiao Yu, do not linger at the door, he chided amidst the fray. Hot, hot, hot! Warlong cried out in agony as the fire from the Lord's mouth extinguished rapidly. Useless Warlong, such a feeble body, the Lord roared. Restricted by Warlong's human form, his soul was unable to unleash its true power. Meanwhile, Zhoulan was nearly amused by the Lord's foolishness. Why don't you say hello, brother, right in my face? He mocked, nearly revealing himself with laughter. Fortunately, Chung Long remained unperturbed. I'm about to soar, and there's lightning in my eyes. Often clutched the chicken and pig talismans, slowly ascending towards the ceiling. True, with a physique as robust as a bull, lunged at him, forcibly snatching the two talismans from his grasp. No, I've lost my power. Often tumbled to the ground in disarray. Now that we have the talismans, do not engage the Lord recklessly. Chung Long cautioned, retreating with the talismans in hand. Then let us withdraw, Little Snake said with an alluring smile, gradually becoming invisible under the power of the snake talisman. The four unfortunate members of the Black Hand gang stood in a line, too afraid to lift their heads, having lost all the talismans to their adversaries. Zhou, fearing the Lord's wrath, lowered his voice. How many times must I say it? The talismans are not important. The Lord bellowed. Chung Long has yet to uncover my intentions. We must swiftly acquire the Panga treasure box. Meanwhile, the old man arrived late in a vehicle, just having disembarked from plane. Father, we have once again defeated the Lord, and we have seized all the talismans. Chung Long exclaimed jubilantly. Clap. The old man tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, his expression grave. No, the talismans are not important. Not important? Yet we worked hard to obtain them. Chung Long protested. The old man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Though the Lord was dead, he had left behind his gate to hell, and his purpose for coming to Tibet could only be to seek the Panga treasure box. The Panga treasure box? What is that? True inquired, perplexed. Long ago, 8 immortal deities sealed away 8 great demons. The old man began to recount, while the bull warrior, Little Snake, and Parker listened with heavy eyelids. He concluded, that is the key to unlocking the gates of hell, and we must prevent the Lord from unleashing the other 7 great demons. Let's proceed at once. Xiao Yu was the first to leap forward. No, Xiao Yu, you must return, along with Parker. This is not an amusement park. Chung Long gently pushed the 2 children back. Stopping the Lord is our responsibility. Your task is to focus on your studies. Do you understand? He placed his hands on his hips, adopting his usual adult demeanor. This was precisely what I found tedious about him. The Little Snake helplessly raised his hands. The next day, a car sped down the highway. Xiao Yu languidly gazed at the nearby bull warrior and Parker. They were being personally escorted to the airport by Chung Long. The bull warrior was snoring, clearly fast asleep, while Parker incessantly recounted the bull warrior's heroic tales. Xiao Yu, the bull warrior, is indeed the strongest. He single-handedly defeated all the warriors in the arena. A swift flash of crimson crossed Xiao Yu's clear eyes as she coldly retorted. No, Parker, I am the strongest. You are lying. You clearly stated last time that Chung Long was the strongest. Parker huffed indignantly. Do you want to see? Xiao Yu extended her hand towards the window. All right, you're just like me. Before Parker could finish his sentence, the window beside him suddenly erupted with a loud bang, shattering into a myriad of glass shards. Before he could react, Xiao Yu had already leaped out of the window. Xiao Yu. Parker quickly pressed his head against the window, worriedly asking, You won't fall to your death, will you? Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as Xiao Yu stood gracefully in midair, her palms facing downward. Even jumping from a car, speeding over 80 miles per hour posed no challenge for her. What happened? The bull warrior suddenly awoke. Parker, with a terrified expression, pointed at the window. Xiao Yu, she has flown away. What? The bull warrior instantly leaped up from his seat in fright. A flash of purple-black, demonic energy vanished in an instant. Zhou Lan, with utmost elegance, manipulated gravity to glide close to the ground. In his soul form, concealed within Xiao Yu's body, his power was likely less than 1/10,000th of its potential. Yet, just as the Lord could breathe fire without the dragon talisman, the fundamental abilities of attraction and repulsion were instinctively at his command as a demon of the moon. Even if he were to perish in hell for another 1,000,000 years, he could still wield these basic abilities. Calculating the time, Cheng Long should have already confronted the Lord. He needed to hasten to the sanctuary where the Panga treasure box was kept. According to the original plot, even if he did not intervene, the Lord could still retrieve the Panga treasure box. However, Zhou Lan was growing impatient. As the antagonist, the Lord would soon release his demonic siblings one by one. Yet, without exception, due to the presence of their father, all would ultimately fail. This was an insurmountable flaw. As long as the divine artifact corresponding to the sealed demons was found, it would be a simple matter to use magic to send each demon back to hell. The Lord had made this foolish mistake. He successfully enabled the protagonist group to anticipate the sequential release of each demon. In this scenario, the Elder merely needed to seek out the divine relic to craft the corresponding exorcism spell. However, Zhou Lan aimed to shatter this vicious cycle. He aspired to become the first demon to be unleashed, and he would never allow himself to be sealed again. This was his sole opportunity to escape from hell. Otherwise, following the original trajectory, the resurgence of the moon demon would only exist within the demonic essence absorbed by the little dragon. With a single thought, he maximized the gravitational force. Brothers and sisters, this solitary gate to hell is reserved for me, the moon demon, Zhou Lan. Chapter 7. The pinnacle of the demon in the temple. The Holy Lord gazed dreamily at the Panga treasure box before him. This was a transcendent artifact, resplendent in blue, its surface inscribed with incantations. It served as an indirect conduit between the realms of humanity and hell. At the entrance of the temple, the figures of Jackie Chan, Old Father, Truro, and Little Snake materialized. Holy Lord, we have come to thwart you. Black Hand Gang stopped them. With a command from the Holy Lord, the beleaguered members of the Black Hand Gang charged forward once more. He reached for the Panga treasure box, only to be seized by a jolt of pain, akin to an electric shock, surging through his body. Damn it, the box is inscribed with righteous magic. He roared. Jackie seized the box. Old Father directed towards the Holy Lord. He then produced an enchanted blowfish, launching a gust of magical energy at the Holy Lord. The incantation struck true, sending him hurtling backwards. He turned to the center of the temple, where the 4 members of the Black Hand Gang were being overwhelmed by the Talisman-empowered dragon team. Their already poor luck had only worsened against an adversary bolstered by talismans, leading to their utter disintegration. Furthermore, they were at a disadvantage against Old Father, the ranged mage. For useless fools, the box is imbued with righteous magic. I cannot touch it directly. Hurry, seize the box. The Holy Lord howled to the heavens. Hearing this, the members of the Black Hand Gang surged towards the Panga treasure box, a dark mass descending from above as Truro stood like a mountain in their path. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord engaged Old Father in a magical duel while attempting to indirectly lift the Panga treasure box by rolling up his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, however, the 4 members of the Black Hand Gang lay vanquished upon the ground, and he found himself surrounded by the dragon team and Old Father. Holy Lord, you have failed, Jackie declared with conviction. No, I have not, the Holy Lord bellowed, clutching the treasure box. My brother, how much longer will you remain a mere spectator? Brother? Jackie queried, puzzled. In the next instant, a surge of purple-black demonic energy blasted him away, sending him crashing against the wall. Zhou Lan floated at the entrance of the temple, untouched by the ground, a blinding light radiating from behind him. Little you? Jackie exclaimed in shock, yet he lacked the strength to rise. Little you, weren't you supposed to be on a plane? Truro asked, bewildered. I am no crow. Besides, is you who should be on a plane? Zhou Lan raised a hand, unleashing a forceful push towards Truro, whose hefty form could not withstand such power. He was instantly propelled backwards, colliding with the wall and landing atop Jackie. No, You are not little you. Who are you? Little snake asked in fear. He is not little you. Old Father's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, tinged with an uncontainable horror. He is possessed by a demon, a different demon. The blowfish unleashed a beam of magical energy directed straight at Jolan. Monsters be gone. Monsters be gone. Old Father stomped a foot on the ground, maximizing the power of his magical energy. Jolan met him with a mocking smile, twisting his wrist to conjure an identical blowfish in his hand. Magical energy? I can wield it too. With that, two even thicker beams of energy surged towards Old Father, obliterating everything in their path. Alas, the demon has cunningly appropriated my father's abilities. The little serpent, possessing the serpent talisman, barely had time to react before Jolan's second air magic incantation sent it flying. Within the temple, an eerie silence prevailed. The two demons stood on either side, exchanging knowing smiles. My brother, I knew you would appear at the most critical moment. The Lord exclaimed, moved. Had he not been aware of the Lord's true nature, Jolan might have been deceived by his performance. Given the circumstances, it was imperative to eliminate Chung Long to prevent any interference. Jolan's eyes glinted with malice. He was no dim-witted antagonist from a children's cartoon. As a demon, eradicating potential threats was a matter of principle. Before the Lord could react, he began to conjure a second wave of air magic. At the base of the wall, True shook his head, regaining his senses. As he beheld the approaching air magic, he quickly reacted, the rabbit talisman glowing softly. Like a gust of wind, he hoisted Chung Long and his father, tucking the little serpent under his arm, and dashed away with great speed. The protagonist's aura, you say? Humph. Jolan set aside his hands tucked into his pockets as he regarded the Panga treasure box that the Lord had displayed from his sleeve. My brother, you have reminded me of our splendid times from eons past. Hell has not dulled your wisdom or courage. Even I find myself somewhat daunted by you now. The Lord spoke slowly, his gaze toward Jolan filled with trepidation. Even though he stood before a girl who appeared to be less than 4 feet tall, the intensity of her presence involuntarily conjured memories of past glories. In hell, they had been worn down too much, having long lost their former pride as demons. Their every action and demeanor merely imitated the remnants of their once mighty selves. The true power of the 8 immortal deities lay in this very essence. Even if a demon could momentarily escape hell, it would only be a diminished version of itself. Once ensnared in hell, one could only eternally dwell in the shadows of their past. However, Jolan evoked a different impression in the Lord. Even in her ethereal form, even as she inhabited the body of a young girl, the grace and poise she exhibited made him envision the true moon demon, the one who once reigned supreme over the moon. It seemed he had not changed. The worth of the elder continued to rise, suppressing the fear in his eyes. The Lord proclaimed loudly, Now, let us carefully examine this artifact and liberate our brothers and sisters to bask in the glory of the mortal realm. In his fervor, his hand inadvertently brushed against the Panga treasure box, and he was instantly jolted, his expression slightly awkward. He fumbled with it for a while, but could not decipher its mysteries, as this unparalleled treasure was nearly an entirely foreign entity to him. Jolan floated gracefully before the Lord, extending her hand. With a manipulation of gravity, the Panga treasure box glided towards her. Unimpeded, the justice magic upon the box had no effect on her. That is why I say, one must trust the wisdom of the elders. Reading more is always beneficial. The gravitational forces enveloped the Panga treasure box, causing the runes on its surface to illuminate one by one, as effortlessly as a scholar solving a Rubik's Cube. The treasure box subtly rotated, revealing the divination symbol before it. It appeared that the first opportunity was bestowed upon my sister, the demon of the mountains, Bagong. The Holy Master's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jolan let out a cold laugh, and the gravitational pull continued to act upon the Panga treasure box. The hexagram representing mountains and rivers, Jin, gradually twisted and dimmed. Cursed blue. The Holy Master was momentarily taken aback, uttering the true name in astonishment. In the next instant, the hexagram manifested, and a spectral image of the moon filled the sanctuary. Jolan whispered softly, It seems Bagong cannot come. Thus, the opportunity is given to. His gaze burned intensely as he looked towards the Holy Master. Me. Chapter 8. 9 Mass, what do you intend to do? Within the sanctum, the Holy Lord seemed to subtly sense Zhou-Lan's thoughts. As the one who exerted the most effort, is it not right that the opportunity for the first gate is granted to me? Zhulan Chukka Sopti. The Holy Lord's gaze shifted, and with a slight smile, he remarked, "You speak the truth." He was no fool. He instantly discerned Zhou-Lan's intentions. Following his martyrdom, only one gate to hell remained available, and this solitary portal permitted the passage of but a single demon, an immutable law. Thus, the demon capable of traversing the Holy Lord's gate was none other than Zhou-Lan himself. He had seized the opportunity that was rightfully meant for Bagong, leveraging the advantage of his soul's arrival in the mortal realm. The Holy Lord was fully aware of this. Undoubtedly, it was a blatant betrayal, as Zhou-Lan had not made such promises to his brethren in hell. Yet, what concern was it to him, an ancient dragon who had already met his demise? Since time immemorial, they had ruled over different domains, and demons were devoid of emotion towards one another. Should he truly oppose Zhou-Lan for an ethereal belief? It was laughable. It would be fortunate enough to devise a scheme to ensnare him. That was simply the Holy Lord's way. How splendid, my brother! My thoughts align with yours. Opportunities are ever reserved for those demons who are prepared, the Holy Lord exclaimed. Zhou-Lan shot him a knowing glance, fully comprehending the Holy Lord's sentiments. In fact, he might understand the Holy Lord even more than the Holy Lord understood himself. As the two demons conversed, from members of the Black Hand Gang, scratching their heads, gradually rose from the ground. They had awakened just as the dragon slipped away, demonstrating an uncanny sense of timing. Xiaoyu. Zhou adjusted his glasses, suddenly realizing that Zhou-Lan stood before the Holy Lord. Don't be afraid, boss. We're here to rescue you. Ufen seemed to sense an opportunity to perform. It appears that your dragon uncle has abandoned you. La Su chuckled foolishly. The group rushed towards Zhou-Lan, eager to claim the credit. However, as they approached, they were abruptly lifted into the air. My body. Afu found himself suspended, limbs no longer under his command. Begone! The Holy Lord bellowed in anger, addressing the fools. Have you not yet realized? The four floating figures exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Zhou-Lan. Boss, what are you saying? This is Xiaoyu. Is it? Zhou-Lan lowered his voice, a deep laugh escaping his lips. What about now? As the words left his mouth, he became enveloped in a swirling purple-black aura, his previously diminutive form suddenly towering over the members of the Black Hand. A breathtaking malevolence surged forth, filling the entire sanctum. With a mere thought, he retracted his gravitational pull, causing the four to crash to the ground. A demon. A demon. Zhou lay prostrate, trembling with fear. A boss. So this is your brother? Why does he look just like Xiaoyu? La su inquirir, perplexed. Fool! It is because he resides within this body. In the face of these fools, the Lord found himself utterly incapable of rebuttal. So is, and someone is bound to weep. Afi chuckled, the silhouette of Jackie Chan flickering in his eyes. Father, is there any way? Little Yu has been possessed by a demon. We must act swiftly. Inside the antique shop, Jackie Chan was in a state of frantic disarray. He could hardly believe that the very person he had always protected, Little Yu, had fallen prey to demonic possession, and he had been completely oblivious to it. Do not panic. Father is also contemplating a solution. The elder's countenance was equally grim, yet his years of experience urged him to maintain his composure. The antique shop was filled with swirling smoke as he meticulously arranged an altar, seemingly employing magic to gauge something. First, it was imperative to ascertain which demon had clandestinely traversed from hell. His voice gradually became ethereal, only to suddenly rise in fervor. I understand now. It is the moon demon, Zhulan, he exclaimed. But father, how did Zhulan return to the human realm without passing through the gate of hell? True questioned, bewildered. Fool! The elder gently tapped True's forehead and replied slowly. He must have taken a shortcut. He then continued with a serious tone. The simultaneous emergence of two ancient demons can only signify one intention, to unleash other demons upon the world. The Lord's theft of the Panga treasure box is precisely for this purpose. But little Yu is still in their grasp, Jackie Chan interjected. To reclaim her, we must vanquish the moon demon. However, we remain unaware of their next objective. Demons are inherently selfish, remember? The elder recalled. When little Yu was in my shop, she perused books all day long. That is not her usual demeanor. It must have been Zhualan. He has already discerned the usage of the Panga treasure box. So, Zhualan enjoys reading? Jackie Chan was utterly perplexed. The elder, exasperated, rapped Jackie Chan's head and clarified. Demons are selfish. They desire to return through the gate of hell. Yet there is only one gate. Zhualan certainly wishes to be the first to pass through. Hence, the first demon we are bound to confront is none other than Zhualan. It must be said that the elder's insight was astute, as he accurately deduced Zhou-Lan's intentions. True, the immortal deity capable of subduing Zhualan is He Xiangu, whose token is the lotus flower. Quickly, prepare the incantation. We must send the demon back. His expression was grave, and in a moment of clarity, he took on the aura of a grand mage, steadfast in the face of impending peril. But where shall we find them? Jackie Chan pondered, rubbing his forehead. The elder gazed upwards at the ceiling, his murky eyes revealing a profound determination. The gate of hell will open in the territories once ruled by the demons. In ancient times, Zhualan governed the moon. We must venture into outer space. At the aerospace launch pad, the Apollo manned rocket is scheduled for liftoff at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This time, we have invited several affluent individuals to partake in the allure of a space journey. In front of the camera, a staff member in uniform was meticulously detailing the upcoming space program. Behind him stood Valen, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, exuding an air of immense sophistication. Lord, if we were to spend this money on ourselves, we could live a life of luxury, Varun lamented sorrowfully within himself. Not long ago, they had returned to America and once again plundered a vault. Yet, the Lord invested all of that wealth into the space agency, securing an opportunity to ascend into the cosmos. Varun witnessed this with his own eyes, feeling the ache in his heart. Varun, your vision is too narrow. You fail to grasp that money is but fleeting. What we are about to witness is a far grander endeavor, the Lord admonished in a hoarse voice. Meanwhile, in the world's most secure Sector 13, another crisis was brewing. Sheriff Blake, we have discovered this across Japan. The staff of Sector 13 presented a photograph of the frontline personnel to the sheriff. What is this? A mask? Sheriff Blake queried, puzzled by the exquisite and ornate mask that resembled a demonic visage in the photograph. He paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. But we do not have time. More pressing matters await us. Regardless, let us retrieve this mask to Sector 13. Very well, but Sheriff Blake, there is not merely one mask. There are 9. Chapter 9. The ultimate darkness across the vast ocean. A cargo ship cleaves through the waves. Within the containers, a ghostly samurai mask lies quietly among the cargo. Meanwhile, in various locations, trucks race along highways, and Airbus aircraft soar through the skies. A total of 9 masks are being transported back to District 13 by different means. They have crossed the border with a singular shared destination. At the entrance of District 13, accompanied by a subtle fluctuation in space, a red mask adorned with a white beard suddenly materializes. Although merely a mask, it can express a myriad of emotions. At this moment, a look of confusion graces its visage. As the general of the Shadow Legion, Teras has awakened. Centuries ago, he and his 9 subordinates reigned over Japan during the Edo period. Time has passed, and their era has long since faded. Now awakened, he is determined to reclaim all that was once his. However, he is utterly astonished by the ease of his progress. There is no need for contention. His senses reveal that all 9 masks are converging towards a single location. It is remarkably effortless, leaving him perplexed. In the delicate balance of yin and yang, one would expect an obstacle to arise at this juncture. Are the inhabitants of the present world truly oblivious to the unfolding events? Or is there some force at play that has disrupted the original order of this world? After much contemplation, Teras finds himself unable to decipher the situation, ultimately concluding that this Earth is one the Shadow Legion must reluctantly accept. Elsewhere, at the aviation base, the sovereign suddenly seeks out Zhou. "Brother, I have sent some other entities," he states gravely. Zhou patiently awaits further explanation. "You may be unaware, but before I was sealed by a human mage named Lopez, I had stolen a portion of power derived from an island, capable of freely controlling soldiers of shadow." Zhou furrows his brow, realizing the implications of the sovereign's words. Sensing Zhou potential confusion, the sovereign gestures emphatically, whispering, "My soldiers." In the next moment, the shadow beneath him begins to writhe, transforming into the figure of a ninja before quickly dissolving like flowing water. The rightful owner of this power has returned and severed the channel through which I communicated with the shadows. In the past, I would have had 1,000 ways to resolve this issue, but now I am confined within this body. The sovereign articulates, evidently conveying a message of utmost significance. Terez has returned. Zhou expression shifts to one of uncertainty. Logically, the 8 great demons and the Shadow Legion should not exist within the same timeline. Both, as manifestations of dark power, represent formidable forces that are difficult to resist. Unless, of course, his arrival has altered the very fabric of this world. Contemplating this, Zhou brow furrows deeper as a more chilling possibility dawns upon him. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, justice and evil, representing yin and yang, are in a delicate balance. Just as the 8 great demons once wreaked havoc in ancient times, so too did the 8 immortals emerge to seal them away. Similarly, when the Holy Master managed to escape from hell alone, the Saint Seiya, Lope, appeared to bind him, scattering even his original power into 12 talismans. The arrival of Zhou has unknowingly disrupted this delicate equilibrium. At present, the world is characterized by an overwhelming darkness overshadowing a feeble light. Consequently, the realm has resorted to a far more radical approach, elevating the forces of evil to their zenith. What is the result? Undoubtedly, a more potent force of righteousness shall emerge in response to these tumultuous times. In short, if matters cannot be resolved, then let chaos reign. When things escalate to a certain magnitude, intervention will become inevitable. A chill swiftly coursed through Zhou entire being. In that moment, he realized that his adversaries were not merely the likes of Cheng Long or Old Master. He was up against the very immutable laws of this world. At this juncture, the impending force of justice capable of quelling all darkness seemed less significant. Whomever it may be, they would return with overwhelming power sufficient to seal all, like a bolt of lightning. And Zhou must find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting him would be the relentless torment of an unchanging hell for eternity. In the antique shop, Old Master sat solemnly before the altar, donned in a white mage's robe, his countenance gravely dignified. The fragrant white sandalwood smoke enveloped him, and as the 9 masks drew ever closer, the Grand Mage's authority ascended with each passing moment. Within his mind, the arcane classics he had perused surged forth like a tidal wave, an unnamed brilliance gradually enveloping him, nearly as resplendent as that of the Saint Seiya. When the 9 masks converged, the ultimate darkness capable of devouring the earth would descend. In that moment, perhaps the radiance emanating from him would be fierce enough to rend the darkness asunder. Cheng Long, I sense it. An unnamed force of darkness is spreading throughout the 13th district. He spoke solemnly. The 13th district? That is the safest place. And are we not meant to go to space to thwart the curse of Lon? No. Old Master S. Minter has communicated through a dream. The 9 masks are converging, and once gathered, the entire Earth shall be engulfed by darkness. Ah, what misfortune! I must inform Sheriff Blake. No, return. It is too late. We must first prevent the curse of Lon. Old Master interjected, blocking Cheng Long's path. But the demons are far more perilous than the masks. As he spoke, Cheng Long suddenly felt Old Master's aura intensify. In the 13th district, staff were busy transporting frontline collectibles into the vault. What are these? A mover inquired, holding a ghostly mask in confusion. Some items from Japan. Who knows? Let us just hang them on the wall, came the reply. One by one, the masks were extracted from the cargo and affixed to the vault's walls. A total of 9 masks were finally arranged in a row. The next moment, The space trembled as the shadowy figure of General Terra materialized. He laughed maniacally. "It seems you have made a grave mistake." The 9 masks suddenly trembled in unison, shattering into countless fragments, from which dark shadows emerged. "My soldiers, the moment to eclipse the heavens has arrived," Tala proclaimed with fervor. The 9 spectral generals materialized, their shadow legions emerging from the depths of obscurity. The treasury of the 13th district instantaneously split open. Countless entities of varying forms from the shadow legions converged from the skies and the earth, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped the entire world. Guided by Tala, the 9 generals traversed the realms in all 4 cardinal directions. Wherever their steps fell, everything succumbed to the dominion of the realm of shadows. The ultimate darkness has descended. Chapter 10. Crossing the gates of hell, the rocket ascended slowly, mere moments away from the lunar mission. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon Zhou Lan's countenance. He too sensed the emergence of dark forces. The greater this power grew, the colder his heart became. One could only imagine the kind of justice that would arise from such formidable evil. It was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to withstand. Ever since the Holy Lord had imparted this news to him, he had been lost in contemplation, grappling with an almost insurmountable conundrum. The world was watching him, intent on his destruction. Even though he had once been a demon, he found it equally difficult to bear this weight. Every step he took was meticulously calculated. First, he had seized the fate of the group's strongest member, Xiao Yu, to prevent unforeseen troubles. Then, according to plan, he acquired the Panga treasure box, reserving the first gate for himself. In just a few short days, each move was nearly impeccable. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, it seemed he could not escape the fate that lay before him. Victory appeared tantalizingly close. Yet Zhou Lan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Was there still a point in fighting? Could he truly prevail? The Holy Lord seemed to sense the shifting tides, remaining silent. After all, he had already faced countless failures. Justice would not obliterate him. Rather, it would give rise to an even more formidable demon. Justice would merely seal him away, extinguishing his power and preventing the birth of new evils. The curse of the moon demon was no different. It was a cyclical existence, akin to an Ouroboros, where good and evil intertwined, trapping all within its grasp. Yet, Zhou Lan had but a fleeting 20 years in this life. Should he be sealed back to hell, his mind and soul would undoubtedly be extinguished. As thoughts swirled in his mind during this most critical moment, Zhou Lan suddenly smiled. He turned to the Holy Lord, questioning the silence. The visage of the Holy Lord, embodied in Valen, suddenly bore the weight of ages, a resigned smile gracing his lips. "My brother, amid my eternal struggles, I have long discerned that no matter how many opportunities this world bestows upon me, they are but fleeting illusions. What you are about to face," he paused momentarily, understanding dawning upon him, "is no different." "Ah, so you knew all along," Zhou Lan replied, a semblance of amusement in his tone. "Indeed, I have known for quite some time that the Panga treasure box is not a beacon of hope. Even if I were to release all your brethren, it would merely be a fleeting encounter. I have spent a demon's lifetime, yet remain ensnared in this vicious cycle." His gaze fell upon Zhou Lan. "But I am pleased that you realize this reality upon your first departure from hell. Your wisdom far surpasses ours." As the rocket ventured into space, the aviation glass reflected Valen's eyes, within which resided the weary spirit of an ancient dragon. His gaze turned toward the stars. The ferocity of a demon completely faded, revealing traces of exhaustion that had never before belonged to him. "This is fate, my brother. Now, open your door." For the first time, Zhou Lan beheld a different aspect of the Holy Lord. This ancient dragon had fought within the unbreakable cycle of fate for far too long. He was weary, battered, and bruised. Even at this moment, despite once wielding tremendous power, he appeared more fragile than the young girl possessed by Zhou Lan. Indeed, the ancient demon, who had escaped from hell multiple times, the sole ruler of ancient Asia. How could he be a fool? He had long since realized this. Yet unexpectedly, he continued to struggle. Time and again, he fought and fell. This demon merely wished to lift a corner of the veil and glimpse the past glory that once was. "Holy Lord, Zholan murmured his name. This world seeks to destroy us. I have long been aware, came the reply. Justice and evil cannot coexist. Zholan pointed to the earth, now gradually enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness, that ultimate darkness prepared for us all. It had always been so. Positioned at both ends, what do you think of my alliance with them? It would lead to defeat, the Holy Lord replied without a hint of mercy. I concur. Zholan seemed to have anticipated the answer. As he spoke, his words caused the Holy Lord to tremble. Therefore, I shall annihilate them. Zholan's voice thundered. The Holy Lord shuddered, incredulous as he turned back to look. Zholan, are you mad? No, I am not mad. Zholan's expression was complex. In this moment of despair, he wore a confident smile. Our thoughts have never escaped the vicious cycle of yin and yang, of good and evil. Who said they must always be in opposition? And does evil not spring from the same source? If ultimate darkness gives birth to ultimate justice, then shall I not prevent it from reaching its pinnacle? Zholan spoke eloquently, leaving the Holy Lord astonished. What do you mean? I intend to tear away the darkness enveloping the earth, thereby curbing the growth of the forces of justice and providing us all with a fair confrontation. Since the world seeks to employ extreme measures to usher in the forces of justice, I shall not allow it to succeed. The logic of all was ensnared within the Ouroboros, yet if one could leap beyond this circle of thought, then the problem could be solved. Buzz, accompanied by a resounding boom from within the landing module, the rocket carrying two ancient demons touched down on the moon. Clad in a spacesuit, Zholan slowly floated out of the hatch. The Panga treasure box hovered in his palm, gently twisting. A greenish-blue light burst forth, revealing a scroll in the vastness of space. Towering several zhang high, it was resplendent in emerald hues, priceless beyond measure. The lower end of the scroll gradually descended, forming a door, a gateway from hell to the mortal realm. Within, immense demonic energy twisted into a vortex, the crimson hue reflecting the unchanging visage of hell for eons. At long last, this door had been opened. The true form of the ancient demon was about to descend upon the territory he once faithfully ruled. Zulan Gedet Dawat. The earth was nearly consumed by darkness, 3/4 of its land buried within the kingdom of shadows. Once fully engulfed, the entire planet would be dragged into the kingdom of shadows, never to return. Naturally, the forces of justice would not permit such a fate to unfold. Just as at this moment, another landing module plummeted toward the lunar surface. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Jackie Chan and the old man clad in space suits as they emerged. Their pursuit was inevitable. Zholan's gaze gradually fell upon the old man, and suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle. So it is here. A golden radiance flickered within the old man's space suit, while his white robe brimmed with the power of incantations. In Jackie Chan's hand rested a vial of verdant potion, a concoction brimming with magical energy, intended to assist in returning his true form to the depths of hell. At last, you have arrived, Zholan murmured softly. In the vastness of space, their voices were inaudible to one another. Hurry, we must swiftly deal with the curse of Zholan. The old man must return to contain the ultimate darkness. Jackie Chan bellowed as he charged forward. Zholan could not hear his words, yet he parted his lips in silence, whispering, "Very well." In an instant, he detached from Xiao Yu, his soul rushing towards the gates of hell. Concurrently, a tremor emanated from within the gates. A formidable pressure surged forth. The demon of the moon, draped in a robe of crimson and purple, gradually materialized from the entrance. Towering several fathoms high, he sat cross-legged, his long, purplish-black hair cascading like divinity. In such a magnificent form, he should have been revered by countless celestial beings. Yet now, only a desolate expanse remained. His skeletal hands reached skyward, gently resting upon his knees, while a pair of smaller hands folded gracefully before him, exuding an air of poise. With his eyes closed, he embodied solemnity. He opened his lips, his voice seemingly transcending eons. "This is the realm of demons. I can command the void," he declared, as we pass through the gates of hell. Chapter 11. The Moon Landing, Unity of Spirit and Flesh. Zholan opened his eyes. Beneath him, the Holy Master stood upon the lunar surface. gazing with a complex expression. On the other side, Chung Long and Old Father were eager to act, attempting to seal him once more. "Flee, demons and monsters, flee," Old Father murmured as he began to chant a spell. The chi magic incantation was activated. Chung Long held a potion tightly in his left hand while gripping a lotus bud in his right. To any observer, it seemed that Zhou was on the brink of death. Yet, he remained unperturbed, invoking the chi magic incantation in a bid to counteract Old Father's power. Simultaneously, he manipulated the repulsive forces, sending Chung Long flying and keeping him at bay several dozen meters away. On his own territory, failure would not come easily. "Chung Long, hurry," Old Father urged. "I know, Old Father, you must counter his power. Need I say more? Zhuolan possesses mastery over spells as well. Old Father is not so easily thwarted." Despite his words, Zhuolan felt the pressure mounting upon him. This was the manifestation of Old Father's power in his grand mage state. A demon of his stature was nearly bested by a mere human in terms of magical energy. Such was fate, he chuckled resignedly. Yet, almost immediately, a swell of dark magic emanated from beneath him, merging with the lunar surface. The violet-black magic began to envelop the moon, and his strength began to gradually amplify. "Hurry, Chung Long. Zhuolan is absorbing the moon's gravity. We cannot allow him to succeed." "Understood, Old Father," Chung Long responded, swimming through the air as he moved towards Zhuolan. He needed to close the distance to Zhuolan, combining the enchanted potion with the lotus bud to banish Zhuolan back to hell. Before him, Zhuolan raised a hand, and the gravitational pull suddenly yanked the unconscious Xiaoyu from her spacesuit. She lay suspended in the air, her brows knitted tightly. "Xiaoyu!" Chung Long exclaimed, concern etched across his face. "Dare to come closer, and I shall cast her beyond the moon." "Zulan, feet then. What we do, Old Father? The demon seems to be using Xiaoyu as leverage against us." Chung Long's face was filled with worry. "He is treacherous," Old Father fumed. Two fiery gazes of wrath fell upon Zhuolan, yet he remained unfazed, casually remarking, "I am the villain, am I not?" Meanwhile, he tirelessly absorbed the moon's gravity. At this moment, 2/3 of the moon had been enveloped in his dark magic. His strength was gradually returning, yet the pressure upon him intensified. Looking up, it was evident that only the uppermost part of the earth remained unconsumed by the ultimate darkness, and Old Father's spell grew increasingly difficult to withstand. Zhuolan slowly rose, his rugged arms pressing against the lunar surface as he exerted every effort to hasten the absorption. He was on the verge of success. Once he absorbed all the moon's gravity, he would reclaim his peak power. Moreover, Xiaoyu was still in his grasp, but in the next instant, his vision blurred. Chung Long's speed suddenly surged, and Xiaoyu's figure, obstructing them, vanished in an instant. Chung Long gradually returned Xiaoyu to the landing capsule, revealing the talisman in his hand and a smile of triumph, the strength of a chicken and a rabbit. "Old Father, I have always said that the talisman is of utmost importance." He once again grasped the talisman tightly, merging the potion imbued with spells and the lotus bud, which instantly unleashed a blinding radiance. The chicken talisman afforded him the freedom to stretch his body in the vastness of space, while the swiftness of the rabbit rendered him extraordinarily rapid. With a surge of power, he activated both talismans, his hand firmly clutching the lotus bud, shooting towards Zhuolan like a streak of light. "Zhuolan, your doom is at hand." At that moment, the moon's gravitational pull barely held on to the end, still lacking a fraction. It was always like this. A flicker of despair crossed Zhuolan's mind. His father's magical strength was nearly on par with his own and was steadily rising. The talismans and divine tokens were wielded by Chung Long, who rarely faltered at critical junctures. "Is it over?" The thought flitted through Zhuolan's mind. "Not yet." A thunderous roar responded to him. The Holy Master leaped to his feet, his body rigid and poised as if anticipating the confrontation, standing resolutely before Zhuolan. Chung Long's arm, holding the lotus bud, collided with him, sending him hurtling backward. Simultaneously, the lotus bud, tainted by the spell and emanating a soft glow, began to descend slowly, drawn by the force of gravity. "My brother, I shall assist you." The Holy Master was propelled away by the powerful inertia tumbling across the ground, nearly rolling off the lunar surface's edge. Zhou Lan's pupils contracted. The Holy Master. But in the next instant, the moon's gravitational force fully restored. The ancient demon's glory returned in an instant. A wave of profound comfort coursed through him. He slightly lifted his head and could not help but exclaim, "I lack nothing." The system's voice did not respond. Indeed, moon landing was not as simple as it seemed. He needed to eliminate all obstacles to succeed. "No, Father." Qianlong despaired. "Father still has a way. Let him collide with me." Zhou Lan returned to his zenith, the world's malevolent forces nearly reaching their peak at that moment. Yet his father grew increasingly confident. He formed a hand seal, a surge of spiritual light descending upon him. This light emanated from ancient texts he may have seen, or perhaps not. Unfamiliar, yet familiar runes manifesting vividly in his mind. This was an ancient spell, inscribed with the mysterious power to seal the moon's demon into a statue. At this moment, the runes of the spell began to flow into him, granting understanding. His father assumed his stance, the brilliance of a saint warrior enveloping him. Zhou Lan was speechless. Was there no pretense left? He spread his arms wide, a tremendous magical force pouring forth, but it was not directed at his father. The Holy Master had afforded him an opportunity. Regardless of his past demeanor, at least now, in this very moment, Zhou Lan embraced the title of brother. The dark energy enveloping the moon coalesced in the palm of Zhou Lan's hand in the blink of an eye, absorbing all light like a black hole, obscured and unapproachable. He flicked his fingers, sending the dark energy toward a specific direction. It was Earth. On the other side, Terra stood atop Mount Everest, gazing fervently at the world below. He was finally on the verge of success. The final fragment of Asia's territory is poised to be enveloped by the Kingdom of Shadows. At the mountainside, 9 shadow generals stroll through the tempest, their steps resolute and unyielding. They stand on the precipice of achieving their monumental feat in truth. Their power has burgeoned to an unfathomable extent. Tala's voice resonates through the swirling snow, thunderous and commanding. The grand endeavor of the Shadow Legion has been fulfilled. No force shall impede us henceforth. The ultimate darkness has descended. The 9 shadow generals have arrived at his feet, and the expanse of sky and earth, lakes and mountains, prairies and valleys, lie within mere reach. His voice reverberates across the entirety of the world. Is it so? Has he indeed triumphed? A diminutive, obsidian orb plummets silently from the heavens, landing upon the apex of Mount Everest. It hangs there, motionless. Tala gazes upon this still, dark sphere, and in an instant, he is seized by terror. Chapter 12. My brother, go pursue your freedom. Terra's crimson mask was momentarily etched with horror. The 9 shadow generals were but a step away from their goal, yet remained utterly immobilized. A dark orb emanated an invisible repulsion that barred their lifelong hopes from reaching fruition. In their madness, they wept and howled, countless shadows converging to assail this force. Yet the orb remained steadfast, impervious to any disturbance. Even the collective might of the world's shadows could not dislodge it, firmly pinning the shadow army beyond the barrier. Unyielding. This was a formidable power. Terra gazed at the orb in despair, detecting within it the essence of malevolence. Why? Why? There was no explanation, no prelude whatsoever. The orb trembled slightly, as if stretching. Initially, it emitted a faint repulsion that pushed Terra and the 9 generals away from the peak. Then, in an instant, the orb expanded explosively. An irresistible, monumental force swept everything aside. The ultimate darkness? Puffed. Merely an illusion ensnaring a handful of shoguns on an isolated island. Even at their zenith, they had merely governed a corner of the world, Japan. Nothing more. Should they encounter the ancient sovereign who once ruled all of Asia, the 9 masks would find themselves relegated to his treasure trove, too fearful to unleash even the so-called ultimate darkness. Fortunately, they had narrowly avoided crossing paths with this sovereign at their peak. Yet, unfortunately, at this very moment, they collided with complete cursed azure. In the blink of an eye, the darkness enveloping the earth was stripped away. The repulsion effortlessly peeled it back, as simple as unwrapping candy. The Shadow Kingdom, poised to engulf the globe, vanished in an instant. The shadows emanating from the masks fluttered like shattered fluff, sealed back within the fragmented masks by the repulsive force. The remnants of the masks swayed unsteadily, reassembling into the visage of Spectre. Despairing cries echoed, unable to reach the moon. Terra's vision turned crimson. His grand ambitions dissipated in the blink of an eye. Even he, amidst the tremors of space, was firmly pressed back to the ground, unable to rise again. Simultaneously, the ancient incantations in Old Dad's mind also receded. The radiance behind him was a mere step away from completion. Yet the separation of ultimate darkness obstructed this journey. The ancient spell halted at its final character, unable to manifest. Why? Old Dad's face was a mask of astonishment. The will of the world was a machine, operating solely by its programming. Zhou chuckled lightly, casually gesturing toward space. The demonic energy he had released back to Earth was effortlessly retracted, as if merely passing through a scene. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy flowed freely. This was the ultimate form of ancient demons. He had completed his transformation. In this world, nothing could hinder him any longer. If the world desired to cultivate justice once more, it would have to wait a while longer. The slightest deviation can lead to catastrophic consequences. Such is the nature of things. My brother, you have truly succeeded. The sovereign lay upon the lunar surface, gazing at Zhou with eyes wide in astonishment. How could he not perceive Zhou current state? Millennia ago, the demon who had once ruled the world alongside him was just like this. No, he was but one step away. Zhou gaze burned bright. He was waiting for a message. In the next moment, a merciless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The lunar mission has been accomplished in 1 minute. The host will depart from this world in full form. Before him, an hourglass of golden sand appeared, counting down the final minute. What is this? Both the sovereign and the elder were momentarily taken aback. Zhou raised his hand, drawing the sovereign from the lunar surface to float gracefully before him. His voice was composed and elegant. Sovereign, my brother, I am about to leave, but I have faith in your success. The ancient dragon's eyes were filled with shock, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou. The joy within him was indescribable. Simultaneously, a feeling of envy arose from the depths of his heart. If Zhou could succeed, perhaps he too could. As grains of sand began to fall, 30 seconds had already elapsed. The elder was still exerting himself, his magical aura reaching unprecedented levels. In the next instant, the entire lunar surface trembled, a wave of pure energy rippling through the air. This is... Zhou suddenly turned his gaze towards the lotus bud he had long forgotten. At this moment, the bud was enveloped in a spell, its petals slowly unfurling. A phantom figure gradually materialized, becoming corporeal. Goodness! Zhou could hardly contain his astonishment. This world had ceased to pretend. After Zhou had interrupted the ancient curse with his method of repelling ultimate darkness, the world would inevitably react to his restoration. Yet, the response was swifter than he had anticipated. If the previous moment was a lack of pretense, this one was an utter disregard for facade. The immortal deity, Xingu. She slowly emerged from the lotus bud, her exquisite visage lifted from the emerald light. It was as if she had just awakened from a dream. With delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, she bore no makeup yet resembled a celestial being. Clad in sheer drapery and barefoot, an ethereal aura enveloped her, distinct from the mundane. Upon awakening, her lovely brow furrowed slightly, the azure light swirling around her like rippling waters. This was the true immortal deity, long vanished from the river of time. The eternal celestial general who had single-handedly sealed the complete moon demon, Xingu. This astonishing scene caused all present to widen their eyes in disbelief, especially the sovereign, who anxiously scanned his surroundings, seemingly fearful of a figure wielding a sword appearing. Zulang. Upon awakening, Xingu directly called his name, as if she had grasped the unfolding events. She extended her slender wrist, gently turning it. A radiant lotus bud, suffused with vibrant colors, appeared in her palm, drifting slowly towards Zhou. Simultaneously, a green scroll unfurled in the void of space. The gates of hell swung open in an instant. A crimson vortex twisted grotesquely, with a tremendous force surging towards Zhou. Her every move was executed with utmost precision, driven by a singular purpose: to restore order amidst chaos. In that fleeting moment, Zhou found himself genuinely alarmed. He had never anticipated that this world could be so unforgiving. Observing the futility of the present beings, she decided to enact a grand scheme. The lotus bud, drifting like ripples upon water, approached as Zhou summoned his dark energy, attempting to keep it at bay. However, the resplendent lotus bud merely quivered and plunged directly into the violet-black miasma, as though entering a realm untouched by mortals. It seemed etched in the annals of time, a law as immutable as the cosmos, impervious to obstruction or alteration. The undulating lotus bud appeared to transcend millennia, descending with the same force as in ages past. This was his arch-nemesis. She had sealed him away in this manner thousands of years ago. Realizing that his efforts to impede her were in vain, Zhou shifted his gaze to the hourglass. Time was short. Only a second remained. Success! A surge of exhilaration crossed his face as the final grain of sand fell silently. The lotus bud settled upon him, its kaleidoscopic radiance ensnaring him in an instant. Xiangu gently lifted a slender finger, yet a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. How could she not push the curse back to the gates of hell? Furrowing her brows, urgency colored her delicate features as she rose and placed her palm upon Zhou. I must personally capture you, just as in times past, she declared with indignation. As the last grain of sand fell, a resplendent golden portal swung open. Mission accomplished. The host is to return. An irresistible force of rule enveloped Zhou, drawing him toward the golden gateway. Elated, he glanced back with a playful tone. Haha, Xiangu. I shall take my leave first. With his hands clasped behind him, he exuded an ethereal grace, an unrestrained elegance. You dare! Xiangu seethed with fury. Summoned by the will of the world, she was determined to capture Zhou as she had in times gone by. She could not permit the demon's escape. With her gown billowing, she pursued him like a celestial maiden ascending to the moon. Aware of her impending failure, Zhou chuckled softly. Why pursue so fervently? There is no need for farewells. Xiangu was his eternal rival. Yet what did it matter? He had already graduated. Could anything withstand the might of the system? Absurd. Meanwhile, a flame surged forth, intervening between Zhou and Xiangu. Saint Lord, he struck again, intent solely on allowing Zhou to depart this realm. The entity residing within Varong appeared feeble compared to the current Zhou and Xiangu. Yet within Varong's eyes, the gaze of the ancient dragon was resolute beyond measure. The golden portal gradually closed, and Zhou finally gained his freedom. As he slipped through the final opening, he turned a glance back. The Saint Lord stood alone and silent upon the lunar surface, a hint of relief gracing his countenance. As the formidable energy of the ancient spell surged toward him, that was the sealing incantation from 9 centuries past, originating from the Saint Knight Lopez who had once sealed the Saint Lord. Faced with the present-day patriarch, there was no evasion. This was an inescapable brilliance. Compared to Zhou, the Saint Lord's vulnerabilities and adversaries were evidently far more numerous. At this moment, he merely raised the corners of his mouth. Unperturbed by the curse that once filled him with disdain, he awaited the resolution that was rightfully his with a sense of serene acceptance. As the final fissure closed, a last voice emerged from the crevice, rasping and forlorn. My brother, go forth and seek the freedom that belongs to you. This old dragon, of notoriously poor character and a habitual breacher of promises, upheld his only vow before Zhou after 9 centuries. Chapter 13. The Elder Never Lies has come to a close. Gazing at this hollow space, Zhou felt a momentary pang of solitude. This is the system's domain, a realm unbound by constraints. His demonic essence floated serenely in the celestial expanse, yet a hint of melancholy glimmered in his gaze. With the memories of a traveler, he believed he understood everyone, including the sovereign. However, what appeared on the television screen was but a mere representation. Only through genuine experience can one truly comprehend that every individual is a being of flesh and blood. Had the sovereign not intervened with Chung Long, he would have long been cast back into hell by either his father or the fairy he, forever unable to transcend. That fellow. A profound sigh echoed in the vast emptiness above. Any experience inevitably leaves behind entanglements. Even now, Zhou did not believe the sovereign had altered his true nature. Nonetheless, he had undeniably offered him aid. At the very least, in the end, the heartfelt sincerity of that brotherly bond could not be feigned. He had always held steadfast to a belief. One's true character is revealed not by what they say, but by what they do. Looking back, the once resplendent golden portal had long since vanished. Please choose your reward, resonated a voice within the space. A series of phantoms flickered before him. These were the rewards for completing the challenge. As Zhou Lan's gaze swept across one of the items, he immediately focused on it. He gestured with his finger, confirming his choice. In the entirety of Chung Long's adventures, there was no reward superior to this. There was no need for hesitation. Choice confirmed. Reward has been granted. The Panga treasure box. The extraordinary artifact, radiating a soft blue glow, gracefully descended into Zhou Lan's palm, his eyes shimmering with excitement. As a reward from the system, the righteous magic upon the Panga treasure box had been dispelled. It simply hovered in his hand, indescribably exquisite. The Panga treasure box possesses the power to open the gates of hell in any world and summon projections of the 7 great demons. The strength of the summoned demon projections is influenced by the original world's demon conditions, aligning with the current demon's true essence. Note, at any given time, only one gate to hell can be opened, allowing the summoning of a single demon projection. This is an immensely powerful treasure, and Zhou Lan felt exceedingly satisfied. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the Panga treasure box could now only summon 6 demon projections. The demon of thunder, Su, the demon of water, Basha, the demon of wind, Xiaofeng, the demon of mountain, Bagong, the demon of earth, Dikwai, and the demon of heaven, Shimu. The 6 demon projections flickered before him. Yet, one was conspicuously absent. System, where is the demon of fire, the sovereign? Zulan in Guit. The demon projections summoned by the Panga treasure box are influenced by the current timeline's demon strength. After assisting the host's departure, the sovereign has been re-enshrined by your father using the sealing spell of Loper, losing all strength, thus rendering his projection unsummonable. The system elucidated. Zhou Lan's eyes quivered slightly. That fellow had indeed been sealed once more. The glance before departing, the sight of the sealing spell, had successfully locked the sovereign away. For reasons unknown, a wave of sorrow suddenly washed over Zhou Lan's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the Holy Lord is the one who aided his escape, leading to this unfortunate outcome. At present, even the demonic projections cannot be summoned. He extended his palm to absorb the Panga treasure box into himself, filled with a multitude of questions. Why did Xiangu appear? This was the question that intrigued him the most. Logically, the 8 immortal deities should have long since vanished into the annals of time. Zhou Lan could comprehend the world will's intention to enlighten his father in order to curb the forces of evil, as this aligns with the rules of the Jackie Chan Adventures universe. Justice and evil, yin and yang, exist in a delicate balance of mutual creation and destruction. However, the sudden appearance of Xiangu completely contradicts this logic. Only when the host regains full strength does Xiangu appear, the system elucidated. Zhou Lan's gaze shifted as a thought struck him. In other words, if the world is likened to a computer, demons are akin to viruses. Then the immortal deities serve as the antivirus software that responds instantaneously. The host is quite astute. The system confirmed Zhou Lan's speculation indirectly. What has occurred in the past will inevitably recur. When the 8 great demons reach their pinnacle, the 8 immortal deities will emerge. This is a hidden rule inscribed in the annals of time. The annals of time. Zhou Lan felt a tremor within. If there exists a treasure more precious than the Panga treasure box, it must be this artifact of regulation. Everything, past, present, and future, events that have transpired and those that have yet to unfold, are recorded within the annals of time. This is the most formidable entity within the Jackie Chan Adventures universe. Moreover, it possesses a self-correcting function. Even if someone attempts to edit the annals of time, it will rectify itself. Is this not a conundrum? Fodam panderdipri. No. If that were the case, I should have been sealed by Hsiengu by now. Could it be that the rules inscribed in the annals merely document the process? With demons and immortal deities corresponding one-to-one, yet the possibility of being resealed remains uncertain? Correct. I understand now. Zhou Lan's mind settled with determination. I must return and rescue that old dragon. He spoke each word with unwavering conviction. Aside from the Holy Lord, they're my other brothers and sisters. This world is so wondrous. How can I not allow them to witness it as well? Furthermore, I did indeed promise them on the very first day I entered hell, with the Panga treasure box in hand, capable of replicating demonic strength one-to-one. Zhou Lan found his confidence bolstered. The greater the power of the other 7 demons, the more he would benefit. Please, host, consider carefully. If you return to Jackie Chan Adventures in your current form, Hsiengu will appear the moment you land. Even the other 7 immortal deities will become obstacles. Zhou Lan gathered his demonic energy, a profound aura swirling around him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. I believe we will find a way, will we not? He smiled serenely. With the presence of the system, this endeavor holds great feasibility. Now that the host has determined a goal, the system will exert its full capabilities, infiltrating different worlds to assist the host in growth. Excellent. Zhou Lan's gaze was piercing, for the system's function was remarkably straightforward, possessing the extraordinary ability to traverse various worlds at will. This was precisely what he required. Already a soul departed from the realm of the living, he had fortuitously become the demon of the moon, Xiaolan, and was determined to carve out a grand legacy. The initial step, of course, was to conquer the world of his original self. However, before embarking on this journey, he needed to acquire the strength to withstand his formidable adversaries. Having merged with all the memories and powers of Xiaolan, he was acutely aware of the might possessed by the immortal deity and the celestial maiden. Just moments ago, he had nearly been cast back into the abyss by her hand. With a flicker of thought, another radiant golden portal materialized before him. This was a gateway to other realms. Without a trace of hesitation, the gravitational pull gently lifted his true form, guiding him towards the portal. A smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "My brothers and sisters, the elders do not speak falsehoods. We merely need to bide our time." Chapter 14. Ascending to the moon, Fuyuki City. A surge of inexplicable energy pierced the fabric of space. Above the night sky, the pristine moon seemed to dim for a fleeting moment. Full. No, was it 4 times or 5? In the dimly lit room, Ryanosuk Aoi tapped his head, wearing a perplexed expression. He shook his head. It seemed to be 5. On the television nearby, news of a recent serial killer was being reported. He dipped his toes in the blood, etching a summoning circle onto the floor. An unexpected discovery of demonic tomes at home had led Ryanosuk, an ordinary man, to be chosen as a master by the Holy Grail. He was preparing for the summoning ritual of his servant. Yet, in the next instant, a powerful wave enveloped his rental apartment. A resplendent golden portal abruptly opened. Ryanosuk gazed at the door in confusion. He scratched his head, wondering why he was receiving feedback when his summoning ritual was not yet complete. From within the portal, Zhou Lan floated out quietly. He surveyed his surroundings, an influx of information belonging to this world flooding into his mind. This is the 4th Holy Grail War? He closed his eyes in contemplation. The Holy Grail War. 7 masters chosen by the Holy Grail summon their respective servants of various classes to vie for the Grail. A machine of wishes. Of course, Zhou Lan knew this was a misleading description. In the worldview of the Holy Grail War, the Grail is not omnipotent, but possesses formidable power. While it cannot resurrect the Lord directly, utilizing its immense magical energy as a tool could prove advantageous. After all, in the face of the likes of Xingu and other likely immortal deities, he indeed required a retrieval of strength from beyond this world. With these thoughts settled, he turned his gaze to the individual before him. Ryanosuk Aoi, at this moment, stood there dumbfounded, staring at Zhou Lan, bewildered by the unfolding events. I recall. The servant should appear here. Ryanosuk pointed at the ritual circle on the ground, his face a canvas of confusion. Who? Are you? Confronted by the formidable presence before him, his body involuntarily trembled in response. Jolan had some recollection of him, a man obsessed with the art of death, a murderous fiend, and a participant in the Fourth Holy Grail War. If memory served, at this juncture, he was preparing to summon the caster. Another historical figure of madness. Me? Jolan's tone was nuanced. You need not concern yourself with that. His gaze shifted to Ryanosuk Aoi, asking, can your qualification as master be transferred to me? Ryanosuk raised his hand to glance at the command seal on the back, the mark of a master in the Holy Grail War. You might want to find someone else. I'm rather eager to play this game. Perhaps due to his ignorance, he rejected Jolan. Very well. Jolan shrugged helplessly, lightly curling his fingers, and an irresistible force of attraction instantly enveloped the space. Half a second later, a rain of blood descended upon the room. With no agreement in sight, Jolan deemed further dialogue unnecessary and proceeded to seize what he desired. Indeed, one must always remember the admirable qualities of a villain. A tendril of violet-black magic gently coiled, leaving a dark pattern imprinted upon the back of his hand. Thus, the ticket to the competition was secured. A subtle smirk graced Jolan's lips as his gaze fell upon the floor of the room. Aside from the ceremonial array, a child was bound, evidently captured by Yuxing Long's eye. With a mere flick of his finger, the two doors in the room swung open with a thunderous crash, the gravitational pull propelling the little boy stumbling towards the exit. Jolan held no interest in the child, nor did he concern himself with the possibility of leaving behind a shadowy childhood trauma. His focus gradually shifted to the ceremonial array on the ground. This was a necessary step for summoning a servant. Each master chosen by the Holy Grail could utilize a relic as a catalyst for the summoning. Generally, the targets were random, closely tied to the relic. One master, one servant. This was the standard configuration. Jolan had just acquired the qualifications of a master. However, one might ponder if his status was somewhat overwhelmingly powerful. Having restored to his peak strength after absorbing the complete lunar gravity, his prowess was at least stellar in caliber. The summoning ritual was merely a step away. With a glance, he, once a demonic sorcerer, perceived its essence. Indeed, he was curious to see which servant he would summon. He summoned his magical energy to complete the final step, awaiting in silence. Adhering to local customs, Jolan preferred to conduct affairs according to the established rules. The ceremonial array illuminated, and a beam of white light erupted suddenly. Lacking a relic, or rather, his magical energy served as the final connection. In his recollection, this should pertain to a compatibility summoning. The ground depicting the ceremonial array trembled, and a vast surge of magical energy instantly filled the room. Something was about to reveal itself. From the array, winds from another world began to stir. Another realm, in Asia, within the depths of an ancient underground palace. A golden disc statue leaned silently against the wall. The once sealed lord was lost in thought, having once again fallen into a state of diminished power due to his father's sealing spell. Lope. Here was again, yet another failure, one to which the lore had grown accustomed. However, the solitary piece of good news was that the spellcaster had successfully escaped from hell, even transcending this world. Within, his heart felt neither joy nor sorrow. If given another chance, the lord pondered what choice he would make. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt compelled to assist the spellcaster. Perhaps it was the conversation within the rocket capsule before landing on the moon that lingered in his thoughts. He sensed a change in the spellcaster. This elder among the 8 great demons seemed to have returned to the impression he left thousands of years ago, during their reign over the world. If an opportunity arose, one that did not belong to him, enabling the spellcaster's success might indeed be a commendable choice. As for the present self, it is merely a reflection of failure. Throughout its extensive existence, it has endured far too much, enough to find solace in the current predicament. This world resembles an Ouroboros, a serpentine cycle from which it can never escape. Within the shadowy underground palace, apart from the statue of itself, once again sealed, there is not a whisper or ripple of sound. Silent, unyielding, it is a desolation that seems to stretch into eternity. Aside from indelible wisdom, this place is scarcely different from hell. Yet, Inexplicably, in the next moment, the Holy One suddenly perceives a faint pull emanating. The statue remains tranquil. Yet this attraction directly influences its very soul. It steadies its mind, preparing to resist this inexplicable force at once. However, in the next heartbeat, a subtle, familiar essence arises from that pull. Cool and obscure, this aura is astonishingly familiar to the Holy One. In the underground palace, it murmurs silently, "My brother." Chapter 15. The most potent servant, a radiant white light shone to its zenith, only to extinguish in the next fleeting moment. A formidable pressure descended, instilling awe. Zhou smiled as he surveyed the servant he had just summoned. Its verdant form was muscular and sinewy, with crimson eyes that exuded an aura of malevolence, resembling a dragon's head fused with a human body. In that instant, flames enveloped it, as if it were undergoing a baptism into a new world. Zhou gaze met its own, and they exchanged a sinister smile, as if sharing an unspoken bond. "My brother," the hoarse voice of the Lord murmured, his eyes appraising the robust physique he had been reshaped into. Zhou had successfully summoned his servant, the Lord of Fire, descending into this realm under the caster class. Upon their arrival, all useful knowledge of this world would instinctively be acquired by them. In an instant, the Lord grasped the current situation. His eyes briefly scanned the command seal on one of Zhou hands, which brimmed with magical energy, establishing a potent connection between them. "Tell me, brother, how did you achieve this?" he asked, stretching his form slightly, revealing the terrifying potential hidden within his physique. His soul had been drawn from the statue in the underground palace, reshaping his body in this world. Though the summoned servants were constrained by limitations, the Lord remained among the most elite of them all. The 12 sigils, the shadowy legion, and the arcane wisdom of demonic sorcery. These powers he once lost and forgot had all returned at this moment. Zhou recounted, "My brother, the Lord, I still remember your final grandeur. The 8 great demons are of one breath. Though I have attained freedom, I will not forget you. This is my promise as an elder of the demon of the moon." "Ha ha, that is simply splendid." The Lord laughed heartily. "Now, let us seize the Holy Grail and embark on the first step of our demonic enterprise," Zhou declared confidently. "No, my brother," the Lord replied softly, stepping forward to admire his flawless form. "It has been long since I experienced such a sensation. This current incarnation reminds me of my former self. Consider it a request. Allow me some time to revel in this." Upon their summoning, servants would comprehend the full essence of the Holy Grail War, realizing they would compete against 6 other servants drawn from different eras. They were heroes or renowned figures from various times, clashing for the coveted Holy Grail. Clearly, the Lord's interest and playful spirit had been ignited. Zhou, with his slightly smaller aides before him, narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of calm elegance. He murmured, "Of course." In the small, shadowy room, 2 low, sinister laughs echoed. In this unknown place, the most powerful master had drawn the mightiest card. Meanwhile, in the Tosaka estate, the last master had emerged, and the caster had also arrived. All 7 participants were now assembled. Tosaka Tokiomi received the news, his heart laden with concern. In the depths of the night, he swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, gazing at the fleeting golden light outside the floor-to-ceiling window. This evening was a carefully crafted ruse, devised to deceive the eyes of his adversaries. Just moments ago, his servant, Archer, had slain the intruding assassin, Hassan, within the estate. Of course, this was merely a collaborative scheme with his disciple, Kiritsugu Amiya. From the very outset, this Holy Grail War had been a fabrication. The so-called church, tasked with overseeing fairness, had long conspired with the priest, Kirai Kodo Mine, ensuring that the Grail would belong to but one. Kirai's son, the newly initiated Kiritsugu, had also been chosen by the Grail, performing alongside his servant, Hassan, in this elaborate charade. The middle-aged often delight in such machinations of intrigue. In the dimly lit living room, the golden light gradually coalesced, revealing the figure of a servant clad in golden armor, exuding an air of arrogant nobility, matched by his striking good looks. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, reprimanded Tosaka Tokiomi softly, You truly interrupt me with such trivial matters, Tokiomi. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Tosaka bowed respectfully, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. As one of the top 3 classes, the archer he summoned was the epitome of strength. As the king of Uruk in Mesopotamian mythology, he was heralded as the oldest hero king. Tosaka's elation stemmed not only from having allied with the church, but also from summoning the mightiest of servants. At the moment he called forth Gilgamesh. The victor of this Holy Grail war was already determined. He possessed that confidence. Yet in the next heartbeat, Gilgamesh's expression shifted abruptly. He seized Tosaka, disregarding the latter's astonishment, and they fled from the living room. In an instant, a colossal pillar of fire surged from the distance, engulfing half the estate in a sea of crimson flames. The inferno blazed like the demonic tendrils of hell, creeping over the remnants of the shattered walls. In the distance, the master stood upon a high ridge, a wisp of smoke curling from his outstretched claws, quietly extinguishing. Dragon explosion, this was his power. Are they dead? Jolan inquired with a smile. It matters not. The master shrugged. It was merely a spontaneous assault, a way for me to acclimate to my current form. Jolan and he had forged an agreement, devoid of formalities, merely to ensure the acquisition of the Grail while allowing the master to revel in the experience. The provocation of the evening was merely the norm for a demon. In the clearing beside the estate, Tosaka's hair was disheveled, his astonishment still palpable. His countenance was fraught with fear, the elegance he once possessed utterly vanished, his heart racing. It was a near miss. Had Gilgamesh not reacted in time, he would have been lost. How could this be? The area surrounding the estate had been filled with familiars for surveillance, and the enemy there. Gilgamesh's countenance was shadowed with an air of cold disdain as he pointed towards a distant location, one concealed from the prying eyes of the Magus. How could such a distance be? Tokiomi shook his head in disbelief, astonished at the audacity of his opponent. Was this a provocation or merely folly? How dare these inferior creatures disturb this king? Gilgamesh's brows furrowed, his expression one of palpable irritation. Just as he prepared to pursue, Tokiomi intercepted him. Without intelligence, we must not act recklessly, he cautioned, adhering to his inherently cautious nature. Noticing the faint glow of the command seal on Tosaka's hand, Gilgamesh understood that if he insisted on advancing, Tokiomi would undoubtedly employ the seal to compel him to halt. A vexed hiss escaped his lips as his gaze shifted towards the source of the impending danger. You wretched vermin, do not let this king lay his hands upon you. Before his words could fully escape, another searing column of flame descended from the heavens, originating from the same direction, bearing the same ferocity. The intense fire rapidly expanded within his line of sight. Chapter 16. Tokiomi Tosaka felt a twinge of anxiety. Jolan, of course, was aware of whose estate he was ambushing. Tokiomi Tosaka, a middle-aged man prone to making mistakes. This man seemed indifferent, yet his opponent's servant piqued his interest. Gilgamesh, known as the Golden One, in his recollection, was undoubtedly the most formidable servant in this Holy Grail war, exuding an air of unparalleled pride and aloofness. He cast a glance at the master beside him, who was reveling in delight. Given that servants are constrained upon their arrival, it was indeed difficult to ascertain who was stronger between the current caster class master and Gilgamesh. Nonetheless, Jolan still placed his bet on the master. After all, with the presence of 12 sigils, the master was a versatile warrior. Yet, harboring a desire for entertainment, Jolan was quite eager to observe their clash from the sidelines. Thus, his initial choice was the Tosaka residence. The outcome mattered little to him. As long as the master enjoyed the fight, that was sufficient. After all, the master's power as a servant was limited. However, as a master, he faced no such constraints. The curse of the moon demon, Lon, had descended into this world in his complete form, in all his glory. Jolan gazed up at the resplendent moon hanging high in the sky. At that fleeting moment, he found the moon to be remarkably charming and delectable. However, noticing that the master seemed disinclined to continue the play, he turned and gracefully descended, his feet barely touching the ground. The master, towering over 3 meters, followed behind. As he halted, he rasped, "Shadow Legion," from his shadows on the ground. Several shadowy soldiers materialized, soaring into the dense night. They had been discovered when Kirai Kodomine, perceiving through Hassan's eyes, felt a surge of astonishment. His servant, Hassan, known for his 100 faces, was not just one being. The one initially slain by Gilgamesh had merely served to deceive others. Through Hassan's eyes, shadows flickered, followed by a myriad of shurikens rapidly expanding in sight. He turned rigidly. In an instant, dozens of shadow warriors had encircled him. Who, after all, were they facing? No words, no answers. A chilling aura of murderous intent quietly unfurled in the night. From this moment, the bizarre Holy Grail War commenced its peculiar overture. Kirai, are you suggesting that these two strange entities ambushed us? Tokiomi Tosaka, examining the image Kirai had provided, paused in disbelief. This was the visage of their adversaries as seen through Hassan's eyes. A peculiar green-skinned creature with a dragon's head and a human body, even in the image. One could sense a thread of terrifying oppression. Tokiomi felt a flicker of trepidation. To prevent a recurrence of last night's events, he had deliberately changed their base. Fortunately, he had sent his wife and daughter back to the countryside. Otherwise, the losses from the previous night would have been even more catastrophic than anticipated. Holding the image, he paced along the wall, while Kirai remained silent, contemplating in the opposite direction. Indeed, in this iteration of the Holy Grail War, the caster possesses not only the remarkable flame column magic exhibited last night, but also the ability to summon familiars. Kiritsugu Emiy mused, drawing parallels to the capabilities of Hassan. A ninja of sorts. Though singularly weaker than Hassan, the numbers are greater. Tosaka Tokiomi raised his head, his expression grave. He racked his brain, searching for a figure who could interlink these two abilities. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head. There was no such individual in history. The peculiarity of both his powers and appearance was unprecedented. The footsteps continued unabated, and Kiritsugu's expression grew even more somber. He hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps you should take a look at another image? Indeed, if all goes as anticipated, that should be the master of caster." Kiritsugu's demeanor instilled in Tosaka Tokiomi a profound sense of foreboding. Once an agent of the church, Kiritsugu had encountered numerous heresies, thus could not be deemed lacking in experience. Yet, even he adopted a stern countenance in the face of this master. Tosaka Tokiomi placed the second portrait before him. In an instant, he was taken aback. Was this human or something else? He struggled to comprehend. Within the portrait, a being whose appearance defied description hovered silently in a state of suspension. Clad in foreign garments resembling an elegant robe, the figure exuded nobility, with long, violet-black hair defying gravity. Kiritsugu's artistic prowess was exceptional. Yet it was precisely this that caused Tosaka Tokiomi to feel an unprecedented terror with just a single glance. That was not a human face, nor did the essence emanating from the portrait belong to any human. Through the paper that bore the image, Tosaka felt as though he was being met with the gaze of the creature within. This suggested that the entity, resembling some form of demon, had long since detected the prying eyes. Yet, it showed no concern, displaying an aura of calm and composure, as if it had unearthed an ancient tomb, resurrecting an unspeakable primordial demon, imbued with the echoes of a time long past. A powerful sense of oppression and impending crisis surged forth. The already cautious Tosaka Tokiomi halted abruptly. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. What manner of adversary is this? Can this truly be human? The Holy Grail War, once seemingly assured, had instantly transformed into a fog of uncertainty. I am utterly unable to discern. Tosaka Tokiomi pressed his forehead, confusion overwhelming him. This situation had completely transcended his expectations. He steadied himself against the table, hesitatingly declaring, "Inform Kiritsugu Ryugi that, as the arbiter, the priest has the right to know the identity of each participant." He was now in a state of desperation, compelled to seek understanding of this unknown foe, lest he struggle through the ensuing nights. Very well. Kiritsugu's silhouette faded into the darkness at the corridor's end. A golden light coalesced into human form as Gilgamesh received the two portraits, scrutinizing them with a solemn expression. After a considerable time, he suddenly allowed a smile to grace his lips. It appears that this rather tedious conflict has unveiled an opponent capable of evoking a sense of delight within me. The King of Kings, this adversary may prove to be exceedingly formidable. Tosaka Tokiomi leaned forward, eagerly yearning to hear some words of reassurance from Gilgamesh, his powerful servant. Tosaka. Gilgamesh set aside the portrait he held and poured himself a glass of red wine. Do you question me? I dare not. Tosaka Tokiomi replied, trembling. Gilgamesh raised his wine glass, sipping it languidly, his expression one of haughty pride, embodying the confidence of the ancient king of heroes. As the protagonist of the world's most ancient epic, he is the earliest of the heroic kings, and as a servant, his might is beyond reproach. A mere wretch, unearthed from some forgotten grave, dares to challenge the brilliance of the sun. When we meet again, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 17. You should feel honored the Church of the Holy Grail? Kiritsuguamiya? Zholan silently mulled over these two phrases. As the current master of Castor, he had unequivocally resolved to partake in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Consequently, the invitation for a meeting from the nominal arbiter, Kiritsuguamiya, seemed rather reasonable. However, this news carried a slightly different connotation for Zholan. Last night, Hassan must have discerned the entirety of the situation, and Tosaka Tokiomi had conspired with Kiritsuguamiya. Thus, Zholan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Tosaka Tokiomi was evidently apprehensive. Was he attempting to probe into his affairs through this method? Master, Zholan softly called. I am here. The robust figure of the master gradually materialized, showcasing the phantasmal ability inherent to servants, allowing them to conceal their forms from the realm of existence. Through their extensive discussions, Zholan had gained a general understanding of the master's current capabilities. As a being of the caster class, his primary skills associated with the 12 talismans had been diminished, a circumstance beyond anyone's control. Yet on another note, his knowledge and abilities as a former demonic sorcerer had significantly resurfaced. Zholan inquired about the information regarding his noble phantasm, which indeed diverged somewhat from his initial expectations. In the Holy Grail War, caster-class magicians excelled in establishing dominions to gain advantages, and the summoned master evidently leaned towards this direction in terms of capability. It seems I must slightly alter my appearance, Zholan murmured. This was the fundamental ability of a demon, to temporarily assume a human guise. In the master's eyes, Zholan's ethereal form was enveloped in a layer of dark purple mist, gradually transforming into a height resembling that of an ordinary man. As the mist dissipated, a man appearing to be in his mid-20s emerged in place. He was still adorned in elegant robes, with a slender visage and eyes brimming with enigmatic light. His elongated face and short beard lent him an air of ethereal grace. The master observed his brother with great interest. Even in human form, his aura remained unchanged. Yet the innate oppressive presence of his demonic essence had been subdued, rendering him mysteriously captivating. What do you think? Zulan inquit? A smile gracing his lips as he swayed his voluminous robe sleeves. The master chuckled softly. My brother, you know I have always been pleased with you. A demon clad in human skin. This sensation pleases me. Excellent. Zholan clasped his hands behind his back and proceeded towards the Church of the Holy Grail. The towering spires of the church loomed before him as Zholan's gaze casually swept the surroundings. Although the Church of the Holy Grail publicly professed absolute impartiality and rejected the scrutiny of other masters, there were invariably disobedient masters who would cast their eyes in this direction. Kiritsuguamiya was one such individual. As one of the participants in the Fourth Holy Grail War, known as the Mage Killer, he was also a formidable contender in this conflict. After all, as a master, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals while simultaneously summoning one of the three strongest servants, King Arthur of the Saber class. With a shift in thought, Zholan ascended towards the Church of the Holy Grail, drifting gracefully through the air. This marks his first official appearance, and it would be prudent not to be overly arrogant. Upon entering the door, a man nearing 50 stood in the dimly lit hall. He was of modest height, clad in a robe, and squinted at the newcomer. Please have a seat, said Kiritsugu, extending his hand politely. "You must be the master of Castor." "Indeed," the man replied. Kiritsugu scrutinized the foreign figure before him, and from the attire, he could almost ascertain that the individual hailed from a neighboring land. It was unexpected that this Holy Grail war had drawn such a magician from across the border, yet the man's composed demeanor suggested he had some measure of confidence. With a sigh, Kiritsugu seemed to counsel, "The Holy Grail war is not merely a public contest. Last night, Castor's actions may have harmed innocents, and I hope you might rein him in, for this is a matter concerning magicians, and I would prefer no collateral damage." Typically, a master and their servant share a common stance. Although Kiritsugu spoke Castor's name, he was undoubtedly alluding to Zhoulon. However, Zhoulon did not directly address the inquiry, instead expressing mild curiosity. "I heard that earlier today, the master of assassins sought refuge at the church, yet he has already been eliminated?" Kiritsugu paused, taken aback by the sudden mention of this, and nodded indeed. A sense of pressure began to loom over him. Although Zhoulon's human form lacked the menacing presence of his demonic true self, his height of over 6 feet coupled with his nonchalant demeanor still made Kiritsugu uneasy. "Then why did I encounter Hassan last night? Was he not already dead? Or is it that, as a righteous arbiter of the church, your vision has failed you?" Zhoulon spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. Kiritsugu stood frozen, his teeth clenched slightly. "I suppose you must have misseen. For Hassan indeed fell at the hands of Archer. This is not a matter of deception." Before he could finish, he noticed Zhoulon slightly extending his hand. In an instant, from the shadows of the ceiling, a dark humanoid figure writhed and struggled, forcibly drawn from the obscurity. One of the many faces of Hassan was now ensnared in Zhoulon's malevolent grasp, suspended in midair, stripped of all means and strength. This, Kiritsugu was momentarily stunned. This was a blatant affront to the church. Zhoulon remained unfazed, his fingers gently closing together, causing Hassan's form to contort and break. The chilling sound of cracking bones echoing incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a pool of flesh and blood fell to the center of the church. Zhoulon then slightly tilted his head, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown directed at Kiritsugu. He casually wiped his hands, his skeletal, pale palms unmarred by any unclean substance. Standing before Zhoulon, Kiritsugu found himself momentarily paralyzed, unsure of whether to move or speak. In merely a day, the conspiracy they had woven had been unveiled by this master before him. What is even more terrifying is the nature of the magic he wields. Is it psychokinesis, or perhaps some other extraordinary skill? From beginning to end, Zhoulon merely extended his hand and pinched effortlessly. Were it not for the command seal on the back of his opponent's hand indicating his status as a master, one might have assumed Zhoulon was a servant himself. In fact, he seems far more akin to a caster. Within the dark, desolate cathedral, the sound of Zhoulon's footsteps echoed. A subtle smile graced his lips. "You should consider yourself fortunate, Kirai Kodo mine. I have disregarded the filth of this ground and have come in person to attend this meeting." "What is this?" Kirai Kotomine trembled as he spoke, suddenly sensing a hint of dread. From the very moment this man appeared before him, the entire event had veered from its original course. Is he a demon? Chapter 18. Joining the fray, do not be afraid, Father. Zhoulon smiled at Yin Feng Lijing. At his age, how could he conceal his emotions? Was he truly that fearsome? It was merely a simple display of authority. He had no intention of ending Yin Feng Lijing's life today. This old man had his own fate to fulfill. Of course, another reason for his restraint was the more pressing matters awaiting him that evening. The Lord had already been urging him. Should he miss the gathering, it would mean the loss of all excitement. With his hands resting before him, tucked within the ample sleeves of his robe, Zhoulon slowly retreated. Yin Feng Lijing, still in shock, had yet to react when the man who instilled such dread had vanished. In the desolate church, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air as Yin Feng Lijing gasped uncontrollably. He heard footsteps approaching from behind. Do not provoke him prematurely. Chilly, he cautioned himself. I understand. Zhoulon silently calculated the time. The other 6 masters and their servants had already gathered in Fuyuki City. Since a moment ago, a subtle aura had surged nearby, drawing his gaze. It was a unique essence belonging to the servants. Someone was deliberately luring other servants. Recalling briefly, the source was likely Kenneth Elmaloy Archibald from the clock tower in Britain. The lancer he summoned was the legendary hero Diarmuid Ue Duibni, known as the foremost warrior of the knights. Tonight would be a grand affair. In the original narrative, all servants except for Castor would make their appearance. Naturally this time, Castor would not be absent. The Lord was already stirring with anticipation. "My brother, in this week of war, apart from last night, we have 6 days remaining." The Lord rasped. Jolan seemed to grasp his intent. 6 days, one per day. How splendid it sounded. He erupted into laughter. Jolan nodded slightly. As long as the Lord found joy in the game, even if it meant 6 encounters in a day, he would not protest. "My brother, since you have orchestrated it all, I shall undoubtedly support you," Jolan replied calmly. "Then let us begin." The Lord chuckled maniacally. Near the docks of Fuyuki City, the area was strewn with containers, resembling a battlefield preordained for conflict. The dashing servant, Lancer, turned to glance at the individual trailing behind him. His master, Kenneth, had instructed him to utilize his aura to attract other servants, and indeed, some had taken the bait. At this moment, countless eyes were fixated upon this spot. Yet Lancer remained indifferent, adhering to the chivalric code. Combat was the sole task he needed to fulfill. He looked toward the beautiful woman behind him, clad in silver armor and a battle skirt, her light golden hair flowing, her gaze resolute. Saber, this was her class. Further afield stood a silver-haired woman. It appeared that everyone had arrived ahead of time. Jolan found himself in a rather precarious position. As far as he knew, all the masters had arrived at this moment, whether overtly or covertly. It appeared that everyone had secured their advantageous positions in advance, murmured Jolan. Fortunately, I had purchased a ticket for the boat. The force of gravity cradled his form, gently drifting him towards the sea. He floated effortlessly upon the surface, the inky waters undulating beneath him, stirred by the pull of gravity. The transformed Holy Master needed no further introduction. He wielded the power of the chicken talisman. On the battlefield, Saber had already engaged Lancer in combat. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that Master Kenneth was lurking in the shadows, observing the unfolding events, while Saber's master, Kiritsugu Amiya, and his assistant were stealthily preparing to take aim. Kiritsugu was poised to seize an opportunity to deliver a bullet to Kenneth. As for the silver-haired woman standing behind Saber, Alice Phil, she was Kiritsugu's wife, thrust forward as a decoy to draw fire. Glancing up again, he spotted a low, lurking shadow not far off. It was Hassan. Jolan's gaze was unabashed, or rather, he concealed nothing. Hassan sensed this scrutiny. Though masked, Jolan surmised that the expression beneath must be quite remarkable. Indeed, within his line of sight, Hassan suddenly began to move slowly, gradually vanishing behind the structures. Feeling the weight of Jolan's gaze, he decisively chose to change his position. A faint sensation of being watched washed over Jolan, prompting him to look into the distance. "Kiritsugu, he has noticed us," reported his assistant, "yeah? Through the scope, at such a great distance." The awareness of the other party was astonishing. There were no familiars here, nor any detectable fluctuations of magic. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu adjusted his rifle's aim, focusing on Jolan, who floated serenely upon the sea. At the same moment, Jolan shifted his gaze, locking eyes with him through the scope. It was a master of Castor, Kiritsugu deduced. News of the previous ambush on Tosaka Tokiomi had evidently spread. From Jolan's tranquil visage, he could discern no trace of emotion. "Should we fire?" Mia inquired. Their original target had been Lancer's master, Kenneth, yet a new and audacious target had emerged. Strangely, Kiritsugu felt a chill in his palm. His finger, poised on the trigger, trembled slightly. The other party seemed utterly unconcerned, as if relying on something. A powerful magician, perhaps? But who could withstand the bullet from a sniper rifle? Kiritsugu was known as the Magus Killer. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for caution. "Continue searching for Lancer's master," he commanded. On the battlefield, the two servants had already discerned each other's identities. Saber, King Arthur of Britain, was unexpectedly at a disadvantage in this battle. She had misjudged Lancer's noble phantasm, or perhaps had been misled by Lancer, resulting in her injury. Amidst the chaos of battle, circumstances seemed to shift slightly. Upon a lamppost, a golden light coalesced into a figure. Gilgamesh gazed imperiously at his two chivalrous adversaries. Upon the ground, a dark figure emerged like a malevolent specter. The berserker, controlled by Matu Korea, made his presence known. A sudden clap of thunder echoed through the skies as the conqueror king, Iskander, arrived alongside his master, Waver, to mediate the conflict. In that fleeting moment, all the servants gathered in unison. On the obsidian sea, Zhou Lan bore a smile and inquired of his companion, "Have you made your choice?" The imposing figure of the master gradually materialized, his crimson gaze fixating upon the golden silhouette illuminated by the streetlight. "I have made my selection," he declared, revealing a grin. Zhou Lan lightly tapped his forehead, seemingly exasperated. One cannot help but commend the master. He immediately chose the strongest servant as his adversary. Perched atop the streetlight, Gilgamesh disdainfully looked down upon what he referred to as the mongrels. In the next instant, a searing flame, all too familiar, surged forth. He leapt from the streetlight, narrowly evading the explosion of the dragon's burst. In that moment, his fury reached unprecedented heights. Time and again, such affronts to his dignity as a king. In the heart of the battlefield, accompanied by the thunderous roar of explosions, the smoke began to dissipate, slowly revealing the sinister form of the master. "I told you, the protagonist often makes their entrance last, does it not, Mr. Amiya Kiritsugu?" Zhou Lan remarked to his side. "When did he?" Amiya Kiritsugu's body trembled. Castor's master, who had just been upon the surface of the sea. When had he arrived at his side? Chapter 19, look at you, so anxious. Do not fret. I merely seek a companion to share in the spectacle. As the barrel of Amiya Kiritsugu's gun suddenly shifted towards him, Zhou Lan slightly curled his lips into a smirk. "Move again, and I shall pull the trigger," Amiya Kiritsugu stated coldly. He trusted no one. Zhou Lan, with a resigned shrug, replied, "You see, you're getting agitated." In his line of sight, he made no further movements. Yet, the sniper rifle in Amiya Kiritsugu's grasp abruptly contorted. He instinctively squeezed the trigger, but the weapon twisted into a helix in an instant. Its internal components obliterated. With a resounding thud, it fell to the ground. Amiya Kiritsugu silently regarded the man before him, clad in foreign attire. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless individuals and witnessed myriad events. Even in the act of killing, he would not easily blink. Yet, in the presence of Zhou Lan, he suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had Zhou Lan's magic been aimed at him rather than the sniper rifle, it was likely that he would now be the one lying on the ground. Amiya Kiritsugu did not believe his bones to be any sturdier than that weapon. "Zulan semai genli apving amian." You see, I merely wish for someone to enjoy the show with. It is rather dull to be alone, and besides, you're not my target tonight. His gaze shifted directly to the center of the battlefield, where the Holy Master was now in confrontation with Gilgamesh. "Who do you think will prevail?" he inquired. Amiya Kiritsugu was in no mood to respond to Zhou Lan's question. He found the actions of this master utterly inscrutable. Even Gotham's Joker had his motives. But this man was an enigma, as if guided solely by whimsy. It was evident that they were all adversaries, each striving to eliminate the other. Normal logic dictated such behavior. Amiya Kiritsugu had always adhered to this belief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked at Zhou Lan with astonishment. Unless this fellow had been so confident from the outset that he regarded all masters and servants with disdain. That would explain his seemingly playful demeanor and measured control. He resembled a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, treating everything within the pen as mere prey. Choosing which to have for lunch was merely a matter of preference. Thus, he could easily drape his arm over the shoulders of other sheep and chat cheerfully. The two were fundamentally different. This notion took root in Amiya Kiritsugu's heart like an indelible seed. A voice crackled through his earpiece, calling out from his assistant, "Mia, Kiritsugu, what is wrong?" She inquired anxiously. "I am fine," he replied. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan continued to hover nearby, his gaze attentively fixed on the unfolding drama below, as if he were truly just seeking a companion to witness the performance. Amiya Kiritsugu's expression hardened. He still had a gun concealed within the pocket of his trench coat, his contingency weapon prepared for emergencies. Having executed numerous missions, his experience was well honed. there would always be a need for backup plans. And at this moment, at this very moment, Zhou Lan's gaze showed no inclination to scrutinize this direction. As long as he moved with caution, he would remain undetected. He was adept at proceeding slowly, and aside from Ya, no one was aware of his habit of concealing a miniature pistol. Even his wife, Alice Fire, was oblivious, let alone the man who had suddenly appeared before him. He was far too careless. Even a ravenous wolf, entirely dismissing a lamb, would inevitably falter at some point. Amiya Kiritsugu was merely an ordinary man, yet he had dispatched numerous magicians. Renowned as the Magus Killer, he rarely faltered during critical moments. The buttons of his coat were undone, a habit that afforded him a slight advantage. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on Zhou Lan as his hand slowly ventured inside his coat. He moved with such deliberation that even the sound of fabric rustling was absent. Zhou Lan continued to observe the scene below. His oversight was palpable. As his hand slipped into the inner pocket of the coat, he was mere inches away, just a fraction. With almost agent-like reflexes, drawing his weapon at this distance would leave his opponent with less than half a second to respond. That was sufficient. Kiritsugu's hand sprang into action, reaching for the inner pocket of his coat. Zhou Lan remained unmoving. Excellent. He grasped the object within the pocket, a miniature pistol. For a brief moment, Kiritsugu was taken aback. Upon feeling around, he confirmed there was indeed something inside, but it was not the shape of a firearm. His heart raced, and a wave of despair washed over him. Slowly and silently, he extracted the object from the inner pocket of his coat. It was a crumpled iron ball. At least before Zhou Lan had appeared, it had been a miniature pistol. Why had this occurred? It had been pressed against his chest. How could he have sensed nothing? A bitter smile suddenly crossed his weathered face. Only then did Zhou Lan turn to face Kiritsugu. The serene smile that had adorned his face from the beginning remained unchanged, even now, as he confronted the visibly distressed Kiritsugu. You see, I had already warned you. Zhou Lan remarked with a hint of reproach. It's not disbelief. He shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that if Kiritsugu was unwilling to concede, he might as well take a look at the dagger concealed in his calf. Kiritsugu was momentarily taken aback. His expression became momentarily dazed, as if resigned to his fate. He shook his head and replied, "No need." This man surpassed him in every conceivable way, both in strength and intellect. He had already lost utterly. The subtle machinations within his heart had likely been laid bare to his adversary long ago. That dagger, if it could still be referred to as such, had probably been crushed to dust. With a sense of desolation, he spoke. "Mia, put away the gun," ignoring the puzzled inquiries from the earpiece. Kiritsugu finally directed his solemn gaze toward the master of Caster. Following Zhou Lan's line of sight, he looked downward. The battle between Archer and Caster? Though wary of the man before him, it is indeed challenging to speak favorably of Caster based on the information he possesses. As a magician, engaging in direct confrontation with an archer who excels in solitary combat, without first establishing a favorable terrain, is tantamount to willingly facing one's own disadvantages against the opponent's strengths. Even the mightiest of servants would find themselves at a disadvantage in such circumstances. Were he in that position, he would never act so recklessly. However, on the other hand, as Caster's master, Zhou Lan's seemingly nonchalant demeanor raises the question, has Caster's power in this Holy Grail war become so formidable that it requires no support whatsoever? At that moment, Zhou Lan slowly spoke, offering a subtle reminder. As the master who provides magical energy to Caster, my magical power, he smiled, is nearly limitless. Chapter 20. The Lock of Heaven. Zhou Lan's voice reverberated within Amiya Kiritsugu's heart, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. He meticulously pondered the significance of Zhou Lan's words. The servant, summoned to the present world, required the master's magical energy for every action, even in battle. If one were to liken this to a duel, the magical energy provided by the master would represent the servant's reservoir of power. What does infinite magical energy imply? Amiya Kiritsugu certainly comprehended. His gaze gradually descended, settling upon the grotesque figure of the Holy Master at the center of the battlefield. In other words, this Caster, appearing as a dragon-headed humanoid, was virtually a monster capable of boundless amplification. A sharp pain pierced Kiritsigu's mind as he instinctively rubbed his forehead. He found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding game. Meanwhile, on the battlefield constructed from containers, Gilgamesh's voice was frigid. "Mongrel, though your actions repulse me, I shall grant you the privilege of revealing your name." He stood with his arms crossed upon a lamppost, exuding an air of arrogance. Typically, servants would withhold their names during combat to prevent revealing their abilities. However, in Gilgamesh's case, the mere act of the opponent stating their name seemed to signify his acknowledgement, a matter of honor. Nearby, Lancer leaned against a container, arms crossed. As his master, Kenneth, had not issued any commands, he opted to observe the unfolding drama. High above on the gantry, Kenneth, secretly watching the scene, felt a twinge of confusion. With nearly all the servants present, he did not wish for Lancer to be the first target of concentrated assault. On the opposite side, Saber, clutching her wrist, stood protectively in front of Alice Phil. The wound inflicted by Lancer's noble phantasm, the rose of obliteration, could not be healed by ordinary magic. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing that this was no longer a simple nightly duel between herself and Lancer. Alice Phil, having received a message from Amiya Kiritsigu, commanded Saber to momentarily retreat. The berserker, shrouded in swirling black smoke, stood silently at the edge of the battlefield, seemingly waiting for his master, Matu Korea, to signal the commencement of the spectacle. However, when faced with Saber, Berserker's demeanor appeared somewhat off, prompting Matu Korea to forcibly suppress it. "Ah, now even I am at a loss," pondered the Conqueror King, Iskander, scratching the back of his head in a somewhat endearing manner. His intention had been to make a grand entrance befitting a king before so many servants and heroes, while also seeking to mediate the conflict. Yet, despite having succeeded in brokering peace, it seemed that hostilities were once again on the verge of erupting. Although he wished to assert a plea for leniency, the two before him, Archer and Castor, appeared formidable. "Mongrel?" The Holy Master cracked a smile, standing tall with a height exceeding 3 meters, allowing him to meet Gilgamesh's gaze levelly, even from the ground. "You are the first human to dare address me thus." In his mouth brewed the breath of a dragon, the overwhelming power elevating the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees. In the next moment, a scorching pillar of flame surged forth. Gilgamesh had already lowered his raised palm slightly. Behind him, the space emanated a golden hue, rippling like water. Hundreds of weapons revealed themselves. This was his unique treasury, renowned for collecting all the precious treasures of this world. In an instant, swords, spears, and massive axes collided with that fiery pillar. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. Gilgamesh's figure flickered, and the stout arm of the master struck, uprooting the streetlight beneath him. With the divine power of the bull's talisman, pulling up the streetlight was no more challenging than uprooting weeds. The battle erupted instantaneously. The precious weapons emerging from the treasury bombarded the surroundings relentlessly, as if they were inexhaustible. The master's colossal form exhibited no sense of heaviness or delay, his movements leaving only afterimages on the ground. The fiery pillar dispersed, and 2 golden beams of concentrated light cut through the smoke of the explosion. A container was sliced open horizontally, its edges melting into molten iron. At that moment, the other servants wisely kept their distance. The scope of this battle was far too vast. A careless misstep could lead to unintended casualties, leaving them with no recourse for explanation. It would be unwise to engage in a 1 versus 2 scenario. In the distance, Zhou stroked his chin in contemplation, judging solely from the master's current performance. It was evident that he was far from his peak condition. The Shadow Army had no effect on Gilgamesh. The master could only summon the most basic shadow soldiers, which were as fragile as paper under the bombardment of the treasury. Moreover, the power of the 12 talismans, which the master relied upon most, appeared to be diminished compared to their usual state. In other words, the master, summoned in the caster class, had his powers weakened. For instance, the talisman of the immortal dog could not truly grant immortality to the summoned servants in this world. Otherwise, there would be no need for combat. The Holy Grail would suffice. The powers of the other talismans were similarly restricted in their potential. After a moment's thought, Zhou began to comprehend the situation. It made perfect sense. After all, the master was summoned through a ritual array conforming to the rules of this world. Consequently, he must acquire powers commensurate with these regulations. If he were to be summoned at his peak, frankly, this world would not be able to accommodate him. It is akin to a bucket. It can only hold a volume of water not exceeding its capacity. The same principle applies to servants. Nevertheless, he was still undoubtedly stronger than the current physical stature of the master. After all, Zhou perceived him as embodying the spirit of battle. At this moment, Gilgamesh was somewhat agitated. Even with the enhancement of the rabbit talisman, the master's speed, albeit diminished, was still exceedingly swift. The treasury found it exceedingly difficult to lock onto him. Even when struck by the widespread barrage, inexplicably, the master's injuries appeared to heal on their own. Healing magic? Yet he felt no tremors of magic. His brow furrowed, as the influence of the treasury of kings behind him expanded, enveloping the entire dock in its grasp. Since his opponent refused to relent, he decided to continue the game. The arsenal contained within his treasury was nearly limitless. A torrential downpour of blades and weapons rained down upon him. A portion of this onslaught was intercepted mid-air by the explosive force of the dragon, reducing it to ash. Meanwhile, another segment was evaded by the saint, whose elusive form danced unpredictably. Gilgamesh's gaze sharpened. This was the moment. He summoned forth the legendary chains he possessed, the chains of heaven. From behind him, the indestructible chains shot forth, hurtling toward the saint. He proclaimed with conviction, "It is over." Wretch. Chapter 21. The liberation of the divine artifact, the radiance of the ancient demon. The chains of heaven, one of the exceptional treasures possessed by Gilgamesh. The stronger the divine essence of the targeted adversary, the more potent the binding effect of the chains. Upon a high platform, as the chains advanced to ensnare the holy master, Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. The chains of heaven are akin to a nearly invincible treasure whenever deployed. They seem to guarantee victory. Particularly against entities of high divinity, it serves as an absolute suppression. Once bound, the unfortunate victim is met with the relentless onslaught of the king's treasures. In midair, Gilgamesh wore a victorious smile, although the holy master appeared monstrous. Therein lay the intrigue. His power and visage bore striking resemblance to many deities and their human descendants from legend. After all, aside from possessing limbs, he was almost entirely detached from humanity. The greater the divine essence, the more inescapable the chains of heaven become. Gilgamesh's thoughts were clear to Zhou, who observed from the sidelines. Yet, did the holy master possess any divine essence? An intriguing question indeed. As a pure demon, could he be endowed with divinity? Soon, the holy master would provide his answer. His fearsome form trembled slightly, and the chains of heaven effortlessly slipped off him. How could this be? Gilgamesh's pupils constricted. In this state, this creature exhibited absolutely no divine essence. To him, the chains of heaven were no different than ordinary shackles. Hybrid, you possess no divinity? This truly surprises me, Gilgamesh murmured. Divine essence? The holy master suddenly laughed heartily, surveying his nearly perfect physique. I am a pure demon. Divine essence? What is that? His voice resonated with an unnerving malevolence. Each drop of his marrow, even his soul, flowed with the conviction of a demon. The concept of so-called divinity was as foreign to him as fish are to a bicycle. It appears your treasure has no effect on me. The holy master chuckled softly. His towering figure suddenly quivered, emanating immense pressure. Now, he proclaimed with a wild laugh, it is my turn. In the distance, Zhou, akin to an enthralled moviegoer, felt a surge of excitement. Is it coming? After the holy master was summoned to this world, it was the world that bestowed upon him treasures according to his class and experiences. Truly, a moment to anticipate. Amiya Kiritsugu could not comprehend Zhou thoughts. He silently collected all the information revealed by the participants from the earlier encounter to the present. Yet, the fact that Castor was about to unleash his treasure was indeed intriguing. At the heart of the battlefield, the holy master's musculature rippled as his arms flung open, then came together before him, laughter unrestrained and wild. His sinister voice echoed throughout the port. The liberation of the treasure. the radiance of the ancient demon. The moment the words fell, a massive dragon head with crimson eyes flashed before all. In an instant, the space began to tremble violently, as if a scroll unfurling. Everyone was drawn into his unique domain. Accompanied by the majestic score imagined by Zhou Lan, the opulent architecture of ancient times seemed to be animated by an invisible hand, assembling into a magnificent palace, a fragment of the once glorious Asian court revealed. Above, the sky was painted crimson, reminiscent of the hues of hell. As the pathway before the palace extended, the view infinitely receded. Thousands of humans clad in cerulean servant attire were resurrected within the inherent boundary. The slaves collectively bore the grand and colossal dragon carriage. Within the embroidered golden and purple curtains, the aura of ancient demons was unmistakable. The Holy Lord sat regally upon the dragon carriage. Behind him, the immense and towering palace loomed. Hundreds of colossal dragons roared as they descended from the inherent boundary, clinging to the palace's summit, their fearsome eyes radiating malevolence. This was the Holy Lord's most illustrious moment in the annals of ancient times. The Master of Asia, the apex of demons, ruler of myriad lands, the Demon Emperor. This was the moment. The Conqueror King, Iskandar marveled, astonished that this creature was once a king as well. Ha ha! What intriguing adversary he has encountered. He suddenly patted his noble consort, Weber, awakening her from her stupor. The Night King, Saber, Altria Pendragon, felt a stir within her gaze. No one could have anticipated that the caster before them was also a sovereign. The Holy Lord's noble phantasm unleashed an inherent boundary that ensnared all opponents. Kenneth remained silent, as did Shiro Amiya, merely fixated on Zhou Lan, who wore a look of admiration. The power of the caster exceeded his expectations by far. Lightly applauding, Zhou Lan wore a subtle smile, pleased with his brother lord's performance. Yet, this was not the conclusion. From either side of the ancient palace, the staff-bearing slaves chanted in unison, the crimson ceremonial instruments crashing to the ground, emitting a sound akin to a war song that reverberated with oppressive force. The Holy Lord sat high upon the dragon carriage, his scarlet gaze piercing through the curtains, surveying all adversaries with unabashed scrutiny. This was his past, a palpable past. He once wielded the monumental power to alter mountains and seas, now long vanished, obliterated within the dust of history. Yet that glory remains unadulterated. Thousands of years have passed. Throughout these millennia, every moment has been steeped in longing for this instant. The demons sealed within hell were entranced by the echoes of yesteryear. Countless glories of the past, now reduced to mere grains of sand in hand. The blood-red sky above mirrored this illusion. Yet even in its falsity, it possessed unparalleled authority. Submit or perish. Initially a mere whisper, the murmurs grew fervent, transforming into a rallying cry. He extended his hand, majestic as the first emperor wielding his sword to dispel the clouds. The fierce dragons behind him roared as they soared across the skies, their wings overshadowing the sun. The dragon's assault nearly enveloped all those ensnared within the inherent boundary. Except for Zhou Lan's direction, the servants began to engage the dragons in combat. The Holy Lord had unleashed his noble phantasm, initiating a battle against many. In the distant forefront, far from the resplendent palace, Gilgamesh stood quietly upon the path to meet the emperor. His gaze was filled with admiration as he surveyed the inherent barrier before him. Much like Zhou Lan, he gently applauded, his tone imbued with unparalleled confidence. "Indeed, you are worthy of my esteem," he remarked. The dragons unleashed torrents of flames, soaring towards him with great majesty. Gilgamesh made no unnecessary movements. He merely extended his hand, palm facing upward. "You are indeed deserving of the respect that befits a king," he said, a smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of composure. A golden wave pulsated, rippling like water across his palm. In the blink of an eye, an intricately crafted golden key materialized in his grasp. "Stop him," Zhou Lan suddenly commanded in a hushed voice. Upon the dragon chariot, the malevolent emperor surged forth like a bolt of lightning, personally descending upon the battlefield. Chapter 22. A fair match of 1-6. At the moment Zhou Lan's words fell, the Holy Master sprang into action. His speed was unparalleled, and although he possessed the advantage, there lingered a sense of uncertainty. Nevertheless, the Holy Master placed his trust in his brother and heeded the elder's words. Zulang, on the other hand, merely observed the impending manifestation of the Sword of Rupture in Gilgamesh's grasp. This noble phantasm left a profound impression on him, and it was after learning of the Holy Master's noble phantasm that he discerned the reason Gilgamesh could counter the Holy Master effectively. The Sword of Rupture is a weapon designed specifically to counter boundary constructs. Sword of Rupture EA rank, EX type, boundary noble phantasm, Genesis level. This sword symbolizes the dawn of creation, wielding the formidable power to tear asunder the laws of existence. It serves as a specialized weapon against worlds or laws, rendering it wholly effective against the Holy Master's ancient demon, the Radiance of the Ancients. However, this was not without its countermeasures. The activation of the Sword of Rupture required a charge, a process that was susceptible to interruption. Just as in this moment, the Holy Master, akin to a bolt of lightning, descended before him, forcefully disrupting Gilgamesh's intention to wield the Sword of Rupture. The treasury of the king rained down like droplets of rain as the Holy Master surged through the explosions. Even now, he maintained a firm advantage. The capabilities of the boundary noble phantasm, the Radiance of the Ancients, extend beyond merely summoning a legion of draconic spirits. Its essence unfolded before Zhou Lan's eyes. Ancient Demon Radiance rank, EX type, boundary construct range, 3 kilometers radius maximum capture, 0.9999 mana consumption, extremely high core effect. Radiance summoning summons approximately 100 spirit-level draconic entities, preserving all magical abilities and physical strength from their lifetimes. Boundary construct traits environmental control materializes the grandeur of an Asian palace from millennium past, instilling psychological terror in foes and diminishing their magical resistance. Indomitable Legion. By expending mana, deceased spirit entities may be resurrected as dragons once more. King's Sacred Body. When within the boundary construct, the Holy Master possesses the capacity to amplify the fundamental 12 sigils to a noble phantasm level for a one-time effect. With the assistance of the system, the capabilities of the Holy Master's noble phantasm were laid bare before Zhou Lan. Undoubtedly, the true strength of the ancient demon radiance resided not solely in the indomitable legion of dragons within the boundary construct. The enhancement known as King's Sacred Body was immensely terrifying. Without unleashing the noble phantasm, the Holy Master's 12 sigils were in a diminished state. However, once he activated the boundary construct, all abilities would receive a one-time enhancement. Though it did not reach its zenith, it was sufficiently potent. Harnessing this ability, the moment Zhou Lan issued his command, he fortified the rabbit's sigil's swiftness, amplifying it to the level of a noble phantasm. In a mere half-second, he flashed from the dragon chariot to stand before Gilgamesh. Few noble phantasms could be countered by sheer speed, yet fortuitously, the Sword of Rupture was one of them. Recalling the events of the Fifth Holy Grail War, within Shuro Amiya's reality marble, Unlimited Blade Works, he relied on his remarkable projection speed and close combat prowess to prevent the overconfident Gilgamesh from utilizing his noble phantasm, yea, to dismantle the infinite arsenal. In this moment, Gilgamesh found himself ensnared in such a predicament. The speed of the master was overwhelming, even though the noble phantasm's duration had limitations. As long as the master was bolstered by divine swiftness, he had no opportunity to charge up. He could only tenuously engage with the King of Heroes, relying on the relentless bombardment of the Gate of Babylon. A torrential downpour of treasures rained down, with colossal dragons being torn asunder, their wings severed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, new dragons were born, seemingly endless in number. Each dragon's destruction and rebirth demanded a substantial amount of magical energy. Ordinarily, the mana required to resurrect a single dragon was immense, far beyond what an average magician could sustain. However, the master of the servant was Zhou Lan. As dragons fell and resurrected, he casually assessed his mana depletion. Splendid. He felt nothing at all. It was akin to scooping a cup of water from an ocean. The consumption of magical energy was so minuscule that it was virtually negligible. If a master could cheer for their servant, Zhou rallying cry would undoubtedly be, "Fear not. My master, the moon's magic shall forever accompany you." With such trivial mana, he could spend it freely, for he possessed an abundance. His gaze swept across the battlefield, observing the other servants. As a king, the master was exceedingly domineering. The reality marble ensnared as many foes as it could, targeting them all at once. The conqueror king, Iskander, was exuberantly commanding his chariot, charging through the reality marble. He appeared elated, while his master, Waver, cowered within the chariot. A dozen dragons pursued closely behind them, unleashing torrents of flames. The situations of Lancer and Saber were not much better. These two, once adversaries, were now covering each other's backs as they battled against the dragons that swept through the skies. The Berserker, shrouded in black energy, charged through the palace like a beast, seizing a column and hurling a dragon from the heavens. Surprisingly, he possessed considerable strength. Yet, the most unfortunate among them was undoubtedly Hassan, Zhou and the Master. This malevolent duo seemed to share an uncanny connection, or perhaps the Master inherited the exceptional traits of Zhou. This led to Hassan finding himself in dire straits. He was not suited for direct confrontation with other servants. Gathering information and remaining concealed were his realms of comfort. At this moment, he was being pursued by two dragons. Scorching flames cascaded from above, transforming the ground into a sea of fire. In one of his many forms, Hassan struggled amidst the inferno. Moments later, a solitary heap of blackened char fell to the ground. Hassan had perished once more. On the chariot, Waver lamented, "Fool, why don't you use your noble phantasm against Castor?" Frightened, he scurried about, pursued by the dragons. The current situation is unmistakably one where casters stand alone. No, it is more akin to a lone dragon confronting 6 adversaries. However, with Hassan having vanished, the numbers have dwindled to 5. Regardless, the priority must be to unite and eliminate Castor. That is the paramount strategy. "Fool!" Iskandar thumped his head heavily, his gaze resolute. This is a conflict between kings, and it is imperative to ensure fairness. As the Conqueror King, how could I possibly intervene? He maneuvered his chariot, eyes fixed on the relentless battlefield in the distance. Excitement palpable. Behold, this is the war of kings. If a battle must ensue, it should be a duel between myself and the victor among them. He erupted into hearty laughter, the great dragons flapping their wings in unison, racing alongside him within the established boundary. "Bastard!" Gilgamesh's furious roar reverberated through the domain. At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled. The Holy Master clung to him like a parasite. Time and again, he grasped the hilt of the Sword of Rupture, only to be flung away by the Holy Master in the next instant. This haughty king of antiquity felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Chapter 23. Is this the end? I think not. The world is in turmoil. The Holy Master stands alone against 6 foes. A single strike pierces through the assault of the colossal dragon as Lancer receives his Master Kenneth's command. "Lancer, prioritize Castor." His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, rushing towards the most intense clash. The opulent palace crumbles inch by inch as Berserker nearly dismantles the royal residence. He lifts a massive column and charges towards the Holy Master. "Mongrel, this is a war of kings." Gilgamesh seems utterly displeased with their intervention. Yet, the servants act solely on their master's commands. In the blink of an eye, a righteous 3-on-1 confrontation is established. At this moment, the Holy Master undoubtedly becomes the primary target of all. His arrogance is overwhelming. The enhancement provided by the noble phantasm's rabbit charm begins to fade. Berserker's fighting style is even more feral, akin to a pure beast. Splendid. It should be this way. The Holy Master lets out a maniacal laugh, utterly unperturbed. "Let me see just how far you can go." The amplification from the noble phantasm's rabbit charm finally dissipates. Yet, he merely brushes aside Lancer with nonchalance, his entire being trembling with power. The grotesque figure radiates an aura, a shadow, flickering above. He extends a hand, grasping the column hurled by Berserker with a single hand. Berserker emits a primal roar. When summoned by his master, Matu Shinji, he was imbued with a frenzy-inducing effect, losing his ability to articulate and much of his rationality. However, he retains his combat instincts, augmented in strength and agility. His noble phantasm, a knight does not fall barehanded, enables him to transform any weapon or object he touches into his own noble phantasm. In this moment, he roars and forcefully presses down. His might is terrifying, capable of causing the palace to collapse under the sheer force of his unrestrained actions. Yet at this moment, the Holy Master wears a wicked smile. He effortlessly supports the column, now transformed into Berserker's noble phantasm, his expression relaxed, showing no strain. He even begins to lift it with ease. His physique reveals clearly defined muscle lines. His already towering stature continues to ascend. He gradually stops upon reaching a height exceeding 5 meters. This is the amplification of the noble phantasm's ox charm. For the Holy Master, the Master of Strength, it grants him a pure power sufficient to cleave mountains and part seas. His hand clenches fiercely, and the immensely thick column shatters in an instant. With a swift kick, he sends Berserker flying, carving a deep trench into the ground. In the shadows, Matu Shinji coughs up blood. The magical energy sustaining Berserker's combat is vast, and his magic is inherently inadequate under his Master-S command, having been forcibly augmented by the imprint worm. His gaze blurs as he grits his teeth, forcing his spirit together. Sakura, I will rescue you. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh raises the sword of Rupture high. The moment has finally arrived on his side. Even someone as arrogant as he understands that the caster before him is no ordinary servant. Despite his formidable strength, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, must remain fully alert. It is here, wretch, he roars. From the king's treasury, dozens of weapons erupted, surging toward the colossal form of the Holy Master. If only he could momentarily impede him. Merely a fleeting moment to gather strength. A tremendous power was coalescing. Before him, the Holy Master clenched his fist. In the next instant, his imposing figure, which had captivated all eyes, vanished without a trace. Not even the slightest ripple of magical energy remained. Several gazes swept across the battlefield. He seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving the king's treasures to strike nothingness. Just how powerful must this individual be? Lancer's eyes were filled with astonishment. From the moment before until now, the Holy Master had exhibited an overwhelming array of abilities. Is he truly omnipotent? The same questions surged in the minds of all present. Strength, speed, concealment, inherent barriers, summoning legions, magical assaults. It seemed he possessed mastery over all. Has such a king ever existed in history? Gilgamesh raised his sword, a heavy sense of impending doom washing over him. His charge was far from complete, yet the invisible Holy Master had already appeared before him. The king's treasury could not lock onto a target. It was an inevitable outcome. Yet, in an instant, a flash of yellow light flickered. The Holy Master let out a low cry of pain. A magnificent spear had embedded itself in his back. At that moment, Lancer remained poised to hurl the noble phantasm. The deadly yellow rose. In his sight, the weapon appeared as if it had pierced the very air. He had anticipated the Holy Master's intentions and movements. Although it defied his chivalric code, Lancer's expression bore a bitter sorrow. This was the command of his master, Kenneth, and he could not resist. The deadly yellow rose, a short, exquisite, and ornate spear. Any target wounded by would find their injuries unhealable. Not even regeneration abilities or healing magic could mend the wounds it inflicted. Lancer leapt into the air, grasping the spear with both hands, and forcefully pulled it downward. The wound was torn wider. Even a figure as powerful as King Arthur of Britain would find their combat effectiveness diminished by a wound to the wrist. It is over, caster. Lancez Diamrid Sigue Davidi. He turned, and before him, the Holy Master's form slowly materialized. A massive gash, running from shoulder to shoulder, bled profusely, narrating tales of agony. Even his concealment could not be maintained any longer. Lancer wiped the blood from the spear, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his beautiful eyes. As a knight, he held respect for every warrior, especially one as formidable and defiant as this. Upon the luxurious chariot of Mercedes, the countenance of the conqueror king Iskander finally softened slightly. He remarked, That knight bears a lance imbued with a curse. It appears that Castor is destined for defeat. Such a grievous wound would likely hinder any movement, let alone engage in combat with the other two servants. This is an insurmountable predicament. On the fractured ground, the Holy Master bent slightly, breathing heavily. His physique was gravely injured. Beneath his verdant skin, flesh was torn and grotesque. The retreating Gilgamesh extended his hand, the weapons of the king's treasury gleaming ominously in his direction. A monumental force, potent enough to annihilate the world, began to coalesce once more. "It is over. It seems that Castor is to lose," spoke Amiya Kiritsugu from afar. He could not fathom why. Even at this moment, Zhou Lan's expression remained placid, as unchanged as it was at the outset. The demise of a servant renders even the most formidable mage incapable of achieving victory. Indeed, Castor is exceptionally powerful. Yet the curse of that spearman has already taken effect. Unless Lancer is vanquished or that lance is destroyed, the curse shall persistently entwine him. However, this is a false proposition, as no one would come to his aid in defeating Lancer. Zhou Lan cast a calm glance in his direction, his demeanor unruffled as he stated, "Is it truly over?" A smile graced his lips. "I think not." Chapter 24. The Miraculous Lord in the Ancient Demon's Reverence. Within this formidable inherent boundary, the Lord bowed low, the scar upon his being striking terror merely by its sight. From the despairing treasury of the king, countless weapons rained down upon him. The heroic King Gilgamesh possessed an arsenal that seemed nearly limitless. Lancer Darmuid retreated cautiously to avoid being caught in the onslaught. Just as he lifted the tips of his toes, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible!" Before his eyes, the Lord's prostrate form gradually rose, the horrifying wound healing at an alarming pace. No, rather than healing, it appeared to be erased. Impossible, impossible. Darmuid was utterly dumbfounded as he gazed at the fateful yellow rose in his grasp. The short lance remained intact, and he was still alive. The curse preventing the wound from healing persisted. Unless one of those two was destroyed, the Lord Castor's injury could not mend. Even the already concluded Conqueror King Iskander wore a grave expression within the inherent boundary. Wasn't it said that the wound inflicted by that lance was unhealable? What was happening with the Castor now? Weber too was stunned, murmuring, "Could it be regeneration? But that ability should be countered by Lancer's lance." Iskander scratched his head, perplexed. The wound, as it had appeared, was vanishing in reverse from the Lord's form. This was neither physical regeneration nor healing magic. It resembled some form of absolute erasure from a fundamental rules perspective. In the distance, Zhou Lan raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, stating, "The noble steed can dispel all external forces. A treasure-level equine charm can eliminate all negative states and injuries inflicted upon the Lord. Clearly, its rule vastly surpasses that of the fateful yellow rose." Darmuid's grip on the treasure trembled slightly. The Lord stood once more, his ascending figure reflected in Darmuid's eyes, instilling fear. Simultaneously, the multitude of descending swords finally arrived, the amplification of the treasure-level charm dissipating. The Lord did not evade. He allowed the blades to pierce his body. In an instant, he was impaled, resembling a sinner nailed to the ground, burdened by guilt. A collective thought arose in everyone's minds. This time, surely, he must perish. The abilities displayed by the Lord were utterly unfathomable. He was proficient in all, a true polymath. He even possessed what could be described as an absolute capacity for self-healing. A miracle, indeed, a veritable monstrosity. In the cart, Weber, filled with dread, murmured. Gilgamesh, wielding the sword of rupture, gazed calmly at the Lord, now ensnared by a multitude of swords. With the sword of rupture in hand, his confidence surged. This nameless king was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary in this Holy Grail war. However, he has now been pierced through by the treasures of the king, and this cannot merely be termed as an injury. His body is a canvas of wounds. Even the strongest of physiques could not possibly heal under such circumstances. Yet, the Holy Lord merely bowed his head, extending his hand. He abruptly rose, and the myriad wounds tore open even further, but he seemed utterly indifferent. A tremendous force erupted. shattering the weapons that had pierced his body into countless fragments. "I am immortal." His hoarse voice reverberated throughout the realm, malevolent and intimidating, like a tempest unleashed. With a single footfall, the ground fractured and shattered, the cracks resembling dragons and serpents rising from the earth, pursuing the retreating shadows. In an instant, he restored himself to his zenith, returning to his complete form. As long as this demon remains within the confines of its inherent barrier, as long as the ancient glory continues to shine upon him, the powers of the divine talismans for dogs and horses will ceaselessly manifest. This is enveloped in the ancient demon's radiance, an unceasingly effective passive aura. Perhaps he is not purely immortal, but at this moment, all the injuries he has endured cannot breach the threshold of his annihilation. This is the ultimate combo of talismans, a perfect synergy. The golden radiance descended from the heavens, illuminating his eyes, blindingly bright, akin to two blazing suns. The Holy Lord slightly turned his head. A robust golden laser swept across the battlefield. In his astonishment, Lancer regained his senses, positioning two guns of differing lengths before him, forming a defensive stance. The conqueror King Iskander, with his magnificent chariot, displayed extraordinary driving skills, evading the sweeping electric glare. The gaze of the Holy Lord finally landed upon Gilgamesh. An overwhelming power surged forth, a manifestation of the divine talisman for swine, possessing formidable penetrating capability. Opposite him, the hero King Gilgamesh slightly furrowed his brow. He has always scorned defense. For an enemy to successfully parry his assault is already a considerable honor. Yet, this caster before him warranted such deference. A demon? Or perhaps the king of demons? Regardless of your identity, you have earned my respect. The arm clad in golden armor shot forth, and from the treasury that amassed all weapons of the world, a shield slowly emerged, resting before him. The sevenfold circle of blazing heavens, he murmured, as the 7 layers of exquisite defensive light walls instantaneously unfurled, isolating them from the golden radiance. This shield, once wielded by the great hero Ajax during the Trojan War, theoretically capable of withstanding city-level treasures, is now summoned from the treasury by Gilgamesh in its true form. The resplendent light walls cascaded in layers, and at this very moment, the golden beam emanating from the Holy Lord descended upon the outermost layer of the light wall. A furious pressure enveloped everything around them, even stripping the ground beneath their feet. In a moment of profound shock, the first layer of the luminous barrier was shattered. The golden radiance surged forth, unabated. As it pressed onward, following closely were the second and third layers. In a mere half-second, the 4 layers of the light wall crumbled into countless shimmering fragments. The golden beams had already descended upon the 5th layer of the barrier, and breaching its defenses was simply a matter of time. Yet at that very instant, Gilgamesh gently raised the ultimate treasure, adorned with crimson patterns. This was the divine construct capable of annihilating all existence. He proclaimed with fervor, "It is over. Awaken. Ea, the stage that befits you has been set." In his grasp, the sword of rupture began to spin violently, an unstoppable force entwining around his arm. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. He directed the artifact before him and bellowed, "Behold, the divergence of heaven and earth, the star of creation." At this moment, the artifact-grade sigil had yet to fully breach the blazing 7-fold ring of the burning heaven. A force potent enough to obliterate the world erupted, causing the inherent boundary ancient demon's radiance to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Do you not realize that the heavens are my domain? The earth trembled as the fractured palaces began to collapse. Above, the sky, reminiscent of hell's hue, split open with a massive fissure. This world was crumbling into a chaotic ruin, and all its formidable power emanated from the noble King Gilgamesh and his formidable noble phantasm, the Sword of Rupture. This was precisely why Zhou Lan remained skeptical upon learning about the Holy Master's artifact. Gilgamesh's Sword of Rupture exerted a suppressive control over the inherent barriers, while the Holy Master, descending as a caster class, had amassed a significant portion of his strength within the confines of his inherent barrier-type artifact. Yet, one could hardly blame him. His capabilities had been irrevocably determined the moment he descended. Excluding the Sword of Rupture, he was undoubtedly the strongest. The earth shattered inch by inch, with vast chasms resembling gaping abysses that consumed all in their path. Palaces and slaves alike perished within the engulfing void. The wings of the Dragon Legion were bound, plummeting from the heavens. The might of the Sword of Rupture surged toward the Holy Master. Observing the ancient palace, now in ruins before him, the Holy Master exhibited neither sorrow nor joy. As the glory faded, he stood in the center of this collapsed world. In times past, he might have roared with a hoarse cry, uttering fierce words or grand ambitions, for that was his nature. Yet, inexplicably at this very moment, his heart found tranquility. This place had always been a fabrication, had it not? He had already traversed this history once before. Demons possess flesh and blood. As the sixth among the 8 great demons, his former temperament was far from virtuous. Time and again, whether sealed by Lope or obstructed by Chung Long, his exits had always been marked by disgrace. Yet this time, it was evident that he had failed once more, succumbed beneath the very sword of rupture that countered him so effectively. Strangely, his heart remained as calm as a still lake. Why was this so? Standing amidst the ravaged world, his gaze drifted toward the horizon, resting upon the figure adorned in noble robes. Perhaps it was the presence of this individual that brought him solace. After countless escapes from hell, battling alone, he had grown accustomed to this sensation, even forgetting the 7 suffering brothers left behind in the inferno. His reputation among dragons was dismal. Betrayal was merely a trivial affair, done to both demons and humans alike. However, this time, he was immensely grateful for having made the right decision, to assist Zhou Lan in leaving the former world. The consequences of this choice were undeniably clear. After a lifetime of solitary struggle, he finally stood alongside a brother, an elder, a brother among the 8 great demons, an existence they had collectively acknowledged since their inception. Now, he could accept his failure with equanimity, for he understood that the price had ceased to be the solitary burden of enduring a century of confinement. My brother. The Holy Master raised the corners of his mouth, softly calling out, Zhou Lan, I am here. The Holy Master cast a glance at his former palace, now reduced to dust. He jested, It seems I have learned a touch of composure from the elder. You have learned admirably, replied Zhou Lan. The overwhelming power of the divergence sword approached, and the Holy Master unhinged his jaw, unleashing the might of the artifact-grade dragon spell. This was the essence of his abilities as a demon of fire, amplified within the established boundary to match the formidable power of Saber's noble phantasm. The Sword of Victory. Flames surged forth, countering the impending wave of destruction. In the distance, Zhou Lan took one last look at the crumbling world before turning away. It is over. It appears Castor has lost, muttered Emiya Kiritsugu, accustomed to perceiving no emotion or expression on Zhou Lan's face. The presence he exuded felt as eternal and indifferent as the moon in the sky. Regardless of how dire the situation appeared or how dark the night of peril loomed, the moon remained tranquil, suspended in the firmament. Zhou Lan adjusted his wide sleeves and, smiling, shook his head, saying, When I declare it is over, it is indeed over. What do you mean? Emiya Kiritsugu glanced into the distance, where Castor's noble phantasm and established boundary lay in ruins, even the servant himself suffering in the tumult. Was the situation not clear enough? Ignoring his confusion, Zhou Lan gracefully drifted backward. The Holy Grail War is a conflict between a master and a servant against other masters and servants, is it not? Are you suggesting? Emiya Kiritsugu seemed to grasp something, yet hesitated to believe it. Zhou Lan's figure dissolved into the dust of the world's destruction, leaving only his final words resonating in the air. It is my turn to take the stage. Emiya Kiritsugu's expression shifted, his pupils trembling. That night, after the collapse of the inherent boundary known as the ancient demon's glory, all who had been ensnared within returned to the familiar docks. Gilgamesh stood high above, the divergence sword slowly ceasing its rotation in his grasp. He regarded the Holy Master, who remained standing in the center of the battlefield, and scathed, albeit slightly diminished in presence. Truly resilient. Gilgamesh could not help but commend. The noble phantasm had shattered, and even after enduring a blow from the divergent sword, the holy master still stood firm. His condition appeared surprisingly better than that of many other servants. Lancer, closest to the battlefield's heart, though he had exerted every effort to evade the impacts from the holy master and Gilgamesh, bore numerous wounds. Healing magic shimmered upon him. Meanwhile, Saber, having battled the Dragon Legion for an extended period, panted heavily. Her wrist bore an unhealable injury, yet she continued to protect the vulnerable Alice Phil behind her. In contrast, the Conqueror King Iskandar and his master Waver had remained aloof from the fray since the beginning, appearing relatively unburdened at this moment. To have battled to this extent with me, I have already acknowledged your will and strength. You call yourself a demon. Then, demon, it is time to bring all to an end. Gilgamesh once more raised the Sword of Rupture. In the center of the battlefield, the Holy Lord lifted his head. Having sensed Zhou Lan's approach, his expression unfazed. In the next moment, Zhou Lan descended leisurely beside his colossal figure. Demon, are you addressing me? Zhou Lan smiled, gazing at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's pupils momentarily constricted. He cast a grave look downward towards the figure beside the Holy Lord. The command seal upon the back of the other's hand revealed his identity, the Master of Castor. Bastard, he frowned, recognizing that it was too late for this presence to confront him. His acknowledgement of the Holy Lord did not extend to this master. Zhou Lan's lips curled into a smile as he slowly extended his hand, while the Holy Lord remained indifferent. It did not imply that he could tolerate others barking at him. Noisy, he spoke lightly. In the next instant, a formidable beam of purple-black light descended, colliding with Gilgamesh in an almost instantaneous strike. There was not a moment's respite for reaction. With an unstoppable force, it thrust him down from his lofty perch, causing even his golden armor to sink into the earth. Holding the Sword of Rupture with one hand planted in the ground, Gilgamesh's pupils underwent a drastic change. An immense power descended upon him in an instant, yanking him violently toward the ground, making even the act of rising a distant hope. Who permitted you to stand above and speak to me? Zhou Lan swept his hand. The repulsive force ignited in an instant, violently embedding Gilgamesh into the ground, pushing him inexorably away from the dock until he plummeted into the sea. It felt as though he had been struck head-on by a 100-ton truck on the freeway. A sense of utter helplessness. The sound of splashing water echoed softly. The participants, just emerging from the established barrier, stood frozen as if time had halted, their gazes fixated on the terrifying chasm in the ground. Hey, this must be a joke, Weber murmured in terror. Chapter 26, The Mightiest. Master? The emotion known as fear fermented at the docks. Yet, demons are inherently beings that instill terror in others. Are they not? Zhou Lan delicately made his move, but the chasm etched into the ground was like a scar imprinted on everyone's hearts. A multitude of gazes filled with shock were fixated upon him, the master draped in robes, levitating in the air. Ah, indeed, he is the master. I did not mistake that. However, has there ever been such a formidable master in history? Or, to rephrase, has there ever been a magician of such unparalleled strength throughout the annals of time? Undoubtedly, Zhou Lan is a magician. But is it truly plausible for a magician to possess such overwhelming power? Could he even tear apart a servant with his bare hands? In the night sky, Zhou Lan seemed rather pleased with his entrance. He gently brushed away non-existent dust from his robe, his long, purplish-black hair blending almost seamlessly into the darkness. How does it feel? He glanced at the master, whose aura appeared somewhat subdued. He then raised a finger and lightly tapped. A surge of green light flowed into the master's being. This was the magic of Qi, which he had already mastered completely. For a demon, whose lifespan could only be measured in millions of years, once something is learned, forgetting it becomes an arduous task. In the blink of an eye, the master's aura suddenly surged. He stretched slightly, his formidable body brimming with power, returning to the peak of this corporeal form. Much better, he grinned wickedly. Zhou Lan's gaze swept across the battlefield, disregarding the astonishment surrounding him. The outcome of this Holy Grail war had already been determined from the very beginning. He merely made a minor gesture to unveil this reality. Nothing more. Hybrid. In the depths of the obsidian sea, a golden light surged forth. Gilgamesh's face contorted with rage, utterly infuriated. As the king of heroes, he could not tolerate such disdain. Absolutely unforgivable. Emerging from the water, he raised his sword, roaring, "Yah! Destroy everything!" A tremendous force sent thousands of tons of seawater crashing to either side, the overwhelming power of this noble phantasm rushing directly toward Zholan. "Are you angry?" Zholan chuckled, still tapping his fingers, which hovered in the air. Buzz. The immense force seemed to collide with an invisible wall, rippling waves spreading through the air. It was thus halted, unable to advance further. He could actually block Archer's noble phantasm from a distance. Weber rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That extraordinarily powerful and mysterious artifact had obliterated an entire bounded field in an instant. Such strength was nearly at its limit. Yet, it was so effortlessly thwarted by Castor's master. "Hey, you're a magician too. Why aren't you this formidable?" Iskandar inquired of his own master. Weber, with a face devoid of hope, lowered his head and replied weakly, "If I were that powerful, what use would I have for you all? I could win on my own." Even among the documented families of magicians, it is unlikely that such a terrifying being has ever emerged. This was the thought that crossed Weber's mind, and his mentor, Kenneth, a participant in the Fourth Holy Grail War and Master of Lancer, was even more astonished. He was not an ordinary man unfamiliar with the world. As one of the 12 magi of the clock tower in England, he was renowned even within the global circle of magicians. Yet, the current situation, in his entire life, he had never encountered anything like this. It transcended humanity, surpassing the very concept of magic. This was sorcery. In an instant, the image of Zholan, silently floating in the night sky, appeared extraordinarily fearsome to him. This individual had undoubtedly exceeded the limits of a magician. He might have reached the root. Kenneth's mind was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts, as if descending into madness. The power displayed by Zholan was beyond the scope of magic. Ultimately, magic was merely a technique that mimicked true sorcery. The force he exhibited was likely genuine sorcery. That was the power acquired upon touching the root. The root. It was the ultimate goal and truth coveted by all magicians, a desire deeply ingrained in the hearts of every practitioner. Yet, what was the significance and purpose of such an existence vying for the Holy Grail? If he had indeed reached the root, comprehending and obtaining the ability to manipulate the essence of the world, what reason remained for him to pursue the Holy Grail? Kenneth could not fathom it. The impact of this revelation was overwhelmingly intense. He knelt, bloodshot eyes gazing blankly at the night sky. Naturally, Zholan was unaware of Kenneth's condition hidden in the shadows. Even if he did know, it would matter little to him. The ultimate aspiration of all magicians in this world was to reach the so-called root, the ultimate realm known as the beginning and end of all things. Zholan had not truly reached this so-called root. However, if the ability to manipulate the essence of the world was regarded as indicative of having touched the root, then he indeed possessed such capability. After all, the powers of attraction and repulsion were indeed facets of the world's essence. The power he wielded was never mere magic, but true sorcery. This strength was inscribed in his blood, his marrow, and indeed his very soul. From a moment of his birth, it had coursed through every inch of his being. With a disdainful snort, he raised his hand to suppress the destructive might of the divergence, soared once more, forcing Gilgamesh back into the depths of the sea. A noble phantasm? Ah! Zholan chuckled softly. "Come back to me when you can truly obliterate a moon." In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, Gilgamesh gathered strength anew, preparing to breach the surface. Zholan slowly pressed down with one hand. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The flying bird suspended in the night sky stood utterly still. No, it was not a freeze. The bird flutters its wings with great effort, yet it cannot advance even an inch. From all directions, both above and below, an invisible force firmly confines everything within its grasp. There are no paths to the heavens, nor entrances to the earth. The golden light from beneath the sea has barely ignited before it swiftly dims once more. Even the winds dare not stir restlessly. Chapter 27. Behold me. What is the matter? In the heart of the suspended battlefield, Jolan slightly curled his lips, casting a sweeping gaze over all present. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an air of elegance and composure, imbued with a mysterious and magnetic quality, as if honed through the annals of time. With merely a flick of his hand, the tension dissipated and the command that enveloped the realm was finally lifted. Birds soared through the night sky, liberated at last. An aura of sovereign authority emanated from him, exuding the demeanor of a ruler. As his gaze traversed the depths of the sea, he shook his head in resignation. It appeared that individual remained undeterred. The Holy Master stepped forward, positioning himself in the center. He had fully regained his strength. Gilgamesh was his adversary. Go forth. Pay no heed to the consumption of magical energy, Jolan gently gestured. The Holy Master strode purposefully towards the surface of the water. Beneath the battlefield, every soul harbored secrets. Master, what shall I do? Lancer Darmuid quietly inquired of his master, Kenneth. He was a knight of remarkable prowess. After a lengthy pause, Kenneth finally responded, I am uncertain, Master. Darmuid tightened his grip on his weapon. He sensed an inexplicable shift. His master, who had always been decisively confident, now appeared hesitant and contemplative. Was it due to the formidable caster and his master before them? What did the master perceive in him? Lance, act according to your heart's desire. Kenneth issued his command. A faded command seal vanished from the back of his hand. He had indeed employed a precious command seal, an act reserved for compelling a servant. Yet his command was to let the servant act freely. Strange, exceedingly strange. What should I do? Darmuid questioned his own heart. Each servant possessed a compelling reason to win, a deep-seated wish that must be fulfilled without exception. Presently, the most formidable competitor had emerged. From the very beginning, they had not been on equal footing nor on the same level. Regardless of the correctness of their choices, there remained only one indisputable option. He gripped his lance tightly and advanced towards Jolan. Only by vanquishing Castor and his master could there be hope in this holy grail war. This transcended the spirit of chivalric combat and will. They faced an unprecedented adversary. Archer Gilgamesh had engaged Castor, and he believed others shared the same sentiment. Ryder Weber murmured, recognizing this as their sole opportunity. Ah, indeed, what a monstrous being. His servant, the Conqueror King, is Condorcide. But you, my friend, are quite commendable when it comes to making decisions. He patted Weber on the back. As a king, one must never falter. With a fierce roar, he swung the whip with great force, causing the ox cart to pivot sharply in the night sky. Restlessly pawing at the ground while facing the adversary firmly entrenched in the center of the battlefield. This was an opponent worthy of everyone's utmost effort to defeat. Saber strike, commanded Kiritsugu Amiya. To achieve victory, this was the sole option, to unite all participants in vanquishing Castor and his master. Otherwise, they would see no glimmer of hope for triumph. If they could not even accomplish this, then, from the very beginning, this Holy Grail war had been destined to have no bearing on them. With a sudden bellow, Berserker lunged forward like a mad beast, evidently sharing the same intent as his master. A resounding gunshot echoed ominously across the docks. Just as Kiritsugu issued the command, his assistant, Mia, had already fired the first bullet, akin to a clarion call for charge. The bullet sliced through the night, trailing a graceful line behind it. With countless assassination experiences, missing was simply out of the question. In scarcely a heartbeat, the bullet was aimed at Jolan's head. Within mere centimeters of him, it lost all momentum, firmly immobilized before Jolan. Gazing thoughtfully at the bullet suspended in the air, Jolan smiled. With a gentle breath, he decomposed the bullet's kinetic energy, transforming it into shimmering copper shavings that scattered into the air. Then, he raised his hand, grasping toward the bullet's origin. A painful crunch echoed as the container where Mia was hidden was instantaneously crushed into a wrinkled iron sphere, silently hovering in midair. Jolan released his grip, and the iron sphere plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. From its creases, a stream of bright red blood seeped forth. Mia! Kiritsugu's pupils dilated in shock. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm, accepting that opposing this terrifying master would inevitably lead to sacrifices. Zholan was acutely aware of whom he had slain, Kiritsugu's assistant. But what of it? This was war. Death was merely an interlude in the symphony of conflict. Now, it seemed he had become the focus of everyone's murderous intent, an inevitable consequence. With a silent smirk, he raised his hand and forcefully repelled the approaching lancer, sending him crashing deep into the container. Many appeared to misunderstand the concept of a villain, or perhaps they simply could not grasp the essence of a demon. A demon acts solely according to its own whims, or rather, to achieve outcomes that bring it delight. Come forth and pay homage to me, he thundered, as the ground within several meters of him buckled under immense pressure, collapsing into a pit. It had been a long time since he had unleashed his power, and the current circumstances elicited a hint of pleasure within him. Remaining suspended in the air, he lifted the constraints, allowing the other servants to converge upon him. From the deep black hole, created by Lancer's impact on the container, a beautifully ornate red spear pierced through the air. A treasure of his known as the Red Rose of Demon Breaking, possessing the ability to bypass magical defenses. Had it not been for the impossibility of approaching, he would not have thrown aside his weapon. This was a choice born of desperation. The Crimson Lance, akin to a shooting star, swiftly closed the distance. Zholan raised his left hand, a gentle sweep unleashing an invisible force that yanked the red spear from its trajectory, sending it spiraling into the frigid ground. He turned, extending his hand, facing the figure clad in blue battle armor, Saber, the legendary King Arthur, Altria, who had approached with haste. With her sword raised high, an irresistible gravitational pull suddenly emanated from the side, dragging her into an adjacent shipping container, creating a second black hole. The iron shell of the container warped and creaked ominously. Thunder rumbled in the heavens as the chariot of the conqueror king, Iskander, known as the Distant Ravager, descended from the skies. Zholan pointed a lone finger into the air, delicate ripples radiating forth instantaneously. Buzz, that unyielding momentum dissipated in an instant. He gently pushed with his palm, sending both the rider and chariot hurtling away. A palpable threat surged from the ground as a sinister black figure lunged forward, dragging a streetlight in its wake. With a soft snort, he forcefully pressed down his arm. The overwhelming pressure descended like a meteor, forcing Berserker into the earth. Struggling to rise. At this juncture, all four threats were extinguished. Even approaching Zholan proved futile. Amiya Kiritsugu glanced at the time. From a moment before until now, merely 2 seconds had elapsed. Chapter 28. Where the demon's despair was fermenting. The hazy, pale moonlight cascaded upon Zholan, accentuating his exquisite grandeur. From beginning to end, he remained utterly motionless, suspended at the heart of the battlefield, unfazed by the tumult surrounding him. Sounds erupted from all directions, as those audacious enough to challenge the sovereign rose to their feet, undeterred. A slight smile graced Zholan's lips, a flicker of delight emanating from within. Though his current form could not sustain the full extent of his power, even this fraction was sufficient to overshadow the masses. His gaze fell upon the approaching foes, akin to lightning striking forth, yet he merely raised his hand at a measured pace. It seemed that such a gesture alone would suffice. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh extricated himself from confinement, leaping from the ocean's surface to solid ground. Anger, resentment, and hatred scarcely encapsulated his current emotional state. Since his arrival, never had he felt so beleaguered. His status, identity, and strength had all constructed a wall of arrogance within him. Certainly, he possessed ample grounds for such pride. Yet, Zholan, with a mere push of his hand, had shattered that wall of arrogance. His fury was not solely a response to Zholan's formidable prowess. As a being summoned from the realm of legends, there naturally existed disparities in strength. What truly incensed him was Zholan's unflappable demeanor, as if he were indifferent to everything, perceiving those before him as mere ephemeral wisps, unworthy of attention. Indifference, tranquility, elegance, and composure. Only with such an attitude could one appear so nonchalant. It was as if he were incapable of feeling anger, regarding the entirety of the scene as a trivial jest meant to amuse him. This was utterly detestable. Just a day prior, he had been the loathsome figure in this very scenario. Yet, in a fleeting moment, their positions had reversed. He had been cast down from the heavens of superiority, left in a state of disarray. Only a sovereign was worthy of standing atop all, deserving of being venerated by the lesser beings. And yet, he had fallen to the mortal realm. As a king, he could not abide such provocation. The moisture enveloping his form evaporated under the surge of his power, and he roared. In the next instant, a colossal figure materialized before him. Castor. Gilgamesh fixed his gaze upon the silhouette obstructing his path. "What do you see?" The voice of the Holy Master resonated deeply. He cast a sidelong glance, observing Zhou Lan, cloaked in the gentle moonlight, exuding an aura that moved even the demon. "It seems my brother has riled you somewhat," he remarked with a subtle smile. "Brother?" Gilgamesh hesitated, grappling with the ambiguous implications of the term. This creature, this monstrosity that called itself a demon, claimed to be his brother? Servants were beings descended from the annals of history. If Zhou Lan was indeed Castor's brother, then from which historical abyss had this being emerged? Was he immortal? However, it is undeniable that he is indeed a perfect being, is he not? The Lord raised his shoulders in a gesture of indifference and took a step forward. Regardless of how others perceive him, at least from his perspective, Zhou Lan is undeniably a flawless demon. The hierarchy among the 8 great demons is predetermined by age, an immutable fact from the very beginning. Yet, demons possess a sense of pride, and the Lord embodies this sentiment to a greater extent. Nevertheless, Zhou Lan's recent conduct is, in his eyes, unquestionably perfect. It evokes memories of the days before they were sealed in hell. At that time, the Lord of the Cursed Blue reigned over the moon, detached from the trivialities of the mortal realm. The calm and composed demeanor he exhibited then mirrors that of the present. The Lord has always believed that only the Cursed Blue of those days deserves to be called his elder brother. The moon demon, imprisoned for countless millennia in hell, is but a hollow shell, a mere shadow of his former self. Of course, it is not only Cursed Blue, they all share this fate. Hell relentlessly erodes their intellect. Yet now, that elder brother of the past has returned like a flash of lightning. He has made a promise as the elder to rescue all his siblings. Just as they did on the first day they entered hell. Only such a being can rightfully be referred to as his Lord. The elder brother of the 8 great demons. "What manner of beings are you?" Gilgamesh issued his first inquiry. "We?" The Lord chuckled softly, his laughter growing increasingly unrestrained and audacious. He stood before Gilgamesh, his formidable form brimming with power. With arms crossed before him, the world unfurled like an exquisite tapestry. He roared with laughter, proclaiming, "We are demons. The inherent boundary, the glory of ancient demons, has returned once more." Zhou Lan gazed up at the shifting skies. The Lord unleashed his inherent boundary once again, drawing everyone into its embrace. With Zhou Lan, a master possessed of nearly boundless magical power, as a support, he could revel without restraint. The glory of ancient demons unfolded. In an instant, the blood-red heavens mirrored the hues of hell. Palaces reformed, colossal dragons soared through the skies, and servants sang sacred hymns. Before him, King Arthur and Altria gasped slightly, her body bent in exhaustion, while Lancer Darmwood knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, Berserker continued to frantically attempt to break through the invisible gravitational wall surrounding him. Castor's inherent boundary has returned, Weber murmured. The magical energy required to unleash an inherent boundary type, noble phantasm, is astonishingly immense, and yet Castor had managed to activate it twice in quick succession, appearing effortlessly adept. A flicker of confusion crossed Weber's mind. However, when he turned his gaze to Castor's master, Zhou Lan, clarity struck him. If he were the conduit supplying magic to Castor, everything would make sense. In Weber's mind, he had already elevated Zhou Lan to a realm beyond humanity. He was utterly convinced that this was beyond the capabilities of any mere mortal. Eliminating all impossible answers, the remaining one, no matter how irrational it may seem, shall be the sole truth. The master of Castor is a creature of monstrosity. They are now daring to confront this beast. As the ancient demon's glory unfolds, the aura surrounding the Holy Master ascends to unprecedented heights. It is only in this moment that he can unleash his utmost prowess. The power of the treasure class 12 sigils surges to its zenith. The presence of Zhou Lan has captivated an overwhelming amount of attention, causing everyone momentarily to forget, or perhaps overlook, an equally terrifying entity in this holy grail war, Castor. His sharp ambition is directed straight at the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, a target he has resolutely chosen from the very beginning. Zhou Lan, with great consideration, has entrusted this matter to him. This is a conflict of kings, where only death can bring an end. Chapter 29. The world has perished 1,000,000 times. Demons are never hesitant to confront many with but one. The notion of a nightly duel is indeed a farce. For such entities, being targeted is a natural state of existence. They stand opposed not only to individuals but to collectives and the world itself. For demons, this opposition is a form of affirmation. Zhou Lan traverses the battlefield with an ease that belies the chaos, firmly holding the upper hand and relentlessly suppressing the masses. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the Holy Master and Gilgamesh unfolds with fervor. As the king of heroes, Gilgamesh is far from a mere buffoon. He awakens from his defeat, his expression gradually settling into calmness. A true king must possess the capacity to embrace all, including failure. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is the loss of a kingly heart. In other words, he has pulled himself back from the precipice of being overwhelmed by Zhou Lan's intimidation. At this moment, he resolves to sheath his enduring arrogance and confront his royal adversary with the proper demeanor befitting a king. The blazing, 7-layered circular barrier unfolds before him, a formidable defense against the Holy Master's onslaught. The treasures of kings rain down like a cataclysm, plowing the earth for miles. Behind it all, he entrusts his hopes to what could be deemed the mightiest of his noble phantasms, the Sword of Rupture, wielding the power to create and destroy. Yeah, let all be annihilated. As brilliance erupts, the earth rends anew. As his master, Tokiomi Tosaka, despite his many shortcomings, is nonetheless a competent magician. Although the magical energy he provides is not vast, it is undoubtedly among the most superior of masters, excluding Zhou Lan, who defies all conventions. With the full might of the 12 powerful sigils unleashed, the Holy Master moves with a colossal form akin to a superhuman. Within the ancient demonic glory, bound by the powerful sigils of the dog and horse, Gilgamesh finds it difficult to utterly obliterate him. He can only dismantle the Holy Master's inherent barriers without inflicting mortal harm. Numerous abilities exist at the level of bugs, and today they merely coincide fortuitously. The Holy Grail War is a symbiosis of servants and their masters, with a master providing magical energy is an indispensable role throughout. In this regard, Zulan unduet the ausin Tokiomi Tosha. If Tokiomi's magical energy is likened to a droplet of water, then Zhou Lan could justly be compared to an entire ocean. As the heavens collapse and the earth quakes, history repeats itself, and the ancient demonic glory faces imminent destruction. Yet, the sinister smile upon the Holy Master's face remains unyielding. Bolstered by his brother, he possesses a confidence that is well-founded. As darkness envelopes the sky, all return to the dock. Before they can react, the blood-red firmament once again blankets the world. The Holy Master unleashes his inherent barrier anew. Both are kings at the pinnacle of their might. Yet he is firmly suppressed by the treasures of kings and the onslaught of EA. However, leveraging the power of the 12 noble phantasms, he presses forward unceasingly. The blood-red sky is both dark and luminous, as the world faces annihilation and rebirth. All of this unfolds like the tide, drawn by the moon's gravitational pull, retreating and surging anew. The world undergoes ceaseless transformations, yet the one unchanging element is the solitary stride of the Holy Lord. With each obliteration of the ancient demon's glory, he draws ever closer to the formidable hero king, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. His steps remain unwavering, akin to a leisurely stroll upon the snow-laden peaks. Determination is a trait that demons ought never to underestimate. Time and again, they have been subdued by righteousness. sealed away by the eternal foes of each era, leaving the Holy Lord ensnared in a serpentine cycle of good and evil. But I ask, has he ever surrendered? Not even for a fleeting moment. Even when battered and broken, his resolve propels him forward, never faltering. Who can fathom? Even now, his most primordial visage exists merely as a lifeless, dust-covered disc statue nestled in the shadowy depths of another realm. Despite the loss of all power, his soul endures the relentless torment of time, year after year. The demons still yearn to escape their infernal prison, to tear asunder the blood-red cage and bask once more in the glory of your. What is deemed righteous or wicked is merely a construct of the world's design. To break free from this paradigm, what defines righteousness? What defines wickedness? The fearsome claw of a dragon descends heavily, while the Holy Lord stands resolutely before the hero king, confronting the cataclysmic radiance. The world has perished countless times, yet the demon's resilience has never faltered. His monstrous hand clenches into a fist, the accumulated grievances of countless years erupting into a torrent of release. Golden armor shatters into fragments, dispersing like celestial specks across the sky. Gilgamesh is flung from his position, crashing to the ground, bloodied and bruised. "Archer, you have lost," the Holy Lord declares, his towering figure casting a shadow over half the sky as he gazes down upon him. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the bloodied arc of the fallen hero undoubtedly captivates all attention. If even the mightiest among them, the archer, has fallen, the outcome of this battle is sealed. Yet, the heroes emerging from history shine brightly for this very reason. In the face of despair and impending defeat, at this very moment, not a single soul retreats. Throughout history, who among the world's heroes lacks a heart of strength? Each individual has something worth fighting for. They do not yield to adversity, nor flee from the powerful. At this moment, this indomitable spirit is vividly embodied by them. Saber, King Arthur Artoria, stands with sword in hand, a gentle luminescence illuminating her exquisite visage. Tiny golden fireflies rise from all directions, while an unseen wind lifts her golden tresses, rendering her ethereally pure. Zholan raises his hand, a silent force propelling forth. The elongated figure swiftly charges into the fray, only to be violently repelled by the backlash. Diarmuid is forcefully thrown to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he calls out, "Saber, unleash your noble phantasm." The earth trembles. The city-level noble phantasm, known as Excalibur, radiates unparalleled brilliance. Her clear voice resonates throughout the battlefield. Excalibur. In scarcely a moment, a dazzling beam of light pierced the battlefield, enveloping both Zholan and the Holy Master within its brilliance. The ground crumbled and shattered beneath them, while divine light pierced the heavens. This was her noble phantasm, known as Arthur, embodying the indomitable resolve of a hero of Great Britain. This strike, imbued with boundless power, forcibly halted the Holy Master's advance toward Gilgamesh. Simultaneously, it engulfed Zholan. Ah, what a beautiful woman she was. Gazing at the radiant light traversing the battlefield, Gilgamesh struggled to rise, reclaiming his noble phantasm with renewed determination. His gaze swept over the exquisite profile of Saber, only to return to his own palm. He cleared his throat, his form momentarily becoming ethereal. The brilliance began to fade. Before him, the Holy Master's figure emerged from the luminosity, having withstood the full force of the sword of promised victory. Even he felt the toll. The noble phantasm's magical seal was tracing back through his being. Caster. Gilgamesh's eyes grew distant, as if he had resolved upon a certain determination. The next strike would be the ultimate expression of the hero king, Gilgamesh. Chapter 30. The first eliminated Saber, slightly bowed, panting. In the extinguished light, her clear, pale azure eyes reflected the noble figure of Zholan. Indeed, a single strike had not sufficed. Zholan emerged from the radiance, his gaze gradually descending to the servant before him, ultimately resting upon the visage of Saber, Artoria. His slender hand gently brushed against the hem of his garment, causing a corner of his opulent robe to disintegrate into scattered ashes. From the beginning of the conflict until now, This marked the first instance of damage he had sustained, albeit merely a fragment of his robe. Yet, this display of power and resolve was enough for him to acknowledge. His eyes appraised Saber. She was undeniably a rare beauty. Her countenance was striking, and her gaze resolute, resembling an unyielding flower standing tall against the fiercest storms. Alas, she stood before him as an adversary. Jolan, however, was not the type of anime protagonist who casually amassed a harem. Perhaps influenced by the amalgamation of Curse Blue memories and life, he had long since transformed into a demon, a truth that was exquisitely pure. With a slight seriousness, he spoke in a deep tone. Indeed, your will is truly pleasurable, and this determination has earned my respect as the demon of the moon. As his words fell, his form ascended, buoyed by gravity. This was both your fortune and misfortune. He slowly spread his arms, an indescribable aura enveloping him. Castor's master, has he grown angry? Not far off. Weber murmured. No. The Conqueror King, Iskander, wore a solemn expression. His experience allowed him to sense something distinctly different. He gravely remarked, it is not anger, but rather pleasure? Pleasure? Indeed, he seemed to revel in it. Jolan's figure soared to the zenith, suspended beneath the blood-red firmament. The current form he inhabited could not unleash his full power. After all, it was merely a fabricated human guise. Though handsome and exuding an ethereal quality, it paled in comparison to his true essence. He cast a glance below. The body of the Holy Lord was being reshaped, while the sword of deviation before him erupted with unprecedented might. That was Gilgamesh's final strike, gambled upon his honor. He comprehended the battlefield's dynamics thoroughly. Yet, after such an extensive duration, this protracted night must come to an end. His voice, like thunder, resonated through the air, creating subtle ripples in space. A circular, dark purple moon, nearly black in its profundity, slowly materialized behind him. In an instant, it expanded, hanging in the sky with a faint oppressive presence. Within the inherent boundary, the moon emerged. He closed his eyes. The human form he occupied began to recede, akin to submerging beneath a lake, retreating into the lunar phase, stirring gentle ripples. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seemed to stagnate. Amidst the collective held breaths of all present, a towering demon gradually emerged from the lunar visage. This was his true form. He sat cross-legged, his 5 palms directed towards the heavens, exuding an indescribable grandeur. A pair of slightly smaller hands gently clasped together at his chest, while another pair rested upon his Taoist robe, palms facing upwards. In his right hand, the Panga treasure box, emanating a faint blue aura, floated restlessly. His entire being remained motionless, yet it seemed to absorb all light around him. He opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs unique to demons. In that moment, he finally drifted out from the lunar phases. The ground lay in utter silence. Could it be a change of identity? This is a monster, a demon, undoubtedly not human. Weber stammered in disbelief, despite having harbored suspicions regarding Jolan's true identity. Facing the entity in its true form instilled profound fear. Surely, this was the original visage of this existence. In the distance, Kenneth gazed at the lunar figure in horror. The appearance of the demon could hardly be described as beautiful. Yet, there exists a presence that transcends physical appearance. In confronting him, mere visual observation proved inadequate. The only response evoked was the primal instinct inherent to all living beings. Kneel, commanded the entity. Thus, gravity jubilantly executed his order, the air pressing down with the weight of a solid mountain. The ground sank, his command instantaneously reaching every inch of the inherent barrier. The entire world descended within a breath. The distance to the heavens extended by several meters once more. The master and their servants knelt on one knee, their bodies engulfed by the sinking earth. This command was unconditionally enforced upon everyone. Adapting to varying strengths, the inherent barrier was sliced into cubes of different gravities. Yet, without exception, the same outcome prevailed. All were firmly suppressed, forever unable to reach the true essence of resistance. Jolan's mastery over his own powers was almost exquisitely precise. At his peak, he wielded absolute control over gravitational forces not exceeding his limits. Just as in this moment, upon witnessing the sovereign, one must naturally bow. This was an unbreakable rule. In the distance, Gilgamesh was momentarily pressed down, the brilliance entwined around his sword of rupture nearly extinguished. Yet, in an instant, he was released from his constraints. Understanding dawned upon him. He slightly bowed toward Zhou, who hovered in the sky. This was a necessary respect for an existence that, despite possessing overwhelming strength, still chose to honor the Battle of Kings. He raised his sword of rupture, roaring as he swung down. The Holy Master had long since recovered from his injuries, roaring forth to strike. All the power of noble phantasms rallied to support him. The magical energy provided by Zhou reached its zenith, freely accessible and abundant. This was a clash of kings from another world. In an instant, waves of destruction enveloped all, light surpassing everything. Following the dazzling collision, the world returned to silence. The night was tranquil as water, the docks desolate and empty. In a distant mansion, within a concealed basement, Tosaka Tokiomi suddenly halted, his figure bent over the desk, a wave of dizziness overwhelming him, immediately followed by waves of excruciating pain. His palms were clammy with sweat as he clutched the unfinished letter tightly in his hand, his face a picture of sheer terror. The connection with Archer had been severed. Chapter 31. I am merely a passing, ordinary demon sorcerer in the city of Fuyuki. The weather today is rain. Inside a comic store at the street corner, an old television broadcast news regarding a gas explosion that occurred last night near the docks. Fortunately, aside from economic damages, there were no casualties. How absurd that such a significant incident remains unexplained. What are these officials even doing? The store owner angrily turns off the television and glances at the two customers seated by the transparent glass. One of them, engrossed in a comic book, appears to be a towering figure, likely standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a deep green suit with an unrestrained neckline that reveals a glimpse of his bronze-toned chest. He manages to fit his robust physique into the seat, seemingly captivated by the youthful, spirited tale in his hands. The other patron, however, possesses a more distinctive appearance. From behind, his long black hair cascades like a waterfall. Despite being modern, he is dressed in an ancient Chinese robe, exuding an air of nobility with every subtle movement. At this moment, the man slightly turns his gaze, peering into the rain. These two seem to have come together, their camaraderie apparent. Perhaps they are television actors. The owner muses, as both possess a certain refined demeanor, unlike those who toil day in and day out for their livelihoods. Zhou retracts his gaze from the rain, focusing on the figure beside him, the Lord. This fellow has abandoned any pretense of concealing his true form. Mimicking Zhou, he has shaped himself into a human guise. To be frank, he resembles a fitness star from a television show of the 1980s. If memory serves, after their battle last night, the Lord inquired whether there existed a way to reclaim the wisdom lost to hell. As a demon of fire, he was once a formidable sorcerer. Zhou's answer was simple: read books. As the vessels of knowledge, books are the most tangible means of wisdom. With demonic abilities, one can effortlessly comprehend even the simplest of magical tomes. Zhou had prepared himself, ready to rummage through the archives of various magical families, determined to procure ancient texts to enrich the Lord's knowledge. However, the Lord is anything but conventional. Not long ago, as they passed this comic store, he glanced at the overflowing shelves and expressed a desire to enter. Despite knowing these materials lack substance, Zhou acquiesced. And now, as it stands, he has become utterly engrossed. A nearly 2-meter-tall, carefree, handsome fitness enthusiast is nestled in a chair, poring over a comic book no larger than his palm. The scene is undeniably peculiar, evoking a sense of astonishment akin to witnessing Elbu abandon his halberd for a delicate needle. Zhou gently taps his fingers on the table, reminding, "My lord, we have already squandered 3 hours." The Lord lifts his head, puzzled. Is that so? Zhou is certain that when the Lord transformed, he undoubtedly drew inspiration from Valent's appearance. With hair of an ambiguous length akin to snow, and a visage as sharply defined as if chiseled from stone, Even his aesthetic was reflected in the deep green of his suit. Just moments ago, two young girls, sheltered under their umbrellas, paused outside the glass wall, their gaze fixed intently upon his partially exposed pectorals, contemplating whether to approach him for his contact information. My dear brother, you must ponder. The master suddenly flipped the fervent youth manga in his hands, pointing at the scene of the protagonist confronting a formidable boss. Inquiring, what constitutes our bond? Jolan glanced over. It was merely a cliché narrative where the protagonists, battered and on the brink of collapse, suddenly exclaim that this is our bond, leading to a surge of power and a triumphant counterattack. He shook his head, raising his hands in resignation. It is merely a certain connection between individuals. The master silently nodded, his head drooping once more. This fellow truly never ceases to amuse. With his elder brother present, he had completely relaxed. Jolan's expression flickered with a hint of exasperation. This individual had been sealed away for nearly a millennium, either trapped in hell or transformed into a disc-shaped statue, capable of speech yet utterly immobile. He was either in a state of confinement or on the path to it. When it came to comprehending modern life, he might not possess as broad an understanding as Jolan had garnered over his 20 years in his previous life. It was only natural for him to develop an interest in various other subjects. Yet, inexplicably, Jolan felt that he had undergone some transformation. Demons had existed for thousands of years, yet their current interactions bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary brotherly rapport. Did this fellow truly place such trust in him? The melodious chime of a doorbell resonated from behind, followed by the sound of polished shoes tapping against the wooden floor. Jolan did not turn. He already knew who had arrived. He raised his hand slightly, and a chair seemed to move of its own accord, as if an invisible hand guided it to the table, settling down with grace. Please, have a seat, he remarked subtly, Mr. Tosaka Tokiomi. Thank you. The weary Tosaka Tokiomi, his face etched with the burdens of time, sat down cautiously, his gaze wary yet respectful as it met Jolan's. The master of this caster was a man who inspired no inclination for rebellion in anyone's heart. He raked his disheveled hair with a hand, speaking in a tone laced with melancholy. You know it is me. Naturally, your familiar has been nearly glued to my presence today. Zulan Chuka Sopti, his gaze appraising Tokiomi. Truly a disheveled sight. His once impeccable suit was marred with water stains, a chaotic appearance with a tie askew, and his face bore the stubble of neglect, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Jolan remarked nonchalantly, You have come seeking me? Are you not afraid I might take your life? Tosaka Tokiomi suddenly choked. A fit of harsh coughing ensued. Why would that be? Archer is dead. I'm already out of the contest. This conflict bears no relation to me anymore. Then what compels you to brave the torrential rain to seek me? Tosaka Tokiomi's lips tightened, the muscles in his face quivering slightly, revealing a profound tension. He lifted his gaze from the table, locking eyes with Jolan, whose expression was as tranquil as still waters. It was akin to a profound lake, nearly ensnaring his attention. He clenched his jaw tightly, his voice emerging laboriously from between gritted teeth. May I inquire if you have ever reached the root? Upon uttering these words, it felt as though he had expended all his strength, leaning back to collapse into his chair. Tosaka Tokiomi, as the head of the Tosaka family, was well informed, and as a magician, his yearning for the root was unmistakably evident. Ultimately, his sole purpose for participating in the Holy Grail War was to attain victory and wish upon the Grail for the means to reach the root. Now, a magician who likely had already surpassed all others stood before him. Even though his servant, Archer, had met his demise, he felt compelled to risk provoking this individual to pose his question. This was the lifelong aspiration of a magician, the root. Jolan lightly tapped his fingers, smiling as he replied, What is that? Tosaka Tokiomi was momentarily taken aback, his pupils trembling in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How is this possible? He questioned repeatedly. Tosaka Tokiomi, I believe you are mistaken, Jolan replied, spreading his hands in mockery. I am merely an ordinary demon sorcerer passing by. Chapter 32. Diarmuid's graceful exit. Tokiomi Tosaka departed, his silhouette steeped in solitude. In merely 2 days, he had transformed from a spirited middle-aged man to a figure marked by age. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Gilgamesh to accept defeat with such equanimity. Indeed, he embodies the heart of a king. Contemplating this, Zhou Lan inquired of the master, "What did Archer say to you before he vanished?" Upon hearing the question, the master raised his head and replied. He expressed that he had enjoyed himself immensely. "Was it truly that brief?" Zhou Lan asked. "Indeed, it was that brief," the master confirmed, shrugging his shoulders before allowing his head to droop once more. Thanks to Zhou Lan's endorsement and the nearly boundless magical energy sustaining him, the master was assured of victory in last night's turmoil. The synergy between the noble phantasm great horse and the canine talismans was undeniably formidable. It could be said that Gilgamesh's defeat was not without justification. In his recollection, had Zhou Lan not intervened, Gilgamesh might have seized a corporeal form in this Holy Grail War, thereby influencing the Fifth Holy Grail War. Yet, Zhou Lan's arrival indisputably disrupted that trajectory. Whether this would instigate a butterfly effect was of no concern to him. After all, it was not his realm. To take a step back as a demon, he was indifferent to such matters. He pondered whether Gilgamesh had the opportunity to impart pleasurable knowledge to Kirai Kodomine. If not, that unfortunate soul might remain trapped in the suppression of his desires until his dying breath. If this were the case, Tokiomi Tosaka ought to express gratitude, for he had indirectly saved him from being slain by his treacherous disciple, Kirai Kodomine. As for Tokiomi Tosaka's inquiries, Zhou Lan was a demon who acted solely according to his whims. He had never reached the roots of this world, nor did he harbor any interest in doing so. His singular ambition lay solely with the Holy Grail. Rising to his feet, he addressed the master. "Let us proceed. Numerous eyes are upon us." The master stood and instinctively tucked the manga into his suit. At the threshold, he chuckled. "I expected at least someone to pursue us, uttering some foolish words about payment." Zhou Lan replied, "Tokiomi Tosaka has already settled that matter for us." "Is that so?" The master paused, a hint of boredom in his tone. "It appears we have lost a bit of amusement." The two stepped into the rain. On the street, a girl waiting for the tram swiftly tapped her companion in astonishment. "Did you see that? Those two didn't carry umbrellas." Her companion queried, puzzled. "What is the issue with not having an umbrella?" But the girl hesitated. "It seems as if the raindrops are avoiding them." "How extraordinary." "Perhaps you misinterpreted," her friend replied. "Impossible. One of them was even floating in the air. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Today marked the 3rd day of the Holy Grail War. The streets were not bustling, particularly as Zhou Lan arrived at the corner, where the thoroughfare lay desolate. He halted and extended his hand forward. An invisible magical force radiated outward, and, in that instant, the sound of shattering glass resonated in his ears. "Come forth," he commanded. At the corner, Kenneth appeared before Zhou Lan and the Holy Master, holding an umbrella. His expression was peculiar, and he instinctively opened his mouth to speak. However, Zhou Lan interrupted him, stating, "I have not seen you before." Kenneth's expression instantly froze. Caught off guard, the words he intended to utter had been anticipated. Zhou Lan felt somewhat helpless. These magicians, each consumed by the concept of origin, were somewhat understandable. After all, humanity has an inherent desire for higher powers, a fantasy of an omniscient existence that could elucidate the ultimate truths of all things. Those who possess aspirations and goals are seldom free from this belief. Yet, regrettably, Zhou Lan did not subscribe to this notion. Simultaneously, his existence alongside the Holy Master cast many masters into doubt and despair. They saw no hope in this Holy Grail War. Kenneth was among them. As one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower, he found himself unable to fathom the magician before him. Undeniably, he was a genius, having risen to become one of the 12 lords at a young age, a formidable magician, even qualified to teach at the Clock Tower. Yet, in the face of Zhou Lan, it was simply insufficient. The barrier he had meticulously prepared shattered effortlessly under the mere lift of Zhou Lan's hand. In the realm of worldly talent, had he reached the threshold to stand before this individual? Kenneth did not know. What he could ascertain was that the other's power was devastating enough to obliterate everyone as easily as one would crush an insect. Such magnitude of power should not manifest in a magician. Yet, the reality was that he had witnessed it firsthand. Kenneth clenched his fist slightly, calling out, "Lancer." D'Armwood appeared at his side, spear in hand, bowing as he addressed, "Master." "Lancer," Kenneth murmured, raising his hand as two command seals gradually faded. "I grant you the opportunity for a fair duel. As a knight, challenge the caster before you." "Master." D'Armwood's pupils trembled. The power of the caster was now universally acknowledged. At this moment, he was certainly not a match. But in the next instant, a realization dawned upon him, and a knowing smile graced his handsome face. Slightly bowing, D'Armwood expressed to Kenneth, "I understand now. Thank you for granting me a graceful exit." His master, Kenneth Elmaloy Archibald, set aside his pride. Simultaneously, he honored D'Armwood's identity as a knight, respecting his knightly spirit. With a flourish of his spear, D'Armwood, invigorated, declared aloud, "Caster, I, D'Armwood of the Fianna Knights, hereby challenge you to a glorious knightly duel." Jolan slowly drifted backward, granting space to the Holy Master. He understood Kenneth's intentions. The latter's heart had succumbed to despair. They had attempted to unite, yet the outcome had seen even the mighty archer fall. Faced with an insurmountable adversary, since the conclusion could not be altered, it was preferable to embrace defeat with grace. At this very moment, the master stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of languor. Yet the aura of malevolence never strayed far from him. He disdainfully remarked, "You are no match for me." D'Armwood smiled and replied, "I understand, but it is an honor to duel and perish against an opponent of your caliber." The master shrugged. "It seems you are prepared to meet your demise." "Indeed. Unleash your noble phantasm, caster." D'Armwood's voice thundered. He was acutely aware that the master before him was not at his peak strength. If he were to strike now, he might gain a slight advantage. However, as a knight, his honor forbade him from acting in such a manner. A duel between knights must be waged with full and fair strength. This principle was etched in his very being, a testament to his unwavering knightly spirit. D'Armwood Duebny was indeed such a person. Moreover, it was paramount that the formidable master was willing to afford him this opportunity. Otherwise, given his current strength, standing here would have been utterly implausible. With a slight shift of his gaze, he silently offered a deep bow to Jolan. "Very well," the master said, subtly shifting his stance, as if today's choice had been settled. He extended his arms, and in an instant, the glory of the ancient demon unfurled. The world momentarily shifted in hue before returning to its natural state. This was a battle devoid of any suspense, merely a knight charging towards an insurmountable foe, ultimately fulfilling the satisfaction of embracing death. Chapter 33. No need to search. They have long since arrived. All power is not without its roots. The Holy Grail, a legendary wish-granting apparatus, derives its ability to fulfill desires not from the void. Upon the death of a servant, their soul returns to the Grail. Thus the Grail, imbued with all this magical energy, can truly be regarded as a wish-granting device. Yet now, two servants have already exited the stage, their magical essence nourishing the Grail. However, this remains insufficient. That night within the church, Kyrie Kodomine paced anxiously. As the arbiter, he was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Yet since last night, his ally, Tokiomi Tosaka, had severed all ties. His son, Kyrie Kodomine, who had initially studied under Tokiomi during the Holy Grail War and had moved into the Tosaka residence to strategize, had now been summoned back. The once indomitable alliance had suddenly crumbled following the death of Tokiomi's servant, Archer. "Kyrie," he called out. From the shadows of the church, Kyrie Kodomine emerged, responding solemnly, "I am here. What is your perspective on the current situation?" Kyrie Kodomine inquired of his son. "Well," Kyrie pondered for a moment. One of the assassins had been slain by the Holy Master within the bounded field from the very beginning. Meanwhile, his mentor, Tokiomi, had offered no further words, merely despondently dissolving the alliance. The only piece of information he had gleaned from him was that Castor was formidable, and Castor's master was even stronger. Like his father, he now only knew the outcome, devoid of the details leading to it. "Tokiomi has betrayed our alliance, but do not forget, Kyrie, you are also one of the participants." Kirai Kodo mind stated. Kirai soon grasped the implication of his father's words and responded anxiously. Hassan is not adept at direct confrontation, and although I have not witnessed that master in action, Castor is indeed powerful. Kirai, the Holy Grail War is not a mere one-on-one contest. Neither the magical families nor our church shall permit the Grail to fall into the hands of an unknown outsider, he murmured. Saber and Rider have yet to be eliminated, and Berserker remains in play. The war is far from over. You should know more about those masters than I do. Kirai nodded, proceeding to analyze. Shiro Amiya is a formidable man, ruthless yet meticulous, and his servant, Saber, is exceptionally strong. Rider, the great Alexander who conquered the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa, possesses immense power as well, though his master, Waver, is still an inexperienced student. However, I possess scant knowledge regarding Berserker. Yin Feng Li Zheng cast a satisfied glance at his son and gestured dismissively. The master of Berserker is that boy from the Matu family. His magical capacity was subpar even before the Holy Grail War commenced, merely augmented through the use of a cursed worm. Just keep an eye on Berserker. He paused, suddenly adding, Lancer has already been eliminated. His master, Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, is preparing to depart from Fuyuki. He has relinquished his position rather decisively. Yan Family Zeng Pundarat. Without witnessing the confrontation between Lancer and his opponent, he found it challenging to ascertain the latter's true strength. Any news from Hassan? He inquired. Yin Feng Chili shook his head in exasperation. He too felt the weight of unspoken frustrations. His servant Hassan possessed exceptional abilities in stealth and concealment, yet he was utterly unable to evade the gaze of Zhoulan. Time and again, Hassan had scarcely approached before being effortlessly eliminated from a distance. If this probing continued, the myriad of faces would soon be eradicated by him alone. Perhaps we should consider sending Saber and Rider to engage Castor first, and then you can seize the Holy Grail, Yin Feng Li Zheng proposed with startling finality. Father, Yin Feng Chili hesitated. Chili, there is an old saying among our neighbors. When the clam and the snipe quarrel, the fisherman benefits. The Holy Grail is of utmost importance, and I hope you grasp my meaning. Yin Feng Li Zheng sighed. Send Hassan out to continue acting as our eyes. Understood. Yin Feng Chili nodded, and Hassan emerged from the shadows of the church. Monitor the other participants, aside from Castor and his master, he commanded. Hassan nodded and stealthily made his way toward the door. If you can observe Castor from a distance, do not miss the opportunity, Yin Feng Chili mused, murmuring to himself. I wonder where Castor is at this moment. Suddenly, Hassan froze at the entrance. Noticing Hassan's immobile form, Yin Feng Chili's expression turned to one of confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Hassan's face abruptly pivoted as if directed by an unseen force. We need not see Castor anymore, he stated. What do you mean? Yin Feng Li Zheng asked, bewildered. Hassan pointed toward the doorway, his voice laden with dread. He is right here. Impossible. The area outside the church is swarming with familiars. He cannot possibly be here unnoticed. Yin Feng Chili gazed out the window, only to have his next words caught in his throat by the scene before him. Outside the church lay a dense forest. Looking up, he saw the ranks of his Shadow Legion's ninjas filling every crevice. On the ground, atop the branches, the masked ninjas stood in silence, as if they had melded into the very air, becoming one with the darkness of the night. Thousands of ninjas stood shoulder to shoulder, eerily still like statues. The sight sent chills down his spine. Yin Feng Chili moved swiftly, surveying his surroundings. The Shadow Legion formed an impenetrable wall of darkness, enveloping the church in an air of foreboding. When did this happen? Hassan remained utterly oblivious. His pupils trembled. With a thud, Yin Feng Liza leaned back and collapsed onto the ground, the wrinkles on his face quivering. No, this is impossible. There must be at least 10,000 of them. I have never heard of any servant in history possessing such summoning capability. Faced with such numbers, even the proud 100 Faces pales in comparison. Can we break through? Yin Feng Liza asked, trembling. Yin Feng Chili shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. He understood that this was the capability of Castor. It was how Hassan, who had been tasked with surveillance that night, met his demise. Yet, he never anticipated the sheer magnitude of it. With such numbers, Not only could they besiege the church, but they could also wage a grand war in ancient times. The night breeze became stagnant, blocked by the dark walls that prevented it from entering the church. Thousands of shadowy ninja figures silently surrounded the church, resembling lifeless wooden dolls, seemingly awaiting a command. When did they appear? No one knows. But one thing is certain. This place has become a dead end, with no way in from above or below. What are they waiting for? A trembling inquiry echoed within the church. The clock's hands emitted a soft, ticking sound, gradually approaching midnight. Chapter 34. The church waltz within the sacred halls of the church. An eerie silence prevailed. One by one, various incarnations of Hassan emerged from the ethereal realm, either seated or standing. Undoubtedly, there was no escape from his place. How dare he brazenly storm the sanctuary? Such an affront to decorum was intolerable. Yinming Li Zheng, recovering from his initial terror, exclaimed in indignation. Meanwhile, Yinming Qili stood silently at the center of the church, uttering not a word. The so-called rules had long since been shattered, had they not? Their alliance with Tosaka Tokiomi had been brokered from the very beginning by the adjudicator, Yinming Li Zheng. In the world of adults, rules are but a fade. Only strength holds sway. Gazing through the window, he beheld the shadowy legion with a contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, "How remarkable, caster. Even I find it difficult to quell my curiosity. Who exactly are you?" He was aware that the Holy Master's noble phantasm was a bounded field and that he possessed the ability to summon the shadowy legion. He had witnessed these truths through Hassan's eyes. Yet the scene before him was wholly incongruous. Summoning such a multitude of familiars in the real world was an entirely different matter from doing so within a bounded field. Moreover, while these ninjas may fall short of Hassan in individual combat prowess, their sheer numbers were utterly terrifying. Just how much magical energy does this fellow have to expend? Suddenly, the image of Zhou Lan flashed through his mind, and clarity dawned upon him. It must be that individual. He had never encountered a magician capable of achieving such a feat. Silence enveloped the church and its surroundings. The shadowy legion had already manifested, yet they remained still, casting an oppressive atmosphere. This was a torment difficult to endure. Now, Yinming Qili and Hassan had become mere fish on a chopping block. Yet the executioner's blade lingered in suspense. This was undoubtedly a form of torture. Sweat trickled down his forehead, a cruel and agonizing weight. As everything fell into silence, the other sounds within the church became starkly apparent. Top, top. Yinming Qili placed a hand over his chest. Was that his heartbeat? Was he afraid? No. Glancing back, he noticed the clock on the wall emit a soft chime. The hands pointed to 11:59. Suddenly, an absurd possibility struck him. Yinming Qili cracked a smile, stepping back 2 paces and burst into an odd laughter. So this is how it is, ha ha ha. Caster's master, you truly are an intriguing individual. Qili? Yinming Li Zheng called his name. Yet, Yinming Qili was now wholly absorbed in his own world, no longer gazing into the darkness outside the church, but instead focusing on the clock. The hands moved steadily, as if in a stop-motion animation, inexorably approaching midnight. Is this your way of deriving pleasure? Yinming Qili whispered. Yinming Li Zheng looked on in confusion, bewildered by his son's inexplicable laughter and erratic monologue. It seemed he had indeed lost his mind. In the heart of the moment, Yinfeng Li Zheng found their recently deliberated so-called strategies utterly laughable when juxtaposed against the densely packed legion of shadows outside. While they were obliviously concocting their nefarious plans, the opposing phantoms had already encircled the church, rendering it impenetrable. Yet, astonishingly, they continued to audaciously scheme for the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu, what do you see? Following Yinfeng Kiritsugu's gaze towards the clock, he noticed the hands poised at the stroke of midnight. Yinfeng Kiritsugu spread his arms wide, as if embracing a deity, and marveled. They are waiting. Waiting for what? Yinfeng Li Zheng was taken aback. Now, as the words fell, a deafening explosion erupted from the church's windows, overwhelmed by the onslaught of countless black shadows crashing through, shattering glass into a myriad of shards. The Legion of Shadows had commenced their attack. In that fleeting moment, the moonlight, previously held at bay by the dark wall of shadows, surged into the church. The moonlight danced upon the scattered fragments, reflecting Yin Feng Kiritsuga's visage, eyes closed, a serene smile gracing his features. In synchrony, thousands of shadowy ninjas surged forth, propelled by a singular will, flooding into the church. In the distance, Zhou Lan floated silently in the air. He lifted his gaze. The night sky, washed clean by the rain, was extraordinarily clear, with the moonlight shining brilliantly. His keen sight fell upon the church, nearly engulfed by darkness. At that moment, the cacophony within the church failed to reach his ears. Only the vivid splashes of blood erupting forth resonated. From shattered window frame, a figure clad in a white mask, Hassan, suddenly thrust half of his body out. Following closely were innumerable shurikens, hurtling towards his forehead, neck, and abdomen. He succumbed to death in an instant, his half-formed body dangling precariously at the window's edge, swaying gently in the moonlight. In the heart of the church, Yin Feng Kiritsugu stood amid the chaos, surrounded by the black shadow ninjas as they railed against his followers. He offered no resistance, merely closing his eyes. The tumult was overwhelming. The sounds of footsteps, agonized screams, and the slicing of blades through the air merged into a singular symphony. He listened intently, as if immersed in a grand orchestral performance. Suddenly, Yin Feng Kiritsugu detected a glimmer of joy. He opened his eyes, and a shadowy figure loomed larger in his vision. In the night sky, Zhou Lan turned and drifted away into the distance. It was over. He appeared to be in high spirits, humming a tune as he floated away. The post-rain night was tranquil, instilling a sense of peace. The towering figure of the Lord glided along the ground, following his path. Shadows raced back towards the church, merging with the moonlit silhouette of the Lord, much like rivers converging into the sea. He too seemed to be in good spirits, for the objective for the day had been accomplished as the clock's hands neared the 1-minute mark past midnight. Thus, the third participant was eliminated. In an unremarkable room, Weber Velvet gazed intently at the screen, his expression somber. Beside him, the formidable figure of Ryder, Iskander, sat on a small bed. The news is currently being broadcast on television. Last night, a tragic incident occurred at the church in Fuyuki City. The assassin has also been eliminated. It must have been the work of Castor, Weber is convinced. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he lamented. Such a degree of power is beyond our capacity to conquer. Perhaps we should seek an alliance with Saber and Berserker. Yet it seems that such a union would bear little fruit. He muttered to himself, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Bang! King of Conquerors, Iskander, brought him crashing down onto the bed. Ryder, what are you doing? He cried out. Fool! Even if the enemy is insurmountable, as a king, you must certainly raise your sword. His voice resonated with authority as he demanded, My master, Weber Velvet, what is your purpose for participating in the Holy Grail War? Purpose? Weber shrank back. I merely wish to prove myself to that arrogant teacher of mine. Rising to his feet, King Iskander declared with vigor, Excellent. Then you have already triumphed. Why? Because your arrogant teacher, the master of Lancer, has been eliminated before you. Oh, Weber's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He recognized the validity in Ryder's words. As a teacher, to be eliminated before one's own student, was that not a source of disgrace? He scratched his head and remarked, Though you may be a fool, you have a knack for offering comfort at times, Ryder. How about we? Before he could finish his sentence, the King of Conquerors was already on his feet. Bellowing with a booming voice, I shall challenge Castor, a fellow king among adversaries. Yeah. Ryder, that could be fatal. Chapter 35, Curse Blue, Brother, Master. Weber Velvet found himself utterly incapable of restraining this individual. Towering and robust, he often spoke to himself, proudly claiming to be a king, occasionally delivering a sharp slap to rouse himself. Even the decisions he made now were beyond Weber's ability to thwart. Ryder, if you proceed like this, you will perish, Weber urgently advised. Iskandar turned around, his gaze piercing as a flame. Do you believe that by hiding here we can attain victory? He challenged. Hearing his words, Weber felt deflated, collapsing onto the bed as he murmured, But, Ryder, you must have a compelling reason to acquire the Holy Grail. A wish that must be realized. To simply concede defeat, is that not a source of profound anguish? Bang! Another heavy slap landed on Weber's back. Fool! How many times must I reiterate? Acknowledging one's failures is an essential aspect of life. Iskandar lifted his head, seemingly lost in contemplation. Even I, as a king, do not sail through life unscathed. One must accept defeat with grace. He fixed his gaze upon Weber, declaring with a resonant voice, Fool, your temperament requires refinement. This is a lesson you ought to learn from your mentor. From that arrogant fool? Weber muttered, retracting his head. An arrogant fool would never easily accept failure and retreat from battle. Weber Velvet, perhaps you should take a page from your mentor's book. Iskandar pressed his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, As my subordinate, I truly worry about what will become of you in my absence. Why are you worried about me? Weber asked, perplexed. Fool, is it not natural for a king to be concerned for his subjects? It is worth noting that, as a master, Weber's dynamic with his servant was starkly different from that with his mentor Kenneth. After enduring a lecture, Weber seemed to grasp the resolve of his servant, Iskandar. He murmured, Ryder, what about your wish? Although his primary desire had been to prove himself, after spending considerable time with Ryder, he found himself still viewing this brash, slap-happy giant as a simpleton. Yet, every participant must possess their own aspirations. The heroic spirit, Conqueror King Iskandar, what was his wish? Ha ha! Iskandar suddenly erupted in laughter, his mirth unrestrained. As a heroic spirit descended upon this world, my wish's voice shifted to a hushed, somber tone as he murmured, Since I can no longer reach the world's end, that ocean, to once again manifest as a heroic spirit, to contend with the heroes of history. This, too, is my vision. Weber stared at him in astonishment. In his memory, Ryder had always been wild and unrestrained, proclaiming his intent to conquer this world anew, even once designating the sitting president of the United States as a target. However, never had he witnessed Ryder's spirit so visibly diminished, yet never has the regal aura surrounding him been so potent. Only now does the image of that boisterous and unrefined brute slowly dissipate, revealing the visage of a true monarch. Ryder, I am willing to fulfill your wish, Weber declared earnestly. He abruptly rose from the bed, fervently exclaiming, Ryder, let us challenge our foes. With a resounding thud, Iskandar's broad hand once again clapped upon his shoulder, praising excellent. Weber Velvet, now that carries some weight. Weber, slightly taken aback, grumbled Ryder. What is the reason this time? Ha ha ha. Iskandar bashfully scratched his head. This time, it is the acknowledgement of a king recognition at a street corner within a comic shop. Jolan had come to terms with the saint. If the child enjoyed reading comics, so be it. The Holy Grail War had reached its midpoint, with mere days remaining until this game would conclude. Once it was over, the saint would temporarily return to that statue, drained of power. At that point, there would be no opportunity left to gaze upon it. Have you decided on your next objective? Jolan inquired nonchalantly. The saint leaned back in his chair, feet propped on the table, appearing relaxed and at ease. Hearing the question, he lifted his head and smiled faintly. Of course, my brother. Thus far, the three servants, archer, lancer, and assassin, had all been eliminated by their hands. The remaining servants, excluding the saint himself, undoubtedly numbered only 3. The situation was exceedingly clear. It was merely a matter of daily routine tasks. Contemplating this, a glimmer of amusement danced in Jolan's eyes as he teased, Saint, you are not dawdling out of fear that should you slay too swiftly, you would hastily return, are you? Upon hearing Jolan's words, the saint promptly pressed down on his comic book, exclaiming, that is not the case at all. It seemed Jolan's assumption was correct, as he shrugged nonchalantly. What, do you not wish to return? He asked with a smile. The saint let out a light huff before responding. My current form is trapped in an underground palace somewhere in Asia, deprived of sunlight, with 12 powers seized by Chung Long, reverting me back to a statue. If you were in my position, would you wish to return? Jolan nodded in agreement. Recalling the last glimpse he had of the world after departing from the adventures of Chung Long, having witnessed the moment the saint was ensnared by the binding spell. However, I must express my gratitude, my brother, for bringing my soul to this new realm, albeit only for 7 days. The saint seemed resigned to the inevitable fact that he would soon return to his confinement. Gently tapping his fingers on the table, Jolan remarked nonchalantly, What if I told you that I possess a method to save you, to rescue our brothers and sisters?" Upon hearing this, the saint immediately rose, his gaze intense. He was aware of Zhou Lan's formidable power and his ability to traverse worlds, and the implication that he could return to his original realm was not lost on him. However, the prospect of having a solution was an entirely different matter. "Pray tell," the saint exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. Zhou Lan let out a soft snort, her tone laced with subtlety. The holy master chuckled heartily, scratching his head before sincerely addressing, "Elders of the 8 brothers and sisters, Zhou Lan, eldest brother, the leader." Chapter 36. The self-redemption of the weak Kento Yinya is a wretched soul. Zhou Lan does not harbor a particularly negative impression of him. As the master of a berserker, his magical prowess is far from commendable. He is only able to participate in the Holy Grail War through the forced enhancement provided by the command seals. Yet Zhou Lan does not feel sympathy for him. Everyone is aware that this is a harsh and unforgiving world, whether it be low magic, mid-magic, or high magic. Even in the ordinary world Zhou Lan once inhabited, weakness is intrinsically a form of original sin. Particularly, the outcome of one's weakness is often a result of their own negligence and inaction. Those who are weak, harboring visions of grandeur in this world, are merely clinging to a pitiable hope. This assertion does not stem from Zhou Lan's status as a demon of the moon, endowed with formidable power. He never perceives himself as exceedingly strong, but does he entertain the delusion that the strong can rectify all wrongs? For in this world, there will always be those who surpass you in strength. Even he himself faces adversaries he cannot contend with. He admires the knightly spirit and the regal heart of Diarmuid and Iskander. Individuals with steadfast hearts are wholly distinct. Much like Zhou Lan, who was sealed away by an immortal deity eons ago, only to find an opportunity to reclaim his peak, he still faced the risk of falling into despair, nearly repeating past mistakes. The unexpected arrival of Xiangu almost led him to failure, although he ultimately escaped the perils of his adventure. Does that not count as a failure? Undoubtedly. Zhou Lan has never concealed his shortcomings. Just like the Holy Lord, he is both a king and a demon. Compared to ordinary individuals, his strength is almost unfathomable. Yet, even so, he was stripped of his crown by El Dongbin, had his power dissipated by Lope, and was thwarted by Chunglong. However, as Zhou Lan contemplates, a demon possesses the heart of a demon. One can endure defeat, but one must never concede. Accepting failure is a requisite lesson for demons, while not succumbing to despair constitutes the ultimate essence of a demon. As an antagonist, one often bears a heavier burden than that of protagonists. This world has never been acquainted with fairness. Justice may fail countless times, yet should a villain fail even once, the consequences are often immeasurable. Hell serves as a vivid example of this truth. Gradually shifting his gaze, Zhou Lan withdrew his thoughts and looked upon Kento Yinya, who sat dazed before him, and spoke softly. "I'm quite surprised that you have come to find me." "Surprised? Hasn't Tokiomi Tosaka already visited once?" Kento Yinya replied, grimacing as he pressed his palm against his body. The drawback of forcibly augmenting his magical power through command seals is precisely this. He must endure constant agony while accepting the dwindling remnants of his lifespan. Zhou Lan could effortlessly sense the crawling insects within him, the pathways of his magical energy vividly clear. His visage twisted in pain, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. This was the necessary respect he had preemptively resolved to afford Zhou Lan. Enduring the suffering, he spoke in a low voice, "I am willing to forfeit this Holy Grail War." In the moment he spoke, Zhou Lan nearly discerned his intentions. Yet she remained quietly poised, awaiting his next words. "As a condition for exchange, I hope you can grant me a favor." As expected, Zhou Lan said lightly, "Let me guess you have witnessed my power firsthand, which has ignited a flicker of hope within you. Thus, you wish to enlist my aid to rescue the girl enduring the torment of insects in the underground lair of the Matu family?" Upon hearing this, Matu Yin Yi trembled slightly, his pupils quivering as he stared blankly at Zhou Lan. Before her, it seemed he held no secrets. This realization sent a chill down his spine. "Ah, you've guessed it all." Matu Yin Yi chuckled wryly. I now believe you have indeed grasped the ultimate truth that every magician yearns for. Zhoulan waved her hand gently, stating, "Flattery holds no significance for me. From a very beginning, I have had but one purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War, to save that child." Matu Yinyi replied with a bitter smile. The woman he loved most, Aoi, had married Tosaka Tokiomi and bore him 2 daughters, Tosaka Rin and Tosaka Sakura. However, Matu Yi had once been an unreliable individual, detesting the dark magic of his family, and had chosen to run away, rendering himself wholly unfit as an heir. With the Matu family facing a bleak future and the Tosaka family adhering to the tradition of passing on their legacy to a single heir, they adopted a child from the Tosaka family. This child was Matu Sakura. Now, she was cast into the underground insect storage by the head of the Matu family, Matu Zongyin, who was also Matu Yinye's father, to endure the torment of the insects and undergo bodily modifications to adapt to the water-based magic of the Matu family. The child had never erred. She did not deserve this fate. Once she would smile at me, but since entering the insect lair, she is transformed entirely. As if her soul had been lost, her gaze devoid of color. Matuyanyi murmurit in agony. Zhoulan tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, and said, "You could certainly act on your own. You possess Berserker, do you not?" If it were him, the moment he summoned Berserker, that old man Matu Zongyin would not survive the next second. For both ordinary people and magicians, Berserker is immensely powerful, capable of annihilating an entire clan overnight. "It seems you lack the courage to rebel against your father," Zhoulan remarked. "No, it's not like that." Matuyanyi insisted urgently. "The child's entire body has been altered by the imprinting insects. Even if I were to rescue her, I cannot resolve her physical issues." His gaze was intense as it met Zhoulan's calm eyes, pleading, "If it were you, possessing such great power, you must have a solution, right? Show your sincerity." Zhoulan spoke softly. "I can make Berserker take its own life." Matu Yinyi blurted out without hesitation. He revealed the 3 command spells in his hand, as though he had grasped a lifeline. "1 spell is insufficient. Then 2. If 2 are not enough, I will offer 3. As long as you are willing to intervene, I could do anything." He could not bear to witness Matu Sakura gradually descending into the abyss before him. It was more excruciating than death itself. "Whether it was Saber or Rider, I could position Berserker as your vanguard." Zhoulan cast a glance at him, nearly collapsing to his knees. With an imperceptible sigh, Zhoulan acknowledged the harshness of this world. Such is the cruelty of reality. Everyone must atone for the choices they have made in the past. Had Matu Korea not chosen to leave home in his youth and become heir of the Matu family, Sakura would not have been condemned to such a tragic fate. Yet, regardless of circumstances, the destiny of the Matu family remains immutable. Matu Zikin, that old wretch who has lived for centuries, has always sought merely a vessel to fulfill his desire for immortality. Whether it be Matu Korea or Matu Sakura, one among them must bear the weight of this inevitable consequence. Chapter 37. Why so lackluster? Would you smile for me? I can acquiesce to your request. Upon hearing Zhoulan's words, Jiantang, Yinya gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall. However, this was not born of sympathy. "I do not possess such emotions," Zhoulan remarked. "I perceive a glimmer of potential delight emanating from you." "What does that mean?" Jiantang Yinya inquired, perplexed. "Let us proceed." Zhoulan tapped the table, prompting the master to set aside his comic book. "Where to?" "To eliminate this young man before us?" The master responded with confusion. Jiantang Yinya trembled involuntarily. "Is your next target not Berserker?" "My brother, we are in for some entertainment," Zhoulan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I revel in intriguing matters." The master rose slowly. That night, within the Jiantang residence, Jiantang Yinya entered, his countenance twisted and anxious. Zhoulan had made a request that he could not refuse. He was willing to assist, but on the condition that Jiantang Yinya, as the protagonist of this tale, would deliver a performance sufficiently captivating. That fiend is undoubtedly a demon. A sense of dread surged within Jiantang Yinya. Yet he felt compelled to comply. Even striking a bargain with a demon was far preferable to witnessing the hope of claiming the Holy Grail slip away before his very eyes. He had no choice but to seek out Jolan. Castor was far too formidable, and Jolan, as his master, was utterly disheartening. This was his sole opportunity. Fortunately, he had seized it. His form swayed with pain and inner turmoil as Jiantang Yinya plunged into the residence. The noise he created quickly caught the attention of Jiantang Zhangyan, his father. The old man, grotesque in appearance and diminutive in stature, wielded dark sorcery that was utterly repulsive. Perhaps in his youth, he had upheld ideals of justice and commanded respect, but lost in his insatiable thirst for immortality, he had devolved into a loathsome wretch. Yinya, you should not be here, Jiantang Zhangyan admonished sternly upon seeing his swaying son. Then where should I be? Jiantang Yinya lifted his head, his face contorted with agony. The Holy Grail War. Do you not wish to save Sakura? Or have you remained unchanged, a coward forever, fleeing from reality? Fleeing? Ha ha ha. Jiantang Yinya suddenly erupted in mad laughter, his expression deranged. Yes, you are right. I only know how to flee. For my evasion has caused Aoi's daughter to suffer in my stead. I am a scoundrel, a coward, a selfish wretch. He began to berate himself. Yinya. Jiantang Zhangyan suddenly sensed something amiss. But old man, you are not blameless. The greatest fault lies with you. Jiantang Yinya abruptly pointed at him, hatred surging onto his cheeks, like twisted insects crawling beneath his skin. You have always sought to satisfy your own desires. I merely wished not to become your vessel. What wrong have I committed? His voice thundered, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. The sound of footsteps echoed as another descendant of the Matu family emerged from behind the wall. What are you doing? Matu Shinji, drawn by the noise, looked quizzically at the two who were embroiled in a heated argument. Shinji, pay him no mind. He is but a madman, Matu Ken retorted angrily. Not far away, shrouded in the night, Zhou Lan and the Holy Lord observed the impending scene with keen interest. Matu Shinji? This child is likely to bear psychological scars in the future, Zhou Lan remarked, a smile gracing her face that betrayed no hint of concern. What a wicked delight. The Holy Lord revealed a sinister grin. Unexpectedly, it brings a certain joy, he mused. Soon, it will be your turn to deal with Berserker. Zulan Koman Non Chalen. Before them, the fates of all seemed to dangle precariously on the threads of his control. The dagger of vengeance should rightfully be wielded by the Avenger. The spectators, comfortably seated, needed only to critique the spectacle. To involve oneself would be to sully the purity of the performance. Within the mansion, the quarrel raged on. Matu Ken appeared to tremble with rage, the muscles in his face twitching as he exclaimed, Yinya, I do not know what madness has seized you, but if you wish to uphold our agreement, take your Berserker and continue the Holy Grail War. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our familial ties. Matu Yinya's form suddenly faltered, as if grasping a crucial point. He muttered, yes, Berserker, haha. Indeed, it is Berserker. He abruptly spread his arms wide, his contorted visage twisting as his voice erupted, a fierce growl escaping his lips. Berserker. A figure wreathed in swirling black mist slowly materialized. Matu Ken's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he cried, Yinya, what are you planning? Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, Matu Shinji, sensing the ominous turn of events, felt his pupils tremble as he cautiously stepped back. Matu Yinya extended his hand, pointing at his father, a command seal gradually fading from view. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Berserker, obey your master. Matu Yinya's act of rebellion. Berserker let out a roar akin to that of a wild beast, staggering as he crushed the floor beneath him. Seizing a nearby chair to transform it into his noble phantasm, he bolted forward, his armored form filling the old man's line of sight. Yinya, what do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Killing me will not save you. With a resounding crash, Berserker's arms descended, a torrent of blood and flesh erupting from beneath him. He then frenziedly lifted the chair and brought it down with ferocity. The unsettling sounds of bone cracking and flesh tearing resonated continuously. Matu Shinji, overwhelmed by the scene, collapsed to the ground, instinctively crawling backward, tears and snot streaking his face. Uncle Yinya has gone mad. He has killed the old man. I must flee. Shinji crawled across the floor, but felt utterly powerless. After a prolonged moment, the violent cacophony behind him finally ceased. He glanced back, only to find chaos surrounding him, a pool of bloodied muck staining the ground. As his gaze shifted, he locked eyes with the menacing face of Kanto Yinya. Uncle Yinya, I haven't done anything. I'm a good person, he cried out in terror. Kanto Yinya remained silent, merely lowering his head as he proceeded towards the underground insect chamber. Berserker roared, resembling a madman. Having just slain Kanto Zanyan, he was on the brink of losing control. Yet Kanto Yinya seemed utterly indifferent. Pausing at the entrance of the underground chamber, he lingered for a moment. Inside, there was no sound. Kanto Sakura had grown accustomed to the gnawing of the insects, even her cries silenced. This was what Kanto Zanyan had told him himself. Rubbing his face with a hand, Kanto Yinya forcibly subdued the grotesque expression etched upon his features, suppressing the agony coursing through his body. In an instant, a radiant smile broke through. Sakura, it's all over. Uncle has come to see you. As he took slow steps forward, the forced smile shattered upon witnessing the small, lifeless body covered in countless imprinting insects within the chamber. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt, extending his hands despite the gnawing of the imprinting insects to cradle Kanto Sakura's vacant visage. It's all right, it's all right. Yinya, you fool. Everything is ended. Wiping away his tears, Kanto Yinya finally mustered another smile, lifting her from the chamber, murmuring, really now, Sakura, why do you look so lifeless? Can you smile for me? He choked back sobs as his shoulders trembled. This feeble man was crying once more. He cradled Kanto Sakura and slowly ascended the steps. A cacophony of rage erupted above. Predictably, Berserker had gone berserk. When summoned by Kanto Yinya, he had already been imbued with the effects of madness, teetering on the edge of uncontrollable fury. Within the estate, Kanto Shinji crawled fearfully across the floor, having never witnessed such a horrifying scene. A puddle of yellowish liquid trickled down his pant leg. He was utterly terrified, consumed by the instinct to flee. Uncle Yinya's servant had killed the old master, and it would soon be his turn. He had completely lost his mind. For a girl who did not belong to the Kanto family, why go to such lengths? Kanto Yinya was a madman. At that moment, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. Kanto Shinji looked up, his gaze trembling as he beheld yet another monster. The Holy Master resumed his demonic form, towering over 3 meters tall before Berserker. His next intended target had always been this beastly creature. The spectacle had grown tiresome. It was time to conclude it. A grin spread across his face as the ancient demon's radiance materialized in an instant. The blood-red firmament enveloped the world in a flash. The sacred sound erupted, and the dragons spread their wings, descending in a cataclysmic assault. Berserker continued to howl, forcibly tearing down a pillar and swaying as he charged forward. Yet the Holy Master was swifter. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Berserker, his form soaring upward. Extending his palm, he forcefully pressed down, shattering the pillar in his grasp. He held down Berserker, akin to Godzilla, forcibly restraining Muto in a deadly embrace. The dragon's sigil of the noble phantasm surged to its zenith in an instant. His jaw split open, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames without pause. This eruption possessed a magnitude equivalent to that of Arthur's saber, the sword of promised victory, a city-level noble phantasm. The searing column of fire enveloped Berserker entirely, dissipating the dark mist that surrounded him. The obsidian armor shattered at the mouth of the Holy Master, vanishing into untraceable stardust. Moments later, with a flick of his arm, Berserker was flung to the ground. Stripped of the armor that concealed his form, his true visage was finally revealed. One must concede, the Holy Master was indeed a masterful healer of Rampage. Before him, Berserker's gaze had cleared considerably. Under the Holy Master's explosive power, he shed his madness and knelt upon both knees. Alas, Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, your long-held wish shall remain unfulfilled. Nearby, Zholan gently applauded. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, he finally made his presence known. Against the Holy Master, Lancelot truly had little chance of victory. As his master, Matu Yinya, lacked sufficient magical energy, he had, at this moment, even abandoned him. Although he possessed a noble phantasm that rendered knights immune to unarmed combat. Unless he could somehow invert himself to grasp the earth, he could conceive no means of triumph. Lancelot knelt, on the verge of obliteration, and trembled as he uttered, "What a terrifyingly powerful individual." He raised his head, gazing faintly at the blood-red heavens above, murmuring, "Arthur, King." In the next instant, his form disintegrated into ashes. Zholan turned, whispering softly, another soul yearning for redemption, burdened by guilt over his betrayal. The Knight of the Lake, entangled in a forbidden romance with Queen Guinevere, would forever remain beyond the reach of true salvation. Desiring judgment from King Arthur, he ultimately succumbed here. "Return now," Zholan softly urged. "Grant Matu Yinya a fleeting moment of happiness." Chapter 38. The wish of Zholan, your life has become as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. This was the first phrase Zholan uttered upon encountering Matu Yinya once more. "I know." Matu Yinya suppressed his anguish, revealing a bitter smile. The insidious erosion of the cursed worm had led to the failure of multiple organs within his body. He had long resigned himself to the inevitability of death following the conclusion of this war. He cast a glance at Matu Sakura, whose eyes were vacant, and a glimmer of hope flickered within him. He raised his head, gazing at the ethereal figure hovering above, yearningly beseeching, "You promised me." Sakura's body, cough cough, Berserker had perished, and he had lost the chance to continue the fight. Matu Zongyin had commanded Berserker to slay him with his own hands. This family's ruin was imminent. Yet, all of it, every last bit, was worth it. Always daughter was right here, saved from despair. Cursed be Matu Zongyin. He could perish. But Sakura was innocent. Zholan remained silent for a moment, gradually descending before him, her gaze cast downward. Matu Yinya knelt, cradling Matu Sakura, slowly raising his upper body. His eyes brimmed with hope, akin to a wretched soul awaiting divine mercy. At that moment, Zholan was his deity. The cursed worm relentlessly transformed her body. Zholan delicately curled her fingers, and a repulsive worm writhed as it was extracted from Matu Sakura's being. Held aloft by her gravitational force, it squirmed and contorted, yearning to return to its former vessel. With a swift motion, her fingers closed, and the worm erupted under the weight of gravity, bursting into a gruesome mass. "One must admit, your father is far more astute than you," Zholan sighed. "What do you mean?" Matu Yinya's gaze flickered. "Your agreement was futile from the outset. That old man had long regarded this body as a mere vessel. Are you suggesting he still has a contingency plan?" Matu Yinya faltered, utterly oblivious to this. Although he was a descendant of the Matu family, his knowledge of worm magic was scant. A portion of Matu Sakura's nerves had been altered to bear the will of Matu Zongyin. Indeed, even if he were to slay Matu Zongyin, his consciousness would not dissipate. With a mere glance, Zholan discerned Matu Sakura's current essence. She had been transformed into a vessel. Every minute detail of her being could not evade the gaze of the demonic sorceress. Upon hearing this, Matu Yinya's expression contorted. He clenched his teeth, his hatred palpable. In the eyes of Matu Zongyin, his father, there existed no shred of familial affection or humanity. Everything was merely a means to attain his insatiable desire for immortality. "My powers are not inclined towards assistance or healing," Zholan remarked coolly. Matu Yinya bowed his head heavily, his voice laden with urgency. "You must have a way. Do you not? I have fulfilled your request." "Of course," Zholan interrupted, smiling. "After all, I am also a demonic sorceress." Like the renowned masterpiece The Creation of Adam, she lightly pointed downward, a faint green light cascading down into Matu Sakura's curled form. A spell, the power that is starkly different from the magic of this world. Zholan felt fortunate that the very first day he escaped hell in a state of his soul. He had visited his father's antique shop to peruse the collection. What he had conveyed to the Holy Lord was not mere rhetoric. Reading was not solely about acquiring knowledge of contemporary sorcery. It also allowed him to recall fragments of wisdom that had been obliterated by hell. Although the effect was not overwhelmingly potent, It sufficed given the foundation of an ancient demon. With a mere gesture downward, he parted his lips and whispered, "Dispel." The modern sealing spell, the banishment incantation, and the ancient reconfiguration spell that resided in his mind all intertwined. An aura of subtle immortality emanated as the magical energy flowed forth. Sakura Matu furrowed her brow. A lamentable sound akin to that of insects resonated within her body. As a green light swept over her, Sakura abruptly awakened, struggling from Matu Inya's embrace, and bent over to retch. Zholan withdrew his magical energy, his hands effortlessly tucked away within the voluminous sleeves. He remarked nonchalantly, "Keeping promises is a fundamental lesson for demons." As his words fell, the previously listless Holy Lord suddenly raised an eyebrow. What was the implication? Was he being pointed at? He spread his hands, mimicking Zholan's indifferent tone, and softly echoed, "It is well known that this is indeed the case." "Sakura! Sakura!" Matu Yinya exclaimed in ecstatic tears, repeatedly inquiring as he held her. "Yinya, uncle?" Zholan turned, drifting slowly towards the exterior of the Matu residence. The performance here had reached its finale. Matu Yinya would not survive for long, and what transpired thereafter was beyond his concern. Though Matu Yinya was not particularly endearing, he at least conducted himself with propriety, even with the knowledge of his impending demise. He did not shamelessly beseech Zholan to resolve his issue with the cursed insects. Looking back, he had already set Sakura aside and was heading towards the underground insect chamber. Zholan heard his murmurs. What a lineage of sorcerers. I must put an end to the Matu family's insect sorcery. Sakura, once uncle has passed, please cleanse me as well, will you? In the pitch-dark night, a great fire blazed fiercely at the Matu residence. On the return journey, Zholan slowly began to speak. The Master of Rider has relayed a message. His servant, Iskander, wishes to engage you in a duel of kings. The Holy Lord raised his head and laughed. Excellent. His noble phantasm, like yours, is also a reality marble. I believe it shall be quite intriguing. Zholan expressed his anticipation. Rider, the conqueror King Iskander, the historical figure who once subdued the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa. Zholan recalled information about him. Undoubtedly, Rider was no weakling. His master, Waver Velvet, though somewhat youthful and lacking in experience, was nonetheless a prodigy from the clock tower. In his recollection of the original narrative, Iskander had only lost to Gilgamesh by a narrow margin. The cause of his defeat lay within the divinity he possessed. Had the Holy Lord, as a demon devoid of divine qualities, not been so, he too would likely have been ensnared by the chains of heaven, and victory would not have come so easily. The Holy Lord counted the remaining adversaries on his fingers and, after a moment, chuckled, "My brother, after obtaining the Holy Grail, I'm most curious about the wish you will make." "My wish?" Zholan paused under the moonlight. The Holy Grail's power to grant wishes is inherently limited to the magical energy derived from the souls of the summoned. In other words, it is not omnipotent. Moreover, the current Holy Grail is already tainted. Even if one were to wish, all desires would manifest in a distorted manner. The eyes of a demon always pierce to the essence. Reflecting on this, Zholan stated resolutely, "Brother, I have never sought the Holy Grail or its wish-granting abilities. What I truly need is merely a vessel brimming with magical energy, nothing more. As the adage goes, the incantation itself is of no consequence. What truly matters is the magic contained within." Chapter 39, The War of Kings. A great fire has buried everything. The city of Fuyuki is shrouded in fear. Alongside gas explosions, a series of arsons and mysterious deaths have rendered this place perilous. Reports indicate that the residence of the Matu family was engulfed in flames, and the descendant, Matu Shinji, has been taken into custody. This inferno appears to have originated from a man named Matu Korea, who has vanished without a trace after committing the act of arson. The successive calamities seem to herald an unknown war nearing its conclusion. Beneath the surface of Fuyuki, currents of intrigue swirl, while the orchestrator of all this chaos quietly awaits the passage of time. The night is the most opportune moment for battle, solitary and serene, with the moon casting its beautiful glow, offering a subtle melancholy to the hero's fierce struggle. What do you think? Zulan Mumut Sopti, his gaze drifting towards the distant night sky. A rumble of thunder resounded as the formidable steed of domination descended from the heavens. The towering and robust servant, rider, has finally arrived for the encounter. The chariot circled the night sky before gently settling upon the ground. Caster, my name is the Conqueror King, and I challenge you to a contest of rulers with the Holy Grail as the wager. He proclaimed passionately, sword pointed towards the sky. On the chariot, Weber shrank back, covering his face with a hand. Indeed, Ryder's regal presence was overwhelming, yet it also struck him as somewhat juvenile. In the air, Zhou Lan applauded softly. With his applause, the Lord manifested from the ethereal realm, still in human form. In the next moment, a searing flame enveloped him like a baptism, heralding the arrival of the demon's true essence. Under the tranquil night sky, Zhou Lan glanced at the Lord, a fleeting absurdity washing over him. He smirked slightly. Given his prowess, he could consider himself a Pokemon master, provided the Lord could be deemed a Pokemon. Rider, fulfill your wish, Weber whispered, invoking 3 command spells in one breath. Though he did not believe his servant would triumph, as the master, he respected every decision made by his Kandar. I sense your resolve. Iskandar lightly patted Weber's shoulder, this time with a gentle touch. Lord, Zhou Lan interjected. The Lord hesitated before opening his mouth, letting out a mighty roar, though he was puzzled by Zhou Lan's motivations. Nevertheless, he speculated it might be a quirk of his. After all, as elder brother, indulging his whimsicality posed no harm. He stepped forward, his dragon-like feet cracking the ground beneath him. Iskandar raised his sword high, and almost simultaneously, they both roared in unison. The sky transformed in an instant. A blood-red firmament engulfed the horizon, while a yellow desert spread like a blanket. The glory of ancient demons and the might of kings descended simultaneously. Both were noble phantasms of inherent barriers, facing each other in fierce opposition. The world abruptly shifted. The opulent palace, adorned with tiles, stood majestically as a storm of yellow sand surged from the distance, swirling with dust and smoke. Iskandar had unleashed his noble phantasm. Army of the King rank. EX against Army Noble Phantasms. Type. Reality Marble Effect. Creates a reality marble known as the Infinite Expanses, manifesting a scorching desert and summoning the king's subordinate soldiers from his past life. Zhou Lan gazed calmly at the battlefield as the reality marble unfolded. In terms of noble phantasms, both the Holy Master and Iskandar were evenly matched. The crimson sky and the endless yellow sand formed a glaring boundary in the center of the world, reminiscent of the historical divide between the Chu and Han dynasties. The Holy Master sat regally upon his dragon chariot, raising his arm as the legion of dragons roared forth. On the other side, amidst the searing desert, tens of thousands of heroic spirits formed an indomitable phalanx, led by the conqueror king Iskandar, resurrecting the army of the former monarch. Their morale soared, and the atmosphere crackled with a palpable bloodlust. It was a rare spectacle, akin to the epic tales of old. This confrontation was not merely between kings, but also a clash of the armies they once commanded. The legion of heroic spirits summoned by Iskandar undoubtedly held the numerical advantage. They had once fervently followed the conqueror king in campaigns across the vast Eurasian continent. These warriors were independent heroic spirits, possessing complete self-awareness and combat prowess, including several commanders with noble phantasms of their own. A stark contrast in ferocity stood at the boundary of the world. Iskandar, driving his chariot, raised his sword high, issuing his royal command with a thunderous roar, "Conquer!" His voice echoed like thunder across the heavens. The Holy Master's hoarse voice pierced through the chaos, commanding, "My soldiers!" The dragon legion surged downward toward the boundary, while the phalanx of heroic spirits advanced, engulfed in swirling dust. The minions of the fire demon occupied the skies, flapping their wings and unleashing torrents of flames from their gaping maws. On the ground, the heroic legion pressed forward through the inferno, unyielding in the face of flames. As the battle commenced, it was brutally fierce. A deluge of arrows fired from the heroic spirits blotted out the sky, causing dragons to fall from the heavens with mournful cries. As they neared the ground, warriors on horseback intercepted, their coordination reminiscent of their former lives. Hooves ignited with flames, burning fiercely upon the scorching desert. One after another, figures toppled amidst the blaze. In a fleeting moment, the boundary of the world became a graveyard. The blood-red sky, illuminated by flames, shimmered with hues of gold and crimson, clashing against the roaring sands with the weight of ancient beasts. This was a national war. The contest encompassed more than mere soldiers. It was a battle of soaring spirits and overwhelming momentum. The sound of horns mingled with the roars of dragons, akin to the armies of a foreign realm battling against malevolent dragons. Brilliant lightning surged from the ground as chariots, drawn by thunderous hooves, burst forth from the swirling sands. Iskandar, sword in hand, fought fiercely amidst the dragons that swirled around him. His entire being was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, a manifestation of the legendary might of Zeus, endowed with formidable destructive power against formations and edifices. He led the battlefield as he had in life. As the resounding thunderbolts felled the mighty dragon, this was a king, a true sovereign. In the distance, the holy master exhaled a breath, and in an instant, his form flickered. He traced a flawless line through the fabric of space, swiftly standing at the center of the battlefield, positioning himself before the war chariot of Iskandar. The thunderous hooves of the storm bull were raised high, then crashed down with a force intended to trample. Blinding lightning surged toward the holy master, relentlessly ravaging his form. Yet, the noble phantasm's equine sigil quickly brushed away these injuries. He swelled in stature, standing firm with his gaze leveled at Iskandar. "Ha! How exhilarating! Let the king conquer!" Iskandar bellowed with abandon, swinging his sword down, accompanied by the tempest of thunder that descended with tremendous force. Chapter 40. The world is vast, yet incredibly small, isn't it? Thunderous might, a legendary power derived from the god King Zeus. The Holy Lord raised his hand to parry the sword's edge, as relentless thunder sought to extinguish his life force. But was that all? Insufficient, utterly inadequate. With a furious roar, the artifact-level talisman glimmered, and his form instantaneously rejuvenated, boldly withstanding the onslaught of the thunderous hooves of the storm bull, which overturned the war chariot. Surveying his surroundings, the dragon legion ultimately succumbed to their numerical disadvantage, as only a few dragons circled in the sky amidst the rain of arrows. Behind them, in the heavens above the palace, more dragons were once again being birthed. Yet the rate of their regeneration could not possibly keep pace with the slaughter wrought by the heroic spirits. These valiant warriors had once followed the Conqueror King in life, emerging as formidable fighters after countless battles to subdue the world. In terms of legion warfare, they were an indomitable force. Without the artifact of Gilgamesh, which restrained all inherent barriers, confronting them head-on would be an arduous task. Many heroic spirits had now freed their hands, galloping across the yellow sands, howling as they raised their swords, encircling the Holy Lord in a relentless hunt. Iskandar maneuvered his chariot, making a circuit in the desert, returning once more to the fray. Thunder flickered erratically as countless murderous intents materialized, aiming to fell this king who dared to plunge into the heart of battle. Figures swarmed, dense and numerous like moths drawn to a flame. The Holy Lord stood resolute, and in the next instant, he unleashed a pressure akin to that of a treasure, splitting his lips to release a magnificent column of flame that pierced through the desert, carving a corridor amidst the swirling sands. In but a moment, 1,000 warriors fell beneath the artifact-level dragon talisman. Yet, the battlefield was swiftly replenished with yellow sand and soldiers. With relentless determination, every individual embodied the essence of conquest. Following this, an artifact-level pig talisman unleashed powerful penetrating golden beams that swept across the battlefield. The Holy Lord stood firm, akin to a besieged boss in a dungeon, defying 1,000 foes amidst the encroaching sands. Annoying insects, he rasped. Several commander-level heroic spirits finally surged forth, raising their swords high, cleaving through the blood-soaked sands, only to retreat at the slightest touch. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, fully restored from his injuries. Although his two deadly strikes had obliterated numerous warriors, it remained insufficient. The Dragon Legion wavered in the sky, their rate of replenishment far too slow. As a legion himself, the Holy Lord found himself at a disadvantage here. In his reign as king, he had single-handedly suppressed Asia, facing virtually no opponents bold enough to resist. Whenever the Dragon Legion swept across the skies, all dissenters would kneel. The experience and patience of these heroic spirits had been forged through countless wars, creating an intrinsic distinction. Even Hassan would struggle to resist them one-on-one, let alone contend with a multitude of commander-level warriors possessing artifacts among them. The Holy Lord forcefully pushed through the throng, leaping backward with a surge of strength. He cast his gaze downward. The Shadow Legion proved ineffective on this battlefield. Yet, it mattered not, for he possessed a simpler, more brutal method. With his palms pressed together, the earth trembled beneath his feet. Before the resplendent palace, along the path to meet the emperor, 9 towering statues arose majestically from the ground. These statues, each standing several dozen feet tall, bore grotesque visages that were distinctly non-human, wielding swords, daggers, and spears, clad in battle armor and brandishing lethal weapons. A magnificent aura of iron and blood emanated as they ascended. The sovereign roared, "Awaken, my commanders!" With a sudden flourish of his arms. 9 beams of light shot forth from his being into the statues. A legendary artifact, the Mouse Talisman. It possessed the power to transform stillness into motion. The ground trembled incessantly as the statues gradually revived, as if breaking free from the shackles of time, shedding a cascade of stone fragments. In an instant, the sacred sound resonated once more. The 9 commanders, their gazes sharp as arrows, surveyed the desert expanse. Who dares to disturb our Lord? United in voice, they shattered the brick wall and advanced toward the battlefield's boundary. Zhou eyes flickered. Had it not been for the sovereign's display of might, he might have forgotten the adversary's formidable capability. He murmured, "Gather the armies of the world to forge 9 golden figures, standing before the palace." This is the spirit of a sovereign over all. In his gaze, the 9 commanders, revived from the river of time, trod upon the yellow sands. Beneath the vast heavens, charging into the fray, their armor pulsated with sanguine light, pressing forward with unwavering resolve. Though outnumbered, they surged ahead relentlessly. The heroic spirits of the conqueror kings could only gallop beneath their feet, each step stirring up clouds of yellow dust. One commander swung his sword down, cleaving the earth asunder. Another, wielding a spear, swept through the sands, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Iskandar gazed in awe at the scene before him. With a resounding shout, he fearlessly urged his chariot into the fray, declaring, "What majesty! What spirit! My worthy adversary!" A surge of valor surged within him, as lightning wove through the air, propelling him toward one of the commanders. Within his own army of heroic spirits, the radiance of artifacts shimmered. The resurrected warriors clashed with the great titans, the battlefield vast and overwhelming, transforming the very heavens and earth with their strife. Truly an epic. Zulan Kenli Aplau. Meanwhile, on the other side, Weber's eyes were filled with astonishment. With his limited experience, such a grand spectacle was enough to instill fear in the heart. The struggle of kings has always been thus. Either slay the last foe, standing, or behead the enemy king. Only then can the tumult of war be quelled. Zhou expression shifted subtly. He shared similarities with the sovereign, yet they differed profoundly. Both were demons, their natures akin, and it will be fitting to regard them as sovereigns of fire and moon. However, the sovereign ruled over ancient Asia, whereas Zhou reigned solely over the moon. The sovereign could be called king, for aside from his demonic essence, he was inherently a ruler, a fact acknowledged by both Gilgamesh and Iskandar as they recognized him as a rival. Zhou, however, was different. The moon lacked soil suitable for human habitation. The only companions he had were the stars themselves. This distinction also elucidated the vastly different temperaments of these two demons. Identity shapes thought. In the past, the Holy Lord was accustomed to betrayal, even betraying his own brethren of darkness. This was the path of survival for one who once reigned over vast mountains and rivers. As for Zhou, his sole possession, apart from the myriad stars of the universe, lay within the depths of the azure planet beneath his feet, where 7 siblings wielded the power of various elements. This sentiment, unique to Zhou and kept from the ears of outsiders, was known from the very moment Zhou soul merged with this vessel. As an elder dwelling apart from the world, he cherished this bond deeply within his heart. Beyond the grand battlefield, he gazed up at the heavens. The so-called solitary moon epitomizes this state of being. The realm of the moon demon is vast, expansive enough to encompass an entire universe indifferent to its existence. Yet paradoxically, this realm is also confined, limited to just 7 siblings. Hell has consumed far too much, not merely wisdom. Even the faintest of thoughts cannot escape the relentless passage of time. Hell resembles a blood-red millstone, where the so-called wisdom of demons and the affection of siblings are eroded into nothingness amidst the unchanging silence of millennia. However, fortuitously, an elder has begun to gradually recall everything. Chapter 41. The Panga treasure box unleashes, opening the gates of hell as Zhou understanding deepens. An increasing number of memories resurface. He is a pristine soul, untouched by the influences of hell. At this moment, he gazes at the Holy Master who commands the battlefield with authority. That figure is the 6th among the 8 siblings. When did this all begin? A sudden recollection of the ancient era's glory floods his mind. Back then, their relationships were not so fraught with tension. Indeed, how could siblings truly at odds ever share this world and navigate the ancient times in harmony? It is an impossible feat. The singular reason for this discord is hell. Wisdom, soul, emotions, all are eroded in that terrifying realm. It is not merely a matter of power. The true prowess of the 8 immortal deities is only now fully unveiled. Their strength diminished, their bonds frayed, the once united siblings now distanced from one another. After such a rift, how could demons ever rise again? There is no chance of resurgence. What a cunning strategy. Zhou cannot help but exhale deeply. His gaze upon the Holy Master is prompted by a fleeting glimpse of a shadow from their ancient past. Not a king, nor a demon, merely a brother, and nothing more. All demons have transformed, making any discussion of the past utterly futile. There is but one course of action: to rescue all siblings from hell as swiftly as possible. Only with glory restored can all schemes be thwarted. Zhu, as an elder, has seen through it all. This is a stroke of fortune. He stands aloft, his gaze penetrating as he silently observes the battlefield. The Panga treasure box emanates a soft blue glow, undulating in his grasp. The war has reached its zenith. On the other side, Weber's eyes widen, filled with exhilaration. He bears witness to the unfolding twists of the battle. He sees how Castor, the Holy Master, rends through the formations, while Ryder leads the legion to vanquish the dragons. 9 commanders grace the battlefield, and his thoughts grow heavy. Ryder charges forth in his chariot amidst flashes of lightning, personally confronting the commanders, relentlessly defeating these seemingly insurmountable foes. A surge of hope rises within him. Weber's hands tremble uncontrollably. He dares to believe Ryder might be on the brink of victory. Will he triumph? Will he succeed? The questions reverberate in his mind. Castor possesses extraordinary abilities, undoubtedly a versatile warrior. Yet at this moment his speed has waned, and the formidable power of his treasures has been exhausted, leaving only his immortal strength to sustain him. On the battlefield, the remaining commander struggles in vain, and the legion of heroic spirits dwindles to a mere handful. Yet Ryder, though bloodied, exudes an unmatched vigor. He continues to charge forward, where the thunder-hoofed ox traverses. Silence falls in the wake of thunder. The ancient king, who once conquered all, never ceased his relentless pursuit of dominion. In a moment of distraction, Weber's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure moving slowly. When he turned to look, his expression froze, and his heart sank into despair. Such an epic war stirred his spirit, yet made him forget one crucial detail: Zhou, the master of Castor. This man, no, this creature cloaked in human flesh. A demon, possessed unparalleled power. At this very moment, he hovered majestically in the sky, arriving at the very center above the battlefield with measured grace. The Lord exhaled a weary sigh, while rider Iskandar surveyed the desert. The heroic spirits charging fiercely behind him numbered scarcely 100. Yet, he remained imbued with a formidable aura. The ground was littered with corpses, heroic spirits, dragons, and shattered remnants of stone sculptures. Jolan cast a detached glance. Devoid of sorrow or joy, he raised his hand gently, and the Panga treasure box began to ascend slowly. Iskandar gripped the reins tightly, his gaze gravely fixed upon the robed figure above. "My brother," Jolan whispered. "I am here," the Lord responded. Jolan continued, "You are about to witness some of my powers." The Lord raised an eyebrow slightly. He had to concede that Iskandar was a formidable opponent, nearly as troublesome as Gilgamesh had been. In that moment, Jolan took action without hesitation, a flicker of delight rising within him. As a younger brother, is it not reasonable to accept his elder brother's assistance? A warmth unexpectedly blossomed in his weary heart, a sensation long absent, entirely contrary to his jaded and cold nature. Yet, surprisingly, it did not evoke disdain within him. "The Panga treasure box? I have long been aware it resides in your possession," the Lord remarked. Jolan nodded slightly. "Then do you know its wondrous capabilities? To unlock the gates of hell?" The Lord shrugged. Indeed, a smile danced on Jolan's lips. He released gravity, lifting the Panga treasure box as it ascended to the highest point of the heavens. This extraordinary treasure radiated a soft blue aura, ineffably enchanting. And then, Jolan's smile turned enigmatic. Then, the Lord pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened. "To open the gates of hell, only demons shall emerge from beyond." He murmured in disbelief. "Precisely, my brother. Congratulations on your correct guess." Jolan laughed heartily, raising his finger to gently tap. In an instant, the Panga treasure box began to rotate and open. A beam of blue light shot forth, followed by a verdant scroll materializing in midair. This was the gateway to hell. The lower end of the scroll gradually descended, revealing a profound crimson vortex within. From beyond the gates, a torrent of demonic aura surged forth. All, including the Lord, stood dumbfounded, their gazes fixated on the scroll, entranced by the gates of hell. Jolan slightly raised the corners of his lips and chuckled. "A prize-winning guess. Who will emerge from within?" His voice resonated within the confines of the established barrier. Whether it be the Holy Master, Weber, or Iskandar, each pondered his inquiry. As they traversed through this portal, ominously referred to as the Gate of Hell, who would ultimately materialize. Chapter 42. The Projection of the Holy Lord. Emerging from this gate to hell must undoubtedly be a demon. Weber and Iskandar were unable to grasp the significance of this power. It was a treasure and authority that transcended this world. Yet, the Holy Lord was fully aware. He had not anticipated that Jolan possessed the ability to open the gates of hell in other realms. Contemplating the wager presented by Jolan, he fell into deep thought. There were 8 siblings in total. Excluding Jolan himself left 7. However, since he was also present, perhaps he should be excluded as well, leaving only 6. The demons of thunder, Su; the demon of mountains, Bagong; the demon of water, Basha; the demon of earth, Dequai; the demon of wind, Xiaofeng; and finally, the demon of heaven, Shimu. 6 siblings, and judging by Jolan's demeanor, any of them could potentially appear. The Holy Lord's dragon-like eyes curiously fixated on the gate to hell, a playful expression gracing his face. After a long pause, he shook his head in resignation. He could not predict which of the 6 it would be. Regardless of which sibling it was, all were possible candidates. He shrugged, smiling. In any case, it won't be you, and certainly not me. Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Jolan's mouth. Before him, the projections of the 7 demons flickered. Indeed, the Panga treasure box had transformed from the originally summonable 6 demon projections into 7. As Jolan gazed at the additional projection, he chuckled softly. "Unfortunately, you guessed incorrectly, my brother." "Guessed incorrectly?" The Holy Lord was taken aback. "Could it be you? Surely it couldn't be me, right? He stood right here. How could Jolan possibly summon him?" Jolan laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. "Come fort," he said with a smile. Within the established barrier, an invisible wind surged, swiftly suppressing the swirling sand and the scent of blood. Suddenly, a green, dragon-like hand emerged from the gate of hell, firmly grasping the scroll beside it. Upon witnessing this hand, the Holy Lord trembled. He looked at Zhou Lan in disbelief. Impossible, he exclaimed. Following this, a dragon-like foot stepped out from the gate of hell, landing steadily in the void. What is this? Weber stood frozen, his gaze darting between the Holy Lord and the gate of hell. The answer was imminent. What was about to emerge was the fire demon, the projection of the Holy Lord. It fully stepped forth from the doorway, its fearsome and terrifying form unleashed. Flame surged and power overflowed. The gate of hell swiftly closed, transforming into a scroll that dissipated into the air. The Panga treasure box quivered slightly, drawn into Zhou Lan's palm, hovering silently. The second, caster, Iskandar murmured in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord's pupils widened in shock, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Lan. He could sense that this was not truly himself, but merely a projection. Yet, this projection possessed power equal to his own. How have you accomplished this, my brother? The Holy Lord inquired, his expression bewildered. He could no longer see through this brother of his. Zhou Lan quietly gazed at the projection of the Holy Lord emerging from the gates of hell, his heart brimming with delight. Who could have predicted this? No one could. Even he himself was only aware of it at the very moment of liberating the Panga treasure box. The Panga treasure box was not merely a conduit to open the gates of hell, serving as a bridge between the underworld and the mortal realm like its counterpart in the original world. The treasure box in his possession was a true divine artifact, with a singular function, to summon the projections of his siblings, excluding himself. The only stipulation was that the summoned demon projection must not allow its original form to perish, and its strength must align with the current state of the demon. When Zhou Lan first acquired this extraordinary treasure, he could only select from 6 demon projections, none of which included the Holy Lord. At that time, the Holy Lord was merely a sealed statue, devoid of any power. The Panga treasure box could not summon an entity lacking strength. However, the current Holy Lord had his soul reshaped into a servant's body in this world. Even though his original form remained a statue, this did not affect the judgment of the Panga treasure box. Thus, among the demon projections available to Zhou Lan, there now existed the fiery demon, Caster. How delightful it was! Zulan Juka Hoti. This was a stroke of brilliance. He believed that everyone would misjudge the situation. The projection of the Holy Lord slowly descended, arriving at the center of the battlefield. This projection possessed all that the Holy Lord currently held: the caster class, the unique, noble phantasm, and even the magical attributes were entirely consistent. Apart from soul, it was an exact replica. Zhou Lan lightly tapped his fingers and commanded, "Let's commence the true game." As the words fell, the Holy Lord's projection, standing in the center of the battlefield, let out a raucous roar, unleashing the noble phantasm ancient demon glory in an instant. The blood-red sky descended, overwhelming Iskandar's noble phantasm army of the king in a crushing wave. The second palace loomed amidst the scorching desert. The 12 sigils of the noble phantasm erupted in a heartbeat. At this critical juncture, where all forces were at their limits, the emergence of another caster of equal power rendered the outcome inevitable. Blinding beams of fiery light swept across the battlefield, causing the remaining heroic spirits to fall one after another. Iskandar surveyed the barrier, his shock still evident on his face. Yet, he found himself utterly alone. From east to west, 2 imposing holy lords approached him, a palpable pressure swelling around them. Such incomprehensible power. Caster's master, I shall call you the strongest. He sighed deeply, urging his chariot forward with unwavering resolve toward one of the holy lords. In the distance, Weber Velvet leaned back and fell to the ground. He could not comprehend it. In his gaze, the 2 casters were indistinguishable. They shared the same appearance, the same abilities, and the same aura. Yet, how could 2 identical entities possibly exist simultaneously? After Zhou Lan unleashed the Panga treasure box into the sky, the trajectory of events transcended his comprehension, shattering his superficial theories of sorcery into fragments. Yet, This was the reality unfolding before him. His gaze gradually shifted towards the distant Jolan, who remained seemingly calm and composed. A sudden wave of terror surged within him. What manner of being was he truly battling against? Time and again, his opponent consistently redefined his understanding. At last, silvery bolts of lightning enveloped everything remaining on the battlefield, as both the Holy Master and his projection emitted a low growl. A tremendous force surged skyward, causing the inherent barrier to tremble and dissipate. An overwhelming sense of panic unexpectedly welled up within Weber, akin to the sensation of having lost something precious. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes as he gazed towards the original direction of his Kandar. Indeed, he had lost something. Chapter 43. The fate of the little Holy Grail. A veil of white smoke ascended, swirling around the weathered features of the man. The room was shrouded in darkness. Amiya Kiritsugu sat upon the bed, the floor littered with extinguished cigarette butts. Firearms and equipment lay scattered nearby. His brow was furrowed, stubble having grown unchecked in merely 2 days. Yet he found himself indifferent to its management. Representing the Einsburn family as an external aid in the Holy Grail War, he now beheld no glimmer of hope. Mia was dead. His wife, Alice Phil, was in a dire state, though he wished to remain uninformed. Saber had brought up Alice Phil's condition to him on multiple occasions. One by one, news of eliminated competitors reached him. Even the church had crumbled. The latest reports indicated that Castor was engaged in combat with Ryder. The outcome of this battle was not difficult to predict. With Castor's master present, Ryder stood no chance. Henceforth, their target could only be one. Was it finally his turn? He exhaled a long plume of smoke, in pursuit of his ideals of justice. He was prepared to employ any means necessary. Assassination was the most common tactic. No matter how formidable a magician, they could not withstand the bullets that emerged from the shadows. Yet, Castor's master was an exception. He witnessed firsthand how that bullet was suspended in midair, dispersing into harmless iron shavings. Modern weaponry lost all significance in the presence of such an existence. He felt suspended in the air, akin to a wall looming within his heart. Boundless and unyielding, it obstructed his every direction, a constant reminder that this path was impassable. Amiya Kiritsugu crushed the cigarette, but beneath his foot, his hand gently brushing against the body of a sniper rifle. Once an unwavering ally, it now lacked all strength and means. With that man's power, he could undoubtedly discern the differences in Alice Phil. Thus, he had deliberately eliminated the other participants, leaving them for last. It must be so. He suddenly rose to his feet. Perhaps tomorrow would be the moment of reckoning. Within the castle stronghold prepared by the Einsburn family, Saber stood vigilantly beside Alice Phil. Since Lancer's elimination, her injuries had healed. Yet, Alice Phil's condition was deteriorating rapidly. "Madam," she murmured. The souls of the eliminated servants were eroding Alice Phil, the artificial being of the Einsburn family. Her human form was on the verge of collapse, unable to sustain itself. From the very beginning, she had existed as a tool created through alchemy, intended to gather the souls of the eliminated servants for the little Holy Grail. This was the decree of fate, an inevitability that could not be resisted. The curse, known as the embodiment of all evils in this world, had tainted the Holy Grail during the Third Holy Grail War, and this suffering and corruption gradually descended upon her. The world was cruel. This truth was particularly evident in Alice Phil. On the other side, the bounded field dissipated. The existence known as the Conqueror King Iskander has vanished entirely from this world. Even he, who mustered all his strength to face a single master, found himself utterly unable to withstand the projection of another master with equal prowess. The Clash of Kings has finally drawn to a close. The Fourth Holy Grail War has seen the elimination of Ryder. Two masters, identical in appearance, stood silently upon the ground. One master curiously scrutinized his projection. It was evident that this being could not speak and did not possess a true soul. What could be confirmed was that the strength of the projection was entirely authentic, a fact made clear in the recent battle. What a remarkable power! The master marveled at Jolan. The prowess displayed by his counterpart far exceeded his understanding. Undoubtedly, Jolan now stood as the strongest among the 8 siblings. The treasure known as the Panga box radiated an entirely different brilliance in his hands. "My brother, what manner of power is this?" he inquired. Zhou Lan smiled, pondering for a moment before responding. "Bonds?" He did not provide a direct explanation, instead opting for a playful retort. "Bonds," the master murmured. Zhou Lan gently raised his hand, and the Panga box once again ignited with radiance, as the gates of hell swung open. This, of course, was not the genuine gateway to the original world of hell, but merely a necessary process for utilizing the Panga box. The Master's projection dove into the gates of hell, returning whence it came. Zhou Lan once more grasped the Panga box, his wrist flicking lightly, causing the artifact to vanish in an instant. Now, aside from the formidable demonic aura he wielded as a demon of the moon, the Panga box served as a powerful ally. It is worth noting that even the recently summoned Master Projection was merely on par with the current Master's strength. Yet this did not represent the pinnacle of the Demon of Fire. He had already determined how to rescue the Master from the original world. At present, all other servants had been eliminated, leaving only Emiya Kiritsugu and his servant, Saber. Zhou Lan analyzed the situation before him, his thoughts quickly settling on one individual, Alice Phil. She was the wife of Emiya Kiritsugu and also the key to the Lesser Grail, which would unlock the Greater Grail. "We have one final step, Master," Zhou Lan whispered, "and at that time, your current form shall depart this world, and your soul will return to the statue." "I understand," the Master replied, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. If he had previously harbored concerns, those anxieties had dissipated entirely upon receiving Zhou Lan's assurance. The strength Zhou Lan exhibited had far surpassed his expectations, and his promise was utterly trustworthy. "I look forward to that day," he said calmly. The following day marked the final day of this journey, as designated by Zhou Lan. The only remaining target was Emiya Kiritsugu. He held no interest in the other eliminated masters. Kenneth returned to the clock tower, while Weber, the master of the defeated rider, would soon depart as well. After fulfilling his pact, Berserker's master, Kriya Matu, set the Matu residence ablaze and vanished with Sakura Matu. His time was limited, and Zhou Lan could surmise his destination. Undoubtedly, he harbored a profound hatred for Tosaka Tokiomi, yet he held deep feelings for Tosaka's wife, Aoi. What contradictory individual he was. Zhou Lan had no desire to meddle in their tangled web of love and enmity. Among these masters, Kiritsugu Emiya was undoubtedly the most intriguing. Dismissing the watchful eyes that had followed him, Zhou Lan gathered his thoughts and gently rapped on the castle's door, smiling as he spoke. "Mr. Kiritsugu Emiya, I have come to pay you a visit." Chapter 44. The throne shaped in the palm before Zhou Lan. The grand door swung open instantaneously upon the utterance of his words. Immediately following was a piercing whistle. In the dimness, a bullet sliced through the air, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, the bullet arrived at a mere 3 inches from Zhou Lan's forehead, hovering and rotating slowly, unable to advance any further. This was a round from a large-caliber sniper rifle, arguably the most formidable piece of individual weaponry that Kiritsugu Emiya could procure, excluding the explosives unsuitable for this locale. Yet the assault did not relent. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, the reloading executed with remarkable finesse. The second bullet followed suit, mirroring the trajectory of its predecessor with not the slightest deviation. It advanced with an imperceptible velocity, thrusting the suspended bullet before Zhou Lan a fraction of an inch further. Zhou Lan remained motionless, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze scrutinized the bullet ensnared by gravity in midair. The third and fourth shots rang out in quick succession. A line of bullets formed before him, each successive round inching closer to Zhou Lan. It was only when silence reclaimed the castle that he slowly extended his hand, his fingertips lightly tapping the tip of the first bullet. The air shimmered. An imprisoned bullet before him disintegrated into a flurry of glimmering iron shavings, beautiful yet despairing. He spoke aloud. "Mr. Kiritsugu Emiya, have you had your fun?" No response came. Out of the corner of his eye, the sound of hurried footsteps abruptly broke the quiet, accompanied by Saber's low growl, an invisible sword. ensconced within the Wind King's barrier, stirred the air, rushing toward Zhou. Her speed was exceptional, nearly instantaneous. The sound grazed Zhou ear, and in the next heartbeat, the resplendent visage of Saber, Artoria Pendragon, appeared before him. This confrontation had been long in the making. As Zhou approached, the surveillance surrounding the castle had already detected his presence. Was this a greeting? Zhulan's my. The exquisite sword and saber-esque grasp appeared vividly to him. The Wind King's barrier, conjured by magical prowess, was no match for the demon's keen sight. The turbulent winds tousled Zhoulan's hair, pausing just before his serene countenance. The distance was minimal, seemingly a mere step away from severing his head. Yet the air felt as if it had solidified, rendering that slight gap eternal. Clad in battle attire, Saber gripped her sword with both hands, channeling her full might in an attempt to breach this intangible wall. As she exerted force, the winds surged violently, exploding within that minuscule distance. Yet the sword remained ensnared, with only the two figures' hair dancing in the tempest. At that moment, Zhou slightly turned his gaze toward Saber. Under the unwavering intensity of his gaze, Saber suddenly sensed a flicker of panic and peril. She clutched the hilt of her sword tightly, yearning to extricate herself. However, the blade seemed as though it were welded to the air by some unseen force. The very essence of the world's power coalescing upon the sword. She strained against it, yet remained utterly immovable. As her pupils trembled, a flicker of fear flashed in her eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed by resolve. Zhou cast a glance around, smiling as she remarked, "It seems the local gang is rather impolite." Dark energy surged forth, momentarily propelling Saber away, carving deep rifts into the ground until she finally halted several meters distant. The sword continued to hover in midair. From the very moment she entered, Zhou had already discerned the positions of everyone present. The instant the bullet erupted from the gun's muzzle, it disturbed the gravitational field in the air, and the magical fluctuations from Saber's battle skirt resonated as she advanced, breaking free from the pull of gravity. Each movement was as starkly illuminated as a candle flame in the night. This was his dominion. The position of the moon demon allowed him to command the gravitational forces within his vicinity. Even the slightest alteration, as minuscule as the stirrings of an ant or the flutter of a firefly, could not escape his perception. The air fell silent for a moment, and the castle suddenly illuminated. High above, Kiritsugu Amir rose, his gaze forlornly fixated on Zhou at the entrance. He found it incomprehensible to understand someone like her. Her actions and the ease with which she carried herself throughout. It even evoked a sense of distaste within him. Zhou gracefully floated to the center of the hall. Raising her hand, the ground and walls trembled, irregular stones detaching from the meticulously constructed architecture, twisting under her grasp. The solid stones morphed as if they were pliable clay, molded by the opposing forces she wielded. Soon, a grotesque throne emerged, settling at her feet in the hall's center. It was only then that she slowly took her seat, spreading her hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness, saying, "The host lacks manners and did not prepare a seat, so the guest must arrive in their own style." Only after her words did Kiritsugu snap back from his astonishment. Arrogant and domineering, he gained a deeper understanding of this nameless presence before him. She casually fashioned a throne within another's castle, as if it were her own home. Such sorcery was utterly unheard of. Saber watched Zhou with vigilant eyes, clenching her fist, which felt empty. Her gaze crossed over the throne, where her sword remained firmly fixed in the air, seemingly eternally etched in place. She lowered her gaze slightly, having never encountered such a peculiar opponent. As a saber-class servant, being disarmed in the very first moment of battle was indeed a humiliation. Approaching with intent, Zhou smirked, revealing a congenial smile. Footsteps echoed as Kiritsugu descended the stairs. He stood beside Saber, facing the throne. Despite the fact that she had intruded uninvited, it felt as though he were the one presenting himself before her. This sensation was truly irksome. "Do you seem to harbor disdain for me?" "Zulan inguit?" Kiritsugu nodded, unabashedly confessing. "Perhaps it arises from fear, a fear of overwhelming power that has transformed into loathing." Zhou remarked, Your sincerity is commendable. Losing to an opponent like you, neither I nor the Einsburn family harbor any resentment. Amiya Kiritsugu inquired. The current situation was exceedingly clear. His ammunition had been exhausted, Saber had relinquished her sword, and the adversary remained oblivious to the underlying truth. Should they continue this battle? There was not a glimmer of hope. A slight tremor coursed through him. This game had concluded the moment they first laid eyes on one another. Was there a sense of loss? Perhaps. The sensation resonating within him was akin to the shattering of dreams. Jolan nodded slightly and spoke. I have come to obtain the lesser Holy Grail. Or, to put another way, I am here to seek Alice Phil. Madam, Saber abruptly lifted her head. Chapter 45. Jolan, I'm hungry. Let me take a bite first. Alice Phil. Kiritsugu Amiya murmured. His pupils widened suddenly as he gazed at Jolan. This fellow. He knows everything. Master. Saber hastily called out to Kiritsugu Amiya, relinquishing Alice Phil to Jolan, preferring to fight to the death. Sabir. Kiritsugu Amiya spoke in a low voice. I cannot allow this. With no weapon in hand, Saber charged towards Jolan without hesitation. Yet in the next moment, the space trembled violently. A torrent of magical energy transformed into irresistible, purplish-black tendrils, binding her hands and securing them firmly in midair. Restricted by the bindings, Saber could only bend at the waist, lowering her head, her hands raised helplessly in the air. Kiritsugu Amiya's expression twisted with rage. He had no other choice. From the very beginning, not even Castor had appeared. Alone, Jolan had taken complete control of the situation. I understand this is harsh, but there's no other way. I'm merely following the procedure. Jolan shrugged helplessly. He turned to Kiritsugu Amiya and stated, My righteous companion, Mr. Kiritsugu Amiya. Kiritsugu Amiya trembled, his heart laid bare, incredulously asking, You know everything. Indeed, and I also know that your wish will not come to fruition. Your wish. World peace, is it not? Zulan Inguit. Kiritsugu Amiya was an intriguing individual, adhering steadfastly to the principle of sacrificing a few for the happiness of the many. Before him, the dilemma of the trolley that troubled everyone was hardly a dilemma at all. He would undoubtedly choose without hesitation to let the trolley run over the side with fewer people. Similarly, if he were placed in Gotham City, perhaps the Joker would not be of any concern at all. The conundrum posed by the Joker to Batman, which ship to detonate, would be almost trivial for Kiritsugu Amiya. He was a man of pure conviction, resolutely steadfast, the kind of person the Joker would deem uninteresting with just a glance. Jolan's eyes flickered as he spoke. I will present you with an offer you cannot refuse. Kiritsugu Amiya abruptly lifted his head. Master. Saber attempted to intervene. Jolan raised his hand, magical energy swirling around, muffling her mouth, forcing her to emit only muffled sounds. The Holy Grail has already been tainted. Even if you obtain it, wishing for world peace would be futile. There is a greater likelihood that the Grail would simply annihilate everyone. Why? Kiritsugu Amiya asked, perplexed. Because if there is no one left, the world will naturally be at peace. Is that difficult to comprehend? Zulan Tukkai. What a simple yet twisted solution. Kiritsugu Amiya expressed a bitter smile and sighed. He believed Jolan's words. In their brief encounters, although he found this individual repugnant, he had no reason to lie. Jolan had no interest in deceit. And what about you? Kiritsugu Amiya inquired. How would you utilize the Holy Grail, and what wish would you make? What significance does a tainted Holy Grail hold for you? As the inquiry faded, Shiro Amiya suddenly felt a surge of tension within him. What could be the intention of such a powerful being in seeking the Holy Grail? Was it to reach the fabled origin that all magicians yearn for? Yet, the dilemma remains. Even those who have reached the origin may not possess power as formidable as Jolan's. I can purify the Holy Grail, Jolan stated, startling him. The soul contamination from Ungramenu during the Third Holy Grail War is merely a side effect for me. I shall not make a wish. I only require the magical energy within the Grail. Master, Jolan called out. As the words left his lips, the immense form of the Master manifested beside the throne. Standing motionless, they exchanged glances, seemingly having reached a tacit agreement. Castor. Shiro Amiya glanced at the master. I shall compel Castor to take his own life. Of course, his soul will be sent back to another realm by me, while the magical energy that constructs this body will be absorbed into the Holy Grail. Shiro Amiya was taken aback. Was Castor truly a being devoid of desires? Every participant in the Holy Grail War, whether a master or servant, surely harbored their own wishes. Yet, Zhoulan's implication was clear. Castor appeared to lack any personal aspiration. The Master's dragon head slightly shook, a smile curling upon his lips. My wish shall be fulfilled in another world by my brother. His gaze remained fixed solely upon Zhoulan, as if everything else held no interest for him. And Saber, Zhoulan directed his attention to the bound and voiceless Artoria. I wish for her to return to the Holy Grail as well. Saber emitted a muffled sound, but her words were indistinct. Thus, the magical energy of the seven servants must fill the Holy Grail before it can be utilized, Zhoulan stated calmly. Before it can be utilized. Shiro Amiya pondered the implications of Zhoulan's words. Even a grail brimming with the magical energy of seven servants could only be deemed as potentially usable in his eyes. What was his true intention? For you, this is also a fortuitous matter, Zhoulan continued slowly. I only require magical energy. Once the Grail is purified, you may continue to partake in the fifth Holy Grail War. Perhaps then, the Grail will genuinely fulfill your wish. Furthermore, your wife, Alice Phil, is currently suffering from the curse known as all the evils of this world within the Grail. And her fated life of anguish ought not to endure for so long, should it? This was the condition proposed by Zhoulan, one which Shiro Amiya found impossible to refuse. Silence enveloped them. Shiro Amiya's gaze shifted between Zhoulan, the master, and Saber. The Grail had been tainted by curses, a revelation he had not previously known. Such a Grail was far from what he required. Otherwise, he would rather have Saber destroy it. Yet, the condition Zhoulan laid forth left him with no choice. To purify the Grail, transforming it into a true wish-granting vessel. Shiro Amiya, my righteous companion. Your time is running short, Zhoulan reminded him. How am I to trust you? Amiya Kiritsugu uttered bitterly. Zhoulan responded with a silent smile, then shook his head. He slowly rose from the throne, an overwhelming aura of magic emanating from him, causing the sky and ground to tremble in his presence. The castle's roof was almost instantaneously torn away, revealing the inky darkness of the night sky. A colossal surge of magical energy ascended towards the heavens, akin to a tsunami. In that fleeting moment, both Amiya Kiritsugu and Saber felt as though they were mere boats swaying amidst tumultuous waves. The grand magic enveloped the entirety of Fuyuki City, all surging towards the night sky. Amiya Kiritsugu lifted his gaze, his expression shifting. Above him, in the night sky, the radiant full moon suddenly took on a faint hue of black and violet, eerie and enigmatic. The force of gravity materialized into a flowing stream of magical essence. The moon resembling an overturned chalice. Like spilt wine, the lunar gravity began to cascade slowly from the sky, descending toward Zhoulan. Just in time. I find myself rather hungry, he remarked. Chapter 46. Await me. The gravitational force of the moon cascaded entirely, converging upon Zhoulan. He possessed the extraordinary ability to harness this lunar pull. The full moon in the night sky resembled an overturned chalice, with the gravitational essence seeping down like fine wine. As he felt the surge of power, a contented smile graced Zhoulan's face. Among the 8 great demons, in terms of potential for growth, Zhoulan undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. No sibling could rival him in this regard. Wei Gongqiezi gazed in astonishment at Zhoulan, who had fully absorbed the moon's gravitational force. The night sky returned to silence, as if nothing had changed, yet everything felt transformed. At least Zhoulan before him appeared even more formidable. The moon above radiated a faint purple-black halo. Zhoulan hovered quietly, absorbing the gravity without the intent to drain the moon entirely. Rather, it was a transference of power, a concept governed by a higher order of rules. It has ended. From the very beginning, you had no choice, Zhoulan remarked calmly. He gestured towards the half-destroyed castle, and dark magic surged in response. Moments later, a magnificent golden chalice began to float towards him. The small chalice was the key to unlocking the Greater Grail. Suspended in the air, its emergence signified both the demise of Alice Fayer and the conclusion of this game. "Holy Master," Jolan whispered to his side. "I am here, brother," the Holy Master replied, extending his claw to pierce into his own chest. Suddenly, he erupted into wild laughter, both sinister and unrestrained. Like some arcane sacrificial rite, his hand stirred within his chest, seemingly devoid of pain, replaced instead by an exhilarating thrill. He was obliterating everything within this servant's form. "Your soul will return to that place," Jolan asserted. "I understand. This is for the best. At least you are my hope, are you not?" The Holy Master murmured softly. Jolan's gaze turned sharp as he focused on Saber, as keen as a blade. Even as one of the three strongest, Saber found herself powerless before him. With a mere gesture, a torrent of dark magic surged towards Saber, who was already bound and unable to move. Her beautiful visage was etched with unspoken turmoil. At that moment, Wei Gongqiezi raised his arm, causing the commands to dissipate one after another. "Saber, I command you to take your own life." Only then did the magic that bound her finally release, and she knelt upon the ground, her hand grasping her pale neck. As King Arthur, Saber's resistance to magic was rated A, though it had diminished to be due to the summoning contract. Nonetheless, she retained formidable resistance to commands. Her willpower remained unwavering. However, Wei Gongqiezi had utilized 3 commands in one go. Saber knelt, her expression one of struggle and torment. Her exceptional resistance and steadfast will prolong the agonizing process. In the air, Jolan sighed. He extended his palm, and the gravitational force obeyed his summons, swiftly closing in. In an instant, King Arthur, Altria Pendragon, vanished from his grasp. At the very least, it would not be excessively painful, would it? Jolan remarked with a hint of detachment, his interest in meaningless torment utterly non-existent. Indeed, he possessed memories from a previous life, and King Arthur Altria was a resilient and striking figure. Yet, he was the demon of the moon, a cursed being. His heart and will were unyielding. Nothing could impede his progress. He gazed languidly at the moonlit sky, and upon integrating the memories of his former self, the demon's protracted lifespan illuminated the truth for him. He was merely a replica of a long-deceased heroic spirit, buried within the grave of history, a mere skeleton. Even he, along with his 7 siblings, could potentially tread this path. Once a servant perished, their memories and experiences would simply return to the throne of heroes. When it came to pain and torment, the true prison of suffering was none other than a hell, drenched in a sea of crimson. Amiya Kiritsugu observed silently. Jolan slightly raised his hand. The small holy grail before him could very well be referred to as Alice Fill. With it as the key, he would summon the third magic, the holy grail of the heavens. He murmured. Dark red clouds, bordering on black, swiftly enveloped the sky, looming ominously over the entirety of Fuyuki City. "This is..." Amiya Kiritsugu's gaze trembled. "A miracle. Not a miracle, but rather destruction," Jolan interjected. The sky tore open, foul black sludge gushed forth. And as Jolan had proclaimed, this was the annihilation that bore all the evils of this world. What he summoned was not the true holy grail of the third magic, but rather a corrupted black grail. Those things must not be allowed to descend. Amiya Kiritsugu shuddered. "Indeed," Jolan replied with a smile. He raised his palm upward slightly, causing the black sludge pouring from the sky to immediately stagnate. Following that, a green radiance surged upward toward the heavens. A magnificent beam of air magic struck into the clouds, gradually driving away the curse known as the embodiment of all the evils of this world under the influence of the air magic. Amiya Kiritsugu's gaze remained unwavering as he slowly looked up. His expression grew resolute. Jolan had not deceived him. That foul black sludge was capable of annihilating Fuyuki City, and Jolan was dispersing it. He possessed such power, magic, or perhaps one could say, a miracle. "Holy Master," Jolan intoned. The Holy Master nodded silently, his body finally completing its self-destruction, his eyes closing as vitality gradually faded. Thus, upon gathering the seven servants, the purified Holy Grail that would be born was the true power that Zhou sought. Magical energy surged, lifting his robe. Zhou figure instantaneously slipped into the shadows, and a black full moon replaced his former position. The true form of the demon emerged from the moon in an instant. Amiya Kiritsu gazed at Zhou in silence. The power manifesting upon this demonic body was far greater than the black sludge above. A colossal force coalesced in the air, brimming with magical energy, swirling in chaotic obscurity. Zhou retracted his hand, and in an instant, the world returned to silence. "Return now, my lord, my brother," he murmured softly. The soul of the sovereign was on its way back. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness regained clarity. Before him lay the pitch-black underground palace, where he once again became a statue, rendered immobile and overwhelmingly weak. "How astonishing!" he exclaimed, as if deeply moved. The grandeur of his miraculous experiences stood in stark contrast to the profound stillness that now surrounded him. Here, it felt like an eternal darkness, silent and void of sound. The essence of Zhou, and even that of another realm, had faded away. He was left utterly alone, as if nothing had truly changed. But was that really the case? After a lengthy silence, an elegant whisper suddenly emerged from the depths of the sovereign's soul. It was Zhou deep voice. "Wait for me," he said. Chapter 47. I come to save you, Holy Lord. Just 2 words. Merely 2 words. Yet, to the Holy Lord, they bring a sense of reassurance beyond compare. This is the promise of an elder, the vow of the eldest among 8 siblings. He will undoubtedly fulfill it, and the Holy Lord possesses unwavering faith in this. All that remains for him is to await patiently. He awaits the moon to cast its luminous glow upon this ancient dragon. Within the subterranean palace, he murmurs softly, uttering words only he can hear. "I am profoundly grateful for having made the wisest decision of my life." On the other side, in Fuyuki City, the Holy Grail War has come to a close, personally concluded by Zhou. Amiya Kiritsugu bears an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. He has lost so much, his wife, his assistant. All that he has gained in return is hope. Yet that suffices. The tainted Holy Grail will only continue to claim lives time and again. Zhou has genuinely purified the Grail, stripping away the curse that embodies all the evils of this world. It no longer exists. He is unaware of how Zhou accomplished this, but facts are unyielding. Beneath the night sky, Zhou stands silently. Purifying the Holy Grail is a task of utmost simplicity for him. The world in which he now resides differs from his original realm. The Grail was corrupted by the soul of Ungra Mainyu during the Third Holy Grail War. Perhaps others could not manage it. However, in the realm of Jackie-chan adventures, spells targeting souls abound like stars in the sky. Even in his father's antique shop, one could easily find numerous such artifacts. Were the positions to be reversed and the peak Holy Lord to stand here, he too would be capable of the same. This is a power distinct from this world, one that transcends it. It is well known that one can acquire the power to negate the world from beyond its confines. "What is your name?" Amiya Kiritsuga gazes at Zhou and suddenly inquires. Zhou lowers his head, meeting his gaze, and with a smile, replies, "The Demon of the Moon, Zhou. Such formidable power, the Demon of the Moon. With such strength, what is your purpose?" Amiya Kiritsugu questions. Zhou form shifts silently against the backdrop of the night sky as he calmly responds. "Everyone has something they wish to save, and I am no exception. Is that so? You seem on the verge of departing. You are astute. I must return to save my brothers," Zhou declares with conviction. As his words resonate, a golden portal instantly opens before him, illuminating the night. He glides into the golden portal, which swiftly closes behind him as if it had never existed. He has departed, leaving not a single word behind. Within the confines of the system's space, the Demon of the Moon hovers in the air, his expression void of sorrow or joy. He extends his hand. The Pangu treasure box floats in his left palm, while a gathering of immense magical energy coalesces in his right. He reaches out with a slightly smaller secondary hand. "Please select a reward." The system's voice resonates, as projections flicker before his eyes. With each journey concluded in a world, He is granted rewards akin to the Panga treasure box. With his gaze darting among the myriad projections, Zhou Lan fell into contemplation. The object he sought must serve him well in his forthcoming schemes. Thus, he was left with but a singular choice. Fixing his eyes upon the golden artifact before him, he steeled his resolve. I shall take this gamble. The selection of rewards was complete. As the words fell from his lips, all projections vanished. In the palm of his empty offhand, several golden chains coiled like serpents around his wrist. Zhou Lan chuckled softly, and the chains immediately faded from view. He surveyed the system's space. It was devoid of any items. It was time to return. I mustn't keep my brothers waiting too long, he murmured. Please, host. Choose wisely. Upon re-entering the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, there is a 100% chance that fairy he will reappear. Fairy Zhou Lan recalled the ethereal figure from his memory. Indeed, even with the power he had absorbed from the second moon, he felt no certainty in genuinely defeating her. Zhou Lan smiled. The reason a rival remains a rival is their absolute counterbalance. Yet, he whispered, the gifts are prepared. How can I not pay a visit to the fairy? He chuckled. With that, the golden portal swung open once more. Suspended before this portal, the winds surged, carrying the familiar essence of a world he knew well. A hint of bewilderment crossed Zhou Lan's face, which quickly transformed into steadfast determination. He spoke, as if questioning himself. We had long agreed to rescue our brothers and sisters from the depths of hell, had we not? With his hands clasped behind him, he stepped into the golden portal. In the next moment, he surveyed his surroundings. This time, the portal opened onto the territory of his ancient era, the moon. After traversing a world, the demon of the moon returned to his faithful domain. I have returned. He extended his arms, the orb of magical energy pulsating and twisting, its immense power nearly bursting forth. This was his gift for the sovereign. Sovereign, Zhou Lan whispered, my brother. On the other side, within the shadowy, subterranean palace, the sovereign shuddered. A voice struck his very soul. Brother, he echoed the call. The elder never lies. He has returned. Almost immediately after the sovereign's return, he came to fulfill his promise. The demon of the moon had returned like a flash of lightning. This fellow, the sovereign was overwhelmed with excitement. Far away on the moon, Zhou Lan pressed down on the orb of magic, sending forth a colossal beam racing toward Earth. Asia, the underground palace. The earth trembled, and the solitary circular statue suddenly quaked. An indescribable power descended, tearing the surface asunder. Sovereign, behold the light once more. The magical beam cascaded from the heavens, pouring into the statue. Power, power! The sovereign cried out in ecstasy. The statue began to twist and contort, intertwining in a moment. The demon form of the sovereign was instantly forged. He stood firm amidst the shattered ground, throwing his head back in a triumphant roar. Justice, I have returned. A formidable and overwhelming magic suffused his entire being, a power that amalgamated the souls of all the remaining servants, now contained within the vessel of the Holy Master. The ground heaved, and the figure of the Holy Master slowly ascended. He extended his arms and bellowed, my power, return. In an instant, 12 beams of light erupted from various corners of the world, swiftly converging upon his location. Within the blink of an eye, they surged into the body of the Holy Master. He cackled maniacally, proclaiming, I now lack for nothing. His malevolent gaze turned towards the direction of the moon, where Zhou Lan quietly fixed her eyes upon the gathering radiance. The two fiends spoke in unison. Holy Master Curse Blue, let us unleash chaos upon the world. Chapter 48. The might of the immortal deity, the vengeance of the demon, does not linger. The anguish and torment have resided within for far too long. Zhou Lan can no longer wait, even a moment longer. Two formidable beings stand, one upon the lunar surface and the other roaring across Asia. The world trembles in fear beneath their feet. Zhou Lan, the Holy Lord, is acutely aware of the impending confrontation. Yet what of it? A consummate demon fears no challenge. In San Francisco, within the confines of an antique shop, the proprietor furrows his brow as Chung Long paces anxiously. The swiftness of Zhou Lan's return took them by surprise, only realizing the Holy Lord had resurrected when it was almost too late. The proprietor sighed. deeply. The Holy Lord has returned once more. We must intervene, Long exclaimed in desperation. And the cursed blue, the proprietor added, tapping his own head, I am not blind. The overwhelming dark energy nearly engulfs me. They have returned to their peak. What shall we do? Long's words hung in the air, and in that moment, the proprietor's furrowed brow relaxed. He sensed two immensely powerful presences converging and remarked, as darkness runs rampant, righteousness shall not remain idle. Meanwhile, before Zhou, verdant waves undulated forth from the void. A divine lotus bud, resplendent with celestial essence, materialized before him, reminiscent of their first encounter. The immortal deity, He Xingu, gracefully emerged from the emerald waves. You dare return? Her brows furrowed, but as a thought crossed her mind, they softened slightly. Perhaps this was a fortunate turn of events. Suspended in the void, Zhou gazed upon He Xingu's appearance, his demeanor unyielding and composed. Of course, I must return, he replied with a smile, suddenly raising his voice. My brothers and sisters suffer in hell. If I do not return, who else will? He Xingu regarded Zhou with a slight shake of her head, her exquisite form hovering above the lunar surface, her gaze uncertain. Strange, truly strange, she commented. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, lightly touching the air, causing a myriad of colorful lights to coalesce into a wondrous lotus bud. Yet it is most exquisite. Without hesitation, the lotus bud surged toward Zhou. He remained still, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. As the bud approached its midpoint, a fierce column of fire erupted from the void, incinerating it into charred remnants. He Xingu turned to look back. A streak of light soared upward from the azure planet below. The Holy Lord propelled himself with unbridled speed, swiftly traversing the lunar vacuum, his immense fury almost palpable, gathering in his gaze. The two great demons converged in this moment. It has been far too long, the Holy Lord bellowed. Today is the day of vengeance. Having regained the power of the chicken rabbit talisman, he was no less agile in space than Zhou. In an instant, he lunged toward He Xingu, resembling a meteor streaking through the cosmos, resolute in his purpose. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before He Xingu, his arms imbued with boundless might, striking directly at her visage. Zhou chuckled, remarking, My brother here is not as gentle as I am. The Holy Lord clenched his fist, poised to strike, only to collide unexpectedly with an invisible barrier. A tremor coursed through his eyes. Before him stood an exquisite sword, suspended in the void. Radiating en overwhelming aura. A hand gracefully lifted the sword. Zhou raised his gaze, and there stood a figure clad in deep blue robes, with a beard like that of a deity, exuding an ethereal presence. The immortal LDNGBN. He stepped forward, wielding the sword in the emptiness, an intense sense of oppression suddenly enveloping the air. One hand stroked his beard while the other grasped the sword, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaimed, The sword shall slay the demon dragon. The rules inscribed in the annals of time now materialized. The two resurrected demons had returned to the world, and their corresponding immortal deities finally emerged. The Holy Lord gasped softly and returned to Zhou's side. The stars twinkled nearby, with ancient demons and immortal deities standing apart. At the very moment LDNGB manifested, a deeper crimson hue ignited in the Holy Lord's eyes. Vengeance, vengeance! The source of his torment had finally surfaced. To rescue his brothers and sisters, this was an insurmountable obstacle. A brief silence ensued. In the next instant, 4 figures darted into motion. The Holy Lord charged recklessly towards LDNGBN, while He Xingu, reshaping the lotus, lunged at Zhou. The lotus bud surged forth once more, and Zhou pressed down forcefully, an avalanche of demonic energy erupting forth, causing his wide sleeves to billow dramatically. A tremendous repulsion, akin to vast mountains and oceans, held the lotus bud at bay. He Xingu's expression shifted slightly. After a brief absence, the curse had intensified. Zhou lifted one hand, applying gravitational force to draw He Xingu directly towards the lunar surface. A crater immediately manifested upon the moon's surface. He then brought his arms together, the ground beneath the lunar surface heaving upward, drawn together by the opposing forces, burying and crushing the entire crater. With another hand pressing down, an infinite repulsion surged forth like a colossal pillar, striking down with ferocity. The lunar surface trembled violently, cracking as if in an earthquake. Zhou expression remained calm, relentless in his pursuit. He aimed to force Xingu into the depths of the moon. Countless strands of dark, demonic energy enveloped her, sealing her descent. He had now harnessed the strength of the second moon, no longer as passive as when they first met. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the Holy Lord engaged in a life-and-death struggle with LD-NGBN. His corporeal form, reshaped by the demonic power Zhou had brought from another realm. Emanated a formidable aura. 12 streams of power converged, unleashing an explosive force. The Holy Lord's expression was one of madness. This was his nemesis. A colossal torrent of fiery, demonic energy surged towards LD-NGB, and yet LD-NGB simply wielded his sword in a circular motion, blocking all assaults. He then brought his fingers together and swept them across the sword's blade. In an instant, the sword shimmered with brilliance. The Holy Lord charged forth with great might. While LD-NGB swung his sword down upon him, Zhou gaze sharpened. The sword cleaved towards the Holy Lord, akin to a drop falling upon a lake's surface, creating but the faintest ripple. It inflicted scarcely any harm. However, in the very moment the sword was retracted, a wisp of ethereal light escaped from the Holy Lord's form. Instantly, his aura diminished significantly. "You shall face your judgment, nefarious dragon." Lu Dongbin's expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy. What a divine being! With a single stroke, 1/12 of his power was severed. Zhou sighed softly within. Unlike him, the Holy Lord possessed an abundance of weaknesses that could be exploited. The prowess of Lu Dongbin, born specifically to counter him, was nothing short of terrifying. The lunar surface trembled as Zhou regained his focus. A turquoise light unveiled everything, revealing a colossal, almost all-encompassing, radiant lotus flower on the moon's face. Its petals gradually unfurling. Standing upon the lotus pedestal, Xingu appeared like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, 1 foot poised in midair, the other slightly bent and raised. With a hand forming a mystical seal, her brows and eyes flickered with divine luminance. The turquoise divine light spread forth, repelling the ominous black miasma. "You shall face your judgment," the two immortal deities proclaimed in unison. In an instant, 2 gates of hell swung open in the vastness of space, an overwhelming gravitational force sweeping through. Chapter 49. What constitutes our bond? The pressure intensifies. Zhou summoned an inexhaustible surge of magical energy, once again pressing down toward the colossal lotus platform on the lunar surface. The situation for the Holy Lord was far more dire than his own. Dongbin wielded his treasured sword, relentlessly siphoning away his strength. With each strike, 1/12 of his power dissipated, transformed into beams of light that scattered into the void. The Holy Lord's momentum gradually diminished. This was a power that transcended ordinary rules. Even the talisman capable of dispelling all external forces was severed by Dongbin's next blow. Zhou raised his hand, manipulating gravity to support the Holy Lord. Dongbin's might surpassed his expectations. With both hands tightly gripping the Panga treasure box and chains, Zhou thoughts swirled in uncertainty. This was a gift he had prepared for the 2 immortal deities. This war resembled a balanced scale, with demons and deities standing on opposing sides. At this moment, righteousness and malevolence were nearly evenly matched. Any tilt from either side would provoke a backlash. He must create a moment where no reaction could be afforded, to swiftly press down on this end of the scale until it reached its limit. And that moment could only be forged by his own hand. As the 12 streams of light dissipated, the Holy Lord was at his last gasp. His expression was bitter, yet the hatred in his eyes remained undiminished. To willingly walk into a trap, nothing more. Xingu cried out sharply, and the lotus platform surged upward, breaking through the magical energy, barreling straight toward Zhou. The gates of hell loomed behind him. If sealed once more, there would be no chance of resurgence. In that instant, Zhou Lan withdrew his magical energy and stood still. His gaze was as tranquil as water, fixed on the infinitely rising lotus platform. He felt the hellish aura slowly emerging from the swirling vortex behind him. There lay his brothers and sisters. He had never hesitated, nor did he need to question his heart. As the lotus platform charged forward, it swiftly ascended before Zhou Lan, encountering no magical resistance, making its approach all the more effortless. He Xiangu extended her jade hand, wreathed in flowing light, pressing against Zhou Lan's chest, using an unstoppable force to propel him toward the gates of hell. That was the ultimate fate prepared for him. His figure retreated rapidly through the air, ensnared by colorful light, leaving him powerless to resist. The immortal deities indeed possessed an unparalleled might. When Zhou Lan returned, when the Holy Lord reached his zenith once more, they would come forth, bearing the power sufficient to seal all once again. What has occurred will occur again. What has been done will be done anew. It is only right. But has it always been so? That despair, akin to the blood-red sky above in hell, pressing down upon all his brothers and sisters, was there truly no way to resist? I do not believe so. With this thought, Zhou Lan, racing toward the gates of hell, suddenly smiled. His form shot toward the gates, the overwhelming gravitational pull yearning for all that he was. Holy Lord, Zhou Lan called softly, extending his hand toward him. The gravity seizing the Holy Lord's dragon form, yanking him forcefully toward himself. I am here, the Holy Lord responded, propelled by the gravitational force toward Zhou Lan. Casting a glance at the two immortal deities, Zhou Lan chuckled softly, walking willingly into a trap. Even the gentlest of elders can experience moments of intense fury. He Xiangu furrowed her brow, her expression one of confusion. What does this mean? Suddenly, she instinctively sensed an unsettling disquiet. A wave of inexplicable foreboding washed over her. Its source remained elusive. The two formidable demons were but a step away from their seal. This was an unequivocal victory. So, from whence did this sense of crisis arise? In the midst of being flung backwards, Zhou Lan gazed at his hands as the Holy Master lunged towards him. His eyes flickered momentarily. Despite the despair of the moment, Zhou Lan displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he clasped his hands together with a sense of assured victory. He calmly declared, "My brother, receive the gift from your elder brother." In the next instant, just as he was about to be consumed by the gates of hell, a surge of demonic energy erupted like a volcano. The immense force scattered in all directions as Zhou Lan resolutely self-destructed. At that very moment, the Holy Master plunged into the unleashed demonic energy. His palms clenched tightly, as if grasping something significant. Although he had lost all of his original power, two orbs of demonic energy coalesced in his palms, one black, one purple. This was the entirety of Zhou Lan's essence post-explosion, a step he had meticulously calculated. The Holy Master wore a grave expression as he spread his hands. The demonic energy swiftly coalesced and took shape. It resembled a moon, cleaved apart in a Tai Chi fashion, transforming into two talismans akin to yin and yang fish. Thus, all the powers of the moon demon were gathered. The Holy Master brought his right palm together, and the talisman representing gravitational force, the dark moon, radiated a purple glow. He then brought his left palm together, and the talisman symbolizing repulsion, the bright moon, emanated a dark magical energy. The Holy Master lifted his head. His countenance, no longer fierce, revealed an unusual sense of reverence. He extended his right arm, and the 12 powers severed by El Dongbin returned to him in an instant under the boundless attraction of the dark moon. Was this all? He Xiangu chuckled softly. El Dongbin charged forth once more, merely seeking to deliver a few more strikes. It stands to reason. With the wisdom of demons honed over millennia in hell, what clever tactics could one expect? In an instant, the Holy Master's powers surged back, facing El Dongbin. He neither dodged nor retreated, standing proudly in the air. His palms suddenly came together. The intertwining purple and black energies coiled like a dragon. A tremendous force arose. It repelled the oncoming undead deity. He bellowed, "My brother, I have received the responsibility you bestowed upon me." As his words fell, the two talismans merged between his palms. In an instant, the colossal moon, hundreds of feet in diameter, expanded and stood amidst the cosmos. It manifested out of thin air, akin to a dark star, enigmatic and obscure. Within the dark moon, the essence of the moon demon, Zhou Lan, subtly revealed itself. His demonic true form, an ethereal shadow, emerged from the dark moon. Draped in a purple-red robe, seated cross-legged with his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, eyes closed in serene contemplation, as if in quiet meditation. The expression of the phantom remained calm and collected, as if he had anticipated everything before him. Just moments ago, he could not prevail. Now could he? He Xianggu scoffed softly. As long as Zhou Lan and the Lord possess power at this level, these two demons stand no chance. Resealing them is merely a matter of time. The Lord remained silent, gradually lowering his form. In this moment, he shed his arrogance and, without a sound, burned himself to the utmost. All his authority was entirely devoted to the rapid force before him, an authentic dark star, a creation that encompassed everything of the moon demon's curse. Hinder him. A flash of sword light struck towards the Lord, accompanied by a verdant glow. The dark moon trembled, repelling these two forces. Stripped of his true form, Zhou Lan found himself unrestrained. The two immortal deities were momentarily at a loss. The Lord, with his fearsome dragon physique, crouched down, his speed being urged to its pinnacle. In the next instant, he suddenly moved, not to battle the immortal deities, nor to flee towards the azure planet beneath him. Instead, he began to circle around this dark star. He raced forward. The gravity of the dark moon sought to pull him in, while the repulsion pushed him away. Between the two forces, a delicate balance was struck, keeping the Lord's body suspended at the edge of the dark moon. In this state of divine speed, the Lord's gaze was resolute, his lips sealed, solely focused on running around the dark moon. His brother had already calculated everything. He merely needed to shoulder his responsibility. He resembled a traveler on the brink of dying of thirst in the desert, with the true oasis lying just ahead. That was hope. And so he ran with reckless abandon. His speed was astonishing, so swift that around the dark moon, dragon-shaped phantoms were imprinted one after another. Each phantom bore a unique form, countless traces coalescing into a line. The Lord. He raced amidst the repelling powers, akin to a serpent biting its own tail. The tail, in an unceasing desire, sought to consume the head, and the Lord was endeavoring to catch up with his past self. His expression unwavering, he was resolute, as memories surged within his mind. He recalled not long ago, at the street corner in a comic shop. He had turned that comic around, pointing at it and asking Zhou Lan, "What does it mean, our bond?" Chapter 50. Brother, I have returned bonds? I do not subscribe to such notions. In my recollection, Zhou Lan once expressed this sentiment. The world is harsh, and one must rely solely on strength. If merely shouting about so-called bonds could conquer all, it would indeed be frivolous. Thus, rather than referring to it as a bond, it is more accurate to speak of the resonance between forces. Resonance? Indeed, there has never been a power that can triumph solely through emotional outbursts, unless two forces can harmonize and unite to forge something far more potent. This resonance transcends mere bonds. Resonance. The Lord of Light withdrew his thoughts, murmuring softly, "Is this your perspective, brother?" His body was continually drawn closer and pushed away by the dark moon. In this delicate equilibrium, his speed accelerated, reaching a pace so swift that it became elusive, forming mere phantoms that connected like strands of light, creating a halo around the dark moon. He was in pursuit of his former self, his self from the previous moment, the last second. Even with the keen vision of a demon, he could no longer discern the landscape before him. He had lost count of how many laps he had run. The stars flickered in his peripheral vision, elongated into delicate strands of luminous light. The Lord of Light roared, bellowing as he pushed his speed to its zenith. If this is what resonance entails, then I believe I have grasped its essence. The final phantom descended. His velocity had reached its utmost limit. The dark moon trembled incessantly, emanating boundless waves. In that fleeting moment, the Lord extended his hand forward, his palm passing through the phantom through the vacuum, and concurrently through the ring of repulsive forces. It felt as though he had touched something. Suddenly, he whipped around to look back. A multitude of his phantoms rushed towards him like flashes of light. Countless remnants reached out, attempting to make contact. It felt as if something brushed against him. At that instant, the tail of the rear serpent finally grasped the head of the front serpent. The dark moon's undulations swept across the cosmos, expanding violently in the next moment, only to rapidly contract. Time halted at this juncture. In the Arctic, snowflakes danced in the air, the clock's hands momentarily frozen. Subsequently, countless snowflakes began to ascend against gravity, and the clock began to tick backward. A brilliant yet dark luminescence erupted, engulfing both the dark moon and the Lord of Light. Time reversed. In the pitch blackness, the Lord of Light opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He gazed ahead, where innumerable dense points of light surged toward him. No, they were not mere points of light. They were delicate threads. Time weaved itself, stretching infinitely, surging past the Lord, extending towards the horizon. The Lord advanced through time, his hand still firmly gripping the two talismans that had now separated. These talismans bore the entirety of Zhou-Lan's power. He traversed countless timelines, utterly exhausted. Having just clashed with El Dongbin, he exerted every ounce of energy to touch the threshold capable of reversing everything. He was already utterly fatigued. The once formidable and fearsome dragon form has lost its grandeur, its shoulders drooping as it trudges through the relentless river of time. All of this is the meticulous orchestration of Zhou-Lan. Long before the Holy Grail War, when he confided in the Lord about possessing a method to save him, he had already revealed his scheme. Traversing the fabric of time is not particularly arduous. This world offers myriad means to achieve such feats. However, to reverse time, while simultaneously returning with an acknowledged self and the power of Zhou-Lan, is a daunting challenge. This was Zhou-Lan's directive. He candidly admitted it was the only conceivable loophole. The Lord placed his trust in him, willing to exhaust every ounce of strength for this cause. Zhou-Lan, this elder brother, could have easily turned his back, choosing to disregard everyone, for his power would have afforded him a life of leisure. Yet he did not. He chose to return, to face adversity alongside his siblings. What reason, then, could the Lord have to doubt him? Beneath him lay an immense weight. As the Lord struggled to maintain his footing, step by arduous step, navigating this upstream current of time. After expending every effort, the inevitable signs of aging began to emerge. He fought valiantly against it. Had he not been ensnared in this inescapable cycle of fate for far too long? The present moment represents the singular opportunity created by Zhou-Lan. He has never lacked determination. He has faced failure numerous times, being sealed, banished, and obliterated. Yet this time, he must prevail. He absolutely must succeed. Despite the countless obstacles, retreat is not an option. Suddenly, a gentle push emanated from within. The Lord paused, glancing down at his palm. It was Zhou-Lan's talisman, glimmering with a subdued light, lending him a helping hand. Even at this moment, did you foresee this? A serene smile unexpectedly graced the Lord's face. Such expressions were rare for him. His fearsome visage was never meant to bear such a countenance. Even his smiles were typically wild and wicked. The force behind him was as steadfast as a mountain, propelling him forward. With a low growl, the Lord quickened his pace. He must locate the correct timeline and escape this place. After a considerable duration, he finally came to a halt. Within the river of time, a hazy image began to materialize. It was a silhouette, a figure clad in a robe, long hair cascading down. It was Zhou-Lan, suspended in the vastness of space. He had found it. In this moment, viewed from here, that silhouette appeared as indistinct as a moon reflected in water or a flower mirrored in glass. The Lord gasped, silently observing this figure. Suddenly, his vision began to blur. The silhouette slowly became ethereal, and overlapping images danced before his eyes. The figure suspended in space gradually merged with the solitary silhouette he had once seen upon a stone platform in the depths of hell. He blinked, and the scene before him shifted. The silhouette again aligned with the graceful figure of Zhou-Lan from millennia past. These were three distinct eras, three disparate silhouettes. In ancient times, when the 8 great demons reigned over the world with unrestrained abandon, the most confident silhouette was this very moment. Subsequently, the immortal deity sealed away the 8 siblings, casting them into the abyss, where they endured the relentless grind of time. That solitary silhouette is the present moment. All of this is but a fragment of his memory, a vision long forgotten. Yet now, inexplicably, it has resurfaced. A flicker of realization crossed the heart of the sovereign. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? On the very first day that the 8 siblings were imprisoned in hell, there was nothing but anguish, cries, despair, and incessant quarrels. It was Zhulan. As the elder, he stepped forth. Despite having recently faced defeat, he confidently assured his 7 siblings, "I shall find a way to save us all." Hell is a true realm devoid of heaven and earth. Years passed, perhaps a century or even a millennium. The sovereign struggled to recall. He only remembered Zhulan's figure tirelessly traversing the Hell's Cape, having made a promise, and he delivered on it. In the end, he stood alone upon a stone platform, motionless and increasingly taciturn. Only the desolate silhouette remained. The sovereign understood that Zhulan had ultimately succumbed to the influence of hell, forgetting the promise made on that first day, as well as his wisdom and magic. He had become as passive as the stone platform beneath him, drifting along in the blood-red inferno. Such a Zhulan instilled fear within the sovereign. He dreaded becoming that very image, thus exerting every effort to escape hell. Forsaking his 7 siblings, he fled alone. Yet even he forgot the painful reality that those 7 siblings still languished in torment within hell. But how could one forget such a thing? The sovereign raised his hand, silently scrutinizing himself. Until not long ago, the silhouette upon the stone platform stirred once more. He appeared somewhat deranged, even losing recollection of his own name. The sovereign sensed his transformation. What he did not anticipate was that Zhulan remembered everything. He recalled the promise made on the day they were cast into hell. He regained his memories, his strength, his wisdom, and his emotions. The sovereign gazed intently at that hazy figure, light reflecting in his eyes with a touch of brilliance. He remembered. He recalled it all. What sovereign? He was the 6th among the 8 siblings, a demon of fire, and the weariness that had shrouded him for millennia vanished in an instant. He lifted his head, straightened his posture, and advanced toward that vision. Demons are neither aged nor mortal. The only influence upon them is their own heart. Yet at this moment, the sovereign felt as though he had regained his youth. He rediscovered himself, and all obstacles dissipated into thin air. He spoke, his voice no longer hoarse, but rather clear and resonant, his crimson eyes now bright and lucid. Reaching out toward the silhouette within that vision, he took a step forward, resolutely murmuring, "Brother Zhulan, I, the sovereign, have returned." Chapter 51. A farewell gift. The Holy Master stepped forward, and the elongated timeline faded from his sight. He had succeeded, returning to the moment before the gates of hell swung open. The figure turned slowly, revealing Zhulan, who gazed at the Holy Master with gentle eyes and spoke, "You have returned." In that instant, his gaze seemed to linger on the Holy Master, a flicker of indescribable emotion crossing his features. Zhulan smiled subtly and said, "The divine capital. I have returned." The Holy Master nodded slightly. His demeanor was now a stark contrast to what it had been before. He had rediscovered his true self, though his form remained unchanged, a dragon-headed, human-bodied entity. His essence, or perhaps his soul, radiated a vigorous vitality. This was in sharp contrast to the previous display of reckless arrogance and impotent fury. He had reclaimed his identity through the currents of time, finding the essence of his ancient self, the one that existed when he and his siblings had just been born. Though still imbued with vigor, he was no longer a jester. After a brief silence, Zhulan nodded slightly and remarked, "Very well." His heartfelt joy for the Holy Master and the divine capital resonated sincerely. Among brothers, no elaborate words were necessary. A simple "very well" sufficed. The Holy Master's clear and bright gaze turned toward the distance, where El Dongbin had just appeared, and Xingu looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Zhulang, Holy Master, Holy Master." Her eyes darted back and forth, a hint of shock evident. Who was this individual that had just lunged at her, only to be repelled by El Dongbin? Why were there two holy masters? Beside Zhou, the holy master extended his hand, saying, "Brother, I have fulfilled your mission, reversing time and reclaiming both my power and yours." He opened his palm, revealing the entirety of Zhou power, which he had securely grasped after its self-detonation in the future. In accordance with their initial discussions, the Holy Master had brought this power back. "You have done exceptionally well." Zhou gently swept his hand, suspending the power in his palm. "This is indeed the key to breaking the impasse," he exclaimed. By harnessing the primal forces of the two demons, they could reverse time and tip the scales of war in their favor. This had been a strategy Zhou had previously proposed and discussed with him. His brother had executed it flawlessly. Turning his gaze toward Xingu, he remarked calmly, "As the elder brother, I must not fall behind." The moment the words left his lips, his aura surged, the power from his future self enveloping him, propelling his abilities to new heights. Meanwhile, the Holy Master chuckled softly and reached out to the other Holy Master, whispering, "Power," in Xingu's eyes. The previous Holy Master suddenly began to distort, rippling like waves, as he was absorbed into the Holy Master's being. This was the power Zhou had brought from another world, intended to reshape the Holy Master's corporeal form. However, for the current divine capital, it was no longer necessary. With a resounding laugh, he extended his hand toward the azure planet beneath him, proclaiming, "My demonic energy, return." As the words fell, a mighty surge of fiery, demonic energy flowed into him, like rivers converging into the sea, instantly returning to his embrace. Though his demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity and confidence. He had rediscovered his former self and reclaimed his past power. This time, he truly lacked nothing. Standing in the vacuum with the complete form of the fire demon, he felt an insurmountable presence. Yet it was not enough. Xingu nearly ground her silver teeth, and a colossal lotus dharma form blossomed behind her, advancing towards Zhou with fierce intent. El Dongbin still wielded his treasured sword. They had sealed such a demon back in ancient times. It was merely a repetition of history. However, Zhou merely shook his head gently. He ascended in an instant, rising above the crowd, emanating an overwhelming aura. He extended a bony arm. Within his grasp, the Panga treasure box radiated brilliance. A gate to hell thunderously opened. It was not a seal. With the master returning to his zenith, the Panga treasure box could naturally summon a projection of his peak self. The master's projection stepped forth, standing shoulder to shoulder with the original. El Dongbin's pupils trembled in disbelief as he beheld the two masters before him. This time, there were indeed two. "We have awaited this day for far too long." The master stood tall, as if reminiscing. After a moment, he and his projection leaped forth, moving with blinding speed. The two identical figures, one to the left and one to the right, their claw-like hands striking almost simultaneously against El Dongbin's dark blue Taoist robe, sending him reeling. This was pure numerical superiority. Perhaps one of them could not match El Dongbin, but what of the two? It was merely a straightforward matter of overwhelming numbers. "It was time for you to taste the bitterness of being besieged." The master roared, and in the vacuum, only fleeting shadows remained. Meanwhile, the lotus that spanned the void fully unfurled, with Xingu poised upon the lotus platform, advancing toward Zhou. She glared fiercely, confident that Zhou could not withstand her. Yet, Zhou remained still, casting a calm gaze her way. He extended his auxiliary hand, adorned with resplendent golden chains that slithered like serpents. "Fairy, I have brought you a gift," he said with a smile. The heavenly lock. This was a reward Zhou had obtained in a previous world, one of Gilgamesh's treasures. Not the original, but a specialized version bestowed by the system. God Binding was a one-time treasure that targeted deities, the potency determined by the target's divinity. The stronger the divinity, the greater the power. If the judgment succeeded, it would seal away all mobility and abilities of the target. Originally, the 8 immortal gods and the 8 great demons shared a common source. Thus, the specialized heavenly lock, in essence, resembled its prototype. If Gilgamesh could not bind the master, then Zhou ought not to bind Xingu either. However, The 8 immortals were an exception. They were deities, traversing multiple worlds with countless myths and legends. The system merely adhered to rules. Judging the target, He Xiangu. Judgment completed. In the void, for golden chains shot forth like thunderbolts, inescapable and firmly binding her limbs. The lotus platform came to an abrupt halt. She was merely a step away from Zhou, the radiant divine light nearly illuminating his visage. Yet, she found herself unable to resist the urge to halt. Zhou could almost discern the fury in He Xiangu's eyes, so vividly supplanted by terror. She was firmly restrained before Zhou, rendered immobile. What force is this? She uttered in disbelief. Her delicate wrists and feet were all ensnared. In this opposing vacuum, they stood, one in darkness, the other in light, one embodying yin, the other yang. Zhou adjusted his wide sleeves, slowly drifting towards He Xiangu, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. The abundant purplish-black demonic aura surrounding him seemed poised to engulf He Xiangu, like a temperatureless flame creeping across her face. Zhou curved his lips into a smile, saying, "Fairy, this is a parting gift I, the demon of the moon, have prepared especially for you." Chapter 52, Banishment. He Xiangu was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Despite her formidable strength, she found herself utterly powerless. The course of the battle had entirely surpassed her expectations. After a mere few days of absence, Zhou returned, wielding such formidable power. Her gaze was clouded with confusion, a flicker of fear glimmering in her eyes. Zhou had transformed, becoming significantly more formidable. "This power does not belong to you," He Xiangu exclaimed in anger, for she understood Zhou all too well. This chain was not a manifestation of his abilities. "Indeed, the fairy speaks the truth," Zhou concurred with a nod. "Thus it now belongs to you." As his words fell, he lightly pressed his palms together. The specialized heavenly locks suddenly tightened, rendering He Xiangu immobile, suspended in the void, devoid of any means to resist. "What do you intend to do?" Panic surged within her. Zhou floated before her, extending a bony, pale hand to press against her fair visage. Through the gaps of his fingers, her concealed eyes remained visible, filled with disarray and trepidation. A surge of demonic energy enveloped the air. "This is the power brought back by the Holy Lord from the future," Zhou murmured softly. "In the name of the demon of the moon, with the power from the future, I shall seal the immortal deity He Xiangu within my realm, banishing her to that desolate future known as the eternal silence." The dark side of the moon. As Zhou finished speaking, the entirety of the demonic energy he had reclaimed from the future was swiftly depleted. Simultaneously, within He Xiangu's gaze, everything plunged into darkness in an instant, as if the parallel dimensions before her were infinitely stretched. Bound by the chains, she could not evade her fate. An endless void surged toward her, consuming her essence in an instant. In the next moment, she opened her eyes. Zulang, the Holy Lord, and El Dongbin had all vanished. Alone, she found herself ensnared in this pitch-black expanse. Silent and unresponsive, it was a realm of deathly stillness, where even light could not penetrate. Zhou slowly withdrew his hand, composed and unruffled. Before him, He Xiangu had ceased to exist. He had paid the price of expending all the power he had brought back from the future to seal her within the dark side of the moon. There, it remained a part of this world. It was neither the past nor the present. It was the future known as eternal silence. Aside from him, the demon of the moon, none could seek her out. Although it was not akin to hell, it was indeed more harrowing. For there, time ceased to exist. Hope was but a distant memory, and even the act of movement was a luxury, ensnared as one was in chains. He Xiangu would gradually wear away in that unchanging stillness, possessing the capacity to erode both wisdom and strength, akin to the torments of hell. She deserved it. At this moment, the demon of the moon's vengeance had been fulfilled. Naturally, the circumstances on Zhou side were keenly observed by the Holy Lord and El Dongbin. He Xiangu was gone. Even if she had been sealed away to hell, a door must remain ajar. Yet she had vanished before everyone's very eyes. El Dongbin was frantic, radiating brilliance. His sword surged with vigor. However, in stark contrast to his powerful aura, His heart was filled with anxiety. He could not contend with the Holy Lord. Before him stood two identical saints, indistinguishable from one another. A tempest of magical energy surged through the air. Rediscovering his saint not only endowed him with 12 fundamental powers, but also bestowed the essence of primal magic. The saint's the divine city. He recalled every dark incantation with vivid clarity. Spells rained down like stars, relentlessly suppressing El Dongbin's aura. His strength ebbed and flowed like the tide, a testament to the ancient weakening spells in effect. At times, he found himself momentarily distracted, watching his treasured sword fade away in an instant, as if entranced. It was only after regaining his focus that he realized the influence of a soul-binding spell. The saint's magic flowed forth, as if it were without cost. With the augmentation of primal magic and the formidable power of his dragon talisman, his energy seemed inexhaustible. This was the complete manifestation of one of the most powerful demon sorcerers from antiquity, the demon sorcerer of the divine city. More importantly, this fully realized sorcerer had an identical duplicate. Yet, these factors did not constitute El Dongbin's primary concern. Among the three paramount sorcerers from ancient times, one remained sealed in hell, having forgotten all but the fluttering of wings, the celestial demon Shimu. The other formidable sorcerer, the moon demon Spellon, stood nearby, observing with an air of leisure. Despite the dire circumstances, El Dongbin could not help but exclaim that it was indeed a life-or-death situation. The moment He Xiangu vanished, the odds shifted to 3 against 1. No matter how sharp his sword, even with the power of rules bolstering it, it must first strike a target. Yet, he often found himself uncertain whether his strike was aimed at the true saint or merely an illusion. After a painstaking effort to seize his opponent and sever a portion of their power, the saint's grasp of magic surged, forcibly reclaiming the dissipated energy. This inevitably conjured memories of their encounters with those 8 demons during the emergence of the 8 immortals, a struggle remarkably similar in its complexity. At that moment, amidst the precarious situation, Zhou Lan made his move. He harnessed repulsive force, forcefully propelling El Dongbin into the black magic spell unleashed by the saint. Struck by the incantation, El Dongbin became shrouded in obscurity. Zhou Lan, with a swift motion, yanked him toward another spell. This back and forth continued, akin to manipulating a marionette. In an instant, the divine light surrounding El Dongbin faded, replaced by the looming black mist. He had reached the limits of his strength. It seemed this was the era of darkness. He murmured softly. A glint of ferocity flickered in the saint's eyes as he clapped his palms together, unleashing a tremendous force of attraction. The sealing incantation for hell encompassed more than just the 8 undying deities. As he brought his palms together, an inverted portal to hell opened instantaneously. A swirling vortex of red twisted and writhed within. Zhou Lan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the saint, inquiring, "When did you learn this?" The saint met his gaze with a smile, replying, "Just now." The overwhelming force began to drag El Dongbin's form toward the hellish doorway. He struggled to escape, yet his body continued to move inexorably towards the portal. In a fleeting moment, the hellish gate that had engulfed El Dongbin closed like a scroll, vanishing into the void. The projection of the Holy Lord gradually dissipated. "My brother, we have succeeded," the Holy Lord exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Our era has returned." His gaze swept across the cosmos. At last, he had accomplished the long-desired vengeance he had yearned for. And all of this was due to one singular existence. His piercing gaze fell upon Zhou Lan as he proclaimed, "Brother, this world once again belongs to us." Meanwhile, in the blood-red depths of hell, El Dongbin desperately traversed the suspended stone platforms in an attempt to escape. Above him, the demon of the west, Shimu, flapped his wings, soaring past with an exhilarated voice. "Oh, look who has arrived." With a flash of lightning, Zhong Su wielded a thunderous spear, declaring, "It seems we have new amusement." He hurled the spear, shattering a stone platform and revealing El Dongbin's fleeing figure. The demon of the earth, Dikue, moved several stone platforms to obstruct him, his deep voice roaring incessantly. "Are you here for a visit?" A visit? My brother, it appears he's trapped here just like us. The demon of water, Basha, chuckled softly. I am famished, Bogang declared from his stone seat, his eyes fixated on the diminutive figure before him. A gust of wind seized El Dongbin's form. It was the wind demon, Xiaofeng. He looked up toward the heavens, his gaze bewildered. Brothers and sisters, it seems the elder has not forgotten us. The day of our liberation from suffering is not far off. El Dongbin found himself ensnared in the heart of hell, surrounded from all sides by 6 demons, their crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. Chapter 53. This glory shall not be mine alone. In that fleeting moment, El Dongbin found himself truly alarmed. Who would have anticipated that? As one of the 8 immortal deities, he would have the opportunity to traverse the infernal realms. If it were merely this, it could be overlooked. However, the predicament lay in the fact that the other 6 malevolent demons were still present in hell, their predatory gazes fixated upon him. Accumulated grievances spanning millions of years coalesced into a crimson glare, unrelentingly directed at him. He had begun to grasp the situation. Xianggu was likely sealed away by the demon of the moon, banished to another realm. A demon capable of vanquishing an immortal deity would hardly be a fool. It was evident that Xianggu had not been slain. Thus, he pondered, why was it that he was not the one subjected to this seal? He had no desire to engage in an extended dialogue with these other 6 demons. The crux of the matter was that, as an immortal deity, wielding his sword with flamboyance was one thing, but that was aimed solely at the Holy Master. Each of the 8 immortal deities corresponded to one of the 8 demons. From the moment of his inception, he was destined to counter the Holy Master. Yet now, having just emerged from a fierce battle, he found his powers shackled by the dark sorcery of the Holy Master, an incantation unleashed by the most formidable demon sorcerer, which he could not undo upon being cast into hell. At this juncture, he was scarcely better off than the myriad demons who had endured the relentless passage of time in this infernal domain. Moreover, he stood alone against 6 adversaries. The odds were decidedly unfavorable. The demon of the heavens, Shimu, unfurled his wings and soared amidst the sanguine hues of hell, his gaze firmly locked onto El Dongbin. I suggest we divide him among ourselves, 1 portion for each of the 6 siblings, he proposed, sending El Dongbin's heart plummeting. Before he could react, Bogan interjected, eagerly declaring, Bogan wants the largest share. At this, El Dongbin felt a tremor in his grip upon the hilt of his sword. He yearned to flee, yet this was hell. Aside from the designated gates that held the power to release him, there was no escape, no path to the heavens above, nor entrance to the earth below. As the stone platform bearing the demons drew nearer, their gazes pierced through him with unabashed hostility. They were his foes, and this was their domain. What benefit would there be in dividing him? Oomph! Scoffed the demon of the earth, Di Kuei. A female voice followed, inquiring, why not ask him how he managed to enter? It was the water demon, Basha. At that moment, the wind demon, Xiaofeng, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. We cannot slay him. Should El Dongbin perish, a stronger force of righteousness would surely emerge. The curses of the Holy Master and the seal still linger outside. We must trust in the elder's promise and refrain from complicating matters. Xiaofeng's words resonated with the other demons, momentarily assuaging El Dongbin's anxiety. Yet, Xiaofeng then gazed upon him and remarked, however, the suffering endured by my siblings must not be diminished in the least. Among all his brethren, it was he alone whose wisdom and emotions had been least eroded. The demonic stone platform gradually came to a halt, encircling El Dongbin and exuding an overwhelming pressure. The other 5 demons concurred with Xiaofeng's assertion. In the next moment, their gazes converged, and they spoke in unison. So, are you prepared to face our wrath accumulated over millennia? In the abyss of hell, there was nothing but desolation. Even the luxury of entertainment to pass the time was a distant dream. Yet now, the enemy stood before them, within their grasp. His fate would be exquisite. Meanwhile, in the external realm, the restored and fully returned Lord surveyed everything with keen interest, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon the azure planet beneath him. There lay his former dominion, remnants of an ancient era. Countless times, he yearned to escape that realm devoid of heaven and earth. Yet, he was either sealed away or banished, at times even unable to maintain his corporeal form. One after another, those adorned with halos shattered his hopes, forcing him to batter his head against the unresolvable cycle of fate. However, at last, everything he coveted, freedom and the glory of the past, was resurrected with the aid of the Elder. No one could comprehend his current emotions, but the only certainty for the Lord was that the demon of the moon, the cursed blue, still genuinely held the fates of his brethren close to his heart. "This world has once again returned to our hands, brother," he proclaimed with fervor. "Certainly," Jolan maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. "I have long stated that this glory, known as freedom, shall not be mine alone. Now, two complete demons re-emerged in this world. Undoubtedly, we now dwell in an era of darkness." The Lord was engulfed in excitement and joy, while Jolan contemplated more deeply. "This world is one where good and evil coexist in a perpetual struggle. This principle is etched into the very essence of existence. It is an immutable reality. No matter how powerful they might become as demons, they cannot disrupt this fundamental truth, for they were birthed from the essence of this world. Once, the 8 great demons roamed the ancient era, only to be sealed away by the 8 immortal deities. The dark energy represented by the demons plummeted to its nadir, while the righteous energy maintained a long-standing supremacy. The immortal deities exploited the sealing method, leading to this outcome. Simultaneously, drawing from their experiences, Jolan also mastered this technique, exiling Xingu to the dark side of the moon and sealing El Dongbin in hell, imprisoning without killing, just as they had previously done. By allowing Xingu and El Dongbin to occupy the slots of righteousness, they aimed to stifle the emergence of even more formidable forces of justice. This was a method of returning the favor in kind. Yet even so, it was not a sustainable strategy. Sealing could endure for a millennium or even 10 millennia, but what then? The lifespan of demons is endless. The measure of 10,000 years is not a guarantee. He could not ascertain whether the current victory shared with the Lord was merely a rebound from the lowest ebb of the dark energy. The rules of this world are cold and terrifying. Perhaps the world itself could ascend in strength through the ongoing struggle between righteousness and darkness. Yet the cost is far too cruel for the demons. One side perishes while the other thrives. In this relentless cycle, the price is the obliteration of both demons and immortal deities. Jolan neither desires nor wishes to witness such an outcome. There are but 2 methods to consider: either fundamentally alter this rule or swiftly rescue the remaining siblings from hell and depart from this world. Jolan is inclined to explore both avenues. As an elder, he must contemplate every possibility. He cannot afford a single misstep. He turned to the Holy Lord and said, "Do not forget our other siblings." "Of course, my elder brother," the Holy Lord replied with a hearty laugh. "He would not forget. The man he is now shall not make the same choices as in the past. The 8 great demons, bound by blood, should face adversity together and share in glory." He gazed at Jolan with intense sincerity, his eyes ablaze. "I believe in all that you are, brother Jolan." Chapter 54. It appears that after leaving my side, you have not fared well. 2 peak demons have re-emerged into the world. This is the era of darkness. Jolan gazed at the silhouette of the sovereign, who was reclaiming his territory, re-establishing dominion over Asia. As for the other regions of this azure planet, they were designated for his remaining brothers and sisters. He would not interfere, just as he had in the past. Even though they still resided in hell, the sovereign was profoundly confident that the elder Jaluin would rescue them, just as he had saved himself. During this time, the sovereign needed to cleanse this world in anticipation of the return of his kin. Watching the sovereign depart, Jolan offered him a few words of caution before contemplating ways to liberate the other brothers and sisters. The harsh realities of this world dictated that the principles of balance between good and evil must not be broken. As one side rises, the other must fall. Without considering an escape from this realm, perhaps the existence of one particular individual was of utmost importance. Xiao Yu. As the one most imbued with the halo, she was exceptional. Her presence was neither repelled by the dark energy nor the righteous aura. She could serve as an agent of the 13th district or become the queen of the Shadow Legion. The righteous and the dark energies could achieve a delicate equilibrium within her. Perhaps she should be established as the anchor point to balance everything, to solidify the brutal laws of this world. However, this must occur after the other 6 great demons had departed from hell. With this thought, Zhou extended his hand, and demonic energy surged forth. He anchored his true form in the void of space and cast a soul incantation upon himself. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had last encountered his brothers and sisters. It was time to pay them a visit. A slight smile graced his lips as he directed his soul straight towards hell. Inside hell, as Zhou stepped into this blood-red realm, a stone platform rushed towards him. It appeared to be quite lively here. Zhou remarked nonchalantly, his voice resonating throughout hell, announcing his arrival. "Boss." A voice of astonishment rang out. "You truly haven't forgotten us?" With wings slicing through the air, Shimu landed on the stone platform, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou. "Brothers and sisters, the Elder has returned." As soon as Shimu's words fell, several auras converged, surrounding Zhou in the center. "You have finally returned," Basha exclaimed, her tendrils swaying beside her face. "It seems you have secured your ticket back," Dikue remarked. "I believe you have something to tell us," Zhongsu said, gripping his thunder spear, which he then hurled into the distance. A scream echoed in response. Xiaofeng's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Zhou as he spoke. "It seems the outside world has changed." Zhou surveyed his 6 brothers and sisters, nodding slightly. Even as a soul entity, he clasped his hands within his sleeves, exuding an air of tranquility. He began, "I have once again taken command of the demonic energy." Before the other demons could inquire further, he continued, "The divine capital has also regained its dominion over the demonic energy." Upon the utterance of these 2 statements, a moment of silence enveloped hell. They understood precisely what this signified. "It appears that our era is upon us." Zhongsu stands tall, his excitement illuminating the air like flashes of thunder. Zhou states, "I have already promised to find a way to save all our brothers and sisters. Remember on the very first day we descended into hell?" Shimu shakes his head, and Zhongsu remains silent. Basha turns away, while Dikue slightly bows his head, and Bogang continues to gaze into the distance at El Dongbin. "Last time, you mentioned this cursed place. Yedinashche Murmarks. Hell has worn them down too much. They have forgotten. I still remember." Xiao Feng suddenly speaks up, his crimson eyes dimming for a moment. "You said you would not give up on finding a way out together." He raises his head and sighs. "It's been too long. Perhaps in another 100 or 200 years, even I will forget." Zhou gazes quietly at Xiao Feng. If memory serves, his emotions have been the least eroded among the demons. In the original timeline, it was only he who, upon emerging from the hellish gate of the Panga treasure box, first thought of rescuing the other brothers and sisters. Zhou asserts, "At least you remember now. It is not too late, is it?" He points towards El Dongbin and solemnly declares, "He will not be the first, nor the last. Everything that was taken from us will surely return. This is the Elder's promise, without deceit." Zhou voice floats lightly, yet resonates with immense solidity. To the ears of the other 6 demons, it reverberates like thunder within their hearts. Their gazes tremble slightly. Zhou has taken the first step. The Holy Master has regained his freedom, which means they too have a chance. It is merely a matter of time. The Elder is gradually fulfilling his promise. There's nothing more reassuring than this in the world. Moments later, Zhou departs from hell, returning to his true form. Good news must first be shared with his brothers and sisters. Additionally, he must assess El Dongbin's condition, bound by the Holy Master's dark curse. El Dongbin is powerless against the 6 demons, which brings Zhou some comfort. Neither he nor the Holy Master can directly retrieve the other 6 brothers and sisters from the gates of hell. They can traverse back and forth, but cannot directly breach the rules to rescue them. This is an unavoidable reality. They possess only their own authority. To bring others out, a different method is required, one that does not exist in this world. Earth, a formidable presence, descends instantaneously, enveloping everything in its wake. The Holy Master wanders within his former territory. Before anyone can react, the ancient demon arrives in his loyal domain. San Francisco, Grandpa's antique shop. "Grandpa, we are doomed." Chung Long paces anxiously, already aware of the Holy Master's resurgence to power. The immortal deity has not defeated the demons. Grandpa frowns, alarmed. The era of demons has returned. Jackie Chan anxiously exclaimed, "What shall we do, father? We must banish the demon back. Did you not say that only magic can defeat magic?" "Oh dear, Jackie, do you truly wish for father to confront the Supreme Lord?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Valen gripped the steering wheel, bringing the bus to a halt at the designated stop. His unshaven visage bore a look of desolation. Ever since the last time he was possessed by the Lord, they had faced yet another defeat. Wealth, glory, and companionship had all slipped away from him. He found himself returned to the confines of District 13's prison, serving as the head of the mafia, undergoing community rehabilitation. With a heart as cold as ash, he complied dutifully, ultimately becoming a bus driver. Just as he contemplated the futility of life, a robust figure boarded the bus. As the doors closed, Valen instinctively called out for passengers to hold on tight, preparing to accelerate. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind, the very passenger who had just entered. This voice was one he had heard countless times, so familiar it was almost ingrained in his memory. Although the tone had slightly altered, Valen would never mistake it. The owner of that voice had once scolded him, commandeered his body, and had made numerous promises of wealth and grandeur. Yet, more than anything, it was the betrayal of those promises that stung the most. Yet, at this very moment, that voice ignited his heart with fervor. It declared, "It seems that since leaving me, you've fared rather poorly, Valen." Chapter 55. The feeling of having an older brother you do not understand. Valen had already discerned the identity of the person behind him. An inexplicable tremor coursed through his hand, and an overwhelming sense of frustration welled up within him. From the leader of the Black Hand Gang to his current position as a bus driver, he felt an unutterable bitterness. The root cause of all his misfortunes was the individual lurking behind him, Saint Lord. Had he not encountered this man, Valen believed that with his own intellect and cunning, he could have led a life of leisure and privilege. He lacked nothing: looks, charisma, charm, or talent. It is worth noting that even the vast organization of the 13th District had found themselves in numerous predicaments, all orchestrated by the Black Hand Gang. Never in his life had he experienced such misfortune. Disregarding the matter, Valen continued to drive. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed Saint Lord transformed into a human form, nonchalantly leaning back, clad in a suit with his feet resting on the back of the front seat. How carefree he appeared, reminiscent of Valen's former self. "Whereunto you sealed? How have you come back to life?" Valen inquired. Saint Lord shrugged, a smile curving his lips. "Valen, do you have an older brother?" His unexpected question momentarily stunned Valen, leaving him perplexed about the connection between the two subjects. "No," Valen replied. As the bus traversed a speed bump, it jolted slightly. "Watch the road, driver," Saint Lord remarked with a chuckle. Valen felt his lips twitch involuntarily. He recognized that Saint Lord had changed. A surge of resentment ignited within him, only to dissipate just as swiftly. He could not contend with Saint Lord. Even in a mere ethereal state, the latter had been capable of overwhelming him. Experience had shown that even if Saint Lord were devoid of any skills, he still possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate Valen. Saint Lord seemed entirely oblivious to the emotional turmoil his words had inflicted upon Valen. He merely shrugged and continued the conversation. "That is quite unfortunate. No wonder you are struggling." A smug expression graced his face, clearly reveling in his good spirits. "So, you have come to mock me, Saint Lord?" Valen exhaled deeply, urging himself to remain composed. "Of course not," Saint Lord replied, his gaze lowered as he observed Valen's silhouette. "I am here to assist you, Valen." His tone was dispassionate. Having personally dispatched his only nemesis, El Dongbin, to the depths of hell, nothing in this world could hinder him now. Saint Lord exuded an air of calmness in both demeanor and movements. "Assist?" Valen nearly lost his composure. "Perhaps you should first consider your own situation. The news of your resurrection will surely reach Chunglong." And then, Saint Lord raised an eyebrow. "My advice is for you to disembark immediately and refrain from bringing trouble to my doorstep," Valen asserted. "Chunglong, he is no match for me." "Saint Lord," Valen's voice rose slightly, "your words hold no sway over me. I can no longer place my trust in you. Not even a single word. Valen vented his anger. His gaze fixated on the windshield, eyes ablaze with fury. This individual feigns a noble intent to rescue him from his dire straits. Yet, how did he arrive at such depths? He, Valon, knows all too well. There has not been a single instance of genuine success when collaborating with this person. His sole desire has been to amass wealth. Yet not only has he failed to do so, but his savings have dwindled and his skills have diminished. Remarkably, he now finds himself driving a bus. Never in his life did he foresee such a fall from grace. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel, the sharp, piercing sound of the horn echoing his inner fury. At that moment, a robust arm unexpectedly draped over his shoulder. The Lord? Valon was taken aback. When did this individual approach without a sound? He glanced into the rearview mirror, where the Lord seemed to anticipate him, meeting his gaze with a smile. Valon hastily averted his eyes, almost forgetting that the Lord was, in fact, a demon. It appears you harbor significant displeasure towards me, Valon, daring to speak to me in such a manner, the Lord remarked, his tone unhurried, as he gently squeezed Valon's shoulder. And no, I wouldn't dare. This is an nadir of my life. Do you understand? I am weary and no longer wish to pursue a career. All I desire now is to drive my bus well. Valon bowed his head, projecting an image of utter exhaustion, a despondent stray dog on the roadside. It seems you have completely lost faith in me, Valon. It is well known that you lack integrity, Valon instinctively retorted. The Lord's hand moved downwards, adjusting his driver's uniform with a superior demeanor, lightly patting him. Valon, my lack of integrity has no bearing on you. Valon was momentarily taken aback. Are you not the Lord? He inquired, his confusion palpable. I am the divine, Valon. The Lord is a relic of the past, though you may continue to address me as such if you wish. The divine. Valon silently echoed the name. I have returned to reclaim dominion over this world. Do you remember the words I shared with you? What words? Open the gates of hell. Wealth and riches shall be abundant, the Lord reiterated. A flicker of hope suddenly ignited within Valon, and he murmured, I thought you were deceiving me. Even the mightiest rulers require subordinates. You are a fine individual. Driving a bus does not suit you, the Lord remarked with an air of nonchalance. Then what am I suited for? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Valon's eyes. His spirit nearly shattered, momentarily left in a daze. Ask yourself, what is your desire? My desire is to recline atop a skyscraper, counting an inexhaustible supply of banknotes, Valon asserted with conviction. Excellent, the Lord replied with satisfaction. Please pull over at the upcoming corner. With no means to refuse the Lord's request, Valon applied the brakes, stopping in front of a towering edifice. A glance revealed it to be a bank. What do you intend to do? He asked uncertainly. It seems you have forgotten your original craft. The Lord smiled gently and said, however, fret not. I shall assist you in recalling. He directly led Valon out of the carriage and stood at the entrance of the bank. In an instant, Valon felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he possessed all 12 charms at his command. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Do you still require my guidance for what is to come? The Lord inquired, his tone laced with subtlety. Valon gazed at his own hands in astonishment, his gaze falling upon the Lord's enigmatic smile. Was he truly dreaming? The Lord, assisting him? Had he drifted into slumber? What you are experiencing now is akin to my own feelings, Valon, the Lord declared. What does that mean? Valon questioned, perplexed. The Lord spread his hands in resignation and replied, thus, this is a realm beyond your comprehension, for you have never had an older brother. Chapter 56. The Black Hand Gang. Valon sensed a profound transformation within the master, as though he had metamorphosed into an entirely different being, a demon, if you will. It was not solely the change in his voice, but also a distinct shift in his demeanor. Having been resurrected, one would expect him to hastily seek out his former powers and confront the likes of Chung Long in a furious rage. Go ahead, the master lightly nudged him. Wait, Valon suddenly exclaimed. There are other matters to attend to. He dashed towards the vehicle, with the master leisurely trailing behind him. Valon pressed the accelerator, and the bus sped down the road. Moments later, he halted on the roadside and honked the horn. often looked up, clad in his uniform, gripping a broom as he swept the pavement. This was his profession, a street cleaner. "Boss, what are you up to?" often asked, puzzled. Without uttering a word, Valen shouted, "Black Hand Gang, assemble! Afin momentary de froze." He was aware of Valen's new role as a bus driver. Yet he thought this man had long since descended into a life of day driving and night drinking. Valen did not rush him. He simply counted down the seconds. 1, 2, 3, go. "Boss, which bank are we targeting?" often exclaimed, tossing aside his broom and leaping into the bus. Meanwhile, the master sat casually at the back, observing the scene with quiet amusement. Valen indeed possessed a certain charisma, although he had encountered numerous failures. It seemed that just a single utterance from him could inspire unwavering loyalty in others, compelling them to follow him into grand endeavors. It was no wonder that upon the master's promise of wealth, Valen's first instinct was not to seize riches, but to seek out his fallen comrades. Subsequently, Valen located Joe and La Sue, who were busy washing dishes in a restaurant, with little more than a single phrase. Both abandoned their tasks and joined him in the vehicle. Then there was Ah Fu, who, despite their previous brief collaboration, was also swiftly brought back into the fold with just a word from Valen. Thus, the once downtrodden Black Hand Gang reconvened within the confines of this bus. "Boss!" The four men gazed intently at Valen, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. He pressed the accelerator and turned towards the bank. "The master has returned. He remembers us." Valen spoke gravely. "Where to?" La Sue suddenly stood up, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Valen pointed behind him. The master lounged in the rear seat, offering a smile to the group. "Master, you have returned to life?" Joe quickly realized. The expressions of the others soured. They had only just recently suffered a defeat, returning empty-handed. The master surveyed the group and declared, "I have returned to reclaim dominion over this world. Where shall we go? Where should we first summon your former palace?" Afin venture que susfit. Regret flickered in their eyes. The master scoffed, stating, "Foolish. The times have changed. Dominion over the world is no longer achieved through palaces, but through strength, wealth, and power." "You speak the truth," Joe flattered, scratching his head. "Why does it feel as if the master has grown wiser? He should not hastily summon a palace in Asia like an old fogey, shouting to vent his fury. Should he? What about Jackie Chan? Afu inquired. That fellow has thwarted their plans time and again, nearly becoming a psychological shadow for several of them. Jackie Chan, my old acquaintance, will undoubtedly be dealt with by me," the master murmured. Moments later, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air, swiftly racing down the street. Passing by the entrance of Old Man's antique shop, "It has begun. Chaos is about to ensue." Old Man glanced at True and Jackie Chan, who were busy tidying up antique vases. "We must act quickly. The master will surely return for us, and we need to depart before he remembers us." "Where shall we go?" True asked, puzzled. "To a place far from District 13. We are now in the era of darkness." "Old Man, are you not even a match for the master? He has just been resurrected. We could use magic to seal him away again." Jackie Chan pulled back the frantically running Xiaoyu. "Perhaps we can find powerful magic, just as Uncle Long mentioned." Xiaoyu raised a finger in agreement. Slap. Old Man sharply tapped Jackie Chan on the head with his fingers, stating solemnly, "Do you think I can accomplish what even an immortal deity cannot?" His voice gradually lowered, tinged with fear. "The resurrected master can vanquish righteousness. He likely possesses no weaknesses. My energy magic spells cannot contend with him, and even if Luo Pei were revived, it would be futile. Perhaps there exists some magic to seal him." "There's no such magic," Old Man murmured. "The master himself is a formidable demon sorcerer. Even if he had weaknesses, he would conceal them. I cannot stand against him." "Then why has he not annihilated humanity?" True scratched his head. "True. Demons are not truly malevolent. They harbor no intent to destroy humanity, yet they possess no goodwill either. Since ancient times, all humans have merely been their servants. Rather than the 8 great demons, they are more akin to 8 sovereigns, True comprehended. Just as higher dimensional beings perceive lower dimensional ones. Xiaoyu astutely remarked. "Precisely. We must distance ourselves as far as possible before the master reclaims dominion over the world. Old Man will attempt to use energy magic to conceal us from the master's pursuit. This is our only recourse. Old Man articulated each word with gravity. The pinnacle of demons cannot be obstructed, save for the immortal deities. However, if even the immortal deities fall before them, unless this world can once again give rise to a powerful force of righteousness, nothing can alter this outcome. With righteousness in abeyance, new powers will inevitably emerge to fill the void. He remained unaware that El Dongbin had already been sealed. We must endure until the righteous force can respond. Though he did not know how long that would take. This is our sole option, Old Man muttered to himself. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. They were steady and unhurried, as if the visitor was not in a rush. The knocking paused after a single rap. Jackie, go see who has arrived. I am aware, Father. I am currently preoccupied. Jackie, staggering while clutching a plethora of books. I shall assist Uncle Long in opening the door. Little Yu hopped eagerly to the entrance. It was a stranger, his visage unfamiliar, dressed impeccably in a suit. He exuded an air of calm confidence. Greetings, this is Father S. Antique Shop. We are not open today. Little Yu spoke rapidly. I am here in search of someone. Searching for someone? Uncle Long? Father? Or perhaps true? The visitor shook his head and replied, I am in pursuit of my servant. A servant? Sir, there are no servants here. Little Yu expressed her confusion. No, I have already seen him. He strode directly into the antique shop. An overwhelming aura of dark energy surged forth and forcefully infiltrated the space. In the next moment, Father suddenly lifted his head, a jolt coursing through him. His gaze locked onto the newcomer. The book he held slipped from his grasp, his face a mask of panic. Oh no, he has arrived. Chapter 57. 3 Ancient Spells Regarding the Actions of a Sovereign. Zhou Lan chose not to intervene. He had remained silent for far too long, and anything he did now seemed justifiable. However, Zhou Lan was somewhat taken aback to discover that the sovereign had seemingly adopted a different approach. Just as he had mentioned, only the antiquated would insist on imposing their ancient palaces upon the world. Times have changed, and the methods of ruling the world are manifold. Sitting in a dragon carriage bears little distinction from being ensconced in a luxury armored vehicle through the passage of time. Servants need not be clad in dark blue livery. Kneeling on the ground, they can equally don suits while navigating the heights of skyscrapers. The world evolves, yet certain principles remain steadfast. Having rediscovered his essence, the sovereign appeared to grasp this truth. He regained his wisdom, leading him to make different choices. Naturally, Zhou Lan allowed him to proceed. In this contemporary world, nothing could impede him, not even the likes of Chung Long or Old Man. Meanwhile, the elder brother of the 8 demons pondered matters of greater significance in antiquity. Although he currently lacked the means to extricate his remaining siblings from the depths of hell, having transcended the rigid confines of his previous existence and acquired the ability to leap into other realms, his options undeniably multiplied. Possessing first-hand experience of being sealed and witnessing the sovereign seal El Dongbin, the demon sorcerer's insight allowed him to perceive the essence of the hellish sealing spell. This incantation did not merely act upon the soul or the corporeal form. It sealed away the very essence represented by demons or immortal deities. In simpler terms, it pertained to the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire. The hellish sealing spell fundamentally restricted 8 distinct powers. Consequently, as the ultimate embodiment of this power, the demon was confined within hell, unable to re-emerge. Having discerned this essence, Zhou Lan began to formulate his thoughts. He closed his eyes and nodded, sinking into contemplation. Standing in a void, the invisible cosmic winds swept past him. In his mind, spells from ancient times to the modern era manifested in a cascade of countless images. Soon, 3 ancient spells, long forgotten in the dust of history, crystallized in his consciousness. The root spell, the absorption spell, and the exchange spell. At this moment, his true form remained steadfast on the moon, a territory of his past. These 3 spells were each birthed from his hand, the sovereign's and Shimu's. Among them, the absorption spell was his creation during his initial landing on the moon, when his magical energy was still nascent. He used this spell to harness the moon's gravitational pull, or rather, to reclaim the power that rightfully belonged to him. This spell could reach directly to the source. The root spell was wielded by the sovereign, while the exchange spell was conceived by Shimu. In ancient times, the three demon sorcerer brothers shared glory and knowledge. All three spells were mastered by the trio, though Shimu had likely forgotten them by now. Zhou opened his eyes, having attained clarity. Meanwhile on Earth, an unceasing flow of wealth and power converged in the hands of Wallong. He had undeniably ascended to become the new underground emperor of this world, a harbinger of terror. Clad in an exquisite dark green suit, he exuded the aura of a sovereign, flanked by four subordinates impeccably attired, who were equally devoted to the pursuit of wealth and power. In the blink of an eye, the Black Hand had infiltrated everything, transforming into the true elite. Wallong's conviction held true. Money indeed propels all. Coupled with his unparalleled charisma and leadership abilities, he had already become the godfather of this new era. He extended a hand towards Zhou, presenting him with a gift box. Boss. Zhou hesitated momentarily. As he unwrapped the box, he discovered a bank card and a plane ticket for the following day. Wallong patted him on the shoulder, speaking nonchalantly, "I entrust you with the affairs in Asia." Zhou glanced at the ticket, which was direct from San Francisco to Hong Kong. There's an old saying in your country. A wealthy man who does not return home is akin to wearing finery in the dark. You have endured considerable hardship alongside me over the years. It is time for you to return and see your family. Wallong's words, delivered with a casual air, struck a profound chord within Zhou. Many years ago, he had come to America from Hong Kong, vowing to achieve great things. The underbelly of America was not easy to navigate. He had washed dishes and driven cabs, only to find success at last. He never anticipated that Wallong would remember his journey. Wallong recalled the significant moments of everyone's lives, yet never used them as leverage. Turning away, Zhou removed his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. Meanwhile, in a magnificent custom-designed neoclassical mansion for the sovereign, Wallong reclined lazily in an outdoor hot spring. He was indulging in a bath. Nearby, Jackie Chan, attired in a fitted servant's uniform, busily tended to him, meticulously trimming his nails. "Jackie, my servant, here." And over here the sovereign comfortably squinted his eyes. As his father had said, the thoughts of demons were quite simple. For humans, they held but one meaning throughout. Even after repeatedly shattering his hopes, the sovereign had spared Jackie's life. The demons ruled with an uncomplicated philosophy. The world had merely exchanged masters, from humans to demons. Nothing more. It seemed as if nothing had truly changed. Yet, as Hades had articulated, if a ruler must arise, why could it not be a demon? At least they never engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. In fact, from certain perspectives, as long as one served them well, their tempers were hardly severe. History is replete with tyrants known for their bloodshed, even during the reign of the 8 great demons. From ancient times until they were sealed away by the 8 immortal deities, they never waged war against one another, abstaining from actions that could annihilate countless lives. Compared to such beings, demons could indeed be seen as exemplary sovereigns. Otherwise, had the sovereigns so desired, the world would not resemble its current state. As the sovereign reveled in the attentive service provided by Jackie and the other servants, a familiar whisper echoed in his mind. "My brother, I am about to embark on a journey, but I shall return swiftly." The sovereign opened his eyes. He understood that Zhou was tirelessly striving to liberate their other siblings. "Brother, whenever you are in need, the divine is always at your service," he pledged. Although he felt no challenge could ever impede his elder brother, the Holy Lord still expressed his stance. If possible, he wished that Zhou could grant himself a respite, for time holds little value for demons. Perhaps you too should indulge in a brief reprieve. He believed that their other siblings would share this sentiment if they were aware of the endeavors undertaken by their elder brother. "I shall." Zhou whisper gradually faded. In the vacuum of the lunar surface, he stood in silence as a golden portal suddenly burst open. He floated gently within, prepared to fulfill his resolution. He looked forward to it, for he knew it would not be long. Chapter 58. Return to Chicago train station. The span of a human life is exceedingly lengthy. Yet, when dissected, it reveals itself to be a series of choices, one after another. When decisions are made correctly, all is well. However, a misstep may lead to irreversible consequences. resulting in lifelong regret. The term choice itself carries an air of cruelty. At the Chicago train station, Lu Mingfei grasped a can of cola, his gaze fixed intently upon the man before him. The workers at the station had gone on strike, causing the originally scheduled CC 1000 express train from Castle Academy to be delayed by a week. Having finally encountered a strikingly beautiful junior sister amidst the stoic demeanor of his senior brother, Lu Mingfei felt compelled to present himself. He could not help but picture the enchanting Xiaomi, with her starry eyes, inquiring of her senior brother the source of his cola, leading him to fantasize about proudly attributing it to his brother's experience. His eyes remained unblinkingly trained on the man, who stood silently amidst a sea of discarded paper, placards, and soda cans. Lu Mingfei felt as though the man was suspended in midair, his feet barely grazing the ground, perhaps by a centimeter or merely a few millimeters. He could not quite ascertain. The man was middle-aged, with a neatly trimmed beard suggesting careful grooming, appearing somewhat lean, attired in a well-fitted suit, and his long black hair was elegantly tied in a bun. Lu Mingfei sensed that this individual was no ordinary person. His aura hinted at an artist, or perhaps a wandering practitioner of Taoism experiencing the world. There was a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western elements in his appearance that seemed entirely natural, given the ongoing strike. The presence of such a distinctive figure led Lu Mingfei to suspect that he might be affiliated with the academy. He shook himself from his reverie, contemplating whether he should greet the man, especially since the artist appeared to be scrutinizing him as well. Perhaps this encounter could be seen as a serendipitous meeting of compatriots, considering the man was unmistakably Chinese. Good sir, Lu Mingfei thought he had chosen a suitable address that would resonate with the man's taste. Lu Mingfei, the man stated, directly uttering his name. You know me? Lu Mingfei stammered, a tremor of surprise coursing through him. Of course, the man replied, casually crossing his arms in front of him. His hands were slightly gaunt, with pronounced bone structure, prompting Lu Mingfei to involuntarily recall a certain phrase. Only someone who could evoke the sensation of bringing cola, as though it were a delicacy, for visiting relatives could possess such familiarity. The man seemed to understand him well. Lu Mingfei pursed his lips, momentarily contemplating a retort, but upon glancing at himself, he suddenly felt that perhaps the man's observation bore a hint of truth. The train station was indeed on strike. He had procured the cola surreptitiously, knowing that it would typically cost $1 per cup. Thus, he felt a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. Zhoulan, that is my name, the man introduced himself. Lu Mingfei was about to mimic the introduction when he realized that the man was already aware of his name. In the presence of this individual, an inexplicable tension surged within him, prompting him to lower his hands to appear more composed. The man exuded a certain aura that reminded Lu Mingfei of his first encounter with the little devil, Lu Mingze, at the train station, on the CC 1000 express train. Amidst a vivid hallucination, Lu Mingze spoke of the Black King Nidhogg landing upon an iceberg, where countless humans ascended to drive iron spikes into its flesh. He recounted that this was history from thousands of years ago, a sensation of awe inspired by the grandeur of ancient times that still lingered in his memory. The emotions brought forth by Zhoulan mirrored that profound experience. Indeed, it appeared that the current timeline was amiss, Zhoulan murmured. This was the world of the Dragon Clan, and the scrawny figure before him was the protagonist of this realm, Lu Mingfei, a hybrid of S-Class from Castle Academy. A solitary youth. Calculating the time, he intuitively made his way to the location where the Earth and Mountain King would awaken. Regrettably, at this moment, the Earth and Mountain King had yet to merge into the Grim Reaper Hela and had not truly grasped their dominion. Zhoulan's objective was straightforward: to employ 3 magical spells to substitute the equivalent authority of other worlds, thereby deceiving the heavens and achieving the retrieval from hell. By transcending the limitations of a singular world, numerous dilemmas became effortlessly resolvable. Upon realizing he had arrived prematurely, he promptly headed towards Chicago's train station, unexpectedly encountering this young man. Hey, brother. Lu Mingfei shook a soda can in his hand. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards the hotel, as if in flight. We shall meet again, Zhou whispered to his retreating figure. He gently closed his eyes, contemplating. Within the Dragon Clan's realm, aside from the legendary Black and White Kings who wield supreme authority, there remained the 4 Dragon Kings, the Earth and Mountain King, the Ocean and Water King, the Bronze and Fire King, and the Sky and Wind King. In his current timeline, the Bronze and Fire King had just perished, and Lu Mingfei was preparing to return to Castle Academy after summer break. His next target was undoubtedly the Earth and Mountain King, to acquire and amplify that authority, thereby establishing it as the anchor point for his exchange spells. Not too far off, he mused. Casting a glance at the retreating silhouette, Zhou form gradually faded from view. Adhering to the local customs, he strolled to the roadside, opened the door of a black Maserati, and settled inside, feeling as though he had entered a taxi of his own making. Castle Academy, he stated. You are mistaken, came a voice from the driver's seat. The speaker was an elderly man, robust in tone, clad in a tailored black suit. His silver hair slicked back in a flamboyant style. It seems I am in the right place, Zhou remarked, noting the red rose pinned to the man's suit. Relaxing into the back seat, he recognized him as Mr. Hilbert Anger, the principal of Castle Academy and a dragon-slaying warrior. Due to the ongoing strike and auction, Zhou had effortlessly located this ostentatious Maserati. Anger slowly lowered his glass, filled with chilled wine, his gaze flickering as he glanced at the rearview mirror, taking in the complete image of this unexpected intruder. Draped in a suit of matching hues, its brand indiscernible yet surprisingly refined in texture. The tailored garment accentuates a certain elegance upon man. A relaxed expression graces his visage, as if this vehicle were indeed crafted solely for his use. He, Hilbert Jinong, is merely a driver awaiting by the roadside. The number of individuals who can afford him the role of chauffeur is rather limited. My door is locked, Ong remarked moments ago. I am aware, Zhou replied with an air of nonchalance. This Maserati is no mere trinket, secure by both central locking and mechanical bolts. Even the most robust of men would find it a challenge to breach. The man behind him is no ordinary figure. Ong perceives neither malice nor intent. Yet this absence of hostility is far more menacing than outright aggression. Without the slightest forewarning, Ong surged into action, deftly wielding a folding knife in a reverse grip, akin to a lion suddenly springing forth within the confines of a narrow sedan. Fluid and unyielding, he intended to afford his adversary no opportunity for reaction. He was confident that few in this world could match his swiftness. The instant he drew the knife from his sleeve, the threat of violence loomed ominously. In the fleeting moment before his movement, the domain of his linguistic power enveloped the Maserati. This was his unique ability, while the flow of time for him remained unchanged. Within the confines of his realm, time was compressed to its utmost limits. Everything within that sphere unfolded before his eyes in a slow-motion tableau. A mere hundredth of a second later, Ong lifted his gaze. The blade encountered resistance. Chapter 59. The existence known as the Elder, a slender finger with distinct knuckles, firmly intercepted the tip of the blade, effortlessly condensing the murderous intent that surged towards him in an instant. The blade did not truly make contact, separated by a minuscule distance that felt like an insurmountable chasm. Ong has sensed the impending danger and intensified his grip, knowing that the only thing destined to shatter was the weapon itself. The once ferocious lion, with its majestic mane, now lay tranquil, resembling a docile pup. Perhaps we ought to have a conversation. It's not wise to be easily provoked at our age, wouldn't you agree? A hint of amusement flickered in Zhou eyes. When devoid of anger, the demon's demeanor often exuded an unusual kindness. With a casual snap of his fingers, the folding knife was sent spiraling back, embedding itself into the control panel. The invincible realm of verbal magic shattered instantaneously upon the conclusion of his words, while he simply withdrew his hand with a nonchalant air, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. The Lord is right. Perhaps I do need a brief respite. This moment appears to present a favorable opportunity. The revival of the King of Earth and Mountains was imminent, and for him, a fleeting moment equated to an eternity. A half-breed? Or perhaps the Dragon King? Anha was struck with astonishment. He felt utterly powerless to resist. Only the Dragon King could achieve such feats. Zhou seemed to have discerned his thoughts and snapped his fingers. Congratulations, you are entirely mistaken. He spoke coolly. Perhaps you should address me as elder. Elder. Anna mentally echoed the term. His command of Chinese was proficient, and he understood the meaning of those two characters without misinterpretation. Yet, this middle-aged man was audaciously referring to himself as the elder in front of him, an old man. This was no mere human. Anha instantly concluded. However, the other party dismissed his assumption. Was there any being in this world, aside from the Dragon King, capable of enduring through the ages? It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Anha's demeanor and composure had long since been honed to resilience. He naturally retrieved the folding knife from the control panel, stowing it away properly, before lifting the glass of chilled wine once more. Clearly, the situation did not favor him. But the willingness of the other party to engage in conversation was a welcome development. Mr. Anha, our objectives align. Zhou retracted his hand, crossing it before him with an air of composure. The Dragon King? Indeed, you wish to slay the dragon, while I require its bones, a mutually beneficial arrangement. I trust the elder possesses the capability, yet the ownership of the dragon bones is not mine to determine. As the principal of the dragon-slaying training base, Castle Academy, even Anha found himself constrained in matters pertaining to the remains of the Dragon King. Take me for a drive, Zhou smiled, his gaze shifting to the driver's seat. You need only to drive. I shall devise a solution. The control panel was damaged, yet it did not impede the performance of the luxurious vehicle. Anha turned the key, and the black Maserati emitted a fierce growl. The man possessed the power to make him the driver. If you can manage the board trustees, I have no objections. He pressed the accelerator firmly, the streamlined car darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Within mere seconds, he escalated the speed beyond 80 miles per hour, the tremendous acceleration propelling him back against the seat. He cast a glance at Zhou, whose stature stood unwavering like a mountain. This was an indomitable presence. He was certain. The sports car raced through the streets of Chicago, and raised the speed to a perilous 160 miles per hour. Clearly, the patrolling officers were preoccupied with striking workers, leaving them no time to address such matters. A vacation? Castle Academy was hardly a place for leisure. Listened to the cacophony from the back seat, where a band of lunatics were consumed with thoughts of how to swiftly and decisively plunge their razors into the flesh of dragons, or at the very least, to gnaw off a few scales with their teeth. For me, it is, Zhou replied, his tone detached. He did not deliberately seek to embody either justice or malevolence. To him, it was all indifferent. It was merely a process, and he cared only for the outcome. He was a stranger to this world, having found his way here through the remnants of his past life's memories, before the awakening of the king of earth and mountains. All he needed to do was bide his time in quietude. A fragment of memory seemed to linger in this world, leaving a tinge of regret. Zhou found it increasingly difficult to discern when those memories belonged to him, hazy as if trying to grasp the moon reflected in a lake. Yet he was certain they were a part of him. Hilbert Jinong, this aging speedster, halted by the shoreline of Lake Michigan, instinctively retrieving a high-quality cigar and trimming its cap. He glanced down at his phone, where Castle Academy's artificial intelligence, Norma, swiftly compiled a comprehensive report on the name and visage of the elder. Norma's capabilities were unervingly advanced, having scoured global databases in the span of their race. All this effort was dedicated to locating a singular individual known as the elder, utilizing the name, height, physique, and even the minutiae of a single eyelash provided by Ong. Norma rendered her conclusion. The result was nil. The search yielded no pertinent information. A few individuals in Asia shared the same name, yet none bore any resemblance to the man before him. He was as if he had materialized from thin air, manifesting unparalleled strength, with a singular desire for dragon bones, remnants of ancient beings. For Ong, the objective was clear. As long as he could slay the Dragon King, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own life for those ancient remains. An extraordinary figure descended from the heavens? Or perhaps a remarkable individual from one of those ancient Chinese families? I acquiesce to your request, he said. Zhou nodded slightly, a response he had anticipated. This world was inhabited by hybrids, descendants of dragon blood, embroiled in a conflict against the resurrected sovereigns of the ancient dragon lineage. This was the root of all strife. The Dragon King wielded a portion of power in this realm. Ong sought to slay dragons, while he desired dragon bones. Their goals aligned, devoid of conflict. The smoke from a cigar rose languidly, shrouding Aang's aged visage, as Zhou Lan gazed at the placid surface of the lake and suddenly inquired, "Ong, have you ever seen a dragon?" His words momentarily caused Ong to hesitate. He teaches a course titled An Introduction to the Lineage of Dragonkin at the Academy, and he is undoubtedly a master in the art of dragon slaying. Asking him whether he has ever encountered a dragon is as absurd as inquiring if that unfortunate fellow, Lu Mingfei, has ever harbored a crush on a girl. "I am referring to genuine dragons," clarified Zhou Lan. "In my recollection, there exists no concept of false dragons in this world." Anger suppressed his doubts. Zhou Lan smiled slightly, a figure emerging in his mind. "You will encounter beings far superior to those inferior reptiles, true dragons," he asserted. "In the original world, Asia." Suddenly, the Holy Lord opened his eyes and glanced at Chung Long, who was receiving a pedicure. Someone is thinking of him. A brother, perhaps? Chapter 60. The young Dragon King yet to understand the Six Flags amusement park, true to its name, is a realm of exhilarating roller coasters. The obsidian tracks dominate the sky, twisting into serpentine forms, ascending from the ground and stretching towards the heavens. The rumbling of the carriages colliding with the iron rails resonates almost incessantly, accompanied by the piercing shrieks and cries of the visitors. Lu Mingfei recoiled, feeling as if each descent of the roller coaster bore down upon his very brow. Not long ago, Principal Anger had summoned him to participate in an opulent auction teeming with the elite. After ostentatiously spending $100 million on an alchemical sword, Lu Mingfei felt a twinge of pride in having glimpsed the grandeur of the world, only to have that fleeting arrogance swiftly crushed by the cacophony surrounding him. A sense of regret washed over him for having ventured here. Had he known that Chu Zihong and his junior sister Xia Mi would be at this amusement park, he would have preferred to linger a while longer with Principal Anger. Although that old fellow had a penchant for speed, it still seemed less terrifying compared to the roller coasters. Being perceptive by nature, Lu Mingfei had noticed a crack on the dashboard of Principal Anger's sleek Maserati, crafted by a blade. He had attempted to jest about it, but the principal had brushed off his inquiry with a few casual remarks. He felt an unsettling notion that significant events were transpiring in the world around him, and he remained blissfully unaware. Retrieving his gaze, he found it resting upon the Ferris wheel before him. It must be said that despite Chu Zihong's usual stoicism, he possessed a certain charm in winning the affections of girls, even knowing to take his junior sister for a ride on the Ferris wheel. Through the glass, he could discern two silhouettes within a cabin, as the colossal wheel turned slowly like a watermill, lowering those two figures to the platform. "Quite romantic," he murmured to himself. "Is it?" A sudden voice responded beside him, startling him into nearly jumping. "Hey there, you can't just appear out of nowhere like that. It's almost illegal." Lu Mingfei glanced at the individual who had materialized behind him. They had encountered each other recently. The man with a distinctive aura, Zhou Lan, stepped closer, seemingly awaiting someone. His gaze followed Lu Mingfei's to the cabin, and with a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "Humans have always yearned for the sky, attempting to encase themselves within grand machines, striving to draw nearer to the firmament. I once felt the same way." Lu Mingfei was momentarily taken aback. As if the man's words implied, he could soar through the air. Could this gentleman before him truly be a winged angel? In accordance with Principal Anger's request, "I shall be responsible for guiding you through the itinerary for the next few days," Zhou Lan stated. "Coincidentally, I am heading to the academy as well." Lu Mingfei clapped his hands in realization. Indeed, this man was from Castle Academy. Didn't he appear to be a mere staff member? His demeanor suggested he was a professor. Having only recently enrolled, it was understandable that he had not yet encountered him. Considering the diverse array of individuals at Castle, it was only fitting to have a Chinese instructor among them. "Ah, Professor, it is an honor to meet you," he replied, humbled. Lu Mingfei bent down and wore a smile. It was no wonder that the other party knew his name upon approach. It was as if they were fated to meet. Though it was only their second encounter, it did not hinder him from fostering a rapport with this professor. Who could say whether he might choose to enroll in his course in the future? Lowering his voice slightly, he pretended to speak with gravitas, saying, "Indeed, how can one compare to a bird in flight? No matter how high it soars, it cannot touch the sky. Even if it could, there remains the moon above." In truth, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Zihong conversing with a beautiful junior in the pod. Zhou Lan cast a glance at him, aware that he was spouting nonsense, yet she smiled and nodded. "You are absolutely right." The pod gradually approached the platform, its door opening to reveal a group of youthful and striking individuals within. Upon seeing the two waiting outside, Xiaomi appeared momentarily taken aback, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Chu Zihong glanced at Lu Mingfei before shifting his gaze to Zhou Lan, who stood beside him. A man of unique demeanor, Chu Zihong pondered in his mind, certain that he had never encountered this individual before. A person of such style would undoubtedly be unforgettable after even a single meeting. Ding ding. "Professor Zhou Lan, you must be acquainted with Senior Brother Chu, right? Principal Ong has acknowledged our hard work and has specially sent someone to accompany us." Lu Mingfei introduced with excitement. Hard work? Was it truly arduous? He thought of providing Xiaomi with an orientation, only to hear a string of dismal tales about his brother. Chu Zihong slightly lowered his gaze. As an A-class hybrid, he possessed an excellent memory, and he was certain that the man before him had never graced his field of vision. He instinctively felt that Lu Mingfei, this Na'vi fellow, might be deceived. Xiaomi also looked toward Zhou Lan, her emotions far more intricate than those of the two male classmates. She could not sense a trace of draconic essence from him, yet her instincts provided her with a faint sense of danger. In almost an instant, she concluded that this man was even more perilous than Principal Ong of Castle Academy. Zhou Lan shifted his gaze, meeting hers with a gentle smile. "Xiaomi, female, a new student of Castle Academy this year." Simultaneously, she was one of the twins of the Earth and Mountain King, a dragon king governing power amidst authority, Emer. He was also one of the objectives of his journey. The reason for stating one of was simple. A singular dragon king was, quite frankly, utterly inadequate. In this world, the title of Dragon King may invoke fear and dread, representing absolute dominion, an entity that countless individuals yearn to become, yet also wish to vanquish. Merely awakening would suffice to incite panic. Yet for Zhou Lan, a Dragon King wielding a singular authority would scarcely meet the threshold of usefulness he spoke of. Such dominion, even cast into hell, would likely fail to stir even the slightest ripple. Dragon Kings are twins. Only through mutual consumption can they evolve into true kings in every sense of the word. Only through the harmonious fusion of power and authority can the true Dragon King be forged. Upon this foundation, further enhancement through his own hand is necessary for that power to be deemed barely sufficient. Otherwise, the so-called Dragon Kings of this world, in Zhou Lan's eyes, are hardly distinguishable from mere mortals. Both in body and spirit, they exhibit the same frailty. A complete Dragon King's activation of their linguistic powers can annihilate an entire city, even wielding some influence over the continent itself. Yet that is all there is to it. At present, she remains merely a lively and spirited little girl. Even with the vision of a Dragon King, she is utterly unable to perceive Zhou Lan's existence. Perhaps it is time to instill in her a sense of urgency, compelling her to hasten the search for her brother, the other Dragon King among the twins, to facilitate their fusion and ascendancy. Xiaomi blinked, her gaze gently fixed on Zhou Lan. The young Dragon King does not yet comprehend the identity of the individual standing before her. However, when the day of understanding arrives, it will herald the ultimate culmination of the dragon's legacy. Chapter 61. Did he not tell you to remain still? Zhou Lan needed to become the driving force within the narrative, and thus naturally assumed the task handed to her by Ong. She took his place and stood here. Xiaomi suddenly looked up with an expression of excitement at the roller coaster soaring overhead. "Let us ride that," she exclaimed eagerly, pointing towards the tail of the rapidly departing coaster. "Are you serious, junior sister?" Lu Mingfei's mouth fell open in astonishment. Zhou Lan glanced at the roller coaster that whizzed past above them. Its name was the Serpent of the Courtyard. Towering at 50 stories high, it could reach a maximum speed of 250 kilometers per hour, making it one of the most thrilling roller coasters in the world. Professor Zhou, why don't you persuade her? Lu Mingfei said with a downcast expression, feeling a bit weak in the knees just from watching. I've only just begun my career. I'm not a professor yet, Zhou Lan replied. Senior brother, you're not considering backing out, are you? Xiaomi narrowed her eyes playfully, a hint of mischief dancing in her features as she grasped Lu Mingfei's shoulder. Of course not. Lu Mingfei quickly turned to look at Chu Zihong. He suddenly realized that even someone as composed as Chu Zihong appeared hesitant at this moment. Hey, senior brother, don't tell me you're afraid to? Lu Mingfei whispered. Chu Zihong's expression twitched slightly, his stoic face revealing a hint of unease. I'm just afraid of motion sickness. Lu Mingfei felt a wave of delight. Even a formidable man like Chu Zihong, who could wield a blade without flinching, was apprehensive about roller coasters. Come on, both of you. Xiaomi had already begun to jog ahead. Oh, and the new teacher. Let us go together. Xiaomi had no intention of letting them off the hook and was already waving at them from the end of the long queue. As they settled into their seats on the roller coaster, Zhou Lan mimicked Lu Mingfei's earlier action of securing the safety bar at his waist with a calm demeanor. Xiaomi pulled Chu Zihong into the front row, and his face appeared somewhat pale. Lu Mingfei couldn't help but feel that whether in executing a mission or enjoying a ride, he found himself surrounded by captivating men. On was one, and Zhou Lan was another. He briefly pondered whether his charm was misplaced. He glanced at Zhou Lan, who maintained a serene expression, exuding a calmness reminiscent of a seasoned individual unfazed by the world. A reliable adult male, he thought to himself. As a roller coaster began with a series of clanking sounds, it surged forward like a high-speed sports car, plunging into the flashing red warning lights on either side of the tracks. The powerful acceleration pressed all the passengers firmly against their seats. As they raced through the acceleration tunnel, Zhou Lan could hear the screams of Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong mingled with Xiaomi's joyful laughter. Yet he remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. This speed hardly seemed daunting. The wind held past them. He had his own motives for being here. The Serpent of the Courtyard was destined to encounter a malfunction midway along the track, presenting an opportune moment. He intended to reveal a glimpse of himself before Xiaomi, instilling a sense of urgency in the young Dragon King. Of course, there was also another task he was about to undertake. The roller coaster, laden with passengers, had reached its utmost speed, and Lu Mingfei let out a jubilant shout, feeling as though he were floating in a realm of ecstasy. At an altitude equivalent to 50 stories, clouds and birds whizzed past them, rendering everything surreal. It seemed he could hear someone gently sighing in his ear. Brother, you have 9 seconds left. After that, no one will be able to save you. A soft sigh echoed in Lu Mingfei's ears. He paused in surprise, surveying his surroundings. Time had come to a standstill, the amusement park enveloped in a shade of gray, with the serpent of the central courtyard suspended at the pinnacle of the tracks. The little demon, who claimed to be his brother, Lu Mingze, sat atop the tracks holding an ice cream, gazing at him with melancholic eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Mingfei retorted, as usual. He had grown somewhat accustomed to Lu Mingze's sudden ability to freeze time. This self-proclaimed brother of his possessed unfathomable power. It seemed to exist solely in his own world. From Lu Mingze, he had exchanged a quarter of his life for the formidable strength to vanquish the king of bronze and fire. A quarter of your life for me to save you all, Lu Mingze stated succinctly, extending a finger. Following the direction of his finger, Lu Mingfei saw distinct cracks spreading along the serpent's tracks. The rail was on the brink of shattering, poised to plummet from a height of 150 meters, with only one possible outcome. Help! Lu Mingfei trembled in terror. He glanced at the front row. Chu Zihong clung tightly to the railing, while Xiaomi raised his hands high. Apart from Lu Mingze and himself, no one else realized that this train was hurtling toward perdition. What do you think? A quarter of your life, and it's all sorted, Lu Mingze temptingly remarked, his gaze suddenly shifting to Zhou Lan beside him. His pupils contracted slightly, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. He reached out a hand toward Zhou Lan's face. "Hey, what are you doing?" "He is a teacher at the academy." Lu Mingfei interjected, noticing Lu Mingze's unusual behavior. In this world frozen by Lu Mingze, he could almost do as he pleased. Yet, this person was a teacher he had only just met. However, Lu Mingze disregarded his words and continued to extend his hand toward Zhou Lan. In the next moment, Lu Mingze's finger abruptly halted in midair. In this photograph-like world, he suddenly witnessed the enigmatic man before him move. Zhou Lan blinked and calmly spoke. "He told you not to move. Did you not hear?" Silence ensued. Lu Mingze's pupils widened in shock, while Lu Mingfei was utterly astounded. This was the private domain shared between him and the little demon, a realm inaccessible to any other. Even the principal or the Dragon King could not disrupt the banter Lu Mingze had with him. It resembled an unbreakable cheat code. Yet Zhou Lan had shattered this rule. He had moved within Lu Mingze's world, a horror akin to that of the first person who unearthed an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's tomb only to find the mummy still alive. "Who are you?" Lu Mingze's voice suddenly fell silent. Lu Mingfei had never seen him so serious before. His small face was taut, as if he had encountered some kind of monster. Zhou Lan rose from his seat, standing upon the iron tracks high above the clouds. It was only now that Lu Mingfei realized he had neglected to secure the safety latch from the very beginning. How then had he managed to maintain his balance on the serpent of the courtyard, careening at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour without being thrown off? Zhou Lan did not respond to the question of his identity. He surveyed his surroundings, extending his hand into the air as if grasping something intangible. Indeed, the nourishment appeared to be precisely what was required to cultivate what I need. He turned to Lu Mingze, smiling as he applauded. "All right, it's over." Lu Mingfei witnessed his palms come together, and in that fleeting moment, the world's monochrome hues vanished amidst Zhou Lan's applause. The world returned to normal. The serpent of the courtyard whistled as it hurtled toward the broken tracks. Lu Mingfei mechanically turned his head. Zhou Lan. Had he banished Lu Mingze from the world he had created? Chapter 62. There is more than one world, and the moon is not just one round the train hurtling towards hell is racing down from its zenith. Zhou Lan stands calmly on the roller coaster, while the wind howls fiercely, causing Lu Mingfei to squint against the onslaught. He can only see Zhou Lan standing there, as if the space around him had frozen, the tumultuous wind failing to ruffle even the edges of his garments, as if it dared not approach him. The boy who claimed to be his younger brother has faded away along with the applause that accompanied Zhou Lan, leaving not even a single word behind. A bittersweet feeling wells up within Lu Mingfei. Inexplicably, he senses that something feels amiss. At that moment, Zhou Lan suddenly turns his gaze towards him and inquires, "Lu Mingfei, do you believe you possess the metal to slay dragons?" Lu Mingfei is taken aback by the unexpectedness of the question at this juncture. Instinctively, he shakes his head. Those who inherit the blood of dragons, known as hybrids, possess a supernatural ability called the word spirit. This cohort of hybrids wields immense power and strength, lurking in the shadows of the world, biding their time to slay dragons. The entire world is akin to a battlefield between hybrids and dragons. Yet how could he, Lu Mingfei, possibly be a contender in this dragon-slaying endeavor? In his self-perception, he considers himself merely a mediocre failure. For the first 17 years of his life, he has been almost invisible, his greatest aspiration being to fall in love and marry the girl he secretly admired in high school, and then live a mundane yet contented life. Although the king of bronze and fire perished by his hand, it was the merit of Lu Mingze. True dragon slayers should be like Chu Zihong, with an expression of cold ruthlessness, silent, and being exemplary in every endeavor. Yet many assert that he is indeed of that caliber. Principal Ong and the professors of the academy have deemed him an S-class hybrid upon his enrollment, the highest rank within the institution. He is being propelled forward, as is his life. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierces the air, snapping Lu Mingfei's attention to its source. The cracks have finally consumed the entire track, with a segment of iron rail separating in a fraction of a second, twisting into a helix and plummeting towards the ground. This is disastrous, he thinks. Despairing screams echo in his ears. From such a height, Even Ultraman Tiga would be rendered helpless, Lu Mingfei muses. Chu Zihang zit in stanteng. Yet the Midgard serpent, laden with passengers, reaches the severed track almost in an instant, accelerating under the force of gravity. At such velocity, there is hardly time for a last word. He has only just turned back, his expression filled with terror, while a newcomer, a teacher he had never seen before, stands composed behind them. In those final fleeting moments, Chu Zihong hesitates. He observes the other extend a hand, and once again, a sound akin to bones cracking resonates. In a fraction of a second, the fractured track reconstitutes itself, as if time were reversing, realigning seamlessly under an unseen force, the pieces fitting together perfectly. Xiaomi's face turns pale as he gazes ahead. The Midgard serpent thunders over the track, as steady as a mountain. From beginning to end, Zhou performed but a single action. He merely shook his hand, and thus the entire world bent to his will. Everything settled into tranquility, as if nothing had transpired, as though it were meant to be so. Had Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei not witnessed the scene of the tracks sinking with their own eyes? What kind of immense power could effortlessly raise the robust steel tracks, as stout as tree trunks, laden with passengers? On the platform, Lu Mingfei let out a retching sound. Chu Zihong, pale of face, sat in the front row, nearly witnessing the separation of the tracks before his very eyes. Footsteps echoed, and Zhou spoke with calm composure. How is it? Fun? Not fun. Ugh. Lu Mingfei clutched the railing. The serpent of the central courtyard was urgently halted, as a group of uniformed personnel rushed up from either side of the platform with equipment for repairs. Many had seen the disjunction of the tracks. It was an unimaginable catastrophe, endangering the lives of hundreds. Thank goodness for teacher Zhou. Lu Mingfei finally finished retching and wiped his mouth. Was it a manifestation of linguistic power? Yet he did not observe the other's golden eyes igniting. The golden gaze, a hallmark of mixed heritage. When utilizing their abilities, the entirety of their eyes transformed into gold, a symbol of draconic lineage, often accompanied by an overwhelming presence. However, Zhou possessed no golden eyes, remaining unchanged throughout. Not even the slightest hint of draconic pressure was evident. Thank you. Chu Zihong regained his composure and expressed gratitude toward Zhou. Regardless of the circumstances, this previously unfamiliar teacher had indeed saved their lives. From such a height, plummeting at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour from the 50th floor, even the primordial dragons would struggle to survive. Moreover, they were merely hybrids, having inherited draconic blood. True dragons were far more formidable than those with mingled genetics, beings that could almost only be vanquished by advanced weaponry. As the conversation unfolded, the repair personnel had descended from the elevated tracks. Their expressions puzzled as they reported into their walkie-talkies. To be honest, there are absolutely no issues. The tracks are as new as the day they were constructed. I suspect this may be a collective hallucination on the platform. Chu Zihong silently regarded Zhou. This was undoubtedly the other's handiwork. Xiaomi appeared to be in a rather unpleasant mood, having just brushed against death, while Lu Mingfei seemed to have improved significantly after his bout of sickness. Evidently, he had tempered his mindset during their recent mission in the Bronze City. Both were his juniors, one a year below, the other 2 years below. For this reason, Chu Zihong did not share their nonchalance. As the president of the Lionheart Society, one of the 2 major clubs in the academy, and a seasoned hybrid, he keenly sensed something amiss and discreetly approached Zhou. What exactly are you? His voice bore a trace of barely perceptible trepidation, an emotion he seldom exhibited. Yet at this moment, in the presence of Zhou, even he could only lower his voice to inquire. The hybrid does not possess such formidable strength, effortlessly lifting thousands of tons of iron rails and meticulously repairing them with precision. Within the higher echelons of the linguistic sequences, there indeed exist perilous incantations endowed with immense power, yet their potency is confined solely to destruction. For hybrids, the more powerful the incantation, the more challenging it becomes to wield. This is an unassailable truth. There exists but one exception. The individual standing before them, seemingly nonchalant, could very well be a dragon king donning a human guise. Thus, with graceful ease, he raises his hand, and the world transforms like a stage at his command. Concealed within his sleeve, his hand clenches tightly, knuckles turning pale. Intriguingly, you have posed the same question as Ong Zhou cast a glance at Chu Zihong. He slightly elevated his voice, ensuring that the attentive Xiaomi, no, the Dragon King Jormungand, could hear him clearly. He spoke softly. If you could transcend the confines of a singular worldview, perhaps many dilemmas would cease to exist. Chu Zihong shook his head in confusion. However, Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze trembling as it turned toward Zhou Lan. In this realm, there are no beings capable of wielding supernatural abilities without possessing dragon lineage, save for one possibility, a notion that ordinary individuals dare not entertain. What if the other party is not of this world? Indeed, within this realm, the Dragon King is virtually unrivaled, akin to a master swordsman in a martial arts novel, sweeping through the world with ease. But what of the heavens? Xiaomi raised her head, unknowingly observing the encroaching twilight. The ethereal, white moon loomed above all, and for a fleeting moment, it appeared to dim. The moon had been rising unusually early these past few days, as if a pre-ordered item in a shop, eagerly showcasing itself to a significant patron. Chapter 63. The echoes of time, the subsequent days, passed peacefully. The once vibrant Xia, Mi, suddenly became subdued, and for a moment, Lu Mingfei found himself unaccustomed to the absence of someone to engage in frivolous banter with. After 7 days, the CC 1000 Express train finally arrived at the station, setting off towards the hidden Dragon Slayer Academy, Castle Academy. This institution bore a resemblance to an antiquated Western campus, with its castle-like structure, doves fluttering about, and a verdant lawn interspersed with pathways of crimson cobblestones. The incident involving the serpent in the courtyard had already been reported to the administration, and both Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei would recount every detail, including the involvement of Zhou Lan. This should have been a matter of utmost seriousness. An entity of formidable power had unexpectedly entered the campus. However, this crucial piece of information was expunged once it reached the principal's office, leaving the board of trustees staring blankly at the straightforward summary. Are you suggesting that 3 students managed to single-handedly realign a track weighing at least 1,000 tons? Am I a fool? In Italy, Rome, Francis Gattuso sat behind an opulent desk, chuckling derisively at his assistant, Paxi Gattuso. The Gattuso family, one of the primary financial backers of Castle Academy's board of trustees, was also a core member of the mixed-blood organization known as the Secret Party, wielding immeasurable power and wealth. They were also one of the most troubling board members for Anger. We should have replaced Anger long ago. The Dragon Bones should not be housed beneath the Academy, for they rightfully belong to us. It is rumored that the Dragon Bones serve as vessels of power, if one could successfully decipher the strength within them. Immortality would no longer be a mere fantasy. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Academy, Zhou Lan addressed Anger, saying, "So you mean to say that the Dragon Bone Cross of the Bronze and Fire King must consider the Gattuso family's opinion?" Anger nodded, his gaze fixed on Zhou Lan. He was a man of terrifying presence, unreserved in revealing his origins. He was not of this world. It was no wonder that no information about him surfaced during Norma searches. Yet, Zhou Lan indeed possessed immense power, sufficient to obliterate that of the Dragon King. Engaging in commerce with such an individual carried significant risks. Yet Anger remained unfazed. Merely upon their first meeting, he had brokered a collaboration with Zhou Lan. No matter the power, as long as it could vanquish the Dragon Kin, Anger would gladly welcome even a demon with open arms. The board of trustees posed considerable resistance. They coveted the Dragon Bones as dogs covet a bone, and external forces were also at play. Anger ignited a cigar with a flame-emitting lighter, embodying an old man who epitomized elegance to its fullest extent. His attire, demeanor, and every gesture exuded the essence of a true gentleman. He savored the finest red wine, smoked the most exquisite cigars, drove the sleekest sports cars, and adorned himself with the most luxurious watches. Even his suit was accented with a vibrant red rose pinned to his lapel. All luxury items complement him. A man is defined by his attire. And upon seeing him for the first time, one cannot help but acknowledge his refined elegance as an older gentleman. Yet, in the presence of Zhou, even someone as flamboyant as he must concede to feeling somewhat diminished. Some elegance is amassed through wealth and status, while others arise from a different essence altogether. He possesses an intimate familiarity with all luxury goods befitting a man, yet he is unable to identify the brand of Zhou suit, as though were conjured from thin air. This man adorns no embellishments to enhance his grace. Apart from his clothing, everything else is stripped to the barest essence. Yet, despite this simplicity, the aura exuding from Zhou remains undiminished, an innate quality born from the depths of his being. A sudden thought flickers in Anger's mind. Ancient charm. It resembles a treasure unearthed from millennia past, revealing an innate elegance through the refinement of time. Standing before Zhou, he feels a peculiar detachment, akin to gazing at antiques in a museum. As a seasoned collector, Anger has traveled to China, an ancient land steeped in history. There, he once visited a museum and beheld a bronze mask excavated from over 1,000 years ago. Through the glass, he and the mask exchanged glances, the weight of history crashing upon him. The ancient artist had etched the primal essence of that era into every line of the mask. The glass partitioned two epochs, much like the sensations he experiences now in Zhou presence. Zhou strikes Anger as reminiscent of that bronze mask. The lines of his face are strikingly clear and robust. From their first encounter to this moment, his expression has remained as tranquil as still water, seemingly indifferent to all. In his presence, it seems he neither smiles nor exhibits excitement, nor any other emotion. Perhaps if you can resolve these troubles, I would gladly offer you that dragon bone. Anger remarks, holding his cigar aloft. The bronze mask seems to part its lips and retorts, "Is it truly that simple?" Anger's lips twitch slightly as he pinches the cigar between his fingers and exhales a plume of smoke. The families within the Board of Trustees are essentially the core of the secret society, wielding astonishing power. Nearly half of the wealth in this world belongs to them. He refrains from expressing everything on his mind. In his heart, Zhou has become synonymous with a figure akin to the Dragon King. Yet even the Dragon King is not omnipotent. This is the modern era, where a plethora of advanced weaponry emerges incessantly. Even the mightiest carbon-based life forms must bow beneath the mushroom cloud of a nuclear bomb. The secret society possesses such authority. Zhou gaze gradually shifts as he looks downward, as if peering through an obstruction to see nearly 100 meters below, resting upon the heart of an alchemical matrix in the Academy's depths. A skeletal structure resembling a crucifix, known as the Dragon Bone Cross, stands serenely there. "I believe you're mistaken," Zhou speaks, "for the Dragon Bone holds little value for me." "Is that so?" Anger narrows his eyes slightly. "I am merely a scholar, seizing this opportunity to conduct some research," remarked Zhou. "Everyone desires to delve into it." Anger was somewhat perplexed, as if the other party had known from the very beginning that the Dragon Bone lay concealed in the depths of the Academy. The lowest level of the ice cellar, known as the Abyss of Obscurity, is the most secure and suitable place for hiding items within the entire institution. Perhaps the other party is unaware of the secretive society, yet I have elucidated the matter quite clearly. He believed Zhou ought to concede. That evening, Zhou declared, "I shall retrieve it personally." Anger's lips quivered, as if he wished to utter something, yet he remained seated in that specially crafted comfortable chair until Zhou departed. It was not until the cigarette but scorched his lips that he was roused from his reverie. Chapter 64. In the depths of the ice cellar. A lively gathering, the Dragon Bone Cross, whether in substance or significance, is an exceedingly precious entity in this world. It offers the prospect of studying the dominion of the Dragon King, and, conversely, it can be fashioned into the Philosopher's Stone, a formidable weapon known as the Fifth Element. The intent behind Zhou's desire for this artifact is quite straightforward. The powers of the Bronze and Fire Kings hold little value for him, especially since the Holy Master has already departed from the Abyss, rendering any such alternatives unnecessary. However, he seeks to glean insight into whether the powers of this world align with his aspirations, assessing the adequacy of a substitute for the arcane incantation he covets. Regarding Ong, he wasn't inquiring. He was merely informing. Once the moon demon has set its gaze upon something, there is no escape, even if it takes flight. That night, in the subterranean depths of the academy, within the ice cellar, the dragonbone cross of the bronze and fire kings lay securely ensconced, heavily protected, rivaling the safety of the 13th district. Zhou did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, he chose a more direct route, creating an opening in the ground, or rather, a passageway. With a rumbling akin to an earthquake, he forcibly opened a dark channel resembling a deep well beneath his feet. Gravity lifted his form, suspending him within the passage, as the soil beneath parted swiftly to either side, as if a colossal tunneling machine were clearing a path for him. Albeit at a far greater speed, he plunged into the water, which was part of the stainless steel piping supplying circulation to the ice cellar. Silently, a repulsive force pushed the water within the pipe outward in all directions, surging upward through the path he had carved, as though fearful of his presence. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. "It seems someone has gotten ahead of me," Zhou murmured to himself, as the repulsive force parted the water, and he nonchalantly drifted toward the abyssal well where the dragonbone was stored. This scent was one he had encountered not long ago. Xiaomi, where the Dragon King Emer, was here to pilfer the dragonbone of the bronze and fire kings. "It appears we have chosen the same path," Zhou hummed an unnamed tune, his form ethereal as the currents of water parted for him. On the other side, a shadow resembling a fish glided effortlessly through the currents. Xiaomi. She deftly breached the layers of protection surrounding the ice cellar, reaching its deepest depths. Ahead lay a dead end. The pipe extended in another direction. The shadow perched against the wall of the pipe, extending her hand to unleash her domain. With a gentle push, she shattered the wall, then slit her wrist, allowing her blood to mingle with the water. The high-purity dragon blood obliterated the protective spell that stood before her. The shadow continued onward until before her lay a vast natural cavern, within which stood a circular metallic altar at the center of a pool. The dragonbone cross of the bronze and fire kings rested quietly there. This shadow had come solely for this. She ascended the altar, gazing upon the artifact, murmuring, "We meet again." Her tone was somewhat dazed and ethereal. As before her lay the desiccated bones of a boy, his copper-hued skeleton intricately interlocked, with slender arms outstretched, grasping the remnants of what had once been a pair of wings, much like Jesus nailed to the cross. In the realm of hybrids, the dragonbone cross is often referred to as the Holy Grail, a testament to its extraordinary value. The shadowed figure cast her gaze downward, severing her own artery, allowing the dragon's blood to flow freely in an attempt to awaken the dormant, skeletal form before her. "Arise, Constantine," she whispered, uttering the name of one of the twin offspring of the King of Bronze and Fire, the very name of the decayed bones. Time drifted slowly, yet the skeleton, nourished by the dragon's blood, remained eerily still. The Dragon King is notoriously difficult to slay, yet this skeletal remains had truly succumbed to death. The King of Bronze and Fire had completely vanished from this world. The shadowed figure's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she embraced the remains, sharing a bond of melancholic sympathy. In the next moment, she turned her head towards another shadow lurking in the nearby darkness. "I apologize. It seems I have intruded upon your affairs," the other shadow yawned. She possessed an exquisite physique, and even as merely a shadow, her graceful curves were apparent. Jyotimai had also come for the dragonbone. Not affiliated with Castle Academy, nor with the secret society, she operated under the command of a figure known only as the boss. The task of stealing the dragonbone had been previously assigned by the boss. Although she had been unable to contact him in recent days, the task at hand remained. Hence her presence here. The shadow ignited a flare, her gaze shifting to Jyotimai. With her arms crossed, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, two sharp blades were secured to her strikingly long legs. "I have come to pay tribute to a friend. What brings you here?" The shadow inquired with an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the sudden encounter. "Of course, I am here to pilfer," Jyotimai replied, gesturing toward the dragonbone on the altar, her eyes drifting toward the darkness on the opposite side. "However, it seems we are not the only ones interested in this prize." As if in response, a third voice echoed from the shadows where their gazes met. It is rather ironic that so many rats would emerge in the heavily guarded eye cellar of Castle Academy in a single evening. The third figure sighed. Rats? Are you not also a rat here to steal? Hugh, they might use me to give. At that moment, the third figure stepped into the light. Clad in a light, gray, formal suit with a scarf around his neck, resembling a guest at a ball. I, Parsi Gattuso, as a member of the Board of Trustees, assert that everything within the Academy belongs to the board, and thus I, Parsi Gattuso, hold the authority to inspect, he proclaimed without reservation. As his words lingered, applause erupted. A figure donning a KFC paper bag over his head emerged, his attire eliciting suppressed laughter. What a lively gathering. May I join? He inquired. The unexpected fourth presence in the subterranean ice cellar added to the complexity of the situation. This is quite troublesome. It appears we all seek the dragon bone. Gyodamai remarked with resignation, realizing the need to resort to the most primal methods. Second that, the KFC gentleman raised his hand, his muscular form presenting a striking visual impact. The air within the cavern grew tense. The four individuals present shared a singular purpose, each of them formidable in their own right. In the center of the altar, the shadow closest to the dragon bone suddenly let out a sigh. She rose slowly, remaining silent, before casting a final glance at the dragon bone before her, her gaze sweeping over the others. Competing with me requires merit. So, it seems our merit falls short? A smile graced the beautiful face of Gyodamai. Insufficient. The shadow shook her head. The moment her words fell, a visibly translucent domain rapidly expanded from her center, causing the metallic floor of the altar to crack, sweeping towards the remaining three like a hammer. The magnetic field within the domain underwent violent fluctuations, and countless shredded metallic fragments were lifted, transforming into a tangible aura of murderous intent as the domain expanded. This was the power of a word spirit, an unknown and extraordinarily potent one. In the cavern, the expressions of the other three shifted dramatically. Mr. KFC's muscles bulged as he swiftly summoned his word spirit, attempting to halt the domain's expansion. Meanwhile, Parsi Gattuso reacted even faster, his unique golden eye shining ominously as his silent domain surged forward to counter. Only Gyodamai remained motionless. Her word spirit was the veil of the underworld, a master of concealment. Yet, faced with the all-encompassing onslaught of such a powerful word spirit, she possessed no means of resistance. All had underestimated the shadow's strength. The situation tilted precariously the moment she unleashed her word spirit. The swirling metallic fragments were obliterating everything. Even the dragon bone cross at the altar center could not withstand such devastation. This skeletal remnant was gradually eroding amidst the chaos of battle. The three stared in despair at the shadow on the altar. This power was far beyond the control of ordinary beings. Parsi Gattuso withdrew an antique flintlock from his breast, preparing for a desperate struggle. The shadow crushed them in an instant. From the very beginning, this was never a fair exchange of blows. Just then, a torrent of water suddenly erupted from above the cavern, cascading to the ground. Following this with a rhythmic applause. As the applause echoed, the grinding domain of the word spirit paused in the next moment, mere steps away from the three. A shared sense of curiosity flickered in their hearts. Who was the fifth individual, arriving fashionably late? The applause subsided, and a voice resonated from the cavern's apex, as if he stood in mid-air addressing those below. He spoke, his deep and elegant voice imbued with a unique cadence. I ask you, what are you rascals doing to my possessions? Chapter 65. Leave professional matters to the experts. The swirling metallic fragments were suspended in mid-air by an unseen force. At the moment, the shadowy figure heard the voice of the newcomer. His expression shifted dramatically. Is this yours? Does it have an owner? Gyodamai's complexion turned pale. She was mere moments away from having the shard slice into her flesh. She forced herself to regain her composure. The situation had evidently escalated beyond control, with a fifth individual emerging, seemingly instilling fear in the shadowy figure at the altar. Mr. KFC halted, gazing upward, his eyes revealing confusion through the holes in the paper bag perched atop his head. The Dragonbone Cross is the property of the Board of Trustees, Parsi Gattuso asserted firmly. Is that so? The fifth person responded softly, "This afternoon, anger handed him over to me." Anger? That scoundrel. He lacks the authority. Parky gritted his teeth. Indeed, the fifth man concurred, but regrettably, I possess it. As his words settled, he descended from the air, landing within the shadow's domain, effortlessly pushing aside all debris. For pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward him. He was a man of considerable charm, clad in a suit, with long hair styled into a bun, his countenance radiating a casual, almost poetic ease, as if he were merely passing by on a spring outing. Zulang. He stood resolutely on the battlefield, suspended in the air, unperturbed by the gazes of those around him. Quite elegant, I must admit, but I still prefer younger, handsome fellows, Gyodamai remarked. Having just emerged from the brink of death, her spirit surprisingly unshaken. Zhoulan's gaze shifted toward her, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, Gyodamai's expression changed, a profound sense of danger pricking at her spine. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Zhoulan propelled her away, her graceful form crashing against the cavern wall with a resounding thud. "Disrespecting your elders, lacking decorum," Zhoulan stated coolly. From the moment he appeared, he became the sole focus of attention. Surveying the others with a faint smile, he declared, "All right, children, the game of make-believe has come to an end. Let the elders take charge." At that moment, Parky hastily loaded a bullet of the Philosopher's Stone into his firearm, pulling the trigger. The old flintlock pistol discharged the bullet, hurtling towards Zhoulan. The man before him was entirely unprotected, and the bullet bore the powerful core known as the fifth element. Upon impact, even the Dragon King would be affected. This was Parky's ultimate tactic. He had come with a mission, determined not to let anyone seize the dragon bone from this place. Surprisingly, the shadow, which had been wreaking havoc and on the verge of annihilating them all, fell eerily silent upon the man's arrival. As Parky pondered this, a tremendous force collided with him, sending him crashing against the stone wall. His bones shattered in an instant, and beneath his golden hair, the single golden eye dimmed. A wave of shock surged through him as he coughed up blood. He did not even witness how his opponent struck, yet he had already lost all his strength, to the extent that he could no longer muster the energy to illuminate his golden eyes. A wave of terror crawled over him like ants. This was undeniably a monster. Zhoulan gazed at the bullet that harbored the Philosopher's Stone, allowing it to come to a halt beside him, deprived of its momentum and plummeting to the ground. "The bullet cannot touch me. You will have ample time to comprehend this truth, for I shall not take your life." Zhoulan crushed the bullet and turned his gaze towards the incapacitated figure before him. "I shall spare your life, for it is your sole remaining value. Return and inform the Gattuso family, inform the Board of Trustees, and tell them of the elder's existence." He extended his finger, and the figure of Parsi soared upward like an insect, hurtling through the water flow along the path Zhoulan had traversed, expelled through the very hole he had created. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. "As for you," his gaze shifted to Mr. KFC. "Let me make this clear. I surrender." Mr. KFC quickly raised his hands in a gesture of submission. "A wise choice," Zhoulan acknowledged with a slight nod. "After all, I am not a bloodthirsty demon." "Very well. You need not trouble yourself, my lord. I shall take my leave promptly." Mr. KFC bowed repeatedly, disappearing into the shadows in an instant. Quite an amusing fellow. Zhoulan was well aware of his identity. Fingal, a close friend of Lu Mingfei, a man who concealed himself deeply. As he surveyed the surroundings, Zhoulan's gaze fell upon the dark figure at the center of the altar. He knew who it was. This individual could deceive everyone, yet he alone could not be misled regarding the perception of her aura. However, Zhoulan did not hasten to confront her. He simply floated gently to the wall, his eyes fixed on the pale, bloodless woman beneath the base of the wall. "Had I known. Next time, I shall refrain from idle chatter. J'ai eu de m'essuyer." Several of her bones were fractured, waves of pain surging through her, but she could still endure. She lifted her head to gaze at the figure before her. "Truly terrifying," she lamented. More lethal than the pain was the oppressive aura emanating from this man, weighing down on all, as heavy as a mountain, making even breathing a struggle. The Elder? It was the first time she had heard this title. "Is it my turn now?" Gyodamai forced a smile. She was not one to fear death. Life is full of surprises, akin to encountering a car accident when one steps outside or facing an entity as formidable as a Dragon King during a mission. It all seemed rather normal. Your employer has likely gone missing lately? Jolan spoke with a calm demeanor. The moment his words fell, Jiudamai's expression changed dramatically. She sensed something far more terrifying than death emanating from Jolan's lips. What have you done to him? She gritted her teeth, fear evident in her gaze as she uttered the words through clenched jaws. Jiudamai's employer, in a certain sense, was Lu Mingze, the very same Lu Mingze who engaged in idle chatter and transactions with Lu Mingfei. I had a meeting with him, Zulan Sumai Li, having made a minor mistake. However, he was merely a mischievous child, and a few days of reprimand would suffice. His tone was neither too harsh nor too soft. Yet to Jiudamai, it felt akin to a cataclysm. The boss was no ordinary individual. Rather, the figure she revered as her superior seemed almost omnipotent. With a mere thought, he could grasp everything in this world, wealth, power, status, almost instantaneously. Yet, such a person had vanished without a trace, all because of Jolan's minor error. It was no wonder he had been unreachable lately. Jiudamai's expression turned to one of terror. Zulan Zima? He must have left behind numerous plans before departing. Hugh the mighty Nadith. Regarding Lu Mingfei, Jolan continued. Jiudamai nodded once more, finding herself unable to lie before this formidable presence. He approached her with the answer she sought. Very well, your sincerity towards the elder is commendable, Jolan said, waving his hand dismissively. You still have a use. In an instant, Jiudamai felt herself soaring toward the ground, and before she knew it, she plunged into the water. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered Paxi Gattuso lying beside her, barely alive. A monster, she murmured in disbelief. In the cavern, Jolan turned slowly, the gravitational force clearing the debris around him as he approached the shadow. From the moment Jolan appeared, she had not moved an inch. Centered around the altar, an irresistible force enveloped her the instant Jolan manifested, rendering any movement utterly impossible. She was not silent. Rather, she was entirely immobilized. Who are you? The shadow's voice was elongated by the pull of gravity. She was almost certain he had completely discerned her identity. By deliberately restraining her and keeping her until last, he must have had his own agenda. This elder, a terrifying being from another realm. Xiaomi, Jolan declared. Is I, Xiaomi replied. Yemengade, Jolan called her name once more. Xiaomi fell silent. She felt her body riddled with wounds, exposed beneath Jolan's calm gaze, akin to a little squirrel trapped and scorched under the sun. The man's gaze was strikingly raw, penetrating all illusions, yet his focus was not on her corporeal form or her soul. Instead, it rested upon something far more significant. Go find your brother. Jolan waved his hand, shattering the domain of words and releasing her from the icy prison. At last, the world fell silent. Jolan turned his attention to the skeleton before him, the dragon bone of the king of bronze and fire. Bronze and fire, he murmured to himself. To validate the authority contained within, it was not a daunting task. Such specialized matters were best left to those with expertise. Fortunately, there happened to be a professional who was likely quite unoccupied at that moment. The image of that individual surfaced in his mind, and Jolan couldn't help but smile. In the subterranean ice chamber of Castle Academy, a beam of golden light suddenly flickered. A golden portal opened instantaneously within the cavern. Meanwhile, the Lord, reclining in his opulent mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed towards the golden portal that had materialized before him, emanating a familiar aura. Brother? He called out into its depths. The echo reverberated within the cavern, reaching Jolan's ears. He replied, "It is I." Chapter 66. Borrowing a wisp of fiery demonic essence, Jolan floated out of the portal and landed before the sovereign. The sovereign quickly rose, dismissing his attendants. Jolan had just departed only to return, undoubtedly with something to convey. Brother? He inquired. Jolan extended his hand, using his gravitational pull to delicately present the dragon bone of the bronze and fire king to the sovereign. With a subtle smile, he encouraged, "Give a taste." A flicker of realization coursed through the sovereign. His intuition had proven correct. The sensation that had lingered in his heart these past few days indeed stemmed from his brother. He never expected that Zhou Lan, venturing into another realm, would still hold him in such regard, even going so far as to return through the portal bearing local delicacies. Nodding slightly, his expression serious, a wisp of fiery, demonic essence enveloped the withered bones, swiftly reducing them to powder. "How does it fare?" Zhou Lan inquired, gazing at him. "It is rather faint," the sovereign remarked, "somewhat akin to my own demonic essence, but of significantly lower potency. It bears no utility for me at this moment." "How low?" Zhou Lan furrowed his brow, seeking to assess whether this power could meet his minimal criteria. In life, it might have been considered a modest supplement, but not substantial. Zhou Lan closed his eyes in contemplation. The sovereign's implication was that the authority and power within these bones were somewhat rudimentary. However, if it were the living Dragon King, it would likely be adequate, especially since it required enhancement. If the dominion of the Bronze and Fire King could serve as nourishment, then surely that of the Earth and Mountain King could as well. With this thought, Zhou Lan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. His brow relaxed slightly as he regarded his brother, a faint smile gracing his lips. Should anger be present, witnessing Zhou Lan in such a demeanor, he would undoubtedly reconsider his initial impression of him. Zhou Lan was not devoid of laughter, nor was he perpetually indifferent. It depended entirely on who stood before the elder. Suddenly, an amusing and delightful idea flickered through Zhou Lan's mind. "My brother," he began, "I require your assistance." As his words fell softly, the sovereign became instantly animated. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged, a powerful presence sweeping across the realm, altering the very colors of the sky. "The gods are always present," he declared in a deep voice. Zhou Lan chuckled, pressing his palm down in a gesture for calm. The sovereign's demeanor suggested that he might rush out at a moment's notice, oblivious to who was before him. "I need to borrow your demonic essence," Zhou Lan stated. "Ah, I see." The sovereign's energy instantly coalesced, rendering the atmosphere clear as if nothing had transpired. He then extended his hand, conjuring a formidable mass of fiery, demonic essence that swiftly filled the entire courtyard. Seemingly concerned that this might be insufficient, he separated a large portion and tentatively asked, "Is this sufficient?" Gazing at the immense mass of demonic essence before him, resembling a small mountain, Zhou Lan displayed a hint of exasperation, waving his hand. "That is too much. Too much." The sovereign paused in surprise, retracting half of it. "Cut it down by another half," Zhou Lan instructed. The sovereign promptly complied, withdrawing another portion as directed. A fleeting figure crossed Zhou Lan's mind, prompting an assessment that concluded, "It is still excessive. It must be reduced further." Moments later, the sovereign stared at a wisp of demonic energy, no larger than the tip of his finger, trapped within his dragon claw, lost in contemplation. Noticing Zhou Lan's intent to speak again, he hastily interjected, "Brother, it cannot be diminished any further." This sliver of demonic energy could be replenished with a mere squint of his eyes. Any reduction beyond this would render it entirely non-existent. "Very well." Zhou Lan's my enveloping the fragment of fiery, demonic energy originating from the sovereign within his palm. A golden portal materialized behind him as he turned to face the sovereign, slowly retreating into the portal. The golden radiance enveloped him, a luminous aura of unparalleled grandeur. It was only as the portal sealed shut that the sovereign blinked in a daze. His arrival had been swift, and his departure was equally rapid, traversing myriad realms with a singular purpose: Castle Academy. The earthquake from the previous night had spread like wildfire throughout the academy, igniting discussions on the forum akin to a boiling cauldron. The world is never devoid of gossip, whether among hybrids or ordinary individuals. The primary topic of discussion on the forum revolved around the identity of the individual who had created a gaping hole in the Academy's surface. Inevitably, this question would remain unanswered. In a dormitory, Lu Mingfei sat, his expression clouded with melancholy as he munched on potato chips. His dorm mate, Finger, was half leaning out of his bed, reaching into Lu Mingfei's chip bag. A knock echoed twice before it ceased. "Who is it?" Lu Mingfei queried. opening the door only to be met with a look of astonishment on the visitor's face. Teacher Zhoulan? With the light aiding his vision, Finger peered outside, nearly tumbling from his bed in shock. Clearing his throat, he murmured, "I'm so tired. It's time for bed," and without a second thought, he burrowed himself under the covers. He had already uncovered some information about Zhoulan, who appeared to be residing at the academy in a collaborative capacity with Principal Angeli. It was astonishing that Angeli had indeed bestowed the dragon bone upon him. Finger's mind was in a whirlwind of thoughts. This man exuded immense strength. That much was undeniable. The oppressive aura he projected in the ice cellar last night felt as if a deity had descended. Every gesture commanded unyielding obedience. Was he here to seek Lu Mingfei? "Do you require my assistance?" Lu Mingfei inquired, perplexed. Zhoulan nodded slightly, casting a glance around the somewhat disheveled dormitory before stating, "Let's converse here." No sooner had he spoken than Finger tumbled to the floor with a loud thud, still clad in his pajamas and shorts. As he bolted toward the exit, exclaiming, "You too, chat. I suddenly remembered a junior was looking to schedule a date with me." He dashed out of the dormitory with remarkable speed. Lu Mingfei, bewildered, pondered how it was peculiar for Finger to have a junior seeking him out for a date. Did he perhaps harbor some trepidation regarding Zhoulan? As Finger's retreating figure disappeared, Zhoulan chuckled softly. He harbored no disdain for those who were considerate. He entered the dormitory, and the door mysteriously closed behind him without a breeze. "What brings you to me?" Lu Mingfei inquired, sitting quietly at the edge of his bed, casually grabbing one of Finger's garments to wipe the residue of chips from his fingers. This teacher had saved his life, and although he possessed an air of mystery, he seemed to bear no malice. His gaze fell upon Zhoulan's feet, and he could now ascertain that the other had indeed never touched the ground. Those unmarked leather shoes seemed to rest upon the earth, yet they hovered just above the surface. He appeared to be walking, yet his steps were taken in the air. This was a being of transcendent prowess. Lu Mingfei was certain. The entire academy was shrouded in the incantations of the Night Watchers, bound by their strictures. The average person could not wield their powers within the academy. However, Zhoulan seemed to wield his abilities at will, suggesting a singular truth. He possessed an extraordinary strength that allowed him to wholly disregard the limitations of the incantations. Furthermore, Zhoulan had managed to expel the little demon, Lu Mingze, from his own realm. This was a presence so formidable that it defied comprehension, and this very being appeared inclined to engage in conversation with him. Chapter 67. Calling out his name, "The little devil with whom you have made a pact has recently been preoccupied," Zhoulan remarked first. Lu Mingze. Lu Mingfei suddenly came to a realization. No wonder that young man had not appeared in some time. How does it feel to trade with a devil? Zhoulan inquired, gazing intently at him. Not particularly pleasant. Lu Mingfei shivered slightly, having already engaged in one such transaction with Lu Mingze, sacrificing a quarter of his life. There is always a price to pay when dealing with devils, and the cost for Lu Mingze was exorbitant. He did not delve into how Zhoulan was aware of all this, given that she possessed the power to confine Lu Mingze against his will. "You seem rather melancholic of late." "Huh? Have I been that obvious?" Lu Mingfei scratched his head, his gaze dropping, appearing somewhat listless. "Indeed, if sorrow could be considered a form of verbal essence, your realm of expression has been perpetually open." Zhoulan chuckled. "Is it because of the engagement between Caesar Gattuso and Chen Madong?" "What? So you all are aware of it?" Lu Mingfei helplessly spread his hands, as if he were a puddle of mud, leaning against the edge of the bed. It felt as though everyone in the world could read his thoughts, discerning who the object of his affection was, as if his entire being were laid bare, like a blank sheet of paper easily comprehended at a glance. Caesar Gattuso, an exceptional A-grade hybrid, heir to the Gattuso family, a natural leader, handsome and wealthy, was, of course, the legitimate boyfriend of the girl whom Lu Mingfei secretly admired. Meanwhile, Chen Madong, known as Nono, was the beautiful senior who had rescued Lu Mingfei from his gloom and was currently the object of his affection. "You stand no chance against Caesar, especially in matters of the heart," Zhoulan stated bluntly. "Are you here to help me see the harsh reality?" Lu Mingfei pouted. "Do you believe you possess any qualities that surpass his?" Zhou asked. Qualities? Lu Mingfei sank into thought, and after a long pause, he shook his head. He had never considered himself someone worthy of being associated with excellence. Even in the act of vanquishing the king of bronze and fire, that was solely Lu Ming's achievement. That power did not belong to him. Ultimately, he was just a useless being. Useless beings should remain quietly in the corner, waiting for the flames to extinguish and transform into charred sticks, only to be inadvertently trampled into dust by the great and righteous figures. I understand you wish to enlighten me. In truth, I am well aware of everything. After all, I am merely a lump of mud, and mud cannot support a wall. Lu Mingfei muttered despondently. In response, Zhou shook her head. Mud can certainly support a wall. Not all mud is destined to lie in a mire. It merely requires a flame to harden it. Easier said than done. Where is such a flame that could transform a lump of mud like me into bricks? Lu Mingfei sighed. Turning to ashes would be more plausible. Lu Mingze had vanished, and now he even lacked the opportunity to strike a deal with the devil. Zhou stood before Lu Mingfei, slowly extending her hand. The devil has been driven away. Thus a new opportunity for trade lies before you. Lu Mingfei, she spoke softly. The demon of promises and credibility, never seeking loopholes nor requiring a contract, demands a price that is remarkably low. In Zhou outstretched hand, a flicker of flame blazes brightly, illuminating Lu Mingfei's face. The astonishment on Lu Mingfei's countenance is palpable. He has witnessed Chu Zihong wield the power of a word spirit, known as Junyan, a perilous incantation embodying temperatures capable of melting steel. Yet, the flame dancing in Zhou palm possesses no warmth. It merely hovers quietly and resplendently within his grasp. From this flame, he perceives a chilling aura. His gaze sharpens, and a pair of slitted pupils fleetingly glimmers before him, as if the flame seeks to scorch his very sight. Why do you wish to assist me? What merit do I possess? Lu Mingfei curls into himself, his arms wrapped around his knees. I have stated before, this is a transaction, a pact with a demon, Zhou replies unhurriedly. Moreover, your words are rather sweet. Are they not? This power, he pauses, his mind flashing with images of the Saint Lord meticulously slicing away demonic energy, is formidable. In comparison, the word spirit Junyan is but a firefly against the sun, and the price is singular. What price? Lu Mingfei raises his head. He is no fool. Having perused countless novels and animations, he comprehends the adage that greater power entails greater sacrifice. If Zhou description holds true, then this power vastly exceeds that of Junyan, and its cost could be far more terrifying than a quarter of his life. Might it be a supreme move that can only be utilized once in a lifetime, leaving one to perish immediately upon its use? No, Zhou states firmly, it requires neither life nor is it a one-time offer. It is a power granted directly, constant and unchanging, and the sole price is your faith. Faith. Lu Mingfei ponders deeply on this term. He feels as though he is in an anime, or perhaps walking down the street, when suddenly an elderly monk, reminiscent of a sweeping sage, selects him, producing a bundle of martial arts manuals and inquiring which he wishes to cultivate. Meanwhile, he stands, snot-nosed and sucking on a lollipop, as he draws forth a tome of the Tathagata's palm. Could it be an otherworldly evil god? A shiver runs through Lu Mingfei. Such an interpretation can be made. But it is not an evil god, Zhou nods slowly. I was jesting. There could hardly be anything from beyond this world, perhaps an anime, but not here. Lu Mingfei cautiously reaches toward the flame. The little devil with whom he had previously made a bargain has vanished, only for another demon to appear, seeking a deal. Is he inherently destined to be sold? His gaze sinks into the fire. Can a pool of mud, subjected to the flame's searing heat, transform into a sturdy brick? He himself is curious about the answer to this question. It seems you have made your choice. Zhou smiles faintly. Of course. After all, what I have to lose is merely faith. In high school, I once believed in Ayanami Rei, yet no Evangelion descended from the heavens to accompany me. Lu Mingfei rambles nonsensically. Regardless, Lu Mingze has vanished, and perhaps soon the entire world of superpowers will drift away from him. Yet he has irrevocably severed ties with the past, unable to return to the essence of that small southern town. If at this moment, a figure claiming to be a demon were to emerge and inquire, "Young man, do you yearn for power?" This power surpasses even the invincible Junyan of your esteemed senior, Chu, and the price, astonishingly, is but an ethereal belief. It would be a disservice to squander the years spent indulging in such tales without a trial. He reached out toward the flickering flame. The instant his fingers made contact, an understanding dawned upon him, albeit reluctantly. It was the essence of fire magic. This was the true name of the flame. In an instant, the tendril of fire magic surged through his entire being, engulfing him in a blaze, only to fade away as swiftly as it had come. He patted himself, as if nothing had transpired. Is that all? He pondered. He had anticipated a transformative experience akin to those found in martial arts novels, where one would refine their very essence and unlock the meridians, thereby achieving unmatched prowess. Was this incantation? Lu Mingfei mused. If it were indeed an incantation, it would require the utterance of a dragon script. This incantation bears no name, Zhou Lan remarked with a subtle inflection. When you invoke it, you need only call upon the name of its master. Understand, Lu Mingfei exclaimed, extending his hands in a theatrical display, beseeching the heavens, no, the divine, for a response. Therefore, what name should I utter? Lord Demon? He danced with exuberance. Shindu, Zhou Lan replied with a calm demeanor. Shindu? Lu Mingfei whispered, echoing the name softly. The moment the words left his lips, an overwhelming inferno enveloped him. His expression turned to one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Zhou Lan, incredulous. Teacher, are you serious? What else could it be? Zulan Tukge. I thought you were jesting. Chapter 68. Lu Mingfei drifting through half a lifetime. Yet to encounter a wise sovereign, Lu Mingfei felt as though he was engulfed in flames. A glance at his hands and body confirmed his sensation. He was indeed on fire. Wisps of fire clung to him, emanating as if from his very marrow. The flames were not searing. Rather, they enveloped him in a splendid mantle. Gradually, he regained his composure from the initial panic. Zhou Lan had not deceived him. If this were a pact with a demon, then Zhou Lan, representing that side, was undeniably trustworthy. In truth, Lu Mingfei found it difficult to doubt him. After all, Zhou Lan possessed an appearance that exuded honesty. A person like him would crush any deceit, for lies were likely foreign to him. The aura surrounding Zhou Lan was exceptionally transparent. As the flames dissipated, Lu Mingfei examined himself anew. His outstretched wrists and fingertips were adorned with dense, gray-green scales that surged forth. Hastily, he reached up to touch his face. Scales grew from his jawline to his cheeks. This is dragon transformation? Lu Mingfei murmured to himself. When the bloodline of a hybrid exceeds the threshold of 50%, features reminiscent of dragons manifest naturally. The more one surpasses this threshold, the more pronounced the draconic traits become, with the cost being an uncontrollable power and an almost frenzied side effect. After all, at its core, the dragon lineage is inherently bloodthirsty. Yet astonishingly, he had seamlessly entered a state of dragon transformation. Was there an overwhelming force within him? No. Was his mind still clear? Indeed, it felt as effortless as downing half a bottle of cola, with no difficulty whatsoever. Moreover, this transformation occurred under the spellbinding restrictions imposed by the Night Watchers that enveloped the entire school. He had naturally morphed into a dragon person without even the slightest sense of suppression. Lu Mingfei cast a disbelieving glance at Zhou Lan. Perhaps he truly was a demon, capable of bestowing power at will, a benevolent figure who might grant a favor today and bestow a blessing tomorrow. Could it be that this lump of clay could indeed be molded into something greater? He picked up his phone from the bedside, examining his reflection in the dark glass screen. In an instant, he was taken aback and shook his hand around his eye sockets. The golden eyes were absent. Dragon transformation should manifest more prominently with an increased share of draconic bloodline. Thus, his golden eyes ought to be more apparent. High-blooded hybrids often wield golden eyes that instill dread in those of lower lineage. Yet, despite his evident transformation, his pupils remained unchanged, imbued with a hint of naive clarity. Lu Mingfei's puzzled gaze fell upon Zhou Lan. Lu Mingfei. Zhou Lan spoke with an impassive demeanor, his hands resting calmly before him. You must understand one fundamental truth. What truth? I am listening. Lu Mingfei replied, momentarily taken aback. Zhou Lan continued. Only hybrids require golden eyes, while a king needs only to sit upon the throne. With a downward motion of his palm, an overwhelming force compelled Lu Mingfei to sit at the edge of the bed. In an instant, Zhou Lan's words transported him into an entirely different realm. The soft sheets beneath him seemed to transform into a cold, unyielding throne as he gazed upon the cosmos. The ethereal form of the green sovereign loomed over the world, exuding a grandeur that resonated from an ancient epoch of another realm, leaving him in awe. This monarch, crowned by the heavens and grounded among mortals, cast a penetrating gaze upon him. Lu Mingfei was momentarily bewildered, suddenly realizing that he had just called out the name of this very ruler. This flicker of fiery demonic energy was a gift from the otherworldly presence. Although he had encountered dragons before, even briefly meeting the legendary king of bronze and fire, the sovereign before him was of an altogether different caliber, exuding such a magnificent aura that even a dragon king would flee in shame. The lineage of dragons traced back infinitely, ultimately leading to the black dragon Nidhogg, the creator of all, the progenitor of every dragon. In mythology, Nidhogg has dwelled at the roots of the world tree since its inception, incessantly gnawing at its roots until the cataclysm of Ragnar K. A shiver ran down Lu Mingfei's spine as he subconsciously replaced the legendary dragon ancestor Nidhogg with the green sovereign before him. If myths were indeed real, then perhaps this being could uproot the world tree and spin it like a windmill. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. The demon had not lied. He seemed to have genuinely become a believer of an otherworldly deity. He had watched EVA and revered Rei Ayanami. Yet the unit, 01, would not descend from the heavens to grant him favors. He had accepted the fiery, demonic energy, paying the requisite price, and this sovereign truly regarded him. No jest, Lu Mingfei felt as though he had been seen in a profound way across boundless time and space. Had he become a vassal of this entity? His head felt somewhat light, and upon regaining his senses, he saw Zhou Lan observing him with a knowing smile. After learning to fly, the first time one lands and walks again always feels somewhat disoriented. Encountering a higher echelon of power evokes a similar sensation. He explained with a hint of detachment. Lu Mingfei swallowed hard, fervently repeating in his mind, "Withdraw." Those scales receded from his skin like the retreating tide. Am I still able to regret my actions now? His face clouded with worry, feeling as if he had unknowingly devalued himself in a bargain. Of course, but the demonic energy residing within you is beyond my jurisdiction. Even if it were to be reclaimed, it would require his direct intervention, Zhou Lan remarked with a smile. Enough, enough. Lu Mingfei hastily waved his hand. The thought of that being coming personally to reclaim the energy sounded ominous, as though the twilight of the gods were imminent. If the entity were to inadvertently trample some unfortunate souls on the way, would Lu Mingfei not become an eternal pariah? He envisioned himself akin to a witch tied to a cross and a pyre in the Middle Ages, with half-breeds wielding salt-soaked whips, lashing out in fury. Lu Mingfei, you are the one who summoned the otherworldly evil deity to this realm. Now look what you've done. The world is in ruins. With this thought, Lu Mingfei frantically shook his head. The devil has departed, and a demon has seized his place. Yet this demon before me possesses a certain elegance that stirs no feelings of aversion within the heart. At the very least, he has indeed ignited a spark within me. That otherworldly fiend. No. Lu Mingfei hastily silenced himself, swiftly immersing into the role, hands clasped in prayer. My lord, who is it? Zhou Lan smiled and shook his head. Teacher, how is it that you possess his, that legacy? No, the demonic aura. Lu Mingfei's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Zhou Lan, sensing that this man was anything but ordinary. His life's motto was rather straightforward. When encountering a robust thigh, one must cling to it fiercely. He had already latched onto one, yet as the saying goes, one thigh may be broken, but two cannot be easily severed. With 2 hands, one can embrace 2 thighs. More thighs equate to more paths. You are quite intriguing, Zhou remarked, offering his assessment. Though you may be considered a waste, your self-awareness is truly unparalleled. It's quite simple, Zhou continued softly. I requested it from him, and thus he granted it. You asked him for it? Lu Mingfei was momentarily taken aback. You asked him, and he obliged. And then you brought it to me. It sounds so natural. In the next breath, Lu Mingfei blurted out, natural my foot. That fellow is as formidable as a deity. Don't tell me you share a bond akin to brothers, where everything is readily available. Indeed, Zhou narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement gleaming within them as he replied, because he is, in fact, my brother. Lu Mingfei was momentarily stunned. Almost instantaneously, his reaction outpaced his thoughts, and with a thud, he half knelt on the ground, eloquently declaring, "O Father, I, Mingfei, have wandered aimlessly through life, lamenting the absence of a wise sovereign." Chapter 69. The monsters have their own thoughts. Zhou had to concede that, aside from the Holy Master, Lu Mingfei was indeed the first person capable of evoking a flicker of amusement within him. The infernal energy borrowed from the Holy Master had already melded with Lu Mingfei. This power was far superior to what any so-called dragon lineage could offer in this realm. However, it came at a singular cost. The use of this power would inevitably leave a unique anchor point belonging to the Holy Master in this world. As for the ramifications, those were matters that Zhou need not concern himself with. He was merely a transient presence. Perhaps in the future, the Holy Master or his other siblings would seek to escape the confines of their original world, and this anchor point would serve its purpose. As he had previously stated, the myriad realms of existence are so splendid that one ought not to remain tethered to a single location. In the dormitory, Lu Mingfei performed with a certain flair. Although it appeared somewhat ostentatious, he was, in truth, a person of intricate thoughts. Lonely children often possess such depth. The melancholy brought forth by the dragon lineage, known as the sorrow of blood, inexorably plunged all half-bloods into a fate of solitude. Yet, every emotion possesses its peaks and valleys, and even loneliness can be measured in degrees. When compared to the relentless erosion of time and hell, the sorrow of blood that ensnared all half-bloods seemed trivial. Teacher Zhou, Lu Mingfei called out, since being a foster son is not feasible, how about we become friends? He shamelessly sought Zhou contact information. This was akin to playing StarCraft, where a formidable player unexpectedly emerged in the server. Naturally, one would want to add such a person as a friend. Whether for sparring or seeking support, there had to be a way. Lu Mingfei belonged to that breed of individuals who, while others deemed him foolish, considered themselves rather clever. At least, he occasionally entertained that notion. Zhou nodded slightly, providing a string of numbers. Lu Mingfei promptly opened his messaging app and entered the details to add a friend. As he gazed at the screen, the avatar that appeared was an enigmatic dark purple moon, prompting him to marvel inwardly. What sophistication! How refined! In an era where most still sported the default avatars. The other's image was a shadowy moon. Now, that was taste. Of course, he refrained from voicing his admiration directly, lest he overdo it. He decisively sent the friend request, his gaze settling on the other's username. Zhou handle was remarkably simple, just a single character. Moon. Lu Mingfei paused, looking at the elder before him, who seemed to harbor a unique understanding of the moon. His thoughts drifted back to his high school days. He considered himself a solitary soul, though he did not perceive it as such. In a household filled with the clamor of an aunt's commands and complaints, he had cultivated his own little world. On a rooftop, where the air conditioning unit roared, he could gaze upon the city's nightscape, a sanctuary where he often found himself alone. On many evenings, he would sit atop the rooftop, gazing down upon the small southern city, inevitably drawn to the moon suspended in the sky. Sometimes it appeared as a crescent, at other times a waning gibbous, or even a full moon. Its phases waxed and waned unpredictably, yet it remained a solitary orb illuminating the night. Lu Mingfei often felt that the moon embodied solitude. The collective lights of the city, though gathered together, paled in comparison, and were unable to reach the vast expanse of the heavens. Thus, during their time at Six Flags Amusement Park, his words had indeed emanated from the depths of his heart. Be it man or bird, no matter how high they soared, the moon would always loom above them. Hence, those who cherish the moon must inherently be solitary souls. As for Zhou, this elder, the moon perhaps held a significance unique to him. I completed the task. Please remember to acknowledge it, Lu Mingfei remarked, shaking his phone slightly. Zhou nodded ever so slightly in response. Lu Mingfei, he began, this power possesses its purpose, though it is not for this moment. Lu Mingfei, momentarily dazed, pouted and replied, I understand. I lack the capability to commandeer the wedding car of the boss. And he's been quite kind to me. He assumed Zhou believed he would wield this power for audacious deeds. Zhou shook his head, stating, the king of the earth and mountains is about to awaken. Lu Mingfei trembled at the thought. Another dragon king? He quickly sweetened his tone. With you as my teacher, there's nothing to fear, even if the Dark King awakens. He was sincere, genuinely feeling that way. Upon hearing this, Zhou smiled faintly. By that time, I shall have other matters to attend to, and besides, seeking my support is no simple task. You must demonstrate your worth. Understand. Lu Mingfei promptly straightened up, thinking of how hardened clay could become a sturdy brick, destined to strike someone on the back of the head. He began to grasp what Zhou required of him. It made sense. Masters, akin to the sweeping monk, rarely revealed themselves, merely offering guidance to their disciples before effortlessly traversing the world. Therefore, in due course, Lu Mingfei envisioned himself as a brick, striking the Dragon King on the back of the head. He asserted confidently, though others might see him as a monster. He would be the brick of the monster. However, Zhou merely shook his head once more. His gaze seemed to penetrate further, reaching realms beyond Lu Mingfei's current comprehension. He spoke softly, you possess a keen awareness of yourself. Yet the brick of the monster must indeed strike the Ultraman on the back of the head. Lu Mingfei scratched his head, unable to decipher Zhou meaning. Was this a narrative of monsters saving one another, needing to vanquish the righteous Ultraman? His voice softened as he said slowly, sometimes I fantasize about what I would do if I were to become a monster, with Ultraman declaring that he must eliminate me. Is that so? Zhou turned his gaze slightly. And what would you do? Of course, I would rise in defiance. Lu Mingfei puffed out his chest. There is but one Ultraman, yet there exists a multitude of monsters. If I were to fall, what would become of the other little monsters? They would be quite pitiable, wouldn't they? Since we have transformed into monsters, there is no longer a need to reminisce about our past as humans, nor about the person known as Lu Mingfei. He spread his hands and remarked, it is akin to you, dear teacher. If you were to metamorphose into a monster, would you still ponder upon your former humanity? No. Zhulan Zipli. Precisely. Monsters possess their own way of thinking, focused on safeguarding their fellow monstrous brethren and engaging in a relentless struggle against the righteous Ultraman. Lu Mingfei hesitated, caught in the turmoil of whether he was a human or a monster, a human turned monster or a monster transformed into a human. Would such distinctions bear any significance? Whatever thoughts occupy his mind, he would act accordingly. Although Lu Mingfei occasionally grapples with understanding his own circumstances, the words he articulated at that moment unexpectedly resonated with profound wisdom. Silence enveloped them. After a brief interval, Zhou slowly began, what an intriguing individual you are. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze transcending barriers to fixate upon the infinite distance beyond, where the invisible moon resided. You are indeed correct, he affirmed. Chapter 70. The 7 Deadly Sins in a Distant Land. Unbeknownst to its inhabitants, subtle changes were quietly unfolding. It all began with a mere tremor. Life continued blissfully, with everyone leading their daily routines until a transformation occurred, one potent enough to eclipse the sky and sun. In the dead of night, within the principal's office, Anger sat comfortably in his chair, gazing at the man partially shrouded in moonlight and shadow. After meeting with other professors and a hand-picked team to confront the Dragon King, he had matters to discuss with this enigmatic being. The Dragon King has awakened, he stated. I am aware, Zhou replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Is it not a form of vacation for one of your stature, even in the face of the Dragon King? Anger articulated slowly, his gaze penetrating. If there were a hierarchy of enemies within the dragon race, Hilbert Jean Anger would undoubtedly occupy the top position, unassailable by any, especially the Dragon King, who represented an absolute existential adversary. He toyed with a folding knife made from fragments of a weapon belonging to a friend who had perished in the war against the dragons. The blade was exceptionally sharp, yet moments ago, the man before him had effortlessly countered its edge, flicking it away with a single finger. The location of the Dragon King's resurgence had been identified, at the heart of another nation. Anger relayed his findings. Someone will go. I have chosen that individual, Zhou Lan declared. Lu Mingfei? Anger had already learned that Zhou Lan had visited Lu Mingfei's dormitory earlier that day and had engaged in a lengthy conversation. It appears we have selected the same person. He is my designated S-class, possessing a lineage that surpasses the ordinary and extraordinary abilities. Not merely lineage, Zhou Lan countered. That boy is quite articulate. As a reward, I granted him some additional benefits. Benefits? Anger's brow furrowed. He found Zhou Lan's notion of rewards somewhat elusive. Do not place too much weight on lineage, Anger. Perhaps in the eyes of mortals, it holds significant importance, but there is one aspect in which he surpasses all others. Lu Mingfei possesses such a talent? Anger chuckled lightly. At the very least, he excels at winning the favor of elders, Zhou Lan remarked softly, his tone subtly layered. Suddenly, the folding knife in Anger's hand froze midair. For a fleeting moment, he felt the weight of age upon him, as if he could no longer keep pace with the times. He struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Zhou Lan's words. If such a talent could be deemed a transcendence of the ordinary, then he too had a knack for charming women. Why had no one rewarded him? So, the elder's commendation bestowed upon him the capacity to confront the Dragon King? I believe you are mistaken. Anger, Zhou Lan's voice resonated. It is the Dragon King he will confront. I eagerly anticipate that moment when the Na'vi youth raises his blade, compelling the so-called dragon race to confront despair. It brings me delight. And you, Anger, at that moment, will understand the essence of my words. Anger's thoughts drifted back to the lakeside, to the moment Zhou Lan had intruded upon him, when he had told himself, "You shall witness the true dragon." Thus, the man before him is, in fact, a master of genetic modification, capable of transforming the lethargic and unremarkable Lu Mingfei into a true dragon, one that can command the submission of all pretenders. His gaze fell upon the alchemical sword and dagger set, recently procured from a hybrid auction for a staggering $100 million. The 7 deadly sins, crafted by the Bronze and Fire King, Norton, are unparalleled alchemical weapons. Their might sufficient to annihilate genuine progenitors. Norton conceived this set of weapons with the singular purpose of vanquishing other draconic beings. As he prepared to meet the Academy's team destined for dragon slaying, he endeavored to have the 3 members of the squad draw forth this formidable alchemical set. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, pride, envy, wrath, 7 unique alchemical blades. Their power so immense that they birth true sentience. Only those acknowledged by this sentience, or hybrids of such formidable lineage that they can disregard the conditions, may forcibly extract these weapons from their sheaths. Among the appointed dragon-slaying trio, excluding Lu Mingfei, who lacked the strength to wield the subsequent weapons, the other 2, Feng Er and Chu Zihong, one a former A-class and the other a current A-class, were equally unable to draw all 7. These are weapons meant solely for true dragon slayers. Anger extended his hand, nudging the 7 deadly sins forward, addressing Zhou Lan. Would you care to try? Is it my desire to attempt it, or yours to see me do so? Zhou Lan ziplit guli. Engaging with an astute individual is invariably transparent. Nothing remains concealed. Anger, somewhat exasperated, pondered Zhou Lan's enigmatic nature. As a collaborator, he yearned to uncover more about his counterpart, by whatever means necessary. Considered a request from an old man. Anger's gaze was piercing. He too wished to witness the unveiling of these extraordinary weapons. Anyone capable of easily resisting him could not falter before the 7 deadly sins. Only the sentience of the weapons could acknowledge him. Anger reversed the dagger, its sharp tip slicing into the palm of his hand, blood cascading into the 7 deadly sins. Quenching their thirst with blood, The alchemical weapons emitted a low growl, as if 7 distinct hearts throbbed in unison. Every artifact possesses its peculiarities, and the 7 deadly sins require blood to awaken fully as dragon-slaying instruments. They are treasures forged by the Bronze and Fire King, Norton, undeniably designed for the assault on dragonkind. As the sentience stirred, it roared, unleashing an intangible pressure that instilled fear. Anger extended his hand politely. Please. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on Jolan, as though fearing he might miss any subtle detail. Even he could not guarantee his ability to draw the 7th blade, Wrath. Do you know? Jolan's steady gaze met Anger's, the pressure of the alchemical weapon failing to encroach upon him. His tone was as tranquil as still water. You are destined for disappointment. The sentience of this set of weapons will not acknowledge me. Anger's expression faltered, confusion evident. Why? For it fears me. With those words, Jolan's figure vanished from the principal's office. Angi's gaze fell upon the 7 deadly sins. Within his sight, these 7 artifacts, once regarded as divine, had inexplicably fallen silent. Like eggplants battered by frost, they lay obediently within their sheaths, as tranquil as if they had never awakened. Angi's expression grew solemn as he extended his hand, allowing fresh blood to drip once more. The bloodthirsty weapons, upon absorbing the essence of life, would surely reveal their brilliance anew. Yet, as the moonlight gradually descended, Angi waited for an extended period. The atmosphere in the office was suffocatingly still. He could sense that the 7 deadly sins had indeed stirred, echoing the earlier fervor of students clamoring for their acknowledgement. However, at this moment, the once vibrant entities now recoiled, hesitant and fearful. Unbeknownst to Angi, they seemed to have endured a harrowing ordeal. Chapter 71. Have you learned now? Is it truly the case that one seeks the approval of the 7 deadly sins for Jolan? This notion seems rather misguided. Historically, it is the strong who acknowledge the weak, and the 7 deadly sins, this so-called slayer of dragons, has yet to attain such a stature. The king of earth and mountains has awakened. The academy received the news and dispatched 2 teams. One team comprises Lu Mingfei, Fingal, and Chu Zihong, while the other is led by Caesar Gattuso, with Xiaomi and Chen Marong assisting. Jolan is not inclined to intervene directly. All he desires is authority, which he will seize at the opportune moment. The rest can be entrusted to Lu Mingfei, who has acquired the essence of fire. As an elder, it is unnecessary to be involved in every detail, especially when it concerns merely a young dragon. Lu Mingfei will know how to proceed. More importantly, Jolan eagerly anticipates the extent to which the saint's essence can manifest in this realm. However, before that, Anger conveyed another piece of information. During the icy expedition, he had completely revealed his identity under the spotlight. Parsi Gattuso had reported his existence in full to the Gattuso family. Anger was eager to learn more about himself, hoping to gain confidence when confronting the Gattuso family. After all, it was his own choice to engage in dealings with Jolan. From Chicago straight to the land of flowers, the dragon-slaying youths were poised to raise their blades against the resurgent Dragon King. Likewise, Jolan embarked on the same route as them. The Gulfstream G550, named Sleipnir, after Odin's 8-legged horse from Norse mythology, symbolizes unparalleled speed. This was Anger's exclusive vehicle, luxuriously refurbished, with every detail reflecting the refined taste of this elegant elder dragon slayer. It must be said that after the transaction was completed, Anger proved to be quite generous, willing to offer all his resources solely for vengeance against the dragon race. Inside the cabin, Jolan cast aside the luxurious seat, leather sofa, and high-end wine cabinet, simply levitating in silence. No earthly indulgence could ignite even a flicker of interest within him. The gaze of an elder never descends upon such mundane possessions. He sensed a faint energy breaking through the planet's gravity, rapidly approaching. Jolan opened his eyes. It seemed the Gattuso family's retribution had arrived. Sleipnir pierced through the clouds, a beam of fiery light swirling in its wake, charging toward the raucous private jet. The assailant, 3 kilometers away, piloted an F-16 Fighting Falcon, having pressed the missile launch button 30 seconds prior. Anyone daring to provoke the Gattuso family's authority would inevitably face swift retribution. The pilot reported from the cabin. He was aboard Anger's vehicle, the Gulfstream G550, which lacked interception capabilities and was certain to meet its demise at this distance. He was in contact with significant figures far away in Rome. All movements within the Academy were under their watchful eye the moment Jolan boarded Sleipnir. The plan had already commenced. Anger had invested a considerable sum in modifying that Gulfstream. A voice emerged from the other end, acknowledging that this was the inevitable price he had to pay for opposing his family. "What, Percy?" There was a moment of silence on the line. "He is utterly incapacitated, as if crushed by a steamroller, his bones shattered, clinging to the last vestiges of life. The individual collaborating with Anger is no ordinary person." The pilot's gaze penetrated the clouds, fixating on the private jet that was on the verge of plummeting. Even for an original breed, survival at such altitude during a crash was impossible. After all, not even the Bronze and Fire King could withstand the might of a storm torpedo, could they? The moment the mounted missile locked onto its target, this act of vengeance had already reached its conclusion. Perhaps the explosion would not entirely obliterate him. That entity, known as the Elder, but at this moment, Sleipnir was a staggering 11,000 meters from the ground. From such height, unless the adversary sprouted wings, he could hardly conceive of any means to survive. This was the price of provoking the family. No one could evade it. Even Anger would not dare to reach such extremes. It was indeed time for a change in leadership at the Academy. The missile pierced through the clouds, unyieldingly hurtling towards Sleipnir. "Damn!" A gasp emanated from the cockpit of Sleipnir. A searing blaze erupted instantaneously, illuminating the clouds below in a fiery hue. Mission accomplished. Observing the dot vanish from the radar, the Falcon tilted its fuselage, heading toward its designated landing site. "Well done," came the voice from the call. The Falcon glided like a nimble fish into the clouds, a mere trifle among the resources controlled by the Gattuso family. In this nation, as long as one is willing to spend, nothing is unattainable. And the Gattuso family is never short of funds. The pilot sighed, preparing to depart. In the next instant, his eyes, concealed within the flight helmet, widened in disbelief. A figure cast a shadow upon him through the cockpit's windshield. He instinctively glanced at the radar, which had shown no response throughout. "Damn, am I dreaming?" he exclaimed in terror. "What's going on?" "Report," came the inquiry over the line. "The target was not destroyed. He has reappeared." "Where?" The pilot swallowed hard, hesitating as he glanced at the figure that closely pursued him through the clouds, a human silhouette shadowing his movements. "Outside the aircraft, no. He had landed atop the cabin. Good heavens, I must be dreaming." The pilot's gaze instinctively flicked to the airspeed indicator. 1,400 kilometers per hour. That was his current speed, an embodiment of modern technology in a supersonic aircraft. The sonic boom enveloped the airframe like a battle skirt. Even the Dragon King could not match his velocity. Yet the target kept pace. He was like a specter from a dream, clinging tightly to the body of the Falcon, his calm, water-like eyes silently scrutinizing the pilot through the windshield. This was beyond the capability of any human. No, even a dragon could not achieve this. Yet it all unfolded just as it did. The shadow of Jolan loomed over the fighter jet, the supersonic turbulence seemingly incapable of affecting him. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, not a single hair was out of place. He stood outside the cockpit, leisurely as if strolling along a cobblestone path after leaving the Academy. Jolan extended his hand, and the Falcon, a fighter jet that had undergone countless tests on the production line to withstand modern aerial warfare, suddenly began to tremble before the pilot's astonished gaze. The Falcon commenced its disassembly. The very manner in which it had been crafted, assembled, and pieced together was now retracted, stripped down under an intangible force. It resembled a puzzle laid out on a table, effortlessly dismantled into myriad components. Yet the aircraft did not plummet. Those separated parts soared through the clouds at over 1,000 kilometers per hour, trailing behind him. This bizarre spectacle rendered the pilot speechless. Indeed, he found himself voiceless. The protective confines of the cockpit stripped away as he remained firmly pressed into his ejector seat. Hundreds, if not thousands, of components eerily hovered around him. The aircraft was disassembled, yet he continued to fly. An immense pressure bore down upon his flesh and blood. His brain rapidly filled with blood, plunging him into darkness. The flesh beneath his skin churned, as minute fragments inflicted countless delicate lacerations upon him. Consequently, crimson blood was forced out, cascading backward in the wind, creating long, sinuous arcs that were breathtakingly beautiful. Report the situation immediately. Report now. A frantic roar erupted from the other end of the call. This voice emanated from Rome, within the opulent office of the Gattuso family. Silence. He has fallen asleep. A strange yet elegant voice echoed from the call, plunging the office into an immediate hush, as if it were a realm of the dead. Damn it, there's not even the sound of the wind on the other end. It's as quiet as a basement. Had it not been for the knowledge that the falcon had yet to touch the ground, one might have doubted its existence. Elder? Greetings, Frost Gattuso. Jolan's voice resonated on the line, spectral in its quality. How'd you manage that? Frost's voice was low, laced with a quiver. Jolan did not respond directly, but calmly stated, "Look ahead, young man. I know where your family resides." Frost's gaze became vacant as he stared forward. Apart from the intricately patterned walls, there was nothing else in sight. In the next moment, a tremendous tremor surged forth, an overwhelming sense of crisis descending in an instant, making Frost feel as though he were seated in a plummeting elevator. The lift dropped from the 10th floor to the ground below. Had the sky collapsed? No, it was the earth that had given way. The piercing sound of alarms intertwined with dust, rising tumultuously toward the heavens. The tremor came abruptly, vanishing just as swiftly. Amidst the cacophony, a whisper penetrated Frost's office, its clarity strikingly vivid, as though it were right beside him. He spoke. "It seems you lack some essential respect for the elder. Have you learned now?" Chapter 72. Family in distress while on his way to a foreign land. Preparing for a dragon-slaying journey, Caesar suddenly received a message. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and then silently set it down. "Hey, what's wrong?" Xiaomi asked, engrossed in her mint-flavored ice cream, her eating style somewhat reminiscent of Lu Mingfei, with a faint green smudge on her nose. Chen Modong also cast a curious look, rarely having seen Caesar display such an expression. "It's nothing," Caesar replied, his emotions inscrutable. "Rome has experienced an earthquake." "What the hell?" Xiaomi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "If I recall correctly, you were a nobleman from Rome, right? Does that mean?" Caesar nodded. "My family has suffered devastating losses. The ground sank nearly 15 meters, and the damages are incalculable." His voice was devoid of inflection, making it difficult to discern whether he was merely indifferent or genuinely saddened. Xiaomi found herself at a loss for words, lowering her head to carefully scoop up her ice cream. After a pause, she ventured, "Oh, you should try to stay positive, Captain. Even if you end up begging on the street, you'd probably fare better than others, considering your advantageous circumstances." Chen Modong blinked, thinking that Xiaomi's optimism was quite remarkable. "We're not at that point yet." Caesar shot a glance at Xiaomi. "The family business isn't solely based in Rome, but it's undoubtedly gravely injured. My uncle is hospitalized, his fate uncertain, and that guy, Pompey Gattuso, has been summoned back to manage affairs." Chen Modong blinked again, seemingly contemplating her response. Pompey Gattuso was Caesar's father, a man akin to a stallion, known for shirking responsibilities. The fact that he was recalled speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation. Complete annihilation, a phrase that resonated with a sense of sorrow. The two were at a stage where discussions of marriage were imminent, and the implications of this incident were uncertain. Caesar exhaled deeply, his tone unwavering. "Family matters are for the family to handle, and we have but one task, to slay the dragon," he declared. His relationship with his family was far from harmonious, and this matter was not his burden to carry. It was merely a necessary notification. Moreover, history shows that those who achieve great things must possess the composure to remain unperturbed, even when faced with calamity. However, within the message from his family, there was a detail that warranted caution. "Beware, the elder," he murmured the name softly. Beside him, Xiaomi's expression changed almost instantaneously. She turned her head away, her gaze deeply fixated on her ice cream, lost in thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sleipnir was swiftly descending through the clouds. "This aircraft," A dedicated vehicle of on leak appeared entirely unscathed, showing no signs of distress. The pilot was leisurely smoking and humming a tune. Moments ago, a missile had exploded near Sleipnir, and he had nearly thought it was the end. Yet, it seemed something had shielded them from harm. The Sleipnir is in excellent condition, entirely unaffected. Since it has not met its demise, there is no cause for concern. He shall proceed with his duties. This aerial combat, even at such a distance, is not foreign to him. His mission is straightforward, to deliver the esteemed guests in the cabin to their destination, nothing more. The rest is inconsequential to him. However, upon his return, he could boast to anger about his exploits. The Sleipnir emitted a heavy noise as it gradually descended, approaching the heart of the nation's capital. All information was being relayed through anger to Zholan. The resurrection of the Dragon King, the arrival of 2 squads, and the bounties on the internet hunter market. Anger shared everything without reservation. The mobile phone that added Lu Mingfei as a friend was a gift from Anger, a token of their collaboration. To be honest, when Anger first discovered that Zholan did not possess a mobile phone, he was somewhat taken aback, contemplating that the other might indeed be a relic of the past. In the literal sense, 6 days had passed since they reached their destination. During this time, apart from Chu Zihong, who was deeply engrossed in data, others were leisurely enjoying themselves. His relationship with Xia Mi had blossomed remarkably. Though he appeared as a cold and aloof figure, Xiaomi was anything but an ordinary girl. Meanwhile, Feng Er continued to be his quirky self, indulging in his love for food. In another dragon-slaying squad, Caesar's girlfriend, Chen Modong, was wandering alone in the city, her whimsical nature always leading her to unexpected antics. Reminiscent of the time she rescued Lu Mingfei from despair in a cinema. As an undercover junior sister, Xiaomi maintained a close rapport with Chu Zihong, frequently visiting him to provide sustenance amidst his reliance on carbonated drinks and fast food. The family crisis seemingly had no bearing on Caesar's psyche. Undeniably, he was a good man, cherishing Chen Modong dearly. Even if the world were to end in the next moment, it would not sway his resolve to marry this quirky girl, akin to a sorceress. As for Lu Mingfei, chosen by Zholan, he had spent his first day underground in an internet CF, dominating in the realm of StarCraft, where he excelled. Everyone has their comfort zone, a space where they can discover the essence of their existence. That fateful night, a girl approached Lu Mingfei, heralding a subtle shift in his life. Even after having faced the Dragon King and glimpsed the vastness of the world, Lu Mingfei often had to concede that he was indeed quite unfortunate. He wandered through a dimly lit subway station, the light from his phone illuminating the scant space around him, helping the girl he had secretly admired in high school locate her missing ex-boyfriend. What a ridiculous predicament. Yet, he not only accepted the challenge, but ventured alone into the subway station to undertake this task. At times, he truly questioned his sanity. However, when Chun Wen, the girl he had secretly adored for 3 long years, appeared before him once more, drenched in rain and clad in a white dress, he found himself incapable of refusing her. It was always the same. He would agree to things he ought not to have, only to regret it shortly thereafter. He felt utterly defeated. The last known location of the other party was the subway station. Zhao Minghua. Zhao, the talented scholar. Lu Mingfei raised his phone to illuminate the pitch-black tracks, urging, "Stop fooling around outside. Chen Wenwen is nearly worried sick about you." He spoke hesitantly, yet a lingering fear haunted him, apprehensive that something might leap forth from the shadows at any moment. Lu Mingfei let out a resentful sigh. His self-awareness was acutely clear. He was indeed a conflicted individual. Yet, what good was it to understand his own nature if it could not effectuate any change? He had never been foolish. Rather, he overthought things, repeatedly plunging himself into a chasm of helplessness. As he passed through the subway turnstile, the scene before him shifted quietly. Lu Mingfei stared blankly at the posters from the 70s and 80s plastered on the walls and strewn across the ground. It seemed he had taken a wrong turn. Chapter 73. The King's Arrival, a witness needed at the Regal Hotel. This was the resting place of Chu Zihong's dragon-slaying team, an astute science student. From the moment he checked into the hotel, he tirelessly gathered seismic data from the city, aiming to analyze the location of the Dragon King's impending revival. Presently, he had succeeded. The newly acquired data pointed unequivocally to one location, the subway station. He hefted the black box containing the alchemical sword and the 7 deadly sins and resolutely set off towards his destination. Xiaomi had invited him for lunch at noon the following day at his home. As torrential rain poured down, he opened his umbrella, hoping he might still make it in time, provided he remained alive. Chu Zihong did not fear death, but if given a choice, he would prefer to perish on that rainy night atop the elevated highway. Meanwhile, in the luxurious upper levels of the hotel, a girl clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans absent-mindedly rummaged through a bag of chips while casting glances at her breathtaking companion. The boss has already vanished. Do you truly believe our actions still hold significance? She inquired. Of course. Haven't you already transmitted the data to Chu Zihong? Everything is proceeding according to the boss's wishes, if this can be considered his final wish. Jiu Mai raised her cascading black hair into a ponytail. The image of the middle-aged man who called himself an elder surfaced in her mind. This elder had spared her in the ice cellar, inquiring about their plans before his departure, claiming he still had utility. That moment was likely now. Perhaps this was also the elder's intent. What reason had they not to proceed as planned, fulfilling every detail laid out before the boss's disappearance? By the way, why does it seem everyone is fixated on that unfortunate fellow? Su and she, the girl with the chips, chewed loudly, as if seeking something from him. Yet what could that guy possibly possess that warranted such attention? The boss, the anger, even this inexplicable elder, she could not comprehend. She spread her hands in confusion. Je de mai fil silent for un moment. A person worthy of investment must possess some merit. The thoughts of influential figures were inscrutable. She murmured, "But one thing you're correct about, Chip Girl. It seems everyone desires something from that unfortunate Lu Mingfei. Even the elder is no exception. What could he possibly offer? That guy could sweat you away with a single hand and leave that Parsi Gattuso crippled. What on Lu Mingfei could such a being covet? Who could say? In any case, their mission was merely to be good spectators." Judah Mai pursed her lips, directing her gaze towards the computer screen. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Chen Modong had nearly vanished without a trace in this city. Caesar attempted a phone call, only to find it switched off. He posted a bounty online. Whoever found the girl driving the red Ferrari would receive the reward instantly. Ultimately, a fortunate individual claimed the prize. A photograph was sent to Caesar, depicting a vivid red Ferrari parked forlornly by the entrance of Metro Line 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Caesar recognized that Chun Modong was the kind of girl who often acted on whims. It would not be out of character for her to grow weary of driving and suddenly desire to experience the subway. However, a glance at his watch revealed that, at this hour, all trains should have ceased operations. With little time to ponder further, he dashed towards the subway, just as he had imagined. Even if the world were to crumble in the next moment, he was determined to profess his romantic proposal to the red-haired sorceress and present her with his diamond ring. All eyes were drawn to a particular point in the city. It is said that the fates of the 3 goddesses weave the threads of destiny, which occasionally intertwine, entangling the lives of all. Perhaps it was mere coincidence or external influence, but those threads of fate ultimately converged. Gazes coalesced in one direction. The arrival of a king demands a witness. Within the shadows of the subway station, Zhou Lan spoke to the old man on the screen of his phone. "So, you have confirmed the location of the awakening of the King of Earth and Mountains? I see all the students are flocking to you." Anger took a sip of red wine. They were on a video call. "Indeed," Zhou Lan replied with a smile. Anger observed his expression, recalling that this was perhaps the first time he had seen Zhou Lan smile in his presence. What could bring joy to an elder? The arrival of the king requires a witness. Is it Lu Mingfei? Anger inquired. Zhou Lan's lips curled slightly, his figure flickering in the shifting light. Yes, and yet no, he replied ambiguously. So, what am I about to witness? Is my student Lu Mingfei about to transform into a true dragon, vanquishing those false dragons? This is what you promised I would see? He remembered Zhou Lan speaking of the true dragon he would encounter, and it seemed that moment was finally at hand. Yet, Zhou Lan merely smiled and said, yes and no. Anger found it difficult to gauge him. Clearly, at this moment, he was not in the mood for Zhou Lan's riddles. The Dragon King was on the verge of awakening, and he was the one most invested in it. The video remained active, the phone gifted by anger quietly hovering in the air, following Zhou Lan's movements. Under normal circumstances, the signal in the subway station would be poor, but the video signal remained unwavering. All qualified spectators had already entered this subway station. Here lay Nibelungen, the mythical realm of the dead, and the land of the Dragon King. On the other side, Lu Mingfei watched as the train departed from the tracks. He leaped off the platform, crossing over the railway sleepers in the direction the train had taken. By the time he realized that he could no longer locate Zhao Menghua with mere shouts, it was far too late. There was no turning back. As he explored the subway station, it felt as if he had stepped into the last century. Everything indicated that this place was not of this world. He had no choice but to press onward. Perhaps there exists another way. He scoured through his phone for the contact bearing the image of a dark purple full moon, his trembling hand pressing the call button. He had little hope, as the signal here was poor, and being a pauper, he had not paid his phone bill. Yet, to his astonishment, the call connected. "Teacher Zhou Lan, I am trapped in the subway station. Please help." He shouted in fear into the phone. "Move forward, Lu Mingfei," came Zhou Lan's calm and graceful voice from the other end. "Move forward?" Lu Mingfei echoed. "Have you forgotten? You possess power. Or has the continuous string of setbacks caused you to lose your confidence? Furthermore, I inquired with anger about your number and took the liberty of paying your bill." Lu Mingfei clutched the phone tightly. The other party seemed to have anticipated his current predicament. The initial impression of a reliable adult male was not merely superficial. Indeed, he possessed strength. Yet he often overlooked this fact, having long since struck a bargain with Zhou Lan. However, he bore the weight of some PTSD. The cost of the deal with the little devil, Lu Mingze, was not trivial, while Zhou Lan's price was something known as faith. Although he could blithely dismiss faith as a trivial concept that could not be consumed as sustenance, he always felt fear in moments of crisis. He wondered if he could truly bear the price of faith. The little devil constantly intimidated him, the life exchanged as a price sounding of utmost significance. Yet the flame he received from Zhou Lan felt so weightless. However, sometimes, that which is light as a feather carries a weight heavier than Mount Tai. He understood this truth. Chapter 74. The curtain rises. The audience has taken their seats, awaiting the grand performance. Zhou Lan ended the call with Lu Mingfei and reconnected with the silent elder. A splendid banquet is about to commence, and every individual deemed worthy shall be invited to witness it together, without exception. Yet, as the host of this gathering, he has not yet reached the moment of his own entrance. At the subway station, Chu Zihong lingered at the rear of the train. This train, which should not exist in this world, finally came to a halt after a while. He leaped off and ventured deeper along the tracks, burdened by the 7 deadly sins. He has always been a solitary figure. It was only when 2 vaguely familiar silhouettes appeared before him that he halted, frowning. "Caesar Chimadon?" he murmured. The figures turned, revealing Caesar's contemplative face tinged with surprise. "You found your way here too." Chu Zihong. His tall frame stood resolutely on the tracks, amidst the scattered black coal remnants. "It seems you already know where this is," he continued. "Nibelungen," Caesar whispered, "the legendary land of the dead, the realm of dragons, and indeed, one of the most perilous places in existence." "Indeed, we are all trapped here," Chu Zihong replied, his voice heavy, casting his gaze toward Shinmato. It felt as though an invisible hand had gathered everyone here, with no one able to escape. But why were Caesar and his girlfriend here? A curious adventure for the young heir and his partner? His eyes flickered as he inquired, "Where is Xiami?" His voice echoed in the empty tunnel. "It seems you have someone you worry about," Caesar chuckled softly. "I'm here." A gentle voice chimed, and from the shadows ahead, a girl in a flowing bohemian dress emerged, running towards them. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Chu Zihong frowned. "I went to the hotel to find you, but the front desk said you had left, so I inquired all the way here." Xiaomi smiled, her eyes narrowing with mirth. "Now, aside from Lu Mingfei and that fellow Fingal, both dragon-slaying teams are present. It seems your team has abandoned you, or have you forsaken them?" Caesar raised his chin. two dragon-slaying teams, mirroring the competition between the Board of Trustees and Angers. Representing the board, his team evidently held the advantage now, with at least 3 members gathered. Competing with Chu Zihong is one of his few passions. Xiaomi suddenly raised her hand. "Captain, may I betray the team?" she tentatively asked, but before Caesar could respond, she quietly shuffled over to stand beside Chu Zihong. 2 against 2, Xiaomi teased, inching closer to Chu Zihong, with a hint of playful pride. "After all, I was originally an undercover agent." This was an expected turn of events. Caesar's expression remained unchanged, his thoughts preoccupied with Nono, who lacked a voice of spells and was in dire need of his protection within Nibelungen. Meanwhile, Nono appeared somewhat indifferent. She arrived here for a singular reason. A certain entity known as the Elder had sent her a message, inviting her to witness a performance. The play, intriguingly titled Metamorphosis, piqued her interest. Fearless by nature, she was resolute in attending. Yet, as of now, she had yet to catch a glimpse of her counterpart. In a tense standoff, a sudden wail echoed from the depths of the tracks, a sound that resonated with uncanny familiarity. Lu Mingfei. A shudder coursed through their eyes. How did that fellow manage to enter? Nono's expression turned anxious. Meanwhile, Chu Zihong suddenly dashed forward, plunging into the unknown depths without hesitation. "Wait for me." Xiaomi closely followed in his wake. At the far end of the track, Lu Mingfei found himself seated on the ground, surveying with trepidation the colossal entity resembling a serpent before him. It was the king of the earth and mountains, Fenrir, with his hands braced against the ground. He desperately attempted to retreat. Only moments prior, he had traversed the tracks, finally reaching the end, which revealed nothing but a stone wall. The glaring yellow light above hung like a beacon, casting its glow upon the reptilian eyes before him. He was face to face with the Dragon King. In that instant, the overwhelming sense of oppression nearly rendered Lu Mingfei motionless. The weight of power and the cost of fear drove all rational thought from his mind, transporting him back to a familiar version of himself. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a searing flame surged forth from behind him in an instant. "Lu Mingfei, get back and hide." Chu Zihong's voice thundered in the tunnel. The reckless fighter, upon encountering the Dragon King, charged forward without a second thought. The spirit of flame erupted within his vicinity, radiating its intense heat. Behind him, a gust of wind lifted Xiaomi, who floated in the air like a celestial being, her powers harmonizing seamlessly with Chu Zihong's flame. The surging heat melted the coal-strewn tracks into pure force, which, aided by the wind's lift, surged toward the Dragon King like a blazing sun. Thus unfolded the animosity between hybrids and dragons, devoid of words, where each was a sworn enemy to the other. The brilliance illuminated Lu Mingfei's face and revealed the scene before him. The rear portion of the Dragon King's body was ensnared within the stone wall, its neck, stretching several meters long, arched high. The joy reflected in its golden eyes swiftly transformed into a different emotion. The flames also illuminated the approaching Caesar, his superior, and there stood Nono at the side of the track, beckoning him to retreat from the battlefield. What a blunder, Lu Mingfei thought, realizing that his previous plight had undoubtedly been witnessed by them all. Rising to his feet, he felt the terrifying explosion and pressure finally collide with the Dragon King's form, eliciting a mournful wail. The searing domain melted the heap of inconspicuous bottle caps that the Dragon King had fiercely guarded beneath its neck into a pool of black residue. An antiquated color television ignited, erupting in an explosion that sent it hurtling into the stone wall, rendering it utterly inoperative. The war between dragons and hybrids was on the verge of eruption. Lu Mingfei momentarily froze, when suddenly he felt a force on his arm. Nono had appeared by his side, pulling him away from the brink of the explosion. Her strength was unexpectedly formidable, and they both fell to the ground, their hair singed and misshapen by the intense heat. "Have you lost your mind? Leave it to Chu Zihong and the others. Why are you meddling?" Nono scolded, a hint of reproach in her voice. Lu Mingfei was taken aback. In an instant, he almost reverted to that helpless child, being half dragged away by Nono from the cinema. "Senior sister, actually, I have power now," he managed to say, his lips pursed. "Don't speak. I know you. Even with power, you and T know how to wield it. Nono replied, pulling him toward safety. A pang of sorrow struck Lu Mingfei's heart. Senior sister, have you accepted the boss's proposal? His gaze fell upon the engagement ring adorning Nono's finger, which had been bare just moments before. Nono instinctively hid her hand behind her back, startled. Caesar is an extremely romantic fellow, claiming that the bravest man should propose to his beloved in the most perilous places, and Nibelungen is quite the fitting choice. She wore the diamond ring, even though she felt no need to act as if she were a thief. Accepting Caesar's proposal should have been as natural as eating cake on one's birthday. Yet, seeing Lu Mingfei's wrinkled face, she inexplicably hesitated. I was just asking. I meant no harm, Lu Mingfei said, waving his hands repeatedly. Just as he was about to speak further, a more powerful tremor struck, shaking the earth and mountains. With an ancient ferocity, the wrath of the earth and mountain king engulfed Nibelungen. The coordination between Chu Zihong and Xiang Mi was impeccable, and Caesar's confidence was equally unwavering. Not long ago, he had just acquired the same explosive blood ability from Chu Zihong's aid, a dangerous power that could drastically elevate one's strength. This was the prowess of the most exceptional students at Castle Academy, engaged in combat as hybrids, while others could only look on in awe. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in a suit hovered silently above, observing the chaos below. It seems the end is near, though I cannot fathom why. The Earth and Mountain King appears devoid of combat spirit, while my students are undoubtedly remarkable. From a great distance, Anger's gaze was fixed intently upon the battlefield below. Through Zholan, he witnessed it all. A war of dragon slayers was on the cusp of conclusion. The Dragon King was destined to perish, his aged body trembling as if his blood were boiling. Not yet. Zholan's gaze fell upon the frightened youth below, then shifted to Xiang Mi, suspended in midair. This was an exquisite performance, and the curtain had only just risen. As an audience member, one must surely possess patience, mustn't one? Chapter 75. Transformation from cocoon to dragon at a distance from the battlefield. Nono resolutely dragged Lu Mingfei to a seemingly safer location. Unlike the formidable warriors capable of confronting the Dragon King head-on, Lu Mingfei was known to be utterly inept, while Nono herself lacked the power of words. Being too close to the fray was hardly advantageous. Sister, you are worried about Caesar, aren't you? Lu Mingfei gazed at the shifting shadows not far away. Tremors rippled through the ground, the wrath of the Dragon King manifesting as the black coal on the tracks quaked and danced like a solitary performer. The engagement ring was simply exquisite. Caesar was a man of taste, and the ring he chose for his beloved was undeniably the finest in the world. Illuminated by the flames of Junyan, the beautiful diamond on the band radiated a soft gleam. Diamonds are remarkably hard and sharp, much like Nono herself, a lovely yet willful girl. The faint glimmer flickered in the pitch-black tracks, slicing through Lu Mingfei's gaze, revealing a hint of sadness that lay within. Nono understood what Lu Mingfei was contemplating. She clenched her fists, often feeling an urge to punch that twisted expression off his face. Yet she could never bring herself to do it. She, too, was a person of sentiment. Though she knew she ought not to give this insufferable boy any hope, she found herself unable to look away. In that small cinema in the southern town, when she witnessed everyone conspiring in secrecy against Lu Mingfei, orchestrating the confessions of Zhao Menghua and Chun Wenwen as if it were a prank, the thought of that unfortunate boy's expression made her heart damp. A feeling she could not articulate. Perhaps it was sympathy, perhaps sorrow. Throughout life, one inevitably makes countless decisions, and that interminably long existence dissects itself into a series of choices. If one chooses wisely, all is well. Yet if one errs, it may lead to irrevocable consequences and a lifetime of regret. Such is the nature of choices. Lu Mingfei remained silent, merely clenching his fists as he gazed into the distant glow. This insufferable boy was the most vexing. He neither cried nor complained, simply standing at a distance, quietly observing you, even when wronged, only managing a troubled frown. Yet, deep down, one knew he had done nothing wrong. He merely harbored a flickering hope, as fragile as a candle flame. Now, it seemed, by donning the ring, that fragile hope, named unrequited love, had been utterly crushed to dust. In the enveloping darkness, Nono tousled her dark red hair, her mind racing with myriad words, though she was not adept at offering comfort. Just as she prepared to speak, a voice filled with disbelief echoed from the flames. Xiemi. It was Caesar's voice, trembling with dread. In her line of sight, a shadow descended from the sky, pinning the boy to the ground. The Dragon King at the end of the tracks was one of the twin offspring of the earth and mountain, Fenrir. Each Dragon King has a twin. One wields power, while the other possesses strength. Fenrir, however, was rather foolish. Endowed with the formidable physique of a reptile, yet possessing the intellect of a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. My greatest delight lies in engaging in a game of Texas Hold'em with the unfortunate souls who have stumbled into Nibelungen, wagering bottle caps, an art I gleaned from that antiquated color television. My preferred snack is potato chips, and my fondest affection is reserved for my sister. It feels as though an eternity has passed since her return, accompanied by several friends. Yet, her companions exude an air of menace, and it seems even my sister has transformed. With a mournful cry, Fenrir's neck fell limply to the ground. In that very instant, Ymir, revealed her fangs. In the blink of an eye, she metamorphosed from an adorable little troublemaker into the dragon-formed Ymir. With claws and scales, she launched a surprise assault on the unsuspecting Chu Zihong, simultaneously using her linguistic prowess to subdue Caesar. All that remained was to consume Fenrir. As a dragon king of duality, it was only by devouring her other half that she could attain her full potential. As for the other two, Nono and Lu Mingfei, who stood beyond the battlefield, posed no threat whatsoever. She had meticulously devised her plans, and now the moment had arrived. Amid the dwindling flames, she cradled Chu Zihong, whispering incoherently. She spoke of many things, of Shamey, of classmates from Sherlon High School, and of Ymir. The flames gradually waned, the scent of blood permeating the air. Lu Mingfei staggered toward the stone wall, witnessing a shocking scene. Chu Zihong was drenched in blood, a gaping wound in his abdomen, while Shamey, if she could still be called that, stared vacantly at the sky. A Japanese sword, the Muramesa belonging to Chu Zihong, was plunged into her midsection. Emotions? Strength? No one could ascertain. It was a battle of mutual destruction. What Lu Mingfei, no? Caesar gasped, his condition hardly better. Shamey's sudden betrayal had nearly flayed him, and were it not for his reliance on the surge of blood, he might have fainted. In that moment, a dark crimson figure darted past Lu Mingfei's periphery, rushing to Caesar's side to support him. It was Nono. How romantic, he mused. Even the Dragon King had fallen at their hands. Surely any man in such a position would be wed. Lu Mingfei cast a sidelong glance at the couple. Chu Zihong's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the dragon-formed Shamey, his own strength having waned to that pitiful state. Lu Mingfei averted his eyes, forcing a semblance of smile. Whether in life or death, it appeared that everyone had a companion. What a paradox. Winners of life, while the heroic maiden and the nefarious sorceress had long since been claimed, leaving him to play the role of a mere third wheel. The couple on either side radiated a blend of bloodshed and tenderness, while he remained a mere spectator, fixated on the fallen reptilian figure before him. It seemed that should he ever seek a partner, it could only be with this deceased Dragon King. Just as he lifted his foot, preparing to approach Chu Zihong, a shadow as swift as lightning surged forth, enveloping Shamey's body and retracting rapidly. Chu Zihong's pupils contracted. His gaze locked onto the shadow with unwavering intensity. Ultimately, he found himself before the stone wall. Fenrir slowly lifted his neck, swallowing summer's essence, his jaws snapping shut in an instant. Sister, he lamented. A tremendous force enveloped Nibelungen as this fearsome beast devoured his twin, merging the authority of Earth and Mountain King. The Grim Reaper, Hela, descended in a fusion. In that fleeting moment, all present trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps it was fear of the Dragon King, or perhaps terror at Fenrir's pretense of death, suddenly turning the tide. Nibelungen quaked incessantly, countless reapers howling and soaring through this land of the dead. Despair and madness permeated the air. "Run for your lives!" Caesar and Chu Zihong exclaimed almost in unison. The unfolding events surpassed all expectations. The situation had spiraled beyond recovery as the completed Grim Reaper, Hela, unleashed her incantation. The Dance of Destruction, a legendary spell said to have obliterated an entire ancient Indian city, now took form. Her grotesque figure broke free from the stone wall, moving gracefully, akin to the most agile and elegant of dancers. She performed a dance of annihilation. Looming Fei felt himself being drawn away. Before he could process what was happening, Nono grasped Caesar with one hand and pulled him along toward safety. Chu Zihong summoned his last vestiges of strength, half-bowed before the devastation of the Dance of Destruction. Silent and unyielding, "I must return to rescue my senior brother." Looming Fei broke free from Nono's grasp, standing resolute on the tracks. "Are you mad? This is the time." Chu Zihong fought for with his life. "Do you wish to return to certain death?" "Boss, senior sister." Looming Fei clenched his fists, surveying himself. "Do you remember what I said? I have power now." His voice floated down, mingling with the howls echoing through Nibelungen. Nono was momentarily taken aback. Nothing had changed, yet Looming Fei's eyes seemed to have transformed. The once timid gaze suddenly radiated determination, as if harboring a flame fierce enough to incinerate everything in its path. At that moment, Nono's phone abruptly rang. She quickly retrieved it, opening a message from the elder. Not just Nono, but everyone's phones chimed simultaneously, receiving the same message. It was from the elder. "Please take your seats promptly. The stage is about to reach its climax." In the pitch-black underground, it felt as if two spotlight beams illuminated the scene. One shone upon the dancing Dragon King, while the other fell upon Looming Fei's head. He cast his back to the crowd, slowly advancing towards the Grim Reaper, Hela. That frail boy, that dead child, now cast a shadow that engulfed the entire track under the spotlight. Looming Fei. Nono called out his name. The dead child's silhouette paused, turning back with an expression of unwavering resolve. At this moment, he was the only brave soul daring to march against Hela. This frail boy had never been so formidable in his life. He uttered that name, and flames engulfed him, adorning him with a magnificent cloak of fire. "Divine City," he roared. Chapter 76. Witness. The final act of the drama. The timid child is consumed by flames. The blazing fire purges all superficiality, leading to a metamorphosis, a transformation into a dragon. The infernal magic of fire courses through his being, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the depths below. Yet it differs from the flame of the Spirit Lord. Upon the utterance of that name by Looming Fei, the eruption was not of the same searing heat as the Lord's flame. The fiery vestments, akin to a sacred baptism, shed away in an instant. Under the astonished gazes of all, delicate scales surged forth like a rising tide, enveloping his exposed skin. Cheeks, soles, arms, everything began to undergo draconic transformation. The fire roared to life, hardening the boy before them. Meanwhile, Zhou observed from above, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. There exists a fascinating concept in psychology known as learned helplessness, and Looming Fei was clearly ensnared by it. Yet, just once, after partaking of the exquisite elixir of power, even the frail one would commence his growth. As the complete embodiment of the Earth and Mountain King, the death deity Hela conjured a spirit known as the Dance of Shiva, immensely powerful yet impossible to interrupt voluntarily. It unleashed an indomitable domain, the strength of Nibelungen gathering beneath its graceful form to ensure the completion of the spirit's release. When the reading of this spirit concluded, all would perish. However, beneath his feet, Looming Fei had already achieved his evolution. The infernal magic derived from the Holy Lord transformed his physique, a form of draconic evolution that far surpassed the hybrid traits of this world. Chu Zihong silently turned back, witnessing a monster approach from behind. The creature extended its hand, effortlessly drawing the seventh rage from its sheath. The colossal greatsword felt as light as a mere toy in its grasp. The dark-hued dragon scales on the hilt twisted, merging seamlessly with the scales on his palm. Looming Fei, Chu Zihang spoke. "Senior brother, I have returned." In the next moment, Looming Fei surged forth like a bullet, dragging rage behind him, the overwhelming strength propelling him upwards, then descending from the heavens. This long-dormant alchemical weapon tore through the domain of the Earth and Mountain King. He stepped forward. The wooden sleepers, coal cinders, and shattered stone walls, propelled by the dance of Shiva, coalesced into a tempest of raw, unbridled energy, charging toward him. Lu Mingfei remained motionless, flames flickering around him. This tempest, capable of claiming the lives of all present, rent his tattered cloak and collided against his armored scales. Beyond that, there was naught else. His draconic form conferred a formidable defense. Hela's domain could not inflict harm upon him. From the moment he summoned that name, he had been invincible. Lu Mingfei's body slightly sank, his mind conjuring the visage of the Green Sovereign. Gazing upon the gargantuan dragon before him, his jaw unhinged, replaced by a more formidable formation, twisting and winding like mountainous paths. A tremendous and searing energy coalesced within his mouth, and in the next blink, it burst forth in a torrent. Witnessing everything, Chu Zihong was momentarily taken aback, his hand clenched in an empty fist. Even Jun Yin needed to concentrate energy within a remarkably confined radius to unleash his full power. Yet, clearly, Lu Mingfei's display transcended this understanding. The fiery pillar erupting from his mouth was ferocious, possessing a range and might beyond the comprehension of any hybrid. The beam surged directly towards Hela. From the moment of contact, that enigmatic and unstoppable dance came to a halt. The pillar melted through the dragon's scales, flesh, and skin, instantaneously creating a black hole, which then gently twisted, cleaving the colossal adversary in two. The Dragon King let out a wail as it collapsed towards the ground. Caesar and Nono stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The deceased child had claimed he possessed power, and he spoke no falsehood. This power surpassed everyone's understanding. Severing the Dragon King's form was as effortless as a hot knife slicing through butter. Everyone could sense it. The boy, who only ever babbled nonsense, had transformed at that moment. The fiery pillar penetrated through flesh and bone, yet it did not cease. Lu Mingfei thrust his fury into the ground, rearing back to roar. As the fiery beam rampaged within Nibelungen, his roar carried a hint of ineffable sorrow, as if he sought to unleash the suffering of his 18 years of life. The fleeing weasels ignited amidst the searing waves, falling with mournful cries. As a lowly dragon breed, they died upon contact. The fiery pillar shattered the haze of the land of the dead, and a torrential downpour descended, adding a cruel touch of reality. This realm of the Dragon King was forcibly torn apart by Lu Mingfei. The immense power violently crushed everything, as Hela's severed body writhed in agony upon ground. Death was fermenting. Lu Mingfei extracted his fury from the earth, leaping onto Hela's massive form with boundless strength. He dragged the colossal broadsword, plunging it into the dragon's belly, racing along its vast body, blood splattered, forming a crimson cloak as he reveled in madness. People often say that a lion resides within a youth's gaze. Yet, when that lion truly leapt forth from his eyes, they fell into an unspoken silence. Everything returned to stillness as Lu Mingfei knelt half-heartedly upon the dragon's body, observing the faint purple-black magical aura upon his palm. It bore the essence of Zhoulan. The final step marked the conclusion of this dramatic act. Zhoulan's voice echoed in his ears. Lu Mingfei nodded silently, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered audience, then crossing the dim expanse to meet Zhoulan's eyes from afar. "Thank you, teacher," he whispered softly. "I understand you have your own purposes, but that matters little. In truth, I had long been willing to forsake my life. I merely needed someone to compel me forward." His heart throbbed violently within his chest. He had already sensed it, the aura of that sovereign. It felt as though a gaze from an unfathomable distance was cast upon him. Yet, his faith had long since transformed into a bargaining chip in a pact with the devil. No longer hesitant, he clenched his teeth and swung down the broadsword infused with the magic of the moon. In a moment of furious wrath that pierced to the core, an otherworldly, fearsome magic surged forth, scattering like wildfire. A tempest of malevolent energy enveloped this realm, and amidst the profound silence, a crimson portal quietly materialized, towering nearly 100 meters. It stretched from earth to sky, emanating an ancient and majestic aura that belonged neither to this era nor to this world. "What are you doing?" On the other side of the ocean, Anger shouted in disbelief at the screen. Suspended in midair, Zhou gazed at the portal, a silent smile gracing his lips. "I told you long ago that you would witness a true dragon," he remarked with a hint of amusement. "That should be Lu Mingfei, right? Does he not resemble a dragon in his current form?" Anger's voice trembled. "Indeed, but I do not recall stating that you would only see it once." Zhou soft laughter pierced through the enveloping darkness of the rain as he slowly descended before the crimson portal. "The metamorphosis from chrysalis to dragon. The final chapter," he declared grandly. As he spoke, the portal quivered and a fearsome green dragon's claw emerged, firmly grasping the edge of the threshold. "The coming of the king requires a witness." Zhou reiterated this statement, and only at this moment did its true significance unfold. "I have arrived." The voice of the Holy Master resonated throughout the world. Chapter 77. A wisp of dark energy, a world the winds from another realm swept in, carrying an uncontainable fervor through the newly opened portal. This ardent breeze dispersed the dust, heralding the arrival of a true sovereign. Zhou had never entertained the notion of playing a game of turtle soup with Anger. The words he spoke were both true and false, symbolizing two distinct entities. He was Lu Mingfei, yet he was not Lu Mingfei. However, it was only when Anger glimpsed the monarch emerging from the crimson portal from a great distance that he began to comprehend this truth. The elder had indeed spoken no falsehood. If he claimed to see, then he would undoubtedly see. At that very moment, the true form of the saint emerged from the red portal, standing resolute amidst the impending ruin of Nibelungen. He slightly unfurled his frame, his presence sweeping across all. Thus, the already shattered Nibelungen could no longer endure, succumbing to the lament of dissolution under the saint's imposing aura. The audience was struck with terror, their gazes fixed upon this newly unveiled king, whose fiery essence ignited a primal fear within their chests. As the finest of hybrids, even when facing the dragonkin of the first generation, they could wield the slaughtering blade. Yet now, merely gazing upon the saint caused their hands to tremble uncontrollably. This was a being far beyond the so-called dragon race, an entity that was inherently deserving of reverence. All information regarding him was shrouded in mystery. Summoned forth by the elder from the crimson portal, "Brother." The moment he entered this world, the saint turned his gaze toward Zhou. Seeing him levitate gently in the air, his heart found instant solace. Just moments ago, he had been within his opulent mansion when an inexplicable force beckoned him forth. This power carried a familiar essence, and the saint did not resist it. His brother could not wish him harm, thus he complied. At this moment, for the first time in his long existence, he stood in another world in his complete form. He had initially presumed he was summoned to engage in battle. Otherwise, his brother would have no need to call upon him so suddenly if assistance were not required. Yet, it became evident that he was mistaken. Upon entering this world, he swiftly discerned the true nature of all spectators. They were weak. They could not possibly contend with his brother, and thus the answer became clear. "Divine capital." Zhou spoke slowly, his tone unhurried. "This is my gift to you." He slightly curled his lips in a smile, his gaze surveying the surroundings. His eyes did not fixate on any particular individual or object, but rather pierced through all, assessing the essence of this world. His gift was this world itself. The saint's eyes trembled slightly. He bent down and could not restrain his curiosity. "How did you accomplish this?" He was aware that Zhou possessed the ability to traverse worlds, moving through a golden door to another realm. But he had never journeyed with him in such a manner. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably found a portal of his own, akin to a bridge constructed in reverse from this world, leading directly to him. Thus, he had arrived in this unfamiliar place with such ease. "How did I do it?" Zulan Lauet Hotitili. He is a malevolent sorcerer, one of the three ancient and formidable demon wizards, whose prowess and wisdom are not to be underestimated. Prior to arriving in this realm, he meticulously prepared 3 incantations: absorption, origin, and replacement. These spells were originally intended for the substitution of his brethren from the depths of hell, in preparation for the dominion of the king of earth and mountains. However, having traversed two disparate worlds, the knowledge of demons has expanded. By harnessing the essence of fire, he designates Lu Mingfei as an anchor point, and by intertwining the origin and replacement spells, he creates an entirely new incantation potent enough for the Holy Lord to descend through this anchor point. This is his second layer of stratagem. In his original world, the forces of darkness and righteousness are inextricably entwined, and it is inevitable that one day, perhaps tomorrow, or a millennium hence, chaos will erupt. To this end, he continuously employs his intellect and abilities to devise this contingency. For the sake of his brethren, he prepares a backup world. At the very least, in this new realm, they need not fear becoming pawns of the black and white energies, destined to fade into oblivion one day. This is a flawless retreat, a final gambit meticulously crafted by Zhou Lan for his siblings. This concept has long resided in his mind. It is merely that before its fruition, he prefers to conceal his responsibilities and thoughts deep within. This is the burden he bears as the demon of the moon. Now he has succeeded. The Holy Lord of Fire has successfully manifested in this world. In the future, Zhou Lan need not intervene, for he can descend through his own anchor point in this realm. That anchor point is none other than Lu Mingfei, who has completed a transaction with Zhou Lan, the cost of belief. The Holy Lord perceives that a fragment of his fiery essence resides within Lu Mingfei. In his vast, dragon-like eyes, a complex tapestry of emotions unfolds, quivering slightly as he contemplates profoundly. A mere wisp of fire essence is not a rare treasure. As he had previously asserted, it could be replenished in the blink of an eye. Zhou Lan desired it, so he bestowed it. The Holy Lord had not been oblivious to Zhou Lan's motives for wanting his essence. As a demon wizard, Zhou Lan undoubtedly harbored his own intentions. The Holy Lord never doubted the purity of his purpose. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not have anticipated this outcome. His elder brother requested a wisp of his essence. And so, merely days later, he gifted him a world? A transaction? No, this scarcely qualifies as a transaction. This is a gift. As he described it, a brother's offering. Having regained his wisdom and strength, he swiftly comprehended the significance of Zhou Lan's actions. Thus, he fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze trembling slightly, silently resting upon Zhou Lan. He found himself at a loss for words. In that fleeting moment, he clearly understood the profound meaning of the phrase, sharing the same root and branch. This was never an empty expression. Zhou Lan not only seeks to rescue them from the abyss, but has also meticulously orchestrated a flawless retreat. His promise is more precious than an entire world. He speaks, he acts, and he never breaks his word. After a prolonged silence, the Holy Sovereign finally spoke with unwavering determination. Brother, this world belongs to you, to me, and to all our brothers and sisters. Zhou Lan interjected, this is merely the first step. I have meticulously prepared 7 gifts for you, and you have only unwrapped the first one. Now, go forth and explore the world that is rightfully yours. With a wave of his hand, he resembled a diligent and caring father, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction. The Holy Sovereign bowed, and his imposing figure vanished into thin air. As a king, he was, of course, destined to explore the realm that belonged to him. The demon of fire dissipated, and the weight upon him suddenly lightened. At that moment, Zhou Lan slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the audience in the stands, and he proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Witnesses, consider yourselves fortunate. At the very least, you are privileged to witness the dawn of an entirely new history." Chapter 78. The moonlight will illuminate all realms. Zhou Lan gently descended before Lu Mingfei, scrutinizing the child who had emerged from the turmoil. Lu Mingfei had always possessed a keen intellect. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, cognizant of Lu Ming's departure, and knew that he had never truly been afforded choice. Some transactions, even when unacknowledged, would be concluded by demons in more violent manners. The moment he uttered the name of the divine city, everything began to unfold as if scripted. This was the inevitable outcome. Lu Mingfei's gaze fell upon Zhou Lan, his lips curling in a wry smile. Teacher, it seems you were not jesting. I have indeed been sold for a handsome price. His voice was light, revealing an underlying fatigue, not from battle, but from his body still struggling to fully endure the surge of the fire demon's energy. Even with such power, Hela could not sway him. Lu Mingfei, Zhou Lan called out, "You are clever, lad. From the moment you first uttered that name, you likely anticipated this outcome. Did you not?" Lu Mingfei nodded. He had a habit of wrapping himself in layers, yet he was far from foolish. At least I've managed to accomplish something. He scratched his head sheepishly, adding, "I saved my senior brother and the big guy, as well as my senior sister." "You have done remarkably well," Zhou Lan affirmed. "Teacher." Lu Mingfei's expression shifted, anxiety creeping in. "If one day they turn me into a servant of the evil gods, you must stand up for me." He did not wish to become an eternal pariah. "Of course," Zhou Lan replied with a gentle smile, using his gravitational force to assist Lu Mingfei in standing upright. "Your support and your allegiance are not to be taken lightly." "Ah, that's a relief. I feel utterly exhausted," Lu Mingfei said, rubbing his face. "I think I might need to lie down for a week to recuperate." Lu Mingfei understood his current predicament. Noyist. He had truly latched onto a formidable ally, one far mightier than any mountain. Meanwhile, the Lord had completed his survey of this world and returned with the swiftness of lightning. There were no formidable foes to confront here, which was indeed a pity. His gaze swept over Lu Mingfei, channeling a stream of fire demon energy into him. Lu Mingfei felt a wave of astonishment, followed by the complete alleviation of his fatigue. In his human form, the Lord appeared more robust than Caesar, exuding an otherworldly charisma. Though his physical form remained somewhat frail, with nurturing, he could certainly be molded into something formidable. Addressing Lu Mingfei, the Lord offered his assessment. Lu Mingfei's eyes darted with thoughts. While the notion of offering worship sounded daunting, it ultimately boiled down to being a subordinate. Moreover, this leader seemed to have few demands and appeared quite amiable. This was a situation he could navigate with remarkable ease. "Hello, big guy." Lu Mingfei saluted with utmost seriousness. But soon his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of mischief akin to a sly character. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "Boss, do you need me to give you a shoulder rub, a back massage, or perhaps a foot knead? You must be quite exhausted after such a long journey." The saint paused for a moment. He glanced at Zhou Lan and mused that this was indeed the anchor chosen by his elder brother. It was remarkable how this character could ascend effortlessly given the right encouragement, flourishing brilliantly with just a touch of sunlight. "No need," he replied contentedly. "I have a satisfactory servant. I'm quite skilled at this, you know. I've had professional training." Lu Mingfei boasted. The saint chuckled softly. "My servant is also quite capable. But unfortunately, I cannot bring him here, so I will entrust this to you. I will usually be on the other side," he stated. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Mingfei's eyes. What did the other party mean by this? "You are responsible for managing everything here on my behalf. You need not worry about anything else. If you are uncertain, I will assist you in consulting those who are knowledgeable," the saint generously explained. This was a world gifted to him by his elder brother, and he certainly had to manage it well. Moreover, this was the first world bestowed by his brother. He must set a good example. Faced with the anchor selected by his brother, and being a subordinate who had adapted to his fiery, demonic aura, he need not adopt an air of superiority. If all went as planned, he intended for the other to assume the role of Vauron in this realm, wielding money, status, and power as his proxy. "What do you mean by here?" Lu Mingfei blinked. The saint cast a glance at him and replied, "This world, to put it simply, refers to this planet. Is that difficult to comprehend? Of course, do not touch the moon." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei suddenly sat down on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. He felt somewhat dazed. Hey, I'm just an 18-year-old with barely any social experience, just a sophomore." It was hard to imagine a young sophomore walking down the street when suddenly someone approached, tapped him on the shoulder, and muttered something about how this world now belonged to him, urging him to manage it well and not disgrace himself. And what did it mean to leave the moon untouched? Did he possess such capabilities? What the hell? Do you demons conduct your affairs so extravagantly? Just like that, you're handing over a world, a planet? Those tyrannical dragon clans are, in your eyes, merely small fry, the saint remarked. If you encounter any difficulties, just call for me in your heart. I will hear you. Looming Fei nodded, bewildered and somewhat at a loss. A wave of astonishment, joy, and confusion crashed over him like a tsunami, leaving him in a state of dizzying disbelief. He felt as though his legs had grown to a size where he could no longer see them, and he could not even wrap his arms around them. Needs improvement. The saint succinctly commented, then turned his gaze to Zhou. Brother, he called out. It was deep into the night, with the bright moon hanging high, casting a soft. Puriglo. Zhou nodded slightly, raising his hand to overturn the lunar phase. Thus, the eldest among the 8 malevolent beings has left a distinctive mark upon the world. As before, he resides high above, casting his moonlight upon the realms of his siblings. It is foreseeable that, in the future, the light of this moon will illuminate not merely a single world. His radiance shall ultimately reflect upon myriad realms. Hell, Zhou traverses through the essence of his soul, quietly suspended in the blood-red abyss. He raises his hand to sever the gradually fading cries, calling out to his brothers and sisters, I have returned. Chapter 79. The world endures. The story continues. This world has undergone a transformation. As Zhou and the saint departed, the immense sense of oppression dissipated, and tranquility returned. The witnesses gradually gathered, their gazes fixed upon the chosen king. Chu Zihong, Caesar, and Nono silently regarded Lu Mingfei. In truth, what Zhou did not articulate was that Lu Mingfei's actions could hardly be deemed treacherous. He merely sold the world that inherently belonged to him at a favorable price. Had it not been for his sweet tongue, Zhou would have had myriad ways to obtain what she desired, and the outcome would not have been so serene. This fate had been sealed the moment Zhou arrived. Junior brother, Chu Zihong murmured, calling his name softly. Caesar and Nono remained silent, having listened intently to the conversation between Zhou and the saint. As the selected anchor point, the 2 demons did not impose any pressure upon him. Yet the witnesses found themselves in a less fortunate position. They could not interject during the prior dialogue, and merely gazing upon the 2 formidable beings left them utterly suppressed. Consequently, at this moment, they were at a loss on how to confront Lu Mingfei. The world had shifted in its allegiance, and now his second master stood before him. This was not merely a piece of land, a city, or a nation. It was an entire world, the very planet upon which they stood. The enormity of this reality was staggering, yet the demeanor of those 2 terrifying entities suggested no jest. Junior brother, you've made quite an achievement. Nono chuckled awkwardly, instinctively reaching to pat Lu Mingfei on the shoulder, but her hand lingered in the air, hesitating to descend. Lu Mingfei offered her a glance. The dragon's transformation had receded, yet the essence of fire had irrevocably altered him in certain respects. Gazing into his tranquil eyes, Nono instinctively took a step back. This was no longer the boy she had brought from the small town. This was a ferocious beast. Lu Mingfei regarded her, remaining silent. People do grow. Some believe that a person's nature is fixed from birth, like something etched in their very bones, unchangeable throughout their lives. Lu Mingfei had once shared this belief until he encountered Zhou and experienced this grand spectacle. Strangely, his heart began to settle into a state of calm. Perhaps he had matured. Perhaps confronting those 2 terrifying presences had given him clarity, or perhaps it was a side effect of the fire's magic. He smiled, turning to Nono and Caesar, half-jokingly proposing, when shall we hold the wedding banquet? Be sure to invite me as the best man. Before the 2 could respond, he assisted the nearly collapsing Chu Zihong, saying, Senior brother, you 2? Next time, don't recklessly charge ahead alone. After speaking, Lu Mingfei leaped into the remnants of Fenrir, as if searching for something. After a while, he joyfully exclaimed, found it. Chu Zihong's pupils dilated as Lu Mingfei emerged from the pool of blood, cradling a figure in his arms. The figure he held was curled up, akin to an injured kitten, fragile and utterly defenseless. Lu Mingfei handed the shadow of a person to Chu Zihong, scratching his head with a smile. I sensed something was amiss during the battle. Fenrir did not consume my junior sister but merely enveloped her. He continued softly, "Teacher Zhou has stripped the authority of the king of earth and mountains from her. She is now an ordinary person, brother." Chu Zihong held on to Xiaomi, his gaze stirred. He parted his lips, as if to utter something, yet no sound escaped him. After a pause, he finally whispered, "Thank you." Lu Mingfei waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort. He returned to his empty-handed state, turning his back to the others as he walked along the track. The upper layer of the ground had already been torn away, the torrential rain having subsided considerably, with fine droplets cascading down, transforming into a hazy mist as they approached him, evaporated by the searing heat. Enveloped in this nebulous vapor, he became elusive. Glancing back at the others, he urged, "What are you all waiting for? Off you go. Return to your homes and find your mothers." Chu Zihong found it difficult to articulate his perception of Lu Mingfei at that moment. He sensed a certain loneliness in him, yet also an emerging semblance of manhood. Beneath his not-so-tall frame lay a burgeoning strength, and his every word was compellingly undeniable. In truth, the metamorphosis of a boy often hinges on a singular event. A fleeting moment. The air was thick with silence, the rain pattering softly as Lu Mingfei stepped into the shadows. He came to a halt and softly called out to the emptiness beside him, "Lu Mingze, come forth and meet me." As his words faded into the darkness, the world began to subtly shift, and faint footsteps approached from a distance. A young boy clad in a fitting tailcoat, his face weary, gradually stood before him. "Brother, you've changed," Lu Mingze remarked, his expression impassive as he gazed at Lu Mingfei. "You possess a strength greater than mine. You no longer need me." His voice carried a hint of sadness. His small face creased. "How could that be?" Lu Mingfei crossed his arms and chuckled softly. "Did you not notice that they all have partners, while I do not?" Lu Mingze playfully shivered, then sighed lightly. "Brother, even in conversing with me, you seem far more composed. You truly have changed. Of course, for I am inherently adept at aligning with the powerful. It is merely a matter of embracing a different pillar of strength." Lu Mingfei squinted slightly. "Will you still hunt dragons, brother? Those who defy?" Lu Mingze asked, his tone somber. Lu Mingfei strolled closer, his gaze softening as he regarded him. "Of course," he replied gently, "we remain comrades." Upon realizing that they no longer needed to barter with one another, Lu Mingfei found himself more favorably inclined towards Lu Mingze. "You are right. They are indeed defiers." He reached out, boldly ruffling Lu Mingze's hair, the sensation unexpectedly pleasant. However, it is not for the reasons one might think. He took Lu Mingze's hand and began walking towards the outside, his voice resonating in the darkness. "We shall cleanse this world, not for the sake of a so-called king, but for the sake of the divine. Brother, you truly have managed to sell yourself at a handsome price. This sentiment is better directed towards that entity. Expressing loyalty from behind the scenes serves little purpose. Speaking of which, your transformation has indeed been swift. The senior you secretly admire has declared her indifference. And is this the essence of manhood?" Lu Mingze inquired. "Who told you I no longer harbor feelings? One must inevitably make choices. Yet constantly yearning for another's partner. Am I a villain akin to Cao Cao? Humph, were I in your position, I would confront Caesar and seize the woman I adore. Much like the dragons of fable, who has not faced moments of defeat. I firmly believe there are girls waiting for me. When the time comes, I must seize the opportunity." Lu Mingfei murmured softly. "Do you genuinely place your trust in that fellow's words? He kept me confined for quite some time, only releasing me once everyone had departed." "I believe," Lu Mingfei replied. The sounds of two pairs of footsteps, one large and one small, gradually faded into the darkness. The world does not perish. There are always tales to be continued, merely taking on new forms, and that is all. Chapter 80. To Eat, Sister Hell. Upon the appearance of Zhou, the 6 demons stirred, drawn by the sound, surrounding him with fervent gazes. "Boss, you have returned. Who shall be next?" Shimu exclaimed with excitement, voicing the question that lingered in the hearts of all his brethren. Zhou spoke no falsehood. Even El Dongbin had been cast into hell, making their eventual salvation merely a matter of time. Having endured the depths of hell for countless millennia, This brief interlude was inconsequential to them. They simply awaited to discover who the next fortunate soul would be. Zhou Lan stood serenely, his gaze warm as he surveyed his brothers and sisters. Without delay, he had journeyed directly to hell upon returning from that other realm. This endeavor was not in vain, for he had brought back something of great significance, soon to unleash its inherent power. The soul of the Holy Lord had also ventured into hell to witness this pivotal moment. Turning towards the 6 demons, Zhou Lan extended his hand, a faint glow emanating from a fundamental power extracted from another world. He gazed upon this authority derived from the king of earth and mountains. This strength was not formidable. As he had anticipated, even after his enhancement, it barely reached a usable threshold. Despite the grand title of the king of earth and mountains, its essence paled in comparison to that of the demons. Zhou Lan's gaze swept among the 6 demons, finally resting on the towering figure of Bagong. "Bagong, my sister," he called. The mountain demon Bagong ranked second among the 8 demons, her age only surpassed by Zhou Lan, making her the second eldest among her kin. It seems Bagong shall depart before us," Shimu remarked with excitement, and the other demons turned their attention to Bagong. As anticipated, the demons were stirred. Yet there was no contention. In hell, time was the most worthless commodity. Since the elder was fulfilling his promise, the order of departure was merely a matter of sequence. Rather, witnessing Zhou Lan rescue the remaining siblings ignited a prevailing sense of hope. Bagong is about to leave this wretched place. "No more hunger for Bagong," she exclaimed, thumping her body in excitement, resonating a thunderous sound. Within hell, each demon had endured varying degrees of wear and tear. Some, like Xiaofeng, retained more memories than others. While Shimu had nearly forgotten his magic, his powers diminished to a frail state. Bogang's condition was equally dire. She had been worn down to the point of scarcely recalling the instinct to feed, though she had not fared much better in ancient times. At least then, she had merely struggled to control her appetite, and the resources of this world were painfully scarce. Now, however, she could barely remember anything but the need to eat. "My sister, do not fret," Zhou Lan gently reassured her. A wisp of lunar demonic energy propelled the scepter in his grasp, merging it into the inferno, gradually submerging it beneath the blood-red vault of hell. Zhou Lan activated the newly enhanced triadic incantation, his robe billowing erratically as he endeavored to integrate the scepter into the fabric of hell's laws. Concurrently, his mind raced with unceasing contemplation. Unlike other demons, Bogang posed a far greater peril than her siblings. If left unchecked, she would inevitably consume this world entirely. Should that come to pass, by the time her brethren were released, they would find naught but a pristine, desolate realm awaiting them. Zhou Lan could not permit her to linger in this world for long. If calamity were to befall anyone, it must not be at this moment. He needed to expedite her transport to another realm. With a palpable tremor, hell began to quake incessantly. In this realm of despair, 2 new demon scepters suddenly manifested. Within the established order, a conflict arose, precisely the effect Zhou Lan sought. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, and Bogang suddenly felt a force pushing against her colossal form. Heeding her brother's directive, she offered no resistance, allowing the power to swell. In the next instant, her vision blurred. Like refuse, she was expelled from hell. To behold the light of day, Bogang joyfully waved her small hands, her gaze greedily sweeping over her surroundings. She found herself before a magnificent mansion. "I'm famished. I've been hungry for so very long." A rumble erupted from her belly, shaking the ground beneath her as the human servants in their livery scattered in panic at her feet. In the next moment, her steps abruptly halted. There stood the Lord, blocking her path, resignedly declaring, "This is my domain." He had feared this very outcome, which prompted his swift return at the moment Zhou Lan's spell reached fruition. It was a close call. He had nearly lost his home. And what of Bogang's territory? "I can no longer contain myself." "Bu gang old, here impatience pedpabit." As Zhou Lan completed his farewells to his remaining siblings, his soul returned. He glanced at El Dongbin's condition. It was satisfactory. One less Bogang posed no significant issue for hell, and El Dongbin was unlikely to stir any trouble. Indeed, it was miraculous that he could still maneuver after enduring the torment inflicted by the 6 great demons for so long. Yet facing Bogang, even Zhou Lan felt a sense of helplessness. She was a being capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, and satisfying her insatiable hunger was no simple task. In the past, her dominion lay in Japan. In ancient times, it was a landmass comparable in size to Asia. However, her relentless appetite transformed it into a solitary island, devouring the continent whole. Had the Lord not intervened moments ago, this place would likely have met a similar fate. Her second sister, freshly released from confinement, had already begun to consume their home, a scenario the Lord wished to avoid. With a wave of his hand, the fleeing servants regrouped, bearing enormous, salt-encrusted insects to commence the feeding. Bogan, filled with excitement, clapped his hands, his small arms eagerly seizing a worm and shoving it into his mouth. This was food cultivated in advance by the Holy Master, who had promised to welcome the remaining siblings into this world, naturally not indulging himself alone. The servants formed a long line, carrying the demon's provisions toward Bogan. Yet, even this could only alleviate the immediate hunger. The Holy Master cast his gaze upon Zhou Lan, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Though he remained silent, everything was unspoken. Zhou Lan sighed, recognizing that such was the burden of an elder. He gently raised his hand, and a magnificent golden portal materialized. The demonic aura enveloped Bogan, carrying him toward the portal. "We are leaving," he called. Bogan paused for a moment, his hands still in motion, and asked in confusion, "Where to?" Zhou Lan softly nudged him forward with a gentle yet irresistible force, whispering, "Of course, we are going to eat, my dear sister." Chapter 81. Ethereal Essence. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, upon traversing that portal, they arrived in another realm. Zhou Lan gazed thoughtfully at the somewhat bewildered Bogang before him. Unlike his other siblings, Bogang's situation was rather unique. Even prior to being sealed in hell, she was a demon who found it difficult to suppress her voracious appetite. Moreover, after being worn down by hell for countless millennia, the only aspect of her that remained unchanged was her ability. In essence, aside from her hunger, she was on the verge of forgetting nearly everything else. Yet, therein lay an advantage. Zhou Lan had discovered a means to aid them in reclaiming what had been eroded away. With the return of glory, power would accompany wisdom and emotion. This method proved equally effective for Bogang. It merely required continuous nourishment to elevate her strength until she surpassed a certain threshold. At that moment, Zhou Lan and Bogang stood at the foot of a mountain shrouded in mist. "Where is this?" Bogang's expression displayed confusion as she flailed her small hands. Zhou Lan directed his gaze toward the mountain peak, his vision extending far and wide. Within his sight, a continuous line of shadows, comprising countless individuals, was etched upon the ridge. He withdrew his gaze, grasped a wisp of delicate mist, and offered it to Bogang. "Give it a try." Bogang, though puzzled, complied and suddenly opened her mouth, inhaling the entirety of the mist Zhou Lan had extended. The potency was so profound that Zhou Lan felt the air at the foot of the mountain had become significantly more lucid. "How does it feel?" he inquired. "I'm not full, but it seems somewhat beneficial." "If only it were salty, it would be even better," Bogang replied, her head bowed. Hearing this, a look of satisfaction crossed Zhou Lan's face. He had a measure of understanding regarding the foundations of his siblings. Bogang's insatiable hunger stemmed from her uncontrollable, instinctual craving for power. She grew stronger through consumption. In ancient times, the reason she could devour the continent, reducing it to an isolated island, was due to the meager power contained within the food of the original world. She would often find herself hungry before she could even properly digest what she had consumed. The quality was inadequate, thus she had to compensate with quantity. In simpler terms, the ingredients were subpar. Therefore, to prevent Bogang from frequently succumbing to hunger and consuming worlds, elevating the power level of the ingredients would suffice. With this thought in mind, he transformed, and a dark moon materialized in his vicinity. Zhou Lan emerged from the dark moon, his appearance subtly altered. His long black hair was fashioned into an elegant updo, and he donned a crimson robe adorned with faint purple accents, hovering gracefully in the air. He appeared as a slender, handsome man in his 40s, with dark features and a composed demeanor, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to a serene, deep pool of water. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly exclaim, "What an ethereal being!" Zhou turned to Bo Gang. "You must transform as well." "I want to eat something," Bo Gang stubbornly replied, her gaze fixated on the ethereal essence swirling around the foot of the mountain. "First, listen to me," Zhou gently urged. "I will provide you with something delicious soon." Bo Gang nodded, grateful that shape-shifting was an innate ability of demons. She cast a glance at Zhou appearance, imitating her subtly. Moments later, a seemingly youthful and voluptuous woman materialized before Zhou, adorned in a light green palace attire, her hair elegantly styled into a bun. The form that Bo Gang had taken, while not particularly youthful in age, bore a childlike innocence in her eyes, revealing an earnest longing for food. Time passed, and her demeanor grew increasingly reminiscent of child. Mountains are admired for their majestic forms, and Bo Gang, as a mountain demon, embodied this beauty. Her transformation manifested as a plump woman, yet devoid of any greasiness. Beneath that innocent aura, she resembled a naive young woman, bearing a hint of baby fat. This was quite satisfactory. Zhou nodded in approval, advising her to speak and act sparingly, entrusting everything to him. Bo Gang followed the dissipating mist with her gaze, swallowed hard, and silently nodded. "Very well, step forth," Zhou declared with a hearty laugh. As Bo Gang lifted her foot, the earth trembled beneath them. Zhou paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that although his sister had assumed a new form, her essence remained that of the largest entity among the 8 demons. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes as he summoned gravitational forces to mask Bo Gang's characteristics. The gravity lifted them both, propelling them towards the mountain summit. Through layers of clouds and mist, a majestic mountain gate loomed in the heavens, radiating an air of grandeur. Beneath the gate along the mountain ridge, a throng of figures appeared like dark lines. These were mortals seeking to attain immortality. Zhou chuckled heartily upon arriving in this realm. His demeanor seemed to have shifted slightly, exuding an even greater grace. Gazing at the scene before him, he softly chanted, "Atop Kunlun Mountain, the celestial aura wafts. All bow in reverence, entering the way of the teachings." Indeed, this realm was a land of immortals. Yet, unlike the conventional wilderness, it was a place of the so-called magic pills and spiritual pearls, the world of demon children. The protagonists of this world were the 2 reincarnated embodiments of the magic pill and the spiritual pearl, Neza and Aobing. The magnificent sight before him was the sacred ground of the teachings in this world, the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. What Zhou sought lay within Kunlun Mountain, amidst the teachings. If there existed something forged solely from pure power, capable of satisfying Bo Gang's hunger in both mechanism and essence, it would be the magical treasures and elixirs. The alchemical process of refining scattered powers into solid forms is the most profound method in the realm of cultivation. The techniques from his original world were too rudimentary in this aspect, lacking reliable treasures. Even with Zhou strength, he had only grasped the powers of repulsion and dark magic. Celestial arts and treasures were characteristics of other worlds. However, demons can learn anything. The principles remain unchanged. Earth, wind, water, and fire are also the rules of this realm. Within the teachings of the world of demon children, there exists a treasure known as the primordial cauldron, a supreme tool for alchemy belonging to the primordial heavenly venerable. Coincidentally, this was precisely what Zhou required. His sister's diet was far too simplistic. As her elder brother, how could he not provide her with something exquisite? In an instant, he accelerated, leading Bo Gang directly towards the entrance of the Jade Void Palace. The mist enveloping the mountain peak parted before him, revealing a striking crimson hue that pierced the heavens. On the ridgeline, countless mortals, yearning for transcendence, tilted their heads in reverence, their eyes shimmering with a blend of hope and envy. A celestial being has appeared, someone exclaimed. Such an exquisite demeanor and presence. Every mortal who cast their gaze upon that crimson shade was left in awe. "Dear friend, Please pause, called out a disciple clad in a light golden robe, approaching the entrance. Jolan gradually came to a halt, the force gently supporting Bogang, ensuring her steadiness like a rock. Esteemed friend, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Chapter 82. The gate has been devoured. The disciples of the Taoist teaching could not help but scrutinize the figure before them. Clad in a striking crimson robe, he stood out prominently against the pale backdrop of the Yushu Palace. Although his actions bore a hint of audacity, the serene demeanor etched upon his brow suggested a person of quiet dignity rather than one prone to ostentation. As he regarded Jolan, his flowing beard and hair accentuated his extraordinary presence, his lean figure reminiscent of a willow. An unsuspecting observer might easily mistake him for a celestial being descending to survey the mortal realm. Beside him stood a palace-attired woman, her presence almost imperceptible, maintaining a profound silence at that moment. The juxtaposition of the two figures, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, was indeed intriguing. Esteemed Taoist, I am but a wandering immortal seeking refuge in Yushu Palace. I kindly ask you to notify the elders, Jolan declared, his expression neither humble nor arrogant, his posture as upright as a pine tree. The gatekeeper could not help but frown. A wandering immortal typically lacked affiliation to any sect. The man before him, however, seemed to disregard the customary courtesies. Given the illustrious reputation of the Taoist teaching, one would expect a disciple to observe some form of decorum. With a cool demeanor, he replied, "The celestial master is in seclusion, and the elders have pressing matters to attend to. Please wait outside." He turned on his heel, dismissively presenting his back to Jolan. Yet, just a few steps away, a sudden cracking sound pierced the air, prompting him to whirl around in shock. The palace-clad woman, previously overlooked, had inexplicably breached the barrier and was now rather ungraciously leaning against the grand entrance of Yushu Palace. Her posture was audacious, and it was evident that a chunk of the jade door had been gnawed away. How brazen! This door is crafted from divine jade, worth a fortune. Oh dear, you have committed a grievous error. In a moment of panic, he rushed towards the woman, attempting to pull her away. However, no matter how fiercely he tugged, she remained unmoved, as if he were trying to shift a mountain. "Bogan, I am hungry," she murmured between bites. In the blink of an eye, the grand entrance had been devoured to the point of nearly 70 to 80%. The Taoist disciple fell back in midair, terror-stricken, choking on his words. "It's over. It's over. The door has been gnawed upon. The immortal master will surely be enraged." Meanwhile, Jolan watched with a smile, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Bogan's actions were, of course, within his tacit approval. He had come for the elixir and the celestial cauldron, certainly not to grovel. In the realm of the demon children, the current authority lay with the eldest disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Taoist teaching, the unbounded celestial master, an ominous figure indeed. Jolan had his own means of handling him. The disciple of the Taoist teaching was utterly flustered, paralyzed by fear. His attempts to pull and drag were in vain. Frustration crossed his face as he finally recited a spell, sending a golden beam of light hurtling toward Bogan's back. "This is the consequence of your own actions. Do not blame me for what follows," he declared with indignation. The golden light surged toward Bogan, and just as it was about to make contact, she displayed a remarkable agility, swiftly reaching out to seize the beam. With a bewildered glance, she found that the spell was firmly trapped within her grasp, unable to escape. In the next moment, she unceremoniously stuffed the shimmering essence into her mouth. As if nothing had occurred, she turned back to her tasks. For an instant, the disciple of the Chanjiao sect was utterly horrified. His binding spell, just like that, dissipated? Was that celestial power so effortlessly consumed by her? He stood frozen, momentarily a loss for what to do. After a while, only when the grand door had completely vanished within the maw of the gluttonous being did he come to his senses. The entrance to his home was gone. With fury, he glared at Jolan, accusing, "This is all you're doing. Come, let us confront the immortal elder in the main hall." Jolan merely smiled, taking the initiative. As he passed by the glutton, he reached out and beckoned, saying, "Let us go." The gravitational force lifted her, guiding her towards the grand hall of the Yushu Palace. How do you find it? Is it to your taste? Zulan in guit? The glutton remained silent for 3 seconds before finally responding, I am hungry again. Zholan chuckled softly. Well, that's something. Lasting 3 seconds is not too shabby. He then followed the glutton's gaze ahead. Before them stood an enormous hall, entirely crafted from jade, suspended atop the Kunlun mountain, exuding a magnificent aura. Zholan hastily adjusted the gravitational pull to redirect the glutton's focus. This is not the time for eating, at least not now. You've just devoured the door. And now you're eyeing someone else's sacred ground. This is not how one should steal. Exercise some restraint. I shall handle everything, he advised the glutton gently. The disciple of Chanjiao soared into the Yushu Palace Hall, his gaze inadvertently drifting back, noting that those two audacious figures had brazenly followed without needing to lift a finger. He turned his attention to the center of the hall, where a diminutive figure with a large, round head floated on a cloud, holding a wooden staff. Immortal Elder, Immortal Elder, he implored repeatedly, bowing deeply. Such unruliness. What decorum is this? The infinite Immortal Elder reprimanded, frowning. The Chanjiao disciple pointed back, lamenting, they have launched an attack. The door to Yushu Palace has vanished. Is that so? The infinite Immortal Elder exclaimed, startled, glancing towards the entrance of the hall in the direction indicated by the disciple. They have arrived. The disciple retreated to the side, gritting his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the two approaching figures. The seemingly amiable elder before him was none other than the decision-maker of Yushu Palace, the eldest of the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao, the infinite Immortal Elder. There was no one he could not handle. Logically, he should not have acted so rashly, directly ushering them into the hall, but in his moment of anger, he could think of nothing else. Zholan maintained his composure as he settled before the infinite Immortal Elder. The elder, resembling a ripe peach, was precisely the individual he sought, the so-called greatest villain in this realm. Simultaneously, he was a figure who devoted himself entirely to Chanjiao, employing any means necessary for its cause. The power levels in the realm of the demon child were not on par with the true primordial chaos and could hardly be deemed strong. The infinite Immortal Elder's strength was also not at the pinnacle, if one were to speak of true might. Perhaps only the currently sequestered Yuan Shi Tianzun could contend with him. However, there is an adage that aptly applies. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. At the very least, the infinite Immortal Elder possessed one commendable trait. He was an adept alchemist. The so-called elixir is a creation of nature within this realm. A single elixir can equate to a decade of arduous cultivation for an ordinary immortal. In terms of quality, it far surpasses mundane substances. Zholan, however, came to acquire skills and treasures. He possesses strength, yet lacks certain techniques and tools. With a smile, he confidently declared, I am the scattered immortal Zholan, here to seek refuge in the Chan teaching with my younger sister. Refuge? Chan teaching? The infinite immortal paused, taken aback. He scrutinized the middle-aged man before him. In terms of stature and demeanor, the man was hardly inferior to the 12 golden immortals. Astonishingly, the infinite immortal could not discern his strength or background. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, how peculiar. My friend, I have heard from my disciples that the gates of Yushu Palace have been destroyed by your hands. Zulan ziplit stidai. My sister, Meng Lang, has a gluttonous nature, yet she is fundamentally simple-hearted. The infinite immortal's gaze darted between Zholan and Bogang. These two are siblings? They appear anything but alike. Chapter 83. The innate footing ahem. The infinite Immortal Elder cleared his throat and spoke slowly. It is indeed easy to speak of seeking refuge. For my teaching is the foremost sect in the world, and to destroy the entrance at my doorstep is no trivial matter. However, the number of those wishing to join my sect is countless. Ultimately, it comes down to one's origins. Zholan mused inwardly that this was indeed the case. In any world related to the primordial chaos, one's origins are of utmost importance. Simply put, one's lineage defines whether one is human, demon, celestial, or fiend. This is an era that places immense value on ancestry. Naturally, that is acceptable, Zholan replied with a smile. He released his restrictions. and a chilling aura gradually emanated from his being. Bo Gang mirrored his actions, remaining silent, her presence as majestic as a mountain. The infinite immortal elder trembled slightly. He murmured in disbelief, "From where do you hail, esteemed guest?" Zhou remained silent, pointing towards the heavens. The infinite immortal elder seemed to have a vague idea of the answer, but still inquired, "When was that?" "Born of the innate," Zhou replied indifferently. "Is there a true form?" The infinite immortal elder pressed eagerly. Zhou shook his wide sleeves and, with a subtle expression, replied, "Certainly not one of fur and horns, nor a creature born from dampness." At these words, the infinite immortal elder, standing on the clouds, could not help but step back repeatedly. The two before him were, in fact, both innate beings. The term innate beings refers to those who existed before the great Pangu split the heavens and the earth. Zhou had not deceived him. In their original world, he and his siblings were birthed from the source, though they did not partake in Pangu's creation. In terms of status, it was beyond reproach. Such origins would not be considered slight, even if one were to rank them among the golden immortals present. Good. Excellent. It is time for my sect to flourish. The infinite immortal elder's face lit up with joy, nearly contorting with excitement as he paced back and forth in the clouds. No wonder the other party did not bow upon meeting. By lineage, these two were beings innately close to the source of the great Tao. After a long while, he regained his composure and asked, "I have not previously heard of such beings. May I inquire about your reasons for seeking refuge in my sect?" Zhou adjusted his sleeves and replied, "I have heard that the battle of the gods is soon to commence, and when the heavenly event unfolds, my sister and I naturally wish to seek a favorable place." The infinite immortal elder felt a surge of joy at Zhou words, which resonated deeply with him. He too was preparing for the battle of the gods. With two such individuals, my sect shall surely rise. He could not help but exclaim. At this moment, a disciple beside him spoke softly, "Elder, the entrance." The infinite immortal elder frowned, pointing his cane, and the disciple was instantly sent flying out the door. "No discernment at all," he scolded. Then, turning back to Zhou and Bo Gang with a beaming smile, he continued, "From your words, this must be your esteemed sister?" "Truly, truly." He rubbed his hands together, and his long white brows involuntarily perked up. After a moment of silence, he finally continued, "Indeed, a remarkable pair." Zhou nodded slightly. "My sister is not fond of excessive words. Her nature is mischievous and greedy for food, so I hope the elder can be forgiving." "Not all, not at all." The infinite sage smiled, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Such a remarkable companion you have. I must inquire if you possess any siblings who might join us in this discourse of enlightenment." "Indeed," Zhou replied with a glance. "I have 6 siblings, and I am their eldest. And where might they be?" The infinite sage surveyed the surroundings. "Zulan Sai Sopti. My siblings and I fell victim to treachery several epochs ago, trapped in a peculiar realm, and I have only recently managed to escape." "Ah, how lamentable." The infinite sage responded with empathy. He raised his hand, summoning his attendant. "Heavenly boy, prepare a feast and fetch the celestial nectar." The heavenly boy, clad in a flowing white robe, hurriedly complied. Moments later, an array of ethereal delicacies was laid out before them. Zhou observed as the gluttonous Bagong indulged herself, pushing his own portion towards her with a gentle nudge. Silence enveloped the hall. The infinite sage watched in astonishment as the heavenly food vanished in a Bogang's mouth, his heart aching at such insatiable greed. "Is it true that your sister appears somewhat simple-minded?" he inquired cautiously. Zhou shook his head. "Her nature is such. It is said that an elder brother is like a father, and thus I must keep her close. I hope you can understand, sage." Upon hearing this, the infinite sage feigned magnanimity, waving his hand dismissively. "No matter, our sect possesses abundant resources. Surely your sister cannot consume all that is housed within my Jade Void Palace." He chuckled awkwardly, while Zhou remained silent. Indeed, Bogang's appetite seemed endless, as she devoured everything in sight. This voracious hunger reflected her yearning for power. Her insatiable desire was a manifestation of her quest for strength. Even when not hungry, she would still eat, For among the 8 great demons, each possesses unique peculiarities, and Bagong was no exception. She gained strength simply through consumption. In truth, her potential appeared to rival that of Zholan. Previously, she had sustained her identity as a mountain demon merely by feasting on insects and consuming powerless earth. If she were to ingest potent magical artifacts or elixirs, the results would be extraordinary. Reflecting on this, Zholan turned his gaze toward her. It seems you are quite attentive to your sister. A bond of sibling affection that is truly moving, the infinite sage praised. He discreetly signaled to the heavenly boy beneath the table to hasten the meal's end, yet maintained his composure and shifted the conversation. Now, with my master in seclusion, I manage the affairs of our sect. While I acknowledge your esteemed lineage, certain protocols must remain in place. Speak freely, Zholan encouraged. The infinite sage's expression grew solemn. In these tumultuous times, with demons rampant, our sect has established a demon hunting team to safeguard the populace. I propose your assessment be to capture a demon king. What say you? Agreed, Zholan nodded. Heavenly boy, the infinite sage called upon another capable aid. Are there any unvanquished demon kings remaining? With a handsome and refined demeanor, Lu Tong bowed slightly and spoke, indeed. There is a name on the list of the demon capture team, a demon king known as Shiji. Shall we set this as our assessment target? As he finished his words, his gaze shifted towards Zholan, and he felt a jolt in his heart. A celestial being capable of hosting such a grand banquet for his master could not be an ordinary immortal. Of course, that is acceptable. However, Zulan Baoset, I have a request. Feel free to speak, the Wuyang Xianweng responded calmly. My younger sister was recently rescued from the machinations of thieves and is currently in a weakened state. I have heard that the medicinal efficacy of the elixirs from Yushu Palace is remarkable. Before he could finish his sentence, the Wuyang Xianweng readily agreed. Naturally, it is a long-standing tradition of the Chan teaching to provide elixirs to disciples. With a wave of his hand, several elixirs descended in a neat row. Here, let your sister have a taste of these first. Bo Gang gazed longingly at the elixirs. His mouth agape as an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth. Chapter 84. The marvelous use of elixirs. Bo Gang swallows the mountain. The individuals present had scarcely caught a glimpse of the elixir as it descended, only to vanish instantaneously, slipping into Bo Gang's mouth without a trace. The esteemed immortal elder and the youthful deer and crane disciples exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, this sister of the celestial family was truly extraordinary. Yet, upon contemplating her innate identity as a being of primordial essence, their astonishment waned into acceptance. How is it? Zholan inquired of Bo Gang. Bo Gang nodded slightly, a little. Excellent, as long as it proves beneficial. Zholan, never one to dilly-dally, declared, let us embark. Given that this wondrous creation of the heavens was undoubtedly advantageous for Bo Gang, there was no reason for hesitation. Having languished in the depths of hell for an extended period, she was in dire need of sustenance. Anything imbued with power would suffice, whether it be earthly, elemental, or mystical. Even the essence of magic and spells could serve as nourishment. For Bo Gang, everything could be a supplement. In fact, the concentrated elixirs would enhance her abilities far more swiftly than consuming the land itself. He had promised to bring Bo Gang to partake of such sustenance, and he would not renege on that vow. Naturally, considering future sustainability, the art of alchemy and the acquisition of a cauldron would also need to be addressed. As an elder brother, it would be no burden to take on the role of a part-time chef for his sister. Very well, let us set forth. 2 hours later, amidst the majestic mountains, a group of disciples from the Chan sect stood at a distance, gazing silently at 2 figures suspended in the air. The so-called assessment entailed capturing a demon king. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan's eyes swept across the mountains, absorbing all information before him. The assessment was trivial. His thoughts were occupied with grander matters. Since they had come this far, it was only prudent to acquire not just skills, but also the world's most precious treasures, the spiritual orbs and demonic pills. According to the current timeline, these 2 treasures had likely reincarnated as Neza and Ao Bing. It was said that the Tian Yuan cauldron could refine them into elixirs. He glanced at Bo Gang. pondering whether she required replenishment. After all, it was only reasonable to seize whatever opportunities arose during their journey. With this thought, he turned to Bogang and said, "The next task is yours." Bogang nodded and leaped towards the towering mountain before them. Zhou withdrew the gravitational force that had been supporting her in midair, and as Bogang landed, the ground trembled violently. Within the mountain's depths, the stone spirit, Shurji, with dark gray skin and a plump figure, swayed unsteadily. She set aside her mirror, momentarily halting her inquiry about beauty, and exclaimed in anger, "Who dares disturb the tranquility of Shurji?" Interestingly, her appearance bore a resemblance to Bogang post-transformation. One was a demon of the mountains, while the other was a stone spirit. At their core, they shared a fundamental affinity. As Bogang descended into the earth, finally liberated from Zhou side, her hunger became unbearable. She opened her mouth wide, devouring vast expanses of land. The substantial materials transformed into the purest energy the moment they crossed her lips. Suddenly, the dear disciple trembled all over. In his gaze, the towering mountain before him suddenly began to sink at an alarming rate, descending into the belly of the beast known as Bagong. She relinquished her grip. The speed of consumption was utterly terrifying. Within the belly of the mountain, Shurji was thrown into a state of panic. The very mountain that Bagong was devouring was her true form. In the brief moment of seismic upheaval, her essence had already diminished by nearly half. An overwhelming sense of horror began to fester within her heart. A dreadful entity was feeding upon her. What manner of existence was this? Even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect would not dare to use her as a mere morsel. She closed her eyes and focused her spirit, returning to her true form. Before her, the stone mountain suddenly rose, manifesting a humanoid visage. As Shurji reverted to her true self, her voice grew grandiose. Echoing with fury, "Who dares to gnaw at me?" The upper half of the mountain revealed two hollows resembling eyes, scanning the ground until it quickly detected a creature of similar form, sitting on the ground, clutching her leg. Its mouth resembled a black hole, obliterating all vitality and essence that approached it. If this continued, she would soon become the first demon king to be devoured alive. The most terrifying aspect was that the process bore no pain. She shivered violently, stones cascading down from her form. It was unfathomable to consider what might happen if she encountered such an event while asleep or meditating. Most likely, she would awaken to find herself utterly consumed. Shurji bellowed, her colossal body lunging downward. The sheer force of an entire mountain bore down, akin to the heavens collapsing. However, at the base of the mountain, Bagong seemed entirely unconcerned. She was oblivious to her own actions, ignoring the unfolding chaos around her. Zhou Lan's words rang true. She had indeed been reduced to the singular thought of consuming. Fortunately, she still remembered her other siblings. As the stone mountain descended, just as it drew near Bagong, Shurji abruptly halted. She stared at Bagong, who sat on the ground, her form voluptuous, momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Behind her, the dear boy appeared astonished, questioning the sudden cessation of hostilities. Meanwhile, another informed observer, Zhou, stood with arms crossed, watching with keen interest. Shurji's true form bent low, her large eyes fixated intently on Bagong. Just as she prepared to speak, Bagong suddenly moved. She tilted her head back, locking eyes with Shurji. Instantly, Shurji trembled, exclaiming, "So beautiful!" The appearance and form of the other were laid bare before her, unfazed by the impending collapse of Mount Tai. Bagong merely glanced and continued to consume the mountain. The previously fading void within her heart reemerged. Panic surged through Shurji as she quickly extended her hand toward Bagong, fearfully declaring, "Whoever you are, you shall not escape unscathed for daring to disturb my true form." A tremendous sense of pressure emanated from the heavens. Bagong remained seated on the ground, indifferent, as though she were in the depths of hell itself. In an instant, the colossal hand of Shurji suddenly hovered in midair. She fixed her gaze upon Bagong, and although he seemed to do nothing, she felt an overwhelming pressure surge around her. Rubbing her eyes, she focused once more. Perhaps due to their intrinsic similarities, she finally discerned Bagong's true form. Sitting there, devouring all in sight. He was no mere human. He was a creature of such immense proportions, far surpassing even her mountainous self. If one were to speak of divine phenomena, Shurji suddenly felt as though she had encountered such a being. A wave of terror washed over her, causing her to tremble, gravel cascading from her body as she retreated in haste. The embodiment of beauty before her murmured something softly. Straining to listen, she finally caught the words. "Bagon, hungry." A deep growl emanated from his throat. He reached out, grasping the mountain that sought to flee with an iron grip. Unintentionally, he unleashed a tremendous force. With a swift tug, the entire mountain was drawn into his embrace against its will. Before her, an enormous maw loomed ever closer. No, Shurji was engulfed by despair. Chapter 85. One law, all laws has it. Vanished? Lu Tong gazed in astonishment as the towering mountain rapidly disappeared into the maw of the great beast. Bogang. Such primordial beings are indeed terrifying. This was all occurring while that figure clad in a crimson robe observed from a distance, yet did not intervene. As the elder brother, he should not be weaker than his sister. Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Tong called out, "The Demon King has been subdued. Withdraw and return to the Jade Void Palace." Turning back, he saw Zhoulan walking alongside Bogang. These two warranted utmost caution. Behind them, Zhoulan waved a hand in front of Bogang, conjuring a diminutive, animated stone figure that stood in her palm. Speaking in a high-pitched voice, "I thank Lord Xie for sparing my life and granting the stone spirit a modicum of sentience." The little stone bowed with exaggerated formality. Her gaze shifted to Bogang. As she reflected, beauty is often accompanied by peril. "You certainly have a way with words," Zhoulan remarked. "Your life is spared by the decree of the Jade Void Palace. You must be captured alive." "Lord Zhoulan," Lu Tong interjected, "now that the Demon King has been vanquished, their alignment with the teaching of expansion seems destined. It would be prudent to leave this Demon King to the demon hunting team." Zhoulan nodded slightly, handing the stone figure over to Lu Tong. The latter had surprisingly prepared a small cage, into which he placed the stone spirit. This little stone creature was indeed charming, but Zhoulan found it uninteresting, leaving it for Bogang, who might well consume it. Following the demon hunting team, they made their way back to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Remarkably, their speed was quite swift, as it had only taken the time for Bogang to enjoy a meal. Zhoulan turned to her sister and inquired, "How does this journey feel?" Bogang nodded. The essence of the stone spirit, being a mountain, was unlike ordinary mountains. It was imbued with greater spirituality, which should have been more to her liking. Zhoulan had undertaken this journey with a hint of pure intention. With the experience of the Holy Monarch in mind, he wished to take his other siblings on a tour through the myriad realms, to witness diverse vistas, just as he had when he first departed from the original world. This world is so resplendent and multifaceted. How could they not be allowed to see it? Perhaps having consumed some power, Bogang's gaze had become somewhat clearer. She observed the steadily advancing demon-hunting team and murmured, "These people appear earnest, yet seem bound by some unseen restraint." Zhoulan raised an eyebrow. Outside the Jade Void Palace, the demon-hunting team resembled a dense constellation returning to the sea. Bogang was not truly foolish. The wisdom eroded within demons in hell would gradually return with the enhancement of their strength. Yet Zhoulan had instructed her to speak and act sparingly from the outset. This world is rife with constraints. Zhoulan inquired, "How does the elixir taste? Is it effective?" Bogang replied solemnly, "If it is concocted by my brother, it must surely be superior." Zhoulan chuckled softly. "Once I achieve my goal, I shall take my leave." A moment later, the infinite immortal elder displayed a satisfied expression upon hearing Lu Tong's report. He gently stroked his long beard and remarked, "You have entered my sect, and according to our customs, an unascended junior is granted a singular opportunity to choose a chance or a magical treasure. Although you are already an immortal, you still possess this privilege. However, prior to this, while you need not ascend, you must inscribe the incantation of my sect to receive the Jade Talisman of Immortality. This, along with identification, will provide you with a foundation for your future endeavors in the mortal realm." The infinite immortal spoke with a tone of testing. uttering the incantation as golden light spiraled around them. Of course, Zhou Lan replied, maintaining an unchanging expression. Excellent, excellent. The infinite immortal's satisfaction was palpable as he chanted the incantation, enveloping Zhou Lan and Bo Gang in its embrace. After a considerable time, the golden light of the incantation faded from view. Having bestowed the jade talismans, he led Zhou Lan and Bo Gang out of the grand hall. Moments later, with a wave of his hand, the treasury of the Yusu Palace unfolded before Zhou Lan's eyes. Thousands of shimmering fish gathered in formation, drifting from afar, each fish encapsulating a treasure of profound significance. Zhou Lan, straightforward as ever, inquired, "Is there a method for alchemy?" "Indeed," the infinite immortal responded confidently. "Alchemy is one of the specialties of my Yusu Palace." He beckoned a fish closer, presenting it to Zhou Lan, and inquired, "Is this what you seek?" Logically speaking, as the other party was also an immortal, he should not lack methods for alchemy. Yet, since Zhou Lan had brought it up, he refrained from probing further. Zhou Lan nodded slightly, and the method contained within the fish unfolded before him, transforming into a luminous veil of knowledge. This method encompassed the most prevalent techniques of contemporary alchemy, exceedingly intricate, likely requiring centuries to master. The infinite immortal gazed at Zhou Lan, who was examining the alchemical technique, and began to offer a reminder. But in the next moment, he suddenly froze. He observed Zhou Lan standing still, the luminous veil of knowledge abruptly reverting to the fish and swimming away. Zhou Lan murmured, "I see now." The infinite immortal's expression was one of disbelief as he asked, "Have you mastered it? How could that be? It has only been a few seconds." The veil had unfolded before Zhou Lan for no more than a brief moment. Zhou Lan slightly raised the corners of his mouth. "I have mastered it. In the myriad realms, diverse powers emerge endlessly, yet at their core, they all adhere to a singular principle. Mastery of one path leads to mastery of all." What he lacked was merely a catalyst. Demons, by their very nature, are birthed from the source, inherently possessing power. They are akin to an everlasting river. Once a fissure is carved, the waters flow forth unimpeded. The infinite immortal, in admiration, remarked, "Your sister also has a similar opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than Bo Gang interjected, "I require an alchemical furnace." Very well, very well." The infinite immortal laughed heartily, fully aware of the intentions of these two individuals. He summoned another fish, extracting from it a bronze cauldron. "This is a replica of my master's Tianyuan cauldron. In terms of alchemical capabilities, it is no less than an ordinary magical treasure. As for the true Tianyuan cauldron, you shall see it shortly." Zhou Lan nodded, lightly brushing his palm, and the bronze cauldron visibly diminished in size, floating effortlessly in his hand. Bo Gang is a man of discernment. He did not need to offer much in the way of reminders, for the other party had already chosen their opportunity. The infinite celestial elder floated upon the clouds, making his way towards the grand hall. He had received word that his junior, Tai Zhenren, was en route to the Yushu Palace, accompanied by the reincarnated Neza, the disciple of Ling Zhu. Having arranged matters concerning Zhou Lan, he still needed to present himself before his junior in the grand hall. "Behold, that is the Tianyuan Ding." He gestured proudly toward the massive cauldron, mostly shrouded in mist. The Tianyuan Ding possesses unparalleled alchemical capabilities. Even the most ordinary materials, when refined within this treasure, can be elevated in quality, the infinite celestial elder remarked, stroking his beard. Zhou Lan cast a glance at it, but quickly averted his gaze. Seeing his indifference, the infinite celestial elder felt reassured. This cauldron is beyond the reach of ordinary beings. It is a treasure of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Even he possesses only the right to utilize it. I shall send Yitong to escort you to the cave for rest. My junior is here to pay a visit, so I must take my leave, he said. There is no need for such formality, Zhou Lan replied, raising his hand in farewell. The infinite celestial elder's junior, Tai Zhenren, bears the responsibility of guiding Ling Zhu. However, the so-called Ling Zhu is, in fact, the reincarnation of a demon essence, and it seems he has arrived at just the right moment. Chapter 86. Cultivating One's Own Craft. For no one else can match the speed amidst a shroud of ethereal mist. Zhou sat gracefully, suspended in midair. He gently closed his eyes. Before him loomed a colossal bronze cauldron, from which emanated the heat of seething flames. The art of alchemy he had indeed mastered in its entirety with but a single glance. At this moment, several days had elapsed since his entry into the mountains. During this time, he had sequestered himself within his cave abode, dedicating his days to the meticulous practice of alchemy. Not far beneath him, Bo Gang sat on the ground with an expression of eager anticipation, patiently awaiting the fruits of his labor. In her hand, she clutched a perfectly round elixir. In this scene, she appeared almost like a disciple awaiting her master's command. Although the infinite immortal did not possess an impressive appearance, he was notably attentive to the internal affairs of the Jade Void Palace. All the materials for Zhou alchemical endeavors were delivered by his order, comprising various celestial treasures and obscure entities. Yet, Zhou keen eyes could not be deceived. Those shapeless materials were, in fact, creatures of the demon realm. In this realm of immortals, utilizing demons for alchemical processes was indeed one of the established methods. Zhou slightly opened his eyes, lifting a finger to unveil the cauldron's lid. Dozens of ethereal pills, suffused with celestial energy, slowly emerged from the furnace. With a flick of his finger, the collection of elixirs floated towards Bo Gang. She appeared to have been waiting for an eternity, and as she opened her mouth, she swallowed the entire batch in one swift motion. A single batch contained 48 pills, sufficient to stave off hunger for an entire day, Zhou remarked softly. Within his perception, he sensed Bo Gang's strength steadily growing, her progress not at all sluggish. As her alchemist, he deemed himself adequately competent, at least with this method. He need not worry about her indiscriminately consuming and disrupting the world. Notably, to cater to Bo Gang's penchant for salty flavors. He had even gone so far as to enhance the formulation by incorporating a generous amount of mountain salt. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through the silence. Immortal Zhou, urgent matters require your attention. It was Hitong. She hurriedly approached, her expression laden with urgency. Master has commanded me to inform you to head to the East Sea to confront a formidable enemy. The demon-capturing squad is fully mobilized, and Master has already proceeded to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea with the Celestial Cauldron. Zhou remained unperturbed. Very well. I shall escort my sister out at once. The time had finally come. In the original narrative, what was about to unfold was the climax of the Demon Child world. The infinite immortal would reveal his true nature, subduing the Dragon Kings of the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Attempting to refine the dragon populace of the East Sea and the Spirit Pearl Demon Pill with the Celestial Cauldron. Hitong hastily departed. Zhu, with a flourish of his sleeve, called out to Bo Gang, "The grand event is about to commence, sister. We must make our entrance." In the blink of an eye, he accelerated to his utmost speed, and together with Bo Gang, they transformed into two streaks of luminescent light, racing towards the East Sea. Mountains and lakes whizzed by beneath them, until the azure expanse of the sea unfolded before their eyes. The waters parted, revealing a gigantic cauldron at the center, slowly enveloping the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Clad in light golden robes, the demon-capturing squad of the Jade Void Palace stood upon the surface of the sea, a multitude akin to a swarm of locusts preparing to take flight. Zhou gaze shifted downward, where a searing aura rested beside the Celestial Cauldron. His eyes fell upon a particularly unruly child, adorned with dark circles beneath his eyes, his expression bleak. This was Neza. "Dear Taoist Zhou, your arrival is fortuitous. Assist me in subduing these wretched creatures." A glimmer of intensity sparked in the eyes of the infinite immortal elder as he spoke fervently. Firmly seated atop the Tianyuan cauldron, he began to chant incantations. Zhou, accompanied by Bo Gang, patiently awaited his cue, casting a sidelong glance just as the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang emerged from the still partially closed cauldron, brandishing a formidable blade. With a swift motion, he engaged in combat with Neza. A classic misunderstanding unfolded, as Neza mistakenly believed the Dragon Clan to be responsible for the slaughter of his parents and the citizens of Chintang Pass. In truth, this entire scenario was merely a scheme orchestrated by the infinite immortal elder, who sought to eliminate the dragon clan, his own hidden adversary, and transmute them into an elixir to bolster the strength of the Chan school. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as flames erupted, and Neza struck Ao Guang, sending him tumbling into the Tianyuan cauldron, which sealed shut. A surge of intense heat arose, muffling the anguished cries from within the cauldron, unheard by the outside world. Hovering in the air, Neza, often regarded as a mischievous youth, found tears streaming from his eyes. "Fear not, for I shall avenge you," the infinite immortal elder murmured, intensifying the flames. His alchemical methods mirrored those of Zhou, revealing no hidden secrets. Internally, Zhou began to count, and soon 3 figures rushed in from the distance. He raised an eyebrow, sensing that the drama was about to unfold. "Father? Mother? And Ao Bing, along with my master?" Neza stood in shock, for according to the infinite immortal elder-s narrative, his parents were believed to have been slaughtered by the dragon clan. Neza, the arriving parents, embraced him tightly. This entire plot was the machination of the infinite immortal elder. Ao Bing, the son of the East Sea Dragon King, wielded 2 massive hammers, glaring fiercely. He laid waste to Chintang Pass and framed the dragon clan. In reality, the tragedy at Chintang Pass was orchestrated by the infinite immortal elder, while my father and the East Sea Dragon clan remain innocent. "Oh dear brother, you have gravely erred," Ta Yizhen Ren exclaimed in a thick local dialect, addressing the infinite immortal elder. At this point, a sinister smile crept across the infinite immortal elder's face. "I never anticipated that you two would evade capture. It is indeed unfortunate. Now, there is no choice but to refine the Spirit Pearl Demon Pill together." He raised a hand, rending a fissure in space. The Dragon Kings of the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, one slender, one stout, and one beautiful, emerged from the Tianyuan cauldron, having long been subdued by the infinite immortal elder. The rending claw, a signature technique of the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, possessed the power to tear through space. "Capture them and safeguard my alchemy," commanded the infinite immortal elder, personally binding Ta Yizhen Ren. As his words fell, a fierce battle erupted. Now aware of the truth, Neza and Ao Bing confronted the 3 Dragon Kings, while the infinite immortal elder's 2 disciples, Lu Tong and He Tong, engaged in fierce combat with Li Jing and his wife. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Zhou, a smile gracing his lips, gracefully descended toward the Tianyuan cauldron. "Dao Yi Julan, might I implore you for assistance?" the infinite immortal elder inquired, seated atop the cauldron. "I have heard from my disciples that these 2 have remained secluded in their cave since their arrival, devoted solely to alchemy. There exists a certain image of solitude, reminiscent of one who dwells apart from the world." Zhou offered no reply, instead silently gazing below, as though his vision penetrated the cauldron. Seeking the essence of the beings being refined within, he inquired, "How many elixirs can this furnace produce?" The infinite immortal furrowed his brow, responding, "At the very least, several tens of thousands, which would barely suffice to augment the strength of our teaching." Zhou gently shook his head, stating, "I fear it may not be enough." "Not enough?" The infinite immortal pondered the implications of his words. Considering the dragon clan of the East Sea, along with the remnants of sealed aberrant beings, this was indeed the maximum amount of medicinal materials available. Any more, and I fear that the heavenly origin cauldron may not withstand the burden. My younger sister has quite the appetite, and this amount may fall short, Zhou sighed. The infinite immortal trembled slightly, realizing, "Your intentions are indeed not pure. From the very beginning, it was for the alchemical methods and resources of our teaching that you came." "Indeed," Zhou affirmed, summoning a replica of the small cauldron, his expression one of disdain. "Such a shabby object is hardly worthy of consideration. Moreover, when it comes to refining, your assistance is far swifter than my own efforts." He chuckled lightly. The infinite immortal frowned, threatening in a low voice, "Let me contemplate this. Is it worth opposing our teaching merely to satisfy your sister's appetite?" "Dear friend Zhou." In an instant, hundreds of sturdy ancient trees enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. Zhou Lan turned to Bo Gang beside him, responding in a calm tone, "It is worth it." Chapter 87. The Demon of the Mountain. The manifestation of power. The infinite immortal, with his long brows furrowed in anger, exclaimed, "Do not think that I am incapacitated by the spirit pearl demon pill." With a low cry, the battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of Neza and Ao Bing, who were ensnared in a fierce struggle with the three dragon kings, rendered immobile in midair. From their bodies, countless transparent needles surged forth, immobilizing all movement. The heart-piercing spell, once forcibly confronted, it would shatter them to pieces. Seeing that Zhou Lan remained inactive, the infinite immortal decided to unleash his might further, raising his hand to suppress the troublesome individuals into the heavenly origin cauldron. The disciples of the Chan sect's demon capturing team, under the leadership of the Deer Boy and Crane Boy, surrounded the three dragon kings tightly. "Fellow Taoist, it is time for you to face your fate," the Crane Boy proclaimed in a low voice. "Master has long seen through your nefarious intentions. This trap was laid for you as well." "Is that so?" Zhou Lan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was encircled above and below, with no escape. With Master S wisdom, how could he easily trust you two outsiders? The Deer Boy replied confidently. All the arrangements were now gathered around the infinite immortal, whose furrowed brow finally relaxed as he sighed. "I wonder, what kind of extraordinary elixir can be concocted from refining innate beings?" Ha ha! As a prominent figure of the Chan sect, he was not a simple-minded individual. He had long harbored thoughts of Zhou Lan and Bo Gang. Zhou Lan shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Wisdom? Perhaps it is merely profound scheming." He gestured toward the heavenly origin cauldron. "I fear that the heart-piercing spell may also involve my sister and me." "Indeed." The infinite immortal laughed heartily. "Look at you two, entirely ignorant of the methods, yet you calmly allow me to cast the spell." Filled with joy, he pointed to the cauldron. "Fellow Taoist, why not join me within the cauldron for a discussion? You will have a share in this elixir as well." As he spoke, countless needles shot forth from Zhou Lan and Bo Gang, identical in nature. "Face your fate! Face your fate! Face your fate!" The multitude of Chan sect disciples shouted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Yet Zhou Lan remained unperturbed, briefly examining the needles emerging from his body. All formed from condensed celestial energy. Could it be possible? He mused, smiling. "I see it now." "HM?" The infinite immortal instinctively sensed something amiss. "Zhu Lan Sai." As the saying goes, when in Rome, one must experience the local sect's methods. Unfounded nonsense. Seize them and throw them into the heavenly origin cauldron. I shall refine them together to produce an unparalleled elixir. The infinite immortal snorted coldly, and the three dragon kings moved in response, charging towards Zhou Lan and Bo Gang. The oppressive aura bore down upon Zhou Lan, yet he felt as if a gentle breeze brushed past him as he calmly turned to Bo Gang. "I will examine this cauldron. You stay here," he paused, saying, "and enjoy the feast." Bo Gang nodded, his eyes gleaming with delight. Zhou Lan, with a satisfied expression, leisurely floated into the opening of the cauldron. This scene left the infinite immortal and the Chan sect disciples momentarily stunned. "What is he doing?" the Deer Boy questioned, puzzled. "Only leading himself to ruin," the infinite immortal scoffed. "Even if one is a being of innate origin, what of it? The heart-piercing spell can at least restrain him for a moment. Once in the cauldron, even if the spell is lifted, no matter how formidable the opponent may be, escape is impossible. This sort of rare herb I have long coveted." He could not help but chuckle. These inferior dragons were merely embellishments. But what of his sister? Tion hesitated. Just a gluttonous foodie. Capture her too and throw her into the cauldron. The elder immortal's expression was one of utmost delight. The three dragon kings rushed towards Bo Gang. He raised a finger, poised to close the small door of the cauldron. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within, a voice belonging to Zhou Lan. "The furnace temperature remains adequate," he remarked with a hint of admiration. Instantly, the elder immortal's countenance darkened. Following that, a sword box flew out from the small door, landing before Bo Gang, interposing itself between her and the three dragon kings. Gazing at the sword box, the dragon kings abruptly halted, their eyes filled with utmost caution. The box exuded an undeniably formidable aura that instilled fear within them. As Dragon Kings, what else could instill such trepidation in them, save for beings of the caliber of the Elder Immortal and Golden Immortals? Yet the sword box had achieved just that. Within the box lay 7 blades, radiating an immensely terrifying energy that stirred a flicker of fear within the essence of the Dragon Kings. The 7 deadly sins, an enhanced version from the system. Upon Zhoulan's return from the Dragon Realm, he was granted yet another opportunity for a reward selection. Unfortunately, the level of that world was too low, devoid of any treasures of value. Thus, Zhoulan opted for this alchemical sword and blade combination. However, the system-enhanced version of the 7 deadly sins had significantly amplified their powers at every tier, living up to their reputation as dragon-slaying artifacts. This was something Zhoulan had long prepared for, and its use at this moment was perfectly fitting. His voice resonated in Bo Gang's ear. "It is time to stretch my limbs after being confined in hell for far too long." With a thunderous bang, the small door of the cauldron slammed shut. The unexpected turn of events caused the Elder Immortal's expression to sour considerably. He urged, "Hurry. She is bound by the heart-piercing spell, you fools." Upon hearing this, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run glanced at his 2 brothers and finally made his move. Clad in a flowing blue dress, with azure hair billowing, her fingertips flicked out exquisite claws, the Rift Claw slicing through space. In the next moment, 3 fissures appeared before Bo Gang, revealing a palpable intent to kill. It was only at this juncture that Bo Gang finally stirred. Under the incredulous gazes of those around her, she rose slowly. The myriad needles of the heart-piercing spell pierced her body, tearing open fissures, yet no blood was shed. She spoke slowly. "The blue brother is always so graceful, surely reluctant to let these needles mar his appearance, lest it be unsightly." "What does that mean?" The Elder Immortal frowned from a distance. The image of Bo Gang, once slightly foolish in his mind, began to recede like a tide. "But I'm different." She revealed a smile. "I do not care." The moment her words fell, she suddenly soared upwards. The body that had been bound by the heart-piercing spell shattered into countless fragments. In an instant, her true form appeared above the sea, like a mountain suddenly manifesting. Draped in verdant hues, with crimson eyes, her form eclipsed even the towering Tianyuanding. As sunlight cast shadows, the boundless immortal suddenly found herself in a moment of astonishment. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Before anyone could react, the 3 Dragon Kings were hurled away by her unexpectedly expanding physique. She plunged into the ocean, sending millions of tons of seawater splashing in all directions, while waves surged directly towards the ocean floor. With a swift inhalation, she consumed the sword box, transforming it into pure power that vanished within her. What a primordial being! The boundless immortal marveled. The 3 Dragon Kings quickly regained their composure, gazing at the imposing mountain before them, and transformed into their dragon forms, ethereally descending to attack. The voice of the wave demon, Bo Gang, suddenly resonated with grandeur. As the embodiment of the mountain's malevolence, her dominion was both simple and clear, to devour and thereby grow stronger. Even though she had yet to reclaim her demonic essence and might, the foundation of her malevolence remained intact. Moreover, she possessed the treasures bestowed by Zhoulan. Stationed at the ocean's depths, she remained motionless. In the next instant, 7 streams of varied colors revealed themselves within her grasp. These luminous streams reformed into 7 blades, imbued with the power to annihilate dragons, charging towards the Dragon Kings. This was her, the wave demon Bo Gang, wielding her formidable powers. All that she could consume would ultimately serve her purpose. Chapter 88. Outside the cauldron, inside the cauldron as the oncoming blades and swords approached. The 3 Dragon Kings were engulfed in a state of trepidation. There was something peculiar about these weapons. Their speed was unparalleled, accompanied